Test 1 2 1 2.
1, 2, 1, 2. One, two. Oh, we are. Good morning, everybody, and a huge welcome and a very damp welcome to the John Wilkin Raceway to what, let's be honest, is going to be a bit damp. However, with the fantastic preparation that the Evesham Club have done to get this meeting up and running, we're still going to have a good day, that's for sure. So get yourself trackside. You need these gazebos putting up, that's for sure, as the rain still tumbles down. Get yourself trackside because we're not going to be very long before we start racing. I can already see Class 1 cars making their way down towards the start line area. The drivers have had their briefing. We have got a presentation for Best Turnout Saloon and specials to come. Now, I'm not quite sure whether that's going to be held before racing starts, but we'll let you know on that one. But anyway, we're looking forward. We have been looking forward so much to today. As I said, it's very disappointing this weather today. It's going to be good tomorrow, but I'm sure the club are going to do their absolute utmost to entertain you today, and certainly the drivers too. And it's going to be a bit entertaining, let's put it that way, not in the props the way we want. I'd like to say a huge thank you to all our sponsors, to Power Max, the main sponsor of the weekend here, and to all our sponsors around the track, sponsoring start lines, sponsoring corners, and of course sponsoring all the classes. So a massive thank you to you all for popping a few quid where it counts to help keep the sport going. As probably most of you know, my name's Kevin Herdman, certainly around this part of the world anyway. You will be welcoming Paul Glover, Gareth Matthews, Steve Langley, Jason Baker also commentating this weekend, Hayley Turner-Goodwin, Mickey B, myself, Ian Fay, Tim Jones, Gareth Jones, Russ Thompson and Archie Lewis. And then finally we've, you probably listened to him yesterday, Mark Hoppe, long-time Autograss racer, and Mark has had the roving mic at the weekend, all weekend. He'll have it all week. It'd be nice to listen to Mark again at some point again during the day. I can't see nothing, so to be honest, but we're going to do our best anyway to try and entertain you. That's all I can say. So we'll give you a little bit of shush, give you time to get trackside. You need. But anyway, get yourself trackside. It won't be long, and we'll be racing very, very shortly.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get in Class 1s up to the line. We've got a few substitutes in Class 1s. In the first race, not got the names that they're substituting for, but Conor Urquhart in TA 211 will be coming out in race 1 as a substitute. Also in race 1 will be Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102. Race 2 goes as should be. Race 3, we've got one substitution, which is the Scunthorpe 171 of Brandon Glover. In race 4, we've got just a full race of what was in. We've got one substitution in race 5, and that's Jamie White in CK 60. So it's them's the drivers that substitute. Conor Urquhart in race 1 in TA 211. Reserve of Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102, and we got in the next one. Then in race 3, Brandon Glover in Scunthorpe 171. Substitute of Jamie White in CK 60, and that's all the people. That's the substitutions and the reserves that are in the Class 1s, sponsored by Cannings Windows Cleaning and Gutter Cleaning. So it's a big thanks to the Cannings that's sponsoring that one. So, bungees up and we're away and racing with the first race of the Class 1s at the 2023 Men's Nationals. And it's the Y1 of Mark Watson with the Evesham 102 on the inside. That's the reserve of Andy Kelsey. But it's Mark Watson in York 102 that takes him round that corner. Andy Kelsey's gone out a little bit wide. We've got one trying to come up on the inside, but try and get these numbers when they come down this time. We've got a little bit of a chance with the saloons, but once we get racing with the specials, it's going to be very difficult to get the numbers, but at least you've got a bit of a chance with the saloons. But it's Mark Watson in the York 1 that's got a good lead as he comes round here, slides it round. It's a little bit wide, but keeping the power on. Then we've got the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. Then it's the TA 211, Evesham 182, Scunthorpe 34, I think it is, and then the Leicester 14, and the WW 245 of Michael Baldwin at the back of the field, but it's still the York 1 of Mark Watson stretching away from the rest of the field. The Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey, he still hangs on to that second place with the TA 211 of Conor Urquhart that's in that third position. So that's the substitution and the reserve that's got into this second and third place as Mark Watson in Y1 goes round to start another lap. And then the Evesham 102 still hangs on to that second, TA 211. And then it's the Evesham 82 that's trying to move around the outside, and that's Tom Powell in that one to get that third position. But Tom switches back to the inside, tries to do the undercut, but can't manage it this time as Conor Urquhart again tries to get past the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey as they go down that far side, that trade stand side, towards that corner into the Queen's Bend on the bottom corner. But it's Mark Watson in York 102 that sees the first yellow flag with the black cross on of the day to tell him he's only one more lap to do, and he's got 3/4 just over the straight, nearly half a lap lead as Conor Urquhart goes up onto the outside and tries to get round Andy Kelsey, and still being chased by the Evesham 82 of Tom Powell. And then it's the SC 364 of Jordan Painter in that one. But Mark Watson coming around the stands corner and trying to get up this straight. Checker flag at the ready. And it's Y1 that takes the first checker flag of the day. Maximum points for Mark Watson in the first Class 1 race, sponsored by the Cannings Window Cleaning and Gutter Service. Wait till the others sort themselves out on this bottom corner. And I think it's going to be the TA. I think it's the TA 211. Conor Urquhart, this is next, Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. And then it's the Evesham 82, Scunthorpe 364. And one that we've not mentioned is the Leicester 14, Sean Gallagher. And we've just got one that's struggling to get round here on this one. And the last one that's going to come through is going to be the West Waterford 245 of Michael Baldwin. And that completes race 1, heat 1 of the Canning Window Cleaning sponsored Class 1. So I'm now going to hand you over to Gareth that's going to take you through the second race of the Class 1s.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is my first national, so I apologise if I get anything wrong, but we'll give it a go. The conditions are a bit against us as well, but again, I just want to thank the Evesham Club for this opportunity to be able to do this. So we'll look then to Heat 1, Race 2. And that brings out James Parnell in Spalding 921, Charlie Mustoe in Breeden Hill 23, Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31, Spalding 129, Kane Parnell, Star 53, Wayne Price, Yorkshire Dales 52, Ian Ullathorne, and TA 16, Connor Griffiths, obviously your reigning current champion in men's Class 1 in the Typhy 16, and then last in this race, obviously Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. So yeah, quite a race here. Wayne Price, their national champion in Class 1 in 1996. So it's been a while since he's stood on the top step in this class, but he's currently sitting first in the UK. So he has got plenty of opportunity. He also won round 1 and round 2 of the UK. Kieran Griffiths also sitting first in BAS. So both the top Class 1 men's drivers here in this race then. And it looks like we're away already, and it looks like it's quite an even break there from the middle, but it looks like it is the Typhy 16, and it is Wayne Price as well in Star 53, 921 then of James Parnell, and is there in that third place as they go round the first bend, but it is the two that I thought would be out in front, and they are there, and it's Connor Griffiths on the inside with Wayne Price looking around the outside. Still there is the Parnell machine of 921 in third. I'm not quite sure who that is in fourth, but I can see Charlie Mustoe there in sixth in the Breeden Hill 23. But I'll try and as they go through the puddle on the bottom bend, that they come past, and it is Wayne Price then in Star 53 from Connor Griffiths in Typhy 16. And then we've got the Yorkshire Dales 52. Then it's, I think, the Cambridge 403, Kieran McKenzie there in fourth, and the two Parnells there in fifth and sixth. Charlie Mustoe dropped down to seventh, and then at the back of the pack there, I believe that's Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. So back to the front, then it's still Wayne Price in the Star 53 machine. Connor Griffiths looks like he's just closed the gap a little bit, but they're all struggling to find some grip round that bottom turn as they come past us to complete another lap. It is still Star 53 from Typhy 16. Who's looking to obviously regain that title in these different conditions from last year. Then it is Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. He's moved up into third. I couldn't quite catch the number there on fourth, but I think it is Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52 in fourth. And then it's the two Parnell machines in fifth and sixth, Charlie Mustoe and Kieran Griffiths at the back of the pack. But it is last lap flag this time round then for Wayne Price. He's got one more circuit to go in this race too. He's got about a straights lead now on the reigning champion of Connor Griffiths, who's and there's a challenge for third now. It looks like it's Ian Ullathorne gone up the inside then of Kieran McKenzie. It is, as he's just looking over the steering wheel there in the Yorkshire Dales 52 machine. But it looks like Kieran McKenzie's he's taken some markers out there in the Cambridge 403. And then I'm not sure what order the Parnells are in. I think they keep changing, but one's come to a halt up the top there. So I think he's got tyres underneath as Charlie Mustoe goes past the stricken machine. But it is checker flag time then, 55 points. First round of qualifying for Wayne Price in the Shropshire Telford 53. Kieran Griffiths is going to take, Connor Griffiths is going to take second in Typhy 16. Who's going to come through third? I think it is going to be Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52. No, Kieran McKenzie, sorry, in Cambridge 403. Then Ian Ullathorne in... Okay, he's got a black flag, I think, but we'll confirm that in a minute. So Charlie Mustoe comes over the line in Breeden Hill 23, and I couldn't make out if that was James Parnell or Kane Parnell. Yeah, so just confirmed. Kieran McKenzie, unfortunately, picking up a black flag then in Cambridge 403 as the other Parnell, again, comes across the line. So I'm going to take you through... race 3 as well. So while these cars are getting off, I'll give you the runners and riders. So we should have Wayne Stevens then in Pennell, 75. Then we should have Scarborough 129 of Chris Dunwell. Then we should have Leston Jones in Typhy 15. Rich Owen in North Wales 51. Lee Buckley in Pennine 96. Brandon Glover, who's substituted in as a reserve. He's taken the place of Scott Atkins. So in your programme, Scott Atkins is no more in the K pairing. Brandon Glover in Scunthorpe 171 has taken his place. And then we have the Invicta Kent 611 of Jake Hemsley and the Central Scotland 116 of Aidan Brown. So Marshall's just returning some of the track markers, as not as well behaved as race 1 was race 2. So we'll look to the line. I'm just trying to see if I can pick out any of the cars. I can see Jake Hemsley there. He's coming from grid 4, I think. And then I think that might be Leston Jones in grid 1, I believe, in the Typhy 15. So, yeah, we're just waiting for that track clearance as the marshals are now rapidly returning to their posts. As we have got yellow flags around the track, so it looks like we are ready to go with the Cannons Cleaning Company sponsored men's Class 1, Heat 1, Race 3. So, yeah, it looks like the bungee's gone up. Who's it going to be then? And it looks like we've got quite a lot of micros in this one. And it looks like the micros that are prevailing at the moment, but it is the Yaris, though, of the Scarborough 179 then. So Chris Dunwell is that car into the first corner. Someone's following the grass round. Jake Hemsley's gone inside the cone, so we look like we keep going. So it is then new race leader. It is Lester Jones then in the Typhy 15. He's going in as that bottom bend first, and the Scarborough 129 then of Chris Dunwell is still there in second place. And to just come through the puddle. I think we're all still running. I think all 8 are still going as Jake Hemsley's found the Armco in front of the grandstand. We've got new race leader then, North Wales 51, Rich Owen then. He's come from nowhere on that bottom turn as Leston Jones has been demoted to that second place. And it's quite tricky to see through the rain-covered windows up here in commentary as Jake Hemsley is at the back of the pack, but has got going just behind the Central Scotland 116 of Aidan Brown. So it is still then, as we were, it's still North Wales 51 from the Typhy 15. He's got it a little bit sideways. He's lost a little bit of ground to that third place. As they come past and complete another circuit, Rich Owen is stretching his legs a little bit now then as they complete another lap, and it's still Typhy 15 from the Penhow 75. Then it's Scarborough 179. Then it's the Pennine 56, 96, sorry, of Lee Buckley. And then I think we have Brandon Glover here in Scunthorpe 171. And Jake Hemsley is down there in 7th as we've lost the Central Scotland. Aidan Brown is struggling a bit in front of the grandstand. But already then, it's the yellow flag with the black cross being made shown to the North Wales 51 of Rich Owen. And then it's Eyston Jones in the Typhy 15. He's there in second. They are paired together, so that's quite a strong pairing. Then the Penhow 75 of Wayne Stevens from the Scarborough 179 of Chris Dunwell. They're also paired together. So I and Jay in the first 4 places. So that's going to be quite competitive, I think, over the weekend between their pairings when they race each other in their other heats. And Jake Hemsley, again, struggling with that bottom turn. But I think our race leader, Rich Owen, takes 55 points. Then it's Eyston Jones in TA 15. He takes a good second there, sideways across the line in the micro. Third place, who's that going to go to? Scarborough 129 then of Chris Dunwell. Then it's Penhow 75 of Wayne Stevens. Pennine 56 of 96, sorry, of Lee Buckley. And then next over the line, Brandon Glover, I think that is in... no, it's not. It's the Central Scotland 116 Aidan Brown. I think he's a lap down anyway. So I think we're just going to try and mop up who we've got left. I think this might be Brandon Glover coming past now in the Scunthorpe 171. They all look the same when they're brown. So that's that. And then... don't know whether Jake Hemsley's going to finish down there or not. We've got red flags. So... I think that's me done for this race, and I'll hand you back to Paul.
Thanks, Gareth. So, yeah, we'll move on to race 4 of the men's Class 1. Very tricky conditions for these drivers. Very tricky for us commentators to try and find the numbers. It's bad enough when you stood out there, but when you sat in commentary box, it's nice and dry and it's lovely and warm, but you've got the rain on the windows and you've got condensation on the inside, so it makes it a little bit tricky to see the numbers, but we try our best. It's not very good, I know, but we're trying our best. So on this one, coming out in Group M, we should have Alfie Smith in Lud 77, Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443, ex-Class 6 champion in 2015, 18 and 19 is Ben Gold, so he knows what he's doing behind the car steering wheel. Simon Bates in Scunthorpe 117 is in Group N. Also in Group N is Paul Arrington in Solway 93. Then we've got a reserve, Stroughton District 31 of Tom Herbert. Let's just have a look who Tom's replacing. He's replacing Paul Arrington in Solway 93. And then we've got Jim Bob Johnson, 2021's Class 1 champion in Scarborough 49. Ryan Kemp in North Wales 147. And then the last one in race 1 is Ben McGregor in the IK 634. So that's all we've got in this race. Just waiting for one car to be recovered from in front of the grandstands. So while we've got that, we'll give a little mention to some of the other sponsors that we've got besides the class sponsors, because the Class 1 sponsor is Cannon's Window Cleaning Service, and grandstands being sponsored by I think it's PBP Innovations and Eat Well at Dodwell. That's your caterers that's all the way around this field. They keep you water and fed all weekend. That sponsor is D&D Transport, so it's a big thanks to Dave Palmer that's sponsoring the start line. Turn 1 is being sponsored by Altbiz Motorsports. Turn 2 by FW Graphics. And M&M Ices.co UK are also sponsoring the grandstands. Marshall's Post all the way around, all 4 of them. I think it is. They've got being sponsored by Quinn's Transport. Finish line looks like it's being sponsored by Mickey Manning in Fire Manning in sponsoring the finish line. We'll get some of the other sponsors a little bit later on, because I see that car starting to move down there. Hopefully they're going to take it. Now they're going to take it into the centre of the field. Like they've got problems getting that one off the track. It's I think they're trying to get it onto the grass so they can do something with it. Looks like the 4x4 can't get it off in these conditions, because it's looks like they're going to put another one in front of it and bring it off. Well, looks like he's got a tyre. He's got a tyre stuck underneath him and dragging it sideways. So they're going to get 2 recovery trucks, get it into the middle of the track, and then they can sort it out there, and we can carry on with racing. So we're still just ready for this race 4 to be underway on this Canning's exterior cleaning sponsored men's Class 1s. Hope you people down in them grandstands are nice and dry down there, you know, to watch the racing, and you've got all your gazebos all up that far side. We will get a list of the trade stands hopefully a little bit later on. It depends if it stops raining long enough for us to be able to use a piece of paper, a pen out there. But we've got all sorts of trade stands all the way around this field. We've got the F600s at the far side of the field that's got 3 cars on display, and the controversial new tyres that a lot of people are talking about, more than they're talking about the cars they've got. F600s, which will be a full NASA class next year, so they will be competing at the Men's Nationals in 2024. So we get that car into the centre of the field. So Alfie Smith, Ben Gold, Simon Bates, Paul Arrington, Tom Herbert, Jim Bob Johnson and Ryan Kemp, Ben McGregor are all waiting to do battle down there. Bungees up with away and racing, and it's the 443 of Ben Gold that goes straight up into the lead with Jim Bob Johnson in Scarborough 49 in that second position. Jim Bob gets it slowed down quite better and gets that inside line on the inside of it. Ben Gold, so Ben Gold struggling a little bit, got a little bit out in line, but Jim Bob Johnson got full drive on that little mini and got up that straight, got that inside line off of Ben Gold as he went up there, and he's got it on that inside. Can he keep it nice and tidy on that bottom bend? So coming around this time to complete lap one, and it's Jim Bob Johnson that's away and clear. Can he keep it pointing in the right direction? And then it's the 443 of Ben Gold in that second place. Then third place, it is the Stroughton District 31 of Tom Herbert, and North Wales 147 in fifth place of Ryan Kemp. And last but not least, is it? No, it's not. We've got IK 634 of Ben McGregor, and then the Solway 93 of Paul Addington. Oh, we've got another one, Lud 77. That's just come through, and that's Alfie Smith in that one. But Jim Bob Johnson still leads them round that bottom corner for another time. He's away and clear. Can he keep it going like that? Not seen. Got a nice turn of speed up on that little mini. Ben Golding, North Shropshire 443, got a flyer off the line, but couldn't stop it on the first corner quick enough to hold that lead position. And then it's the Stroughton District 31 of Tom Herbert. Not got a clue. North Wales 147, Ryan Kemp in that fourth position. Back to the leader as he comes round this bottom corner. Everybody's struggling, and if they go out a little bit wide, they get in that sloppy stuff and they can't get back to the inside. But it's Jim Bob Johnson that starts another lap in 147. He starts fast his final lap because the yellow flag with the black cross has just gone out, and it's to Ben Gold in that 443. A little bit of a gap till we get back to this second position. And who's going to be this one in that second position? It's that Stroughton District 31 of Tom Herbert. Then we've got a battle on for that fourth position, and it's North Wales 147 of Ryan Kemp. But Jim Bob Johnson comes round for a really good confident win on that one. So it's Scarborough 49, Jim Bob Johnson on maximum points in his first run. And then we've got the 443 of Ben Gold. Now the rest of them are coming through, and I'm not sure who's on the same lap and who's a lap adrift, but the lap scorers will sort all that out. And it's the Stroughton District 31, then Solway 93. I think that one's a lap adrift, but will be given the points, I'm assuming, and put in their position. And then it's the North Wales 147 of Ryan Kemp. Not sure who that one is that's just gone through. Are you sure? So I'm going to take you through the final race because Gareth's just going off to get he's prepared for his Class 7 race. So he'll be gone to sort that one out, and I'll take you through the final race of the Canning Cleaning sponsored men's Class 1s. And coming out in race 5, we have got the CK 60 of Jamie White, who's a substitution. We've got the 21F of Tony Chamberlain, CK 98 of Lewis Walters, WS 100 of Stuart McKenzie, Cambridge 48 Lee Deegan. Lee's been going very well this year. I've been watching him in the Bass, so he's well up in the Bass. I'm not exactly sure where he is, but I know he's well up. And then Carl Lloyd in North Wales 230. Peter Watson in York 121, 2019 champion for Peter Watson, so he'll be hoping to repeat that this weekend. And then last but not least in race 5, we've got the Lud 48 of Dean Smith. Looking round, just waiting for the marshals. These have got a real job on this morning. It's a big thank you to these marshals. These are all volunteers. They stood out there in this rain, and they're going out into that mud and sludge on that circuit and trying to put these track markers back into position and keep all the racing so as we can all get entertained. So yellow flags appear. Goes over to Abby, who's on the first marshal's point. She goes round, puts the yellow flag up, and the bungees up, and we're racing. And who's the first one to show? It is that Cambridge 48 of Lee Deegan that takes him into that first corner. Lee's got clear, he's got nobody to bother him, but he's got Peter Watson in the York 121 in that second position, and Peter's getting away from the rest of the field. So Pete Watson chasing hard of Lee Deegan as they go down that far straight into that bottom corner. So Lee Deegan got his nose in front, and he's gone out wide and got it sideways. Pete Watson got it sideways as well, but they're both managing to keep it going and going in roughly the right direction, whether it's sideways or forwards. So it's Cambridge 48 that leads it from the York 121. And then third place is the 21F, and that's Tony Chamberlain, WS 100. of Stuart McKenzie, well on the outside. Well, the two leaders going that far side, and they've got two tail enders that's struggling to get out in this bottom corner. And we've got the CK98 and CK60. So the CK98 of Lewis Walters and Jamie White in CK60. Cambridge 48, Lee Deegan starts another lap with Peter Watson still there in that York 121. And then it's the 21F of Tony Chamberlain in third position. Can't get the number of that fourth one, but could be Stuart McKenzie, but I'm not 100% sure. And then we've got the WS 100, that's Stuart McKenzie, sorry, so it can't have been him that were in third, in that fifth position. But looking to the leaders, and they're coming down into that bottom corner, catching up to the two tail enders. And it's the yellow flag with the black cross this time for Lee Deegan as he comes up here in Cambridge 48 to start his final lap. CK93 is a lap adrift. Peter Watson in York 121 goes through and starts his final lap. He's away clear in that second position. 21F still hangs on to that good third place. That's Tony Chamberlain. And then it's the Ludlow 48, Dean Smith. And then North Wales 230, Carl Lloyd. WS 100, Stuart McKenzie, but the two leaders going down that far side and into the bottom corner and round this bottom corner, and up comes Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48 to take checkered flag and complete race 1, Heat 1 of the race 5, Heat 1 of the men's class 1s, and then Peter Watson in York 121. I think this next one's a lap adrift. That's the CK98 and the 21F who's in third place, and then Ludlow 48 of Dean Smith. And the rest of them come through to get their final positions, and that completes the first set of heats for these class 1s. I've done my little spin for this first start. I'll be back a little bit later on along with Gareth to take you through the...
So this has been picked up. Nice bit of Photoshop. Nice bit of Photoshop. Oh yeah, Class 3 then, sponsored by Pete Bott Skips. Big thank you to Pete Bott Skips, situated just down the road at Middle Littleton. We've got some changes to your programme. In Group B, affecting the first race, Paul Cusack is a non-starter. He's being replaced by Sean Brown in WS8. And in Group D, both of those are non-starters. That's the CY888 car of Ron Gamble and S38Y Steve Parkin. So neither of those are with us, unfortunately, but they are replaced by 267F Dave Jones and the ball's in Ed Lloyd in C85. So race 1, groups A, B, C and D. So full lineup. Adam Henley switched from class 1, hasn't switched from class 4, added class 3 to his repertoire. Callum Allinson in YD34, Sean Brown in WS8, Pete Bott in S47D, your sponsor. Sean Collin in IK257, Sam Gould in North Shropshire 343, Dave Jones in 267F and Ed Lloyd in C85. So that is the lineup for the first of the 5 heats of the Class 3s that are coming your way. Your defending champion then, of course, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. So we'll be seeing Keith in one of the later race 3, looking at the programme. So I'd like to say it's all right, folks. It's only a short, sharp passing shower. It's going to get better soon. But I might not be telling the truth. So here we go. Lights to... Hey, we do like the start line arrangement down there, don't we just? Right, start, lights, change to green. And we've got cars away from us. And it is Ed Lloyd in C85 and Callum Allinson in Yorkshire Dales 34 that are the first ones to disappear into that first bend. The 267F car of Dave Jones finishes up facing the right way. I said they disappeared into the bend. Nobody is yet to materialise out of that bend. North Shropshire 343 then is the first one to show going down the far side. Sam Gould it is that managed to get round there. We see Ed Lloyd running in that 4th place slot as they make it, and you understand this, somewhat gingerly round the start line turn. So 4 1/4 laps we're running. It's going to seem like an age, I'm sure, for these Class 3 drivers. Sam Gould coming round as your race leader. So NS 343.
Right, so there we go. That's who it is that's leading then. And we've got the Cumdy 65 Ed Lloyd up from 4th place up into 2nd place now as he looks to charge his way up the order. Pete Bott's there in at 3rd place. Callum Anderson the next to try and work out the conditions here. Sean Collins is in the mix as well as the Wessex at number 8. Sean Brown is down there as the rest of them try and negotiate their way around this John Wilkin Raceway. Adam Henley, I've not actually seen him racing in the Class 3 before, and he's sitting down there in about 6th place at the minute. And Dave Jones down towards the back of the field, but it's already muddy and slidey as they come through the top bend. And we've got a challenge on for the lead here as Lloyd's trying to look to work his way through.
Right, it is North Shropshire 343 then being challenged through on the inside by Ed Lloyd in the C85 car. I think he's probably enjoying the conditions. Pete Bott in Stroud, PJ in Stroud 47. The Invicta Kent car of Sean Collins still runs in that 4th place. Callum Anderson just slipped back a little bit in the Yorkshire Dales 34 as the field getting quite well spread out around this John Wilkin Raceway. Sean Brown in WS8, one of our reserves coming past us as we're looking, race leaders sort of like catching up now a little bit with the back markers as they come round out of that bend. But it is Ed Lloyd, your race leader.
Yeah, we still got Sam Gold there sitting tidy in 2nd place, so he's looking tidy, not necessarily clean. Down there, Adam Henley's worked his way up into 3rd place now as they work their way past your back mark. That's Dave Jones at the wheel of that. Pete Bott slipping down the order. Sean Collins is looking to splash his way through in the Invicta Kent machine as well, in the 257 machine. Allenson just behind as well, but Ed Lloyd looking to head into that top end. He's sliding out wide as Gould tries to see if he can find any sort of grip down there. He's still got him in his sights, but Ed's worked his way through the order up into the front and 4 laps on with his checker flag this time, and he's worked his way through. 1st place points, 55 points then on the board for Ed Lloyd from Sam Gold in 2nd place. And then as we wait for the remaining 3 to work their way round, we've got Pete Bott. Sean Connon is there as well. Dave Jones had a tricky one this time as he'll need some more goggles, I think, after this one. Adam Henley and Callum Allenton are there as well. And I think that's that race done.
We were right. It was a brown car.
Well, yeah. It was followed by another brown car as well, wasn't it?
I can't disagree with you there, Jason. Absolutely. Your predictions are spot on. So, yeah. Do you want to make a similar prediction on race 2?
I'm going to go with a brown car followed by a brown car again.
There we go. But, yeah. Do you want to take them through what the brown cars might be?
Yeah, so race 2.
It could be our only chance of identifying them.
With the pairings, then we've got pairings E, F, G and H. So we see out there Hereford number 1 of Jeff Gibbs. Andy Pipe will be down there in the North Shropshire 205. Jamie Lee in at the Solway 170. Invicta Kent number 6, Trevor Mills. Adam Saint down there in the Cambridge number 1. Lee Almond in North Wales 27. Vernon McKenzie in the Cambridge 442 and Gary Wickham in the Spalding 77. So if you want to see how nice the cars look, I'd suggest taking a picture from the start line because when they come off, they might not be quite so clean. But a couple of these, I've seen some of these racing locally, and some of them may well, here's a prediction for you, Steve, some of these might make the track look dry. I've seen Adam Saint do that a few times at Cambridge. As we head from the line then, and we'll wait for them to come our way, and it is going to be Mr. Pipe that leads the way. Andy Pipe is there. Then we've got Saint that goes with him. Somebody's looking to come straight through the inside forward, trying to work their way into the top end. As just one car's making it out so far. Andy Pipe, sorry, is it down there, and we've got that blue car down that far side. I think it's the Solway 170. But could be wrong, probably wrong, as they go down that far side and enter the pit bend for the first time of asking. Somebody's trying to work their way right the way around the outside as we try and pick up the number. Well, they're going very, very wide now, as whoever it was is looking to cut back. But either way, you're going to have a new race leader because he's coming through. Who are you?
It's Andy Pipe in North Shropshire 205, then Jamie Lee in Solway 170, the Lee Almond North Wales 127 car, North Wales 27 car, sorry, goes through next. Vernon McKenzie runs in that 4th place position in Cambridge 442. Jeff Gibbs, the one with a bit to do at the moment in Hereford 1, and also Trevor Mills in IK6, not really enjoying the conditions. They don't get a lot of rain in Kent, do they? So IK6 not enjoying it. I'm not sure any of them are really enjoying it. But coming round, certainly on course at the minute, it is North Shropshire 205, Andy Pipe.
Yeah, he's still leading the way. We've got two trying to be close together as they come through about past us. Somebody's out wide. That's Jamie Lee that's out wide as we've got Almond looking up the inside, and Lee just making his car look as big as possible heading through that top bend. We've also got, I think that's the Cambridge one of Adam Saint there with Vernon McKenzie in the Cambridge at 4:42. As they head through. Hereford number 1 is still down there, Jeff Gibbs, with what I must say is a lap scorer, is the best roof number I've seen so far, because it's still clean and tidy. Then towards the back of the field, we've still got the North Shropshire 205, Andy Pipe.
He's enjoying this, I think, isn't he? So North Shropshire 205, coming past us. And then the IK6 car, not enjoying it quite so much. Closest race at the minute, North Wales 27, being chased there by Vernon McKenzie in the Cambridge 442. Adam Saint in the Cambridge 1 car then going or trying to go through on the inside. It is just very difficult to find a good racing line on this one. But our race leader is certainly managing to do that and very much extending his advantage. North Shropshire 205, another lap complete.
That was checker flag, that one, actually.
That was checker flag, there we go. Really must look out for this last
time. I think I must have been 7-8 you for dinner last night.
No, we need to do there's a list of do's and don'ts for the commentators. There's a whole full page in the Nationals file of things you can do and things you can't do. And one of the things is you can't wish people happy birthday. But it doesn't say anything about singing it.
Well, yeah,
so you're up for a duet?
Oh, we can do. Who are we saying happy birthday to?
Right, no, we are going to say a sincere happy birthday to the man that's just makes his way off the track. We will do it a little bit later on as well when he can hear us, but I know everything's recorded and stuff now. Vernon McKenzie in Cambridge 442. We won't sing to you, Vernon. It's probably not quite what you need on that, unless you bring Jason and I cake, in which case we will sing to you later on. So but happy birthday, and it is a big birthday. It's a bingo birthday, as they will call them. Yeah, I was told, so I'm going to tell everybody. 60. No, happy birthday, Vernon. The big 6-0. So, Vernon McKenzie, 60th. So, happy birthday from everybody that knows you on that one. Right, we've got a wallet that's been handed in. Oh, so there we go. And I tell you what, fair play. It's been handed in with money in. It's got cards in. It's got a driving licence in. So we know who it belongs to. So if you've lost your wallet, and how many points we got on the licence? Oh, God, blimey, O'Reilly. Right. Must be a racer. No, there isn't, honest. Right. We know where you live. We know everything about you. So there we go. Right. We've got your wallet here, joking apart. I say it's much more use to you with the money that's in it. It's of use. No. We've got it here. Come and claim it from commentary, please. We also had a debit card handed in yesterday. Can't work out the pin. Right, all to tell you, this is race 3, groups I, J, K and Al. No John Lumsden or Martin Vaughan. The rest of them go as per programme, so a little bit of depleted lineup. We've only got 6 of them out there on this one, and it is Yorkshire Dales 98, Ryan Power. So we've got champions, current and past and everything out there. Keith Kelly in the Mallow 247 car is there. Didn't go well for Ryan Power on turn 1 in Yorkshire Dales 98. We started with 6. I can only see 1, 2. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we got all 6 up and running again, and making their way round that bottom bend. Window cleaner is doing a super job. So he nearly fell out, but that's a minor little issue. Right, carry on. Defending champion Keith Kelly.
Yes, that's who's leading second place. I'm trying to pick up on the number. It's Ryan Power then, slotting back to second place, demoting Aaron McKenzie back down to third. Oh, we might have had change of leader though. Is that Power facing backwards? No, it's not just your race leader. So Ryan Power looks to be your new race leader. McKenzie though, holding that tighter line as he looks to work his way back through and get the Power down that far side. Them first 2 then are going to go side by side. It's Power versus McKenzie. And we've got just behind the number which I've already forgotten as they head down that far side, but Power just trying to hold the tight line in the Yorkshire Dales machine as McKenzie still trying to work his way through as they work their way past the pit bend and past commentary for another time of asking. It's Power then that leads.
So Yorkshire Dales 98 just pulled away a little bit now from the 401 car of Aaron McKenzie in that second place. Keith Kelly in third. Won't be the end of the world in Mallow 247. Then going through on the inside is Manfred Camsholt in Swansea Line and Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. Both very, very experienced Class 3 racers as the field just gets a little bit more spread out now. The yellow flag with the black cross goes out. We're getting better, Jason. I've spotted it this time. So one circuit to go as our race leader comes round. That race leader still YD98, Ryan Power.
Indeed, and I'm going to keep an eye out for you defending champion here, because Kelly is certainly working his way up the order after facing the wrong way into now, looking for that last-ditch challenge in the top corner. It's not going to work that way, though, because he needs to go around the corner rather than round and round, as he finds himself at square wheel down that far side. So Ryan Power it is then. That's going to take the win in the Yorkshire Dales 98. Vernon McKenzie will come home in second place in the Cambridge 401. Then we've got, I think is that Matt Camford?
Manfred Camsholt, I
that's the
think.
one, yep.
Yeah.
That's to pronounce it then.
Yeah.
Then we've got Keith Kelly in the Mallow 247. The charge could have done with lasting just one lap shorter. For him as he finishes up in fourth place. And then the last of the stragglers comes through this time round, and that is Rich Lee in the Scunthorpe 700 machine. So I think we lost John Farrer out in that one. So there we go, that's race 3 then. Tell you what, we're having to get used to all sorts here. I'm having to get used to a lap shorter. For me, I've never done this BAStv. I haven't done BAStv since you've done BAStv. I'm not used to being able to hear myself. It's not a nice thought. I'm not enjoying that. I'm trying to hold my bottle. That's what I'm doing here. This will be my microphone. I'm trying to get used to all sorts here. Race 4 is what we're going to see up on the line at this time. And now I'm all right, Kevta. So MNO&P is going to be the groups out this time. Steve Woodruff in the White Rose 71, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1, Billy Joe Driver in Ivits Cape 41, Mick Sumners, Simon Farrer, Trevor Cusack and Barry Evans and Nigel Edwards should be your runners and riders. So out of the box then, we've got the North Wales at number 1. It's Rupert Lomax that heads into the front first. Mick Sumners is the one to go with him, and then we've got going with him, I think it could be, well, I was going to say Mick Sumners, I've just said him in second place, as they look to work their way through. As we're trying to look up and down the order. These aren't actually numbers that I'm familiar with going with, but I could see down there the Yorkshire Dales 24 of Simon Farrer's. Some of the cars that tried to work their way through the top end already through this bottom end comes your early race leader then. North Wales at number 1, Rupert Lomax it is, that gets out in front with the cleanest of all the cars so far. That's
the way to keep your car clean, actually, isn't it? So, yeah, but opening up a good lead from the car that's in that second place position. That's Trevor Cusack in the CK25. Mickey Somners runs third in Radford at 169. Then Nigel Edwards in the Tyve 11 car. Good battle going on there between Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71 and Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24. Steve Woodruff just getting the better of that battle at the moment, but nobody getting the better of Rupert Lomax, as already North Wales 1 comes out of that start line turn.
Yeah, for another time of asking as we go through, and we've got just the back markers working their way through. He's already seen off those, and then we've got the looking through, I think it's the Cork 25 still, of Trevor Cusack that leads the way. Mick Sumners, though, keeping that pressure on in the Radford at 169, trying to use the local knowledge to his advantage there in the third place. Battle on for fourth place now, as the time for 11 of Nigel Edwards under pressure as Woodruff trying to work his way up the order in the White Rose 71. But one more lap left to go this time round, and Lomax has got it all his own way so far.
We're getting the hang of these flags, aren't we? So, yeah, North Wales 1 then, it is. And he's got a lead of about the length of the home straight from the second place man. That second place man now is Mickey Sumners in Radford 169. He's got ahead of Trevor Cusack in CK25. North Wales 234, Barry Evans, I think, is a back marker. As indeed is Billy Joe Driver in IK41. So I think, totally unofficial, the next one actually coming round is Nigel Edwards in the Tyve 11 car. As we're looking, though, for our race leader, going to be our race winner, convincing race winner as well, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1. It is that takes it. Simon Farrer, a lap down in Yorkshire Dales 24, will be credited with correct finishing position. Mickey Sumners runs second in Radford 169. That's Trevor Cusack in third in the Cork 25 car. Somebody's putting on a nice pirouette there for all you people in the grandstand. And coming round once again to complete. It is the North Wales 234 car of Barry Evans, Nigel Edwards in tie v 11. I think some of these are sort of on laps of honour, and it all gets a bit confusing in conditions like this, doesn't it? But they come round and successfully finish. I think that's Simon Farrer that actually is going to do that. So that completes race 4 of this first round of qualifying of the Pete Bott Skips sponsored Class 3s here at the Power Maxed sponsored 2023 Men's National Championships. Big thank you to Power Maxed, our overall meeting sponsors. They stepped in at somewhat of the last minute for varying reasons, and we're very grateful to them, very pleased that they have. Don't forget to pay a visit to their trades, pay a visit to all the trade stands, but certainly pay a visit to theirs, because they've got, you spend 25 quid, not a lot of money, and they've got a raffle going on across the weekend, first prize of which is 2 British Touring Car hospitality tickets. They're good, I can tell you. Right, Heat 1, Race 5 of the Class 3s. The last one of the Class 3s. Groups Q, R, S and T. Running as per programme. Wayne Hartwright in Radford 125. Shane Manley in 76F. Daniel Maynard in Cork 375. Tony Goodsir in Scunthorpe 307. Adrian Joyce in Wessex 22. Dave Westlake in 123F. Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. And Phil Holloway in Evesham at 34. And it is the Wessex man, Adrian Joyce, that is the first one to show. Phil Holloway in Evesham at 34 slots into that second place. Phil, of course, knows his way round this raceway, but perhaps not in these conditions. He was out there an awful lot yesterday, because you'd have seen him going out on the roller, Phil, which has made the track as raceable as it is, to be fair. I think if there hadn't been that preparatory work, then it would have been horrendous. But WS22's enjoying it.
He is. He's leading it that well that I was about to start by saying this is a cracking battle for first place. I didn't spot him that far ahead, but closely following behind then we've got the Radford 125, I think it is. This time there's Wayne Hartwright getting himself in the mix. They're all getting themselves in the mix. As Holloway looks to work his way back through. Goodsir's there as well in the Scunthorpe at 307 machine, and then we've got the Forest Dean machine from Shane Manley in 76F tagging on to that rear train down at the back. Or down in about 5th place, to be fair, but Holloway just trying to find his way through down that far side of 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Anything could change, and in fact it is going to change by the looks of it, because Goodsir is up in the middle, but Joyce away and gone with this one.
Absolutely. So yeah, once again pulled away off the home straight, and perhaps even more from the Wayne Hartwright car in that second place position. Running in third then Phil Holloway, battling back up through in Evesham at 34. 76F Shane Manley races ahead of, I think that's Tony Goodsir in Scunthorpe 307 underneath there. Dave Westlake in the 123F. And also coming round to complete, there's somebody under there, that's Paul Stevens, I think, in Ludlow 69. Here comes WS22 onto his last lap. Yeah, onto his last lap is Adrian Joyce then, leading at the ways. We wait for second place to make his way around and check whether Wayne Hartwright still holds at that second place slot as the Cork 375 Daniel Maynard down at the back at the moment. But it is going to be Hartwright still there in second place. Holloway's now up into third place. Fourth place at the minute, it's Shane Manley, somewhat on his lonesome there in the fourth place slot. And then Dave Westlake in the Forest 123 enjoying splashing about as he goes through. But while we say all of this, your race leader through and gone is Adrian Joyce in the Wessex number 22. He takes the win in that one. I think Tony Goodsir takes the checker flag alongside him. He'll be down in 6th place, I think it is. We've then got the Ludlow at 69. He'll take his points as the battle for second place makes its way round, and I think that's the Cork car just finding himself a little bit square wheel down that far side. But here we go then. Hartwright it is that holds on to it from Holloway in third place. That's your battle for second and third that comes to its conclusion from Shane Manley in fourth in the Forest Dean number 76. We've got the Cork 375 Daniel Maynard, I think, down at the back of the pack, coming across and getting his points ahead of the Forest of Dean at 1, 2, 3. Dave Westlake will actually be in the points ahead of him, as far as I can tell.
As a lap score, I could tell you, it's as easy as what the commentators make it out to, is that we've got to write it down at the same time. And then we've got the Ludlow 69 of Paul Stevens. I think that is coming through to complete not only race 5, but to complete the Class 3s for the first time of asking. So we've got 5 race winners set so far. We've got 5 second places, 5 third places as well. And plenty more to come your way a little bit later on. So a big thank you again to Pete Bott Skips, the sponsors of your men's Class 3s. So we're going to move now on to the Class 5s. So I haven't got the programme, but is it you two that's doing Class?
Then in Class 5, brings out 2 former national champions in the class. Jaber Smith in Ludlow 8 won it in 2014 and 15, and Breeden Hill 66 Ben Reid won it in 2018. But we've got no time to go through the rest of the runners and the riders because the bungee's up and we are away and racing on this one then. But who's going to get the best of the starts as they make their way down past the commentary box? Ludlow number 8, Jaber Smith it is then that leads them up into the Holtbury motor-sponsored 10-1 round down into that 10-2 sponsored by FW Graphics down here this weekend. He looks to be away and gone from the rest of the field as he's already a good quarter of a lap lead over his second place competitor heading around that grandstand bend into the start line bend and down past the commentary box for another time of asking. Now I think that's Lewis Richards that's gone really wide up in the grandstand bend that's going to flick the mud over to you guys over there, but it is still Jaber Smith in the Ludlow number 8 then that leads them round for another time of asking. Then it's the Nottingham 45 then of Baxter Pargeter, and then that Typhy 451 of Lewis Richards in that third place position. Carlo number 7 then, John Wilde, now making his way down past the commentary box, as is the Breeden Hill 66 of Ben Reid. But Jaber Smith looks set to start and catch these back markers now. Are they going to cause him any problems as he makes his way round for another time of asking, as he just looks to undertake the Radford 19 of Aaron Mason then. These back markers are now going to start and slow him down, and he's not going to be that lovely shade of blue as he makes his way around that 10-2 FW sponsored down the far side of the field. His second place then, Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargeter's now across there as well. The Radford 19, Aaron Mason now across. Typhy 451 of Lewis Richards. Then it's the Breeden Hill 66 of Ben Reid. Yellow flag's just going out to show we've got one stuck in the wet on that start line bend. But as your race leader comes around this time, he is going to see that all-important yellow flag with the black cross. Ludlow number 8 then of Jaber Smith it is then that's looking to put some maximum points on the board in this first race as he's already heading round the Holtby sponsored 10-1. Nottingham 45 then of Baxter Pargeter, and then the IK 71 I think it was. Radford 19 then now across the line. Aaron Mason onto his last lap. Butchie race leaders already heading up around the grandstand sponsored P&B Innovations, Eat Well, Dod Wells and the M&M Ices is going to come round in the Class 5 sponsored MJA Automotive Engineering to put those maximum points on the board then. Then the Carlo number 7, John Wilde, now coming across the line as well, as they're all a lovely shade of brown making their way around past the commentary box. Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargeter now across the line. Breeden Hill 66, Ben Reid then from the Radford 19 of Aaron Mason. Then your last few back markers coming round to put their points on the board then on this very wet track down here. St Neots 23, Typhy 451. And then that Carlo number 7 of John Wilde now completes his lap. Sat next to me then is my trusted partner of the weekend, and I'm going to hand you over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Hayley. And I was going to say a warm welcome to everyone. I think they've got heaters on here. It's supposed to be the middle of summer. What's going on? What a horrible day. But we are down here at the 2023 Men's Nationals. Right, that brings out Heat 1, Race 2 then. York 44, Les Shimon Grice, a former national champion 2001. Adam Brown in Mallow 184. Jeff Bateman in the Snakes in Stroudon District 45. Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9. Cumdy 31, Ian Jones, national champion in 1988. Wow, hey, that's a few years ago, isn't it? Can he do it again? Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles, Tom Evans in South Somerset 7, and Lawrence Blaber in the Athelston 13. So there's your runners and riders. I think Lawrence is going to get the award for the brightest green car out there. So I think he's coming out of grid 3. As we've seen already, some real challenging conditions for the drivers. Also, challenging conditions for us commentators, because after the first lap, some of these numbers are disappearing, and we think that we've got it hard. Think about the lap scorers who are recording every lap as they go through to record those positions. All you sat at home, I hope you're enjoying the coverage. It looks a bit brighter on screen, but here we go, green lights, we are off and racing. Men's class 5s down here at the Nationals, and it is that Charlie Holloway machine that gets going up there. Then Adam Brown, there's a little bit of love tapping going on there as they come round. Good me, I'm having a coughing fit here already. There's a little bit of tapping going on, and one parked up right near the Armco, and away they go round. Charlie Holloway, you see what he's done? He's got a nice big lead, and commentators curse, red flags, and that's not good, is it? Red flag sponsors this weekend, ABL Signs. So thank you for that. That goes to red flags. Obviously, we had the machine parked up here by the Armco, and that means that they have to go back for the first rerun of these men's nationals. And it was the Snake, Stroudon District 45, Jeff Bateman. So there we go. There's some money in the pot for the George Capper Alzheimer's Fund. That will be done for the end of the season. Right, we're going to go into race 3, and it's back over to Hayley Turner-Goodwin.
Thanks, Mickey. Yeah, so race 3 brings a couple of former national champions. The national champion that won it in 2019 won it on this track. Danny Lodge then in the Scunthorpe 212. He's coming out in this race. Joining him then is the Gloucester and District 112 of Penny Smith, 3 times national champion in the ladies in classes 3, 5 and 10. Can she add a men's national title to her trophy reign? Joining him then North Wales number 3, Alex Foutier. Stroudon District number 60, Stuart Deacon. PhD 20 of Mark Uka. IK 72, Steve Donovan. West Waterford 188 of Patrick Daly, and South Somerset number 2 of Jenny Shepherd. Then they're your runners and riders out there on this race. MJA Automotive Engineering Limited sponsors are your sponsors for the weekend in men's class 5s. We've just got a couple of marshals just making their way back onto the track, and then we'll look for some track clearance on this one and look to head underway and racing. We're just having a little bit of a play around in the commentary box. We've got some headphones with microphones on, and some of the commentators just having a little bit of a play around with them in the commentary box. We've got water all over the windows, so certainly doing our best to try and keep you up to date with all the runners and riders in this one. I think we've got a couple of marshals just having a conversation outside front of commentary, and that car just being recovered off that turn 1, heading back into the middle of the field then, before we get a little bit of track clearance down here. Certainly very wet at the minute, but we won't let that dampen our spirits. It's good to be back at the national finals, and it's great to see everybody sat trackside under their gazebos. looking round. We've got track clearance on this one then. We've got bunches up and we are away racing. Dan Lodge in the Scunthorpe 212 looks fast, gets it sideways. It's the PhD 20 from IK 72, West Waterford 188. We've got contact in front of the commentary box then as they get it all sorts of out of shape, but they seem to get themselves running. We've got one that's pushed really wide on the far side of the field, but your race leader then is the IK 72 of Steve Donovan. Seems to have found his groove and's heading up into that turn 1 then, turn 3 and that grandstand turn around past the grandstand there, and as I say, that commentator's curse, he loses a load of ground. That second place competitor then looks to cut up the inside as they both make their way around that start line, one taking a wider line than the other, the wet water pooling off them now then, and it is the Scunthorpe 212 then of Danny Lodge that takes up the running from the PhD 20 from the West Waterford 188 of Patrick Daly. IK 72 then's dropped down. Jenny Shepherd's just ahead of him in the South Somerset 22. Steve Donovan then in the IK 72 looking to close that gap and gain some momentum on this wet track, but your race leader's already heading up around that turn 3, that grandstand turn into that start line turn for another time of asking. A good half a lap between your front and your back markers on this one now then as your race leader comes round for another time of asking. PhD 20 it is then of Mark Hooker that takes up the running as your race leader, and we're going to see red flags on that one. I'm joining you, Mickey, in the red flags so far, but more money in that pot for the George Capper Fund then. We'll wait and see if we hear any decisions on that one, and we'll bring you up to speed as we do, but I'm going to hand you back to Mickey for race 4.
Yeah, so Hayley, as we've said, is like any red flags, the commentators have to put money into the kitty for our Alzheimer's charity in memory of our commentating buddy, mentor, friend, gorgeous George. And that means that because I've had a red flag, you have to pay for mine as well, and I have to pay for yours. So let's try and get it a little bit better. Hey, we're not. Yeah, I know. Right, here we go then. Let's go into Heat 1 race 4. Who's it bring out? Where it's Brian Neal in PAC 16, Alex Smith in St Neots 213, the man who had to tash but shaved it off to make himself look younger, Yorkshire Dales 46, Colin Chilvers, North Wales 50, Ian Lloyd, Melton 11, that is Ben Harper, Wessex 15 is Chris Tudgay, Dan Godfrey in Cambridge 10, and Richard Maguire in that down 999. So yeah, a little bit sloppy. All you in the grandstand over there, give us a wave. Are you happy? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Hey, come on, it'll keep you warm as well. I tell you what, I wonder if anyone's Kevin. I wonder if anyone has been trying to make some money out of it this weekend. You know, it's £2 entry into the grandstand or something like that.
Yeah, I sent my wife down there, so I don't know if she's collected any money from you guys down the grandstand, but you need £2 coins, otherwise you won't get out, and she'll cook you tea, which will be rough, I tell you.
Right, we're looking for marshals coming back to their posts, just sorting out one of the cones at the turn 1, and looking down. We have got sponsors for our turns, and turn 1 is Holtby Motor Repairs, turn 2 is FW Graphics. All the marshal posts are sponsored by Quinn's Car Transport. The water bowser, well, we won't be seeing that today, will we? And so that's Worcester Rentals. Best turned out saloon special was Raw Motorsport. Associate sponsor Diggett Plant Iron, red flag sponsor ABL Signs. Here we go then, we are off and racing, and my paperwork's gone everywhere as we head it up the track. Who's got the best of starts? Colin Chilver's gone with it there with that North Wales 50. Ian Lloyd as they go up into turn 1. What can they do? Can they sort it out? Oh, I tell you what, down 999. Richard Maguire has got a problem on board there, but he's going to keep trying his hardest. Slow Slow is fast round this track as they bring it down that back straight, back into turn 3, slowing it down. And again, Colin Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46 then, is the man who's on a mission. Can he come through and do some business this weekend? He maybe likes it dirty. It is that Ben Harper machine that comes through. Then it is Dan Godfrey in the Cambridge 10. There's your top 3 as they come through and looking for the next ones to show. And I tell you what, these numbers are really challenging there. I think Chris Tudgay was coming through in that Wessex 15 machine. Alex Smith in the centre near it's 2-1 Brian Hill, PAC 16, and Richard Maguire, that back marker of down 999. But a couple more to go on this one then. Colin Chilvers then pulling away from the pack like Billy No Mates out in the lead. No one around him as they come up there. It is Dan Godfrey's made it up in front of Ben Harper now. Change for that second and third spot as they come round that Holby sponsored turn 1. Round they go again then. It's coming into that, I think Ian Lloyd there in the North Wales 50. Dropping back down then to the centre near it's 2-1 Alex Smith. As the rest of them go there with that PAC 16 and the down 999. So as they come round this time, we've got one more lap to go on now. I think Neil's parked up on that corner as well. Chilvers has gone walkabouts, but he's got one to go. Can he hold on to it there? Dan Godfrey's keeping it nice and slow as that Ben Harper. These 3 have consistently been at the front of the pack as they come round. Chilvers then keeping it tight and slow as they come round there. Round into that that back straight, down into turn 3 as Chilvers. This is the slowest you'll ever see him on a track, I'm sure, as he takes it nice and gingerly round as these back markers coming round, and the sent knee, it's 2-1 a little bit into the Armco. Back gets it back going as well, but round they come. Oh, hold on a minute, what's going to happen here? Oh, it's Godfrey's taking it from Chilvers. Chilvers went out wide. Harper comes over in third in the Melton 11. Well, I didn't think that Chilvers was going to throw that away, but he has. Across the line then, the next to show, I think, was it that North Wales 50? I think Lloyd, I just lost those numbers, which is like...
So that we can see what's happening from the commentary box. So, race 5 then brings Q, R, S and T in the pairings. Coming out in this one then is the 255F of Riley Diper. Then it's the North Shropshire number 1 of Ollie Howell, Evesham 77, Graham Steadman, Central Scotland number 3 of Michael Nans, North Wales 222 of Ross Duffy, Border Counties 33 of Jordan Stead, Spalding 111 of Gary Wickham, and that Scarborough 114 of Dazza Gunny then should be my runners and riders up there on the line. Just one needing recovery from that turn 4. We went down for a look yesterday, so yeah, if anybody's watching down there, we'll say hi. Oh, we've got a proper window cleaner now. So we're just having all our windows cleaned off so that we can see a little bit better in commentary.
It's Martin Cannon.
Martin Cannon, thank you for cleaning our windows and keeping it so that we can see. And he is the men's Class 1 sponsor. All of his details are in the programme. Oh, that's fabulous. The grip heading around that grandstand bend and that start line down past the commentary box for another time of asking. Riley Napier is then that leads them for another time. up in the Armco then, not quite sure on the number on that one, but it is the Evesham 77 of Graham Steadman then that's in that second place from the Border Counties 33 of Jordan Stead then, as you want to 2-3 now make the way around for another time of asking. Fourth at the minute then is the Spalding triple then of Gary Wick, Wales triple 2 of Ross Duffy. Central Scotland number 3 spins it right round in front of commentary. I think has got his front wheel out of shape. Dazagunny then in the Scarborough 114 now making his way around that turn one and we're going to see red flags on that one. Oh dear, I'm not doing very well with these these red flags are down here this weekend. That's another one heading into the rerun lane for us then in the men's class 5. MJA Automotive Engineering Limited sponsored this weekend. So we'll see 3 of those races come back out. It had to be me and Mickey that kicked off the red flag campaign this weekend. Red flags this weekend sponsored by ABL Signs then. Looking up to the line then, we're going to start heading over to Super Saloons and I'm going to hand you over to Mickey to take you through the runners and riders of race 1.
Yeah, thanks very much, Hayley. Yeah, men's super saloons. You won't see them go as slow as this, unfortunately, at the Nationals, but the conditions are going to test them all. Stevenson Auto Repairs are sponsors of the super saloons this weekend down at the 2023 Men's Nationals. Right, we've got a reserve in on this one. PAC 47, J-Ran Lewis, Sam Gould, North Shropshire 34, Henry Clamp, Wessex 3, Sid Lomax, North Wales 199, Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176, Phil Barleyman in Pennine 23, Okaidinu, Colin Reid, Central Scotland 21, and Yorkshire Dales 71, Graham Blackburn. Graham Blackburn, 2003 national champion in the sevens. And the window cleaner has done a great job a couple of minutes ago, and now it looks like the rain is coming down heavier, and we're struggling to see again. I might just watch the telly. Look at this. We've got a TV screen here in commentary, and it doesn't look like it's raining at all, does it? It looks like a lovely day. Well, it's not. All I can tell you, it's not. All you hearty souls that are around the track, either under your gazebos or in your waterproofs, go on, have a little hug the person next to you. That's it. Let's be a friendly Nationals. Keep yourselves warm, and I know, Kev. Yeah, you're on a restraining order, aren't you? Still. So, Super Saloons, who's your money on this weekend? Well, I say Colin Reid has been quick throughout the start of the campaign, and we are off and racing. Men's Super Saloons, and off we go racing. And it is Barliman goes up there with Hawthorne, takes it round there. Blackburn's on a bit of a charge. Reid dropping about at 5th place at the moment. The one who's struggling is that Wessex 3 machine, Henry Clamp, as I think there's a few. Look, they got pushed on. They're in the sloppy stuff and they're struggling to get round. As we look down, we've only got 1, 2, 3 that are coming down into that turn 3 and out of that Stargate turn. I'll tell you what, Super Saloon's going to struggle around here. It's got to keep it tight, keep it slow, and we'll see how we get on there. And it is the Gouldy machine then who's found his way to the front of the pack from Colin Reid, Central Scotland 21. There's a bit of a chase going on as the PAC 4. Then Simon Hawthorne running in 4th place. North Wales 199, Sid Lomax a place further down. And we're just trying to pick up all of the cars as they come round. It is Graham Blackburn in the Yorkshire Dales 71 machine. Then it is that Wessex 3 of Grand Lewis in the 47 machine. But there we go, Yorkshire Dales 71, Graham Blackburn. He's still trying his hardest and just doing the right thing, really. Keep it nice and tight. Keep it slow. Slow is quick, but checker flag time. It is North Shropshire 34. And that is Sam Gould. Well done, Sam. Go and wash the car off now. Go and have a hot cup of tea. Get yourself warmed up and get yourself ready for this afternoon. You've got it all to do again. As that is going to be one for the Scots. Central Scotland 21. Okaidinu, Colin Reid takes 2nd. Simon Hawthorne, good 3rd in the Raffle 176. Barleyman, I think, is one further down. I'm trying to think if that was Lomax. We've got Blackburn who's across the line as well and just flicking up the dirt. And I think that pretty much puts paid to the sevens. As we've got one.
And that Central Scotland 30 of Colin Atkinson should be my runners and riders down there on the line. Stevenson's Auto Repairs sponsored this weekend in the men's Class 7s, and as we say, Power Maxed our weekend sponsor, so thank you to them. Our fabulous window cleaners back out doing a lovely job of our windows again, so that we can try and keep the commentary running down here this weekend. So that one on the grandstand. That one on the grandstand then just been recovered off. I think got a wheel out of shape. I'm not sure who that is are in that one. They'll make their way back to the pits. Hopefully we'll see them out a little bit later on in Heat 2. So those of you on the far side of the track, give us a little wave so that we know you're watching under all your gazebos. I don't think anybody's watching. Oh, have we got a few waving at us on the far side of the field? Certainly a few gazebos up there keeping you all dry, but great to see you all out in all weathers watching the racing, as we often do as racers in this field. So just, I think a few problems just recovering at that Class 7 from that grandstand bend. So we're just having a little look there for those of you watching on the TV. We're just having a couple of issues getting one recovered off the one that found themselves parked up over near the grandstand. So that's just what we're waiting for. And it is that North Wales 199 of Sid Lomax then. They've got him lifted off now. I think the camera's just zooming across there for you to have a little look. So just so that you can see what we can see. So they're going to make their way back off into the pits. And as I say, hopefully we'll see them in Heat 2 a little bit later on. We're going to have a little look round that start line. Marshall's going to spin round, point to the sky, bungees up, and we are away racing then with the Stevenson's Auto Repairs sponsored men's Class 7s. Radford 212, and that Cumdee number 2 then look like they're the first to lead you up into that turn 1 and that turn 2. It's Griffiths from Bagley then. Bagley looks up the inside, and we're going to see red flags on that one. Thanks for that, Ian. Yeah, I think we might need a bank loan this weekend for red flags, myself and Mickey, between us. So they're going to make their way back into the pits, and we'll see them a little bit later on for their race 1. Up on the line then is race 3, and I'm going to hand you back over to Mickey B.
Look, Ailey, I was just about to have a sip of my tea, right? I was expecting at least 2 or 3 minutes, right? We ain't doing too well here, are we? We had 3 red flags in the 5s. Yeah, now you've just added to that in the 7s, so that's 4. You know, Mr. Lover Paul Glover and Gareth this morning. Well, fine, you went all the way through. Yeah, you know, it was fine. He's gloating in the corner. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we'll get him back. Right, here we go then. It's runners and riders. Yeah. Callum Ball, White Rose 4, Mark Jenkins, Breeden Hill 106, Jake Roberts, the youngest national champion in 2005. He did that. He's out there. Paul Johnson, Kieran Geeney, Gaz Edley, Cameron Mills, former national champion as well, and Darren Hockley. Here we go. We are off and racing with the 7s, and it's Cameron Mills. Can he make it stick though as he comes through? Chaz Edley goes with him there. Paul Johnson. Then we got Callum Ball. Whoa! Jake Jake Roberts into the Armco as they go round that turn one. Kieran Keeney in the Mallow 868, and look at it, spinning me right round, and it is the Johnson machine he's got it facing the right way, but he's gone right to the back of the pack, which is a shame. But look at this, Cameron Mills, absolute storming start, but hold on, he can't get it turned. Oh no! Oh, what's he going to do? He's going to have to bash into the Armco. There we go, straighten the car up, and he's got it going. Good grief. And never. You are jesting me. Why? Why have we gone red? Are you doing it to empty my bank account? Hey? It's not going well. I mean, Cameron Mills there, I mean, he's taken a little bit of damage on these front wing just to straighten the car up. He's gone through all of that, and then they've red flagged it. So, not sure what that is. We'll hear on the radio, and we'll give you some updates on that. But, yeah, as I always say, like my missus, short and sweet. And we're already into race 4 of the men's Super Saloons. Not the kind of racing and action we wanted to see this weekend. You know, we all like a bit of action, don't we? Right, on that note, I'm going to hand you over to Hayley Turner-Goodwin.
Thanks, Mickey. Yeah, race 4 then should bring out pairings M, N, O and P. We've got a substitute in this one, Sir Richie Nugent in the West Waterford 26 coming out in that P pairing. Joining him then is the Star 16 of Will Barrett, Border Counties 15 Bill Bradford, Pennine number 8 of Andrew Graney, Scarborough 70 Andrew Jefferson, DA 36 of Nigel McCracken, Top 61 then Andy Holtby, and that PAC 157 of Martin Roberts. So just another one car being pulled from the middle of the track. He's going to make his way back into the pits. Then we'll have a little look round and see if we're going to get some track clearance. We've got a couple of marshals just switching over on turn 1 as well. D&D Transport is our start line sponsor. I can hear those engine revvings, bungees up, and we are away racing them, but who's going to get the best of the starts then as they make their way? Border Counties 15, Bill Bradford it is then, from the Pennine number 8 of Andrew Graney. Holtby's on the outside, looks to tuck into that third place from Andy Jefferson in the Scarborough 70. Holtby's up into that second place, he's pushed wide, that's allowed Jeff up. Scarborough 70 it is then on the far side of the field. Bill Bradford in the Border Counties 15's got himself stuck on the way. Andy Holtby then moves up into that second place position, but it is Andy Jefferson then in the Scarborough 50 that's going to lead him around that grandstand and that D&D Transport sponsored start line bend down past the commentary box. For this time of asking, as I say that, he's just pushing that a little bit wide. He's going to try and come through the rest. One from the inside. Whoa, we missed the front end of that car. I'm not quite sure. Star 16 then I think it is of Will Barrett from Andy Jefferson, from Andy Holtby. Star 16 of Will Barrett then, but back up and at the front it is still Andy Jefferson in that Scarborough 70 that's going to slow it down around that start line 10. As he comes around this time he is going to see that all important yellow flag with the black cross. One to go on this one then, Andy Jefferson it is in the Scarborough 70. Holtby's gone wide, he's tapped the Armco. Can he keep himself running down past commentary box? For this time of asking then, Andy Holtby then in that Scunny 61 in that second place position from the Star 16 of Will Barrett then, who's going to look to hold that tight line up the inside of Holtby. Holtby just putting the power down, flicking up the mud and making his way on the far side of the field. Andrew Graney then now makes his way up and onto his last lap. But Andy Jefferson then in that Scarborough 70 is going to come round and see the checkered flag and maximum points. West Waterford 26 then, Richie Nuggets moved up and onto his last lap. Callum Ball then. I was going to say that one's a lap down. So that's Andy Holtby then in the Scunthorpe 61 takes second from the Star 16 of Will Barrett in that third place position. It's a good job we've got a team of commentators up here because seeing these numbers is a little bit interesting. Pennine number 8 then, Andrew Graney now across the line to take 4th place points on this one. as they've all definitely got some washing to do when they get back into the pits. We've got another mini now coming around that start line bend and looking to put some points on the board. That is the West Waterford 26 then of Richie Nugget. So well done to those men's Class 7s. Certainly tricky conditions. And I think all now making their way back into the pits. Mickey B's taking a seat next to me and is going to take you through race 5.
Yeah, thanks very much. It brings out your defending champion, North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans, Kerry Pope, Spalding 82, Damien Harris, Radford 140, Dan Harrison in St Neots 272, Ali Ashmore, Spalding 514, Jeff Gallagher, LM7, Dan Johnson in Scunthorpe 383, and Dan Rodder in Gloucester and District 14. So there's your runners and riders. And it's Stevenson Auto Repairs Men's Super Saloon Class 7s down at the 2023 Men's National Championships. And again, I think just easing off a little bit on the wet stuff. And we've had the window cleaner back round. He's done a sterling job, but he's going to have to be out there every 5 minutes, I think. You know, he might have tired arms. He has got a long pole, hasn't he, because to reach up here. So, hello, Archie, you all right? Yeah, good. I saw you last night. You were cutting some shapes down at the old beer tent with a big screen as well. That's a brilliant addition, that, to Autograss. Ashmore Spalding 514 has still got the car going. Oh, hold on a minute. We've got a rearranged front end. Oh, that doesn't look good, does it? St Neots 272, Dan Harrison, damage on board. Couple more laps to go for Evans, and I'll tell you what, he is driving this in proper style. Hold on, has he got giddy? He just put his foot down there, but look at him. That's just pushed the back out there. Spalding 82 then, still holding second place. Kerry Pope in that, the purple machine. Round 1 and 2, nice and slow down there. Radford 140 then, Damien Harris still that third place. They're spread out all over, aren't they? Hey, a little bit like margarine round this wet, sloppy track. Ali Ashmore then in that place, but it's one more lap to go. North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans. He's got Ali Ashmore in front of him. And look at him, he puts the power down just to flick the back end out. Shapes it perfectly, by the way, to come round. The LM7, Jeff Gallagher, and look at him. Kerry Pope is there. St Neots 272, Damien Harris. It looks even more damaged, by the way. The Radford 140 round. Oh, you spin me right round, baby. And it is Kerry Pope then, Spalding 82. But James Bond manoeuvre gets the car going again. Well done. Taking the checkered flag, though. What a race. Well done. Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, takes the win. Spalding 514, Ali Ashmore across the line, taking the checkered flag. Hold on a minute, come on then, get it through that mud. Oh, someone's getting a face full. But I'll tell you what, Damien Harris, Radford 140 has come through. LM second, Damien Harris comes across in second. Ali Ashmore was a lap further down. That's what my fellow commentators are giving me the heads up on. And across there, St Neots 272, Dan Harrison. And that is that Spalding 82, Kerry Pope. Right, we've got one still running. The wheels are turning on the bus. Round that start gate turn, and the final one to see the checkered flag, I think, is going to be Ali Ashmore in that Spalding 514. Obviously, we haven't seen much of the Gloucester and District 14. Dan Rodder, I think, maybe looking and parked towards Mecca. And Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383, didn't get it across the line either. Right, so a bit of a mixed bag in 5s and 7s. But we are... we've got the rerun.
I was going to say, Mickey, I think this is the first of our Class 5 reruns, and it's one of your grids.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little bit depleted, isn't it? Is this the one with Charlie Holloway? Yes, I can see Charlie there running in the middle of the pack. York 44, Les Grice, Adam Brown, Jeff Bateman, Charlie Holloway, Ian Jones, Barry Miles, Tom Evans, Lawrence Blaber were the ones that were originally in the race, but I think we are missing a few. I can see Lawrence there. I think Charlie Holloway there. Jones is there. I think Grice might be coming out of grid 7 or 8. they randomly pick their grids, don't they, with balls out of the bag. So if you're feeling lucky, you get grid one. What would you do, Ian? Would you go be happy with 1, 2 or 3?
I was just wondering about feeling lucky. Who's lucky?
Kylie Minogue is lucky. Hey, do you know what? She's the same age as me. She looks a little bit better though. Hey, she's had an easy life. Hey. Right, waiting for that track clearance. Marshall's just pulling that tyre in a little bit there on turn 1. And yeah, look at that. Covered in mud, wet. Hey, feeling a bit miserable, but come on, lads, keep it going. You're doing a sterling job, and again, a big cheer for all the marshals out there in these filthy conditions. They do a sterling job as well, and yeah, I popped in last night to see them in their marshals dinner last night that they had. Just a little bit of a build up for them before the nationals. Got a nice couple of awards dished out as well for just in recognition of the work they do. Sometimes they do get a bit of stick, don't they? Because everyone's got an opinion. You know. Oh, should that have been red? Should that have been black? Was that a green? Did he hit 2 cones? I don't know. It's all that kind of debate. It's all good stuff though in the beer tent tonight. It's and there'll be plenty of chat about that as well. So I think final marshal. He's gingerly walking back. That's it. Run, Forrest, run. And he's back now to his post. That means that I think we're going to start to see those red lights turn to green on that gantry. And it does. We're back racing then with the men's 5s. This is the rerun of race 2. And a pretty even start there. But it is Adam Brown from Charlie Holloway from the Evans machine as they come out there. Lawrence Baber, oh, good grief. I thought Jonesy was going to get picked off there by the snake, Bateman, but they avoided contact. And again, I think Adam Brown there, who has gone from hero to nearly 0 because he was leading it, and now he is back near the back of the pack. And it means that the Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway, who had a good start in his first run, by the way, is back leading the way. I think that Lawrence Blaber machine's also pushed out wide towards the grandstand. Go on, Charlie. Just ease off that right foot. Yeah, get it round the corners and not too much power, my friend. You got Lawrence Blaber there. And then it's the Ian Jones machine, Cumdee 31, former national champions. Mallow 184, Adam Brown. Then it is Jeff Bateman as they come through. And picking up that last one, well, good luck to me. Oh, I think it is Tom Evans in that South Somerset 7. I think that is the runners and riders. See some open wheel specials coming up on the line. It means that we've got... they're going to have some fun, aren't they? Right, Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway then. He's doing everything right at the moment. Hopefully no commentator's curse. Get it round that corner. Just drifts it round out of turn 1 and coming up to that turn 2. Athelston 13, I think it is. That is that Lawrence Blaber then. Cumdee 31. Ian Jones won the national title in 1988. Jeff Bateman's got a place up there. Adam Brown is still fighting there in the South Somerset 7 of Tom Evans. Oh, Jones has got it all wrong and he's now on the grass. Get off the grass. We've just had it cut as he gets back onto it on turn 4. Waits for the back markers to come past. And he is now in that final place with 1 lap to go. Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9 then. Round 1 and 2. Keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't do anything silly, ladies and gentlemen. Athelston 13 then. The Lawrence Blaber machine running in that second place. Who's coming round in third, though? This is a little bit of a challenge going on. And it is that Adam Brown. And that's quite appropriate, isn't it, for the culinary car. Jeff Bateman, the Snakes. It's round and District 45. Next one to show as they bring it round. Then it's the Evans machine from Jonesy in Cumdee 31, who's dropped right to the back of the pack. But hands together. What a rerun for you, my friend. Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway takes the win in the Class 5s. Second. Come on, then. He's gone playing in the thick stuff, hasn't he? Hey, slip sliding away. And it is going to be Lawrence Blaber there in the Atherstone 13. Adam Brown up into that third in the Mallow 184. Fourth is going to go to Jeff Bateman, the Snakes in Stroudon District 45. And Cumdy 31 has managed to get a place back. That's Ian Jones. And that final one on we're going South Somerset 7, I think. Tom Evans. Look, if I can see it now. Yes, he's gone round turn 1. The roof pod, you can just see the number now. So well done, Tom Evans. You've managed to get it finished right. That is first of the reruns done of the 5s. We've got a couple more to come in that and the 7s. But for the first time today, and it's been a while that I've done this, by the way, for Class 9s, it's over to Mr. Ian Fay.
Cheers, Mickey. Good morning, everybody, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, everybody else in between. Welcome to Ian Fay and Kev Ersman. We're going to take you through Class 9 and the Class 2s. Class 9 sponsored by 213 Performance Limited. And, of course, Max Powered is your host for the Evesham all weekend. So we've got in our Heat 1 race winner. Try and get them quick. And before they go, they're already gone. So we got a good pair in here. We got third in the Bass, Sam Pinchin's in there. Already over the line and running. York 6 runs in 3. So Russ Abbeyman away. They're all very, very gently around one turn and in the 2. IK11 just easing it over the line for Alex Hollinsby. He's I know Phil Cooper certainly second in the Bass at the present time is Mr. Cooper. I bet really feeling their way around this track. They'll get quicker, honest. They will, but it's all about car control with these guys, isn't it? All that power sitting at the back, and Phil's heading for the fence. He obviously got some spuds in down there, I reckon, so he's going to have a look for them. And the other blue blob, brown blobs are away, but Cooper's away again. So we got red on that one. So I think Johnny Barber had something to do with calls in that one. So it'll be reds on that one. So that's a good start.
Yeah. Whoa, what a nightmare that is. Thanks, Ian. Well, that's the first run of men's Class 9. Not done and dusted. Not done and dusted at all. We're going to see a lot more of this, I'm afraid. But we'll do our best to get you through it, as the drivers certainly are. Right, as you probably know, my name's Kevin Herdman, and I'm going to take you through with Mr. Ian Fay, Class 9s and Class 2s. Been looking forward to this for a long time, but little bit disappointed with this method, but just look to see if it's drying up. It's getting a bit clearer over there on the far side where the weather's coming from, so let's hope that can blow over. 213 Performance Limited, sponsors of men's Class 9. Heat 1, Race 2 on the line. St Neots 3, Ian Robbins. Mark Barker, Mark coming in reserve in Evesham 26. Then Jay Gallagher, UK champion at the moment in Alem 13. Martin Jones in Hereford 55. Graham Moore will be there in North Wales 96. Ian Phipps in Stroud 11. Ian, a substitution. Leo Goodman in Mountain 3. And then Lee Seagraves, he's currently leading the Bass in ARC number 3. So should shape up for being a good one, but with these conditions, it's very difficult. But I've got about 5 commentators in here looking to see who's what's what, because once they come past the start line, you have no idea who's leading and who ain't. So it's a bit disappointing. I'd say this morning we did, there was supposed to be an opening ceremony and all sorts of things planned by the Evesham Club. Namely, one of the things was the local stripper from across the old folks' home, across the way. I'm afraid she couldn't make it because she couldn't get through the mud. A Zimmer frame wouldn't come, but she's very good. I've got to say, Dirty Doris, they call her around here. Very, very good. But anyway, it's unfortunate.
Are you saying that from personal experience, Gav?
Yeah, she's very good. I've booked her 3 times already this year.
I thought it was Sweaty Betty.
Anyway. I can't repeat that.
I'll tell you what. I think I just started talking about the rain stopping. Is it starting again? Yeah, it is. Go on, Bennett, I tell you. I think we're still waiting for one of the Class 9s, I think, to make their way onto the line. I can only see 7. M3, is it? So Leo Goodman, here he is, and Leo making his way now onto the line. It's taken him 15 minutes just to get from the pits down to the start line, but doing the best they can. So we're all set and ready to go for race 2 of the 213 Performance Limited sponsored men's Class 9 here at the Power Maxed 2023 Nationals. So who's going to be first to show then? It is the late starter M3 from BC3 and LM3. Useful. But race leader pushes right on into the top turn. So actually gets it back though and goes back into second and gets a fair turn of speed there on the far side and goes back into first. So Leo Goodman then, who struggled to get round that top turn, got it back going together again. And comes round the grandstand turn for the very first time. Give him a wave, guys, as he goes by. He needs a bit of a blow, I think, to just get him up the bank in front of us. And that's pushing right on. He's struggling to get it round. So St Neots number 3 it is now. That's Ian Robbins that goes through. M3 back there up into second, I think. LM13. That'll be Jay Gallagher going through in the second. Ian Phipps struggling right in front of commentary. Give it 360 degrees and back on. But these guys can see absolutely nothing now. As not a clues in that, be perfectly honest. Is it? Yeah, so Graham Moore, we're thinking right now at the rear of the field. But here's your race leader, still got 2 to go, mind. St Neots there of Ian Robbins. Ian doing his damnedest there to keep off the challenge of Leo Goodman, who's got it back up and running in some half-decent style. So first 2 over there on the far side now. And it is still Ian Robbins. Really struggling with the rest of these cars to find the numbers. As race leader brings them round with one of them back markers now, perhaps going to get into the way. I'm not sure if that's Phippsy. But it's going to be 1 to go for St Neots number 3, Ian Robbins then. This guy crossing the line now. It is a lap down. Gordon Bennett. It's an impossible task to drive in this one. Still second number 3 car then of Leo Goodman. First and second I'll be perfectly honest, I haven't got a clue with the rest of the guys. How these lap scoring ladies going to manage this, I don't know. I think that was Lee Seagraves that's come across the line there in ARC number 3. But it's checkered flag then, he's done well there. Ian Robbins then, St Neots number 3, takes the win. That one's a lap down, so I think here's your second place car now. If he can get across the line, oh, and he does just. As they give it plenty, just give it, kiss the arm coat. I have to say, Ian Robbins took the win. Leo Goodman, I think, took second. Any ideas for third, fourth and fifth? None whatsoever, I'm afraid, guys. Sorry. Absolutely impossible conditions for these specials, as I think that's Seagraves just crossing the line there in that perhaps final spot. Maybe there's one more with a lap to do, half a lap to do. Yeah, there is. So, dreadful conditions. Of course, every time these open wheelers put the foot down, they go absolutely blasted by their own mud and wet. It doesn't need anybody else to give a man. So anyway, good win for Ian Robbins, a good second for Leo Goodman. After that, we haven't got a radio in here now, have we? Or have we, to get any results whatsoever? So... Right, anyway, so I've done my best there. Wasn't very good, I know, but sorry about that. Mr. Ian Fay will take you through race 3.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, race 3, Heat 1, race 3 brings out Jamie Hollinsby. He's currently 10th in the UK Championships. SR65, Travis Kirk. North Wales 31, Dave Palmer. Jason Richardson in Pennine 5. Andy Horshaw is currently 3rd in the BAStv at the present time. Jody Hornsby, Hollinsby, Matt Barnbrook and Andrew Adams is currently 2nd in the UK Championships. So a few good pairings there. It could be a good race if the guys can get a good race. So like I say, we're looking through the window. It's like looking through opaque glass at the moment. Our window cleaner's gone on strike. So here we go, they're out of the gate. Yellow flag's up, Bungie's gone. And we'll have one go at this. North Wales 31's your first car. Then you get the York one. So York 78, Andrew Horshaw is 3rd. And would you? Overtook, one stopped in the middle. Their current leader just about made a mistake out of 2. Don't know what happened there. He came to a complete grinding halt, but somebody's really backing off the power into that bend. Yeah, Palmer's 2nd in the North Wales 31. And Andy Horshaw, we think, has now got the lead, but they're stopping and having a chat on the corner, I think. I think they're discussing tactics for the next corner. Okay, so Chase Richardson in the Pennine 5 is 3rd. And is that York car still leading the round of Andy Horshaw. SR65 is Travis Kirk. I think now takes up the 3rd place spot. So there's about 10 pairs of eyes staring out the front of this now. Now who's coming now? Who we got here? That's Pennine 5. So Jason Richardson with a lot. Yeah, I think I was OK Trouble 8 just over of Joey Hollinsby. It just made it over the line. I think this is our leading trio coming around now. Whoa, somebody just overtook. The brown one's overtook the brown one. Yeah, we think it might be Matt Barnbrook. There he is. We can see the numbers inside on the telly as well. Look, yeah, there's Barnbrook leading them round. Absolute stormer out of turn 4 straight across the line. But, somebody's in the fence at the top. That's not good news. Yeah, Pennine 5 red again. He's had a little bit of brush with the barrier down there. He's seen to sort himself out after that. Somebody's thinking is on a wheel bender now, but he's managed to turn it back the same way. I've now lost track of who's in front, but we'll keep on going. Gallifin and the leading trio is now. First one over, yeah. Travis Kirk has maintained that lead. Then we got Mark Barnbrook. And then Hornshaw 3rd. So that's what we're going for. Yeah, we've had a vote on it, and that's what we've come up with. So I got Archie leaning over my shoulder. Yeah, Pennine 5 still going round, still keeping it. Jason Richardson still keeping it on the brown stuff, and there's plenty of it. Most of it inside your car by now, I think. You can nearly swim in them cars, I should think. Good for the complexion, so they say. Yeah, so we got Barnbrook first. He takes that win. Hornshaw brings that over second. And we think Travis Kirk over in third place. Ahead of the Brown Blob in fourth. So here we are. Well, would you like to be out there this morning? Answer, no. I'm quite happy in here. Thank you very much. All right, then. You know it's bad weather when the first thing they put in their toolbox is a shovel, don't you? Yeah, a shovel and then a rake. Rake to get the stones out, and then they shovel the rest. So there you go. Right, so good run there from the 213 Performance Limited Men's Class 9. So we move on to Heat 1, Race 4. So it's my pleasure. Hand you over to Kev.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, race 4 then will feature Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, Sam Middleton, Scunny 909, Jack Joyce in Wessex number 2. In a reserve, as a reserve, Alwyn Pitt in Hereford 17, Barry Ashmore in Spalding 154, Zach Mills in Ludlow 12, Lee Waldron in Forest number 4, and Gavin Pittman in South Somerset 81. So Jack Joyce been going well at the UK, running I think third overall at the moment. Jimmy Smith, Sam Middleton, course race Bass. Jimmy's running 7th, Sam in 8th overall at the moment. But this is the big one. This is the one that counts, the men's national championships, and such a shame for the Ewsham Club, who've put on a massive effort to get this venue up and running. It's a superb event, and they're doing exactly as they were told to do, and 100% more. They've done an amazing job, so huge congratulations to them. Big thank you to our landowner as well, Mrs Wilkins, for allowing this meeting, and the neighbouring farmers allowing it to go on and allowing us to use their ground. So very much appreciated that is, of course, as we look down to the line, just waiting for track clearance. We've got a marshal or two wandering about, just swapping over. And then we're going to get racing with the men's Class 9, Race 4. Got a feel for these marshals as they stuck out there today in this atrocious weather. Gordon Bennett. And then they'll get slagged off tonight for making a bad decision. Right, away we go with race 4 then. Let's see who's who as they come across. Already we've got problems off the start, but it is Joycey that takes them round in Wessex 2. Hereford 17's there. Lee Waldron in 4F. That's the 1, 2 and 3. As Joycey goes up the top there now, and he's struggling to get it in. Waldron's looking to go up the inside, but it's still that 17 car, I think, over there on the far side in that second place. Came in as a reserve. Did Alwyn... have we got red flags? Yeah, we have got red flags. Okay, so a little bit of indecision there, but get red flags on that one. We was doing quite well there, Archie. We've done a lap and a half, mate, I tell you. Archie Lewis just giving me a bit of a hand here. And tell you what, he's in half good. These young kids, they know all these cars, thousands of them, they know every single one just by looking at them. So good on you, mate. Makes us all sound a bit better, doesn't it? Right, here we go. So, got a little bit of work to do. Car to be removed on the track. How about the beer tent then? Any good? Did we enjoy it last night? I sat in the little bar over here with Bill Beanie and Davey Robinson. Trouble.
4F black flag.
Oh, 4F picks up a black flag in that one for coming off the start line and going a little bit haywire. So Lee Waldron will be very disappointed with that. Black flag for him for a start line infringement. So yeah, Bill Beanie then and David Robinson, very bad influences they are, I tell you. As we look, no, we still got a car to be removed, but then we went across the big beer tent. Yeah, that big screen and everything, fantastic, isn't it? Amazing, I've got to say. And then I went home. The wife had cooked me. Well, she said she was doing me chips. We got a new air fryer. Oh, a new air fryer. Well, it depends who's using them. We were going to have chicken and chips last night. Of course, he shoved them in the air fryer. We ended up with a chicken portion and crisps they were. So, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to wait and see. But anyway, right, enough of my nonsense for a minute. I'm going to hand you back over to Ian. There you go, mate.
Cheers, Kev. Cheers, Kev. Yeah. So we go. Heat 1, race 5. Brings together Graham Davis, Sean Gallagher, currently 6th in the UK. Jack Holland, Adam Robinson, currently 6th in the Bass. And we got Joss Morgan, Mitch Hollinsby, that's another UK competitor and flying 5th in championships at the moment. Darren Jones and Kieran Cobb. So then, that's probably the only time I'm going to be able to get all of them. So then, it's all gone quiet. Red flag still flying, still waiting for track clearance. It's got a car to just blow off, just gone. Yellow's gone up, followed by the bungee. Somebody's had a belter out of a gate. Somebody's heading for the fence. So, that's a red on that one. So that one will go back into the rerun lane. I think we got 3. Yes, we got.
Me and Hayley have got 5 so far. This is no sugar. I'll have the money, please. They're £2. I'll have a cup of tea. No sugar. Ask them to leave the tea bag in, please. Do you want me to go get a stick?
So we got a rerun sitting on the line. We don't know what it is, whether it's a 5 or 7. Haley's going for the kamikaze job.
I'm trying to clean the big so you can see.
Oh, you're doing well, Haley. You're doing well.
Milk, no sugar, please.
Guys, what we got on the line, please?
We're just trying to find out for you what that rerun is.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Hayley, it's a rerun for you of 5s.
So we got a 5 rerun on the line. So as soon as Haley's finished her daredevil work with a squeezy, oh, she's prompted him. So,
I've delegated.
so she's just making her way down from the bench, and we'll hand you over to Haley in a minute.
It's a good job we were switched off then, because the conversation in commentary is definitely not fit for the radio. Archie, bless him, you're doing a fantastic job of cleaning them windows. So, we've got a rerun. This one? Yeah. I've got 2 reruns in Class 5, Mickey, that's why I was checking. So, this should be rerun of race 3. So, the runners and riders last time were North Wales number 3, Alex Foutier, Stroudon District 60, Stuart Deacon, PhD 20, Mark Uka, IK 72, Steve Donovan, West Waterford 188 of Patrick Daly, Scunthorpe 212 of Dan Lodge, South Somerset 22 of Jenny Shepherd, and Gloucester District 112 Penny Smith. So, just having a little look, there's one of them not coming out. So we've got bungees up and we are underway in racing on this one then. It's a little bit messy off the start line as these cars try to keep themselves running. PhD 20 it is then of Mark Hooker that looks to be the one to take up the running as your race leader. Steve Donovan goes within then in the IK 72 as your 1 and 2 and now make their way around that FW Graphics sponsored turn 2 down the far side of the field. West Waterford 188 of Patrick Daly then in that third place position, but your race leader's already heading up around that grandstand sponsored PBP Innovations, Eat Well at Dodwell's and M&M Ices sponsored grandstand. As your race leader comes around this time, it is the PhD number 20 of Mark Hooker then that leads them round for another time of asking. We've got one parked up on the start line. We've got Steve Donovan parked up over at the grandstand. Give him a wave. South Somerset 22 then of Jenny Shepherd now comes down past the commentary box, heading up into that turn 1. We've got one parked up on the Holtby Motor Repairs sponsored turn 1 as well. But your race leader seems to have found the groove in this one's already coming around that D&D Transport sponsored start line and down past the commentary box. That is the PhD 20 then of Mark Hooker that comes round for another time of asking. I think we've just got 4 cars running left in this one then. Second place at the minute then is the West Waterford 188 of Patrick Daly, from the South Somerset 22 of Jenny Shepherd, and then that 4th place car coming round for another lap is Stroud and District 60 of Stuart Deakin, but your race leader coming round and seeing that yellow flag with the black cross. PhD 20 of Mark Hooker is then with 1 to go on this one. Your second place then, that West Waterford 188 Patrick Daly spins it right round on that turn 3, but gets themselves back running to come round that start line bend for another time of asking as they head up and onto their last lap then. Then it's the South Somerset 22 of Jenny Shepherd then in that 3rd place position, now makes the way up and onto their last lap, and then your 4th place is going to come round and head on to their last lap in the Stroud and District 60 Stuart Deakin. But PhD 20 is then of Mark Hooker, come in as a substitute and puts maximum points on his national campaign, taking that checkered flag. Second place then is going to be the West Waterford 188 of Patrick Daly. Third, I think, is going to be the South Somerset 22 of Jenny Shepherd as she just slows it right down round that turn 4 and down past the commentary box for those 3rd place points. And then I was going to say Stroud and District 60 was going to come round, but I think he's made his way back. They give him the checkered flag, so he's gone back into the pit. So that one is complete. So up on the line, that looks like it is race 5 of the men's class 5s after their rerun. Let's have a little look and see what we can see. There's certainly one missing, but I can see Dazagunny in the Scarborough 114 on the line. We've just got a couple needing recovery back off the track, which is slowing things down a little bit, just because obviously we've had quite a few to recover on and off the track. The marshals and the recovery drivers doing a fabulous job, but yeah. So I think we're just needing a breakdown with lifting capabilities for that turn 1. So that's just what's happening. I think those of you watching at home, you can see it on your screens. That is Penny Smith just needing some assistance off there. So race 5 then should bring out 255F of Riley Derpier, North Shropshire number 1 of Ollie Howell, Evesham 77 Graham Stedman, Central Scotland number 3 Michael Nance, North Wales 222 Ross Duffy, Border Counties 33 of Jordan Stead, Spalding 111 Gary Wickham, and that's Scarborough 114 of Daz Gunny. There certainly is one gap on the start line. But not sure who it is that's missing, but we'll try and grab the numbers as they come past. So we've just got Penny Smith being recovered off that turn 1, and they're just heading over to Steve Donovan to recover him from the grandstand. I hope all you guys and girls in grandstand are giving him a little wave while he's sat there facing you. So that's Penny Smith. I think Marshall's just checking the Armco on the turn 1 there. And forklift truck just coming down, I would think, probably just to check those posts, just to make sure that the Armco is okay. A couple of wheels are pointing in the wrong directions off these cars as they've hit the Armco. We'll get them one in the middle. I'm not sure what they're going to do with Steve Donovan on that grandstand turn. Just have a little look. I think maybe got to swap from back to front and get him off. And I think just as I say that, I can hear the pitter-patter of raindrops on the commentary box ceiling again. So,
Got to say big thank you to Jeff from West Country Videos, who's filming everything today. Stuck up here, same height as us. We're in the drying commentary, and Jeff's just to the left of us, absolutely getting blasted by whatever the weather's throwing at him. Doing a fantastic job. So all you guys at home as well that are watching this on Tinternet, then I used to call it the intercourse, but it's not. It's the internet, isn't it? Yeah, keep telling me that. So, you got to be.
Thinking you'd do well today.
Yeah, you owe him big time, I'll tell you. So well done, Jeff from West Country Videos, and of course Stream Events for streaming this. If you want to send us a text from home to show your appreciation, then do 079 66146 781. Send us a text, anybody, or even if you're on the field and you can't be jacked to come over here. We don't do birthdays or anything like that, but if you send us a text, we might do them. You know, we don't think we ain't doing this for sales, innit? I think we draw the line there because we've got a lot of people paid a lot of money to stand here this weekend, so they don't want the likes of us selling your tat. But if you want. As I said, send us a text, 07966 146 We'll do our best to read it out. Kids bike race. Well, it's fair to say that ain't going to happen this afternoon. No, because we haven't got enough medical crew. The last time I ran a bike race in these conditions, we had the ambulance on, we had the doctor on, and also they were coming down the bank at Radford and all toppling over each other. It was like carnage. So I've got to say the kids bike race ain't going to be on today, but we will do our very best. We're hoping, if it dries up tomorrow, to put it into before the finals. So kids, there is a fantastic bike stall over the way actually, so if you haven't got a bike and you want to go buy one, there's a geezer over there selling loads of different bikes. So there you go, there's a little plug for him. plenty of trade stands here this weekend to spend your money on. And you guys in the stands, I'll tell you what, you have been a bit quiet. I know we got the window shut here, but last time they had the stands here, it was so loud in there. So give us a big wave anyway, guys, even if you can't shout, because you're a bit... Well, can you hear us over there in that stand? Come on, wave your arms about, please, and let us know. Good on you, that's better. Well done. So doing all right, really. I know the weather's crappy, but we're doing our best to keep you entertained as much as we can. Now, I've got to feel sorry for these drivers trying to get round here. Oh, Mickey B's back. He's been to the loo. He's been hanging on to that since about 8 o'clock this morning. He's complaining earlier on. Got his wellies out the shed earlier, and they were full of mouse droppings and bird seed.
And do you know what? The smell of them, Kev, is terrible. But I'd just like to say I've been down at my dad's down at Bexhill-on-Sea. The weather down there was shocking. And I went into the shoe zone. Normally in the midst of summer, you'd be looking for flip-flops. I went and bought some size 12 green wellies.
There you go, Hayley, you're on. I think you're... we'll shut up and let you get on with it, mate, shall we?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think we're heading towards getting this race underway just in time for the heavens to open again on this one.
All right, mate.
So we've got bungees up and we are away in racing as they all look to make their way off that start line. We've got one spinning right round, but it is Riley Depier then in the 255F that take up the running as your race leader. It was the Border Counties 33 that spun in front of commentary but gets himself running in that fourth place position. Jordan Stead on board in that one then. But it is Riley Depier then that leads them up in the 255F into the grandstand bend around that 10-3 and the start line bend down past commentary box for another time of asking. We'll just open the windows a little bit and see if we can see a little bit better as the rain pulls down over the commentary windows. Second place then is the... I think it's Evesham 77 in that second place from Border Counties 33, and the that could be a Spalding 111 just making their way past the commentary box. I genuinely have no idea at the minute with some of these cars as they make their way around. That is Dazagunny in the Scarborough 114, but it is the 255F of Riley Depier then that I think is your race leader making their way around that 10-1 and 10-2 down the far side of the field. A couple of these back markers coming into play a little bit as he seems to navigate himself through, seems to have found that dry line. I think Michael Nance is that's just leading past commentary box at the minute, but Spalding 111 I think just gone past. But your race leaders coming round for another time of asking, heading up and onto their last lap. So Evesham 77 it is then, that is your race leader on this one then, leading them up into that 10-3 and that start line 10 for the final time. They have already headed up and onto their last lap as these lovely brown cars now coming past commentary box for another time of asking. But it is going to be checkered flag time for your race leader. Evesham 77 it is then that takes the win from 255F of Riley Depier as your 1 and 2 now make the way past commentary box to take those points. Then your third place then just making their way around that 10-3 and that start line 10 for the final time. It is going to be Central Scotland number 3, and then Border Counties 33, Jordan Stead. Spalding 111. Jordan Stead's done a lot of the lap, and then that's Scarborough 114 of Dazagunny. I tell you what, Archie, it's a good job you've got better eyesight than me, because this rain and glasses certainly don't go down very well. I think all coming back round to do a couple of laps of honour in that one. Very, very tricky conditions down here. Well done to those drivers. That completes, I think, the Class 5 reruns. Class 7 rerun race 2 then is just having a little look. We've got one little gap, so one of them not coming back out in this one. We didn't have a radio earlier, so I can't tell you whether they've been black flagged or whatever and why they're not out, because I don't know. But race 2 should bring out Cambridge 221, Dan McKenzie, West Waterford 202, Nathan Wellen, Yayton Sodbury 57, Mark Evans, York number 2, Mike Barrett, Radford 212, Rhys Griffiths, IK 67, Gareth Matthews, Cumdee number 2, Craig Bagley, and Central Scotland 30 of Colin Atkinson should be the runners and riders up there. As I say, there is a gap where one of them came from earlier. Not sure who it is that's missing there at the minute, but we will grab them as they come. Is it coming in there? So we've got bunges up on this one then. We are underway in racing, but who's going to get the best of the starts then? Cumdee number 2, Craig Bagley is then, that takes up the running as your race leader. Rhys Griffiths then goes with him in the Radford 212. Griffiths pushes wide, that allows the Cambridge 221 of Dan McKenzie up into that second place position. Gareth Matthews then in the IK 67s up into that third place as he makes his way down the far side of the field. Cumdee number 2 there is Craig Bagley that slows it right down into that grandstand 10 and that start line 10. Slow and steady it is on this track at the minute with these wet conditions. Cumdee number 2 it is the Craig Bagley that leads them up into that turn 1 for another time of asking on the power, off the power, and slowing it right down. Then it's the Cambridge 221 of Dan McKenzie from the Central Scotland 30 of Colin Atkinson then as you 1, 2, 3. Then it's the West Waterford 202 of Nathan Wellen then in that fourth place from the Yayton Sodbury 57, Mark Evans. Craig Bagley is then coming round for another time of asking. Rhys Griffiths in the 212 getting a face full of mud there as Craig lights the back wheels up, leads them up round that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time of asking from the Cambridge 221 of Dan McKenzie as you 1 and 2. These front markers now getting tangled with some of these back markers. Central Scotland 30 then now making their way down past the commentary box. I think in that third place position Gareth Matthews has found himself parked up on the turn 1, but back up and at the front of the field. Mr. Bagley it is then in the Cumdee number 2 that's going to be the first to see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then for Craig Bagley. 1 to go for the Cambridge 221 of Dan McKenzie. I think the West Waterford 202 Nathan Whelan then a lap down on the rest of the field. We've got one just tapping the armco here in front of commentary. Central Scotland 30 then of Colin Atkinson in that third place position. That's Rhys Griffiths that just kissed the armco. Checkered flag there. Cumdee number 2 it is then that takes the win. Yayton Sodbury 57, Mark Evans now making their way around for another time of asking. Then it's going to be the Cambridge 221, I think, Dan McKenzie to take second place. West Waterford 202, Nathan Wellen across the line. But I think a lap down on the rest of the field, but he'll be given his points because he's already gone past that checkered flag. Third is going to be that Central Scotland number 30 of Colin Atkinson. And then we've got one heading towards the armco on that start line straight. So that's that one now complete. Up on the line, that looks like men's Stockhatch. So I'm just looking. Paul's getting himself organised, I think. Gareth is on Stockhatch as well, but he's parked up on that turn 1, so I don't think he's going to get back for the first couple of grids of the Stockhatch. I think Paul's just getting himself all ready. And so it's the second time the men's Stockhatch have joined the full Nationals weekend, and it's great to see them down here. And I think, Paul, are you ready? I'm going to hand you over to Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Hayley. So it's back for my second stint today. We've got a split shift, so we've got Class 1s earlier on, and then we went on to Stockhatch. Just wait for my fellow commentator that's parked up in the Armco up there to get back, and then he'll take you through the remaining races, I think, if he can manage to get back. So we start with the Stockhatch, which is sponsored by MJF HGV Engineering, Strensall, York. And coming out in race 1, we should have Casey Wing in Scarborough 82, Jake Pierce in Spalding 51, Darren Lewis in Hereford 61, Francis McConville in the Down Autograss number 8, Cambridge 96 Daniel Ferguson, Spalding 1 Daniel Pierce, and Wessex number 6 of Tom Ireland. That's who should be down there. We've managed to extricate Gareth from the fence. The problem with the bike engine is they only want to go forwards, not backwards. I think Kevin's got an announcement to make. Well, we're just going to waffle on for a bit, but we've got just waiting for Gareth. We've got another one that's hanging on the back of the tractor that needs moving over there as well. As soon as that one's gone, we'll be underway with the first race of the men's Stockhatch.
So, yeah, we've already had a few texts. First one, as ever, from Sharpie in Australia. So, Sharpie saying thanks very much for the coverage, and he sat watching the telly in the dry and the warm in Oz. So much love to you as well, Sharpie, and good luck to everybody he knows. So who else have we got? Let's have a look. Had a few already. Great work. My bacon sandwich is nice and in sunny Dorset on your bike, whoever you are. You need to put your name on it, because if you're not on my contacts list, I have no idea. But I hope your bacon sandwich chokes you. No, I'm kidding.
He's not.
Okay, somebody wants to know where Big Vern the Recovery is from Hereford Autograss. Don't know, we think we could do with a few more of them, couldn't we? Who else have we got? Hi all, you're doing a great job. Can you see us? Big a shout out to my hero John from Barry Leach. Good luck to everybody. Thanks, Barry. Sharpie, we've done you, so we're not doing you again. PAC6, whoever it is again, thanks very much. We're having a great time here. It says we're all doing a fabulous job. I don't know about that. They're doing their best, aren't they, guys? So send us a text, 07966 146 781.
So that's all the cars recovered off the race circuit. So we're underway with racing with the first one of the run of the Stockhatchers, and let them sort themselves out up in. It's the Scarborough 82 of Casey Wing. That's the first one to show. Down Autograss, number 8 Francis McConville in that second position, but Casey Wing slides that Stockhatch around that corner and got a fair lead as he comes out there, gets some good speed down that far side, pulling away from the rest of the field, and that's the Cambridge 96 Daniel Ferguson, I think, up into that second, but he's couldn't get the power down, and he's dropped back to fourth position and touching paintwork with somebody else, and they turned around and went onto the infield. But it's Casey Wing that comes round this bottom corner. Scarborough 82, as he comes round this time, he's going to get that first lap under his belt. And we've just got to wait and see who's the other one, and I'm going to struggle with this one. I think that's one of the Hereford 61 Darren Lewis that's just gone through with some of the others. Well, I was trying to find one of the numbers, but Casey Wing's got away and he's got nearly half a lap as he goes, oh, but he's got it sideways. Can he fetch it back round? Yeah, he just keeps it, takes over, goes over the track markers, comes round. So it's Casey Wing in Scarborough 82, having the time of his life as he slides it round here and still going as fast as he can. He needs to be able to slow it down and try and keep control over it. We've got two of them that's in the Armco down near the grandstands. Second place coming up. I think this is WS6 at Tom Island that's just gone through. How the lap scorers are coping with this one, I'm just not sure on that one either. And it's the Evesham 177. Can't be, I ain't got that on my list. I ain't even got an Evesham card on it. So the leader comes through, and Casey Wings caught up to the tail enders as he starts his final lap. He's not going to try and do anything heroic, he's just following them around that top corner. And I think the tail ender was got damage to his side. So Casey Wings got to the back end of them 4 tail enders going down that far side, and he's just sitting at the back of them, keeping out of everybody's way. He must realise he's got a lot of space as he goes round one of the tail enders to lap him and come round to get his checkered flag. In fact, they've all gone out wide, and he's got past all of them as they've gone out wide. So it's Casey Wing that takes the checkered flag. Faultless drive on that one. And the rest of them, I can see that. I think that must be the Cambridge 96 of Daniel Ferguson that's just gone through. The rest of them come through to complete race 1. I used to have a pen. So let them all complete race 1. I think everybody is going to complete it after they've all extricated themselves from the Armco at various parts around this field. How the lap scorers are going to get all them numbers, I just don't know how they're going to manage that. So looking down to the line, we should have race 2, and yep, we've still got on stock hatches, so we've got race 2 and Richard Williams in Hereford 182, and then we've got Jacob Leake in the Cambridge 201. Graham Slack in York Treble 2, Dean Smith in Ludlow 47, Tony Staples in York 178, Russ Victory in Atherstone 7, and Ollie Downing in Wessex 18. That's who should be coming out in the next MJF HGV Engineering sponsored stock hatches. We've just got one that's given up the ghost at the far side of the field. It might have got a bit of water in its light tricks, you never know. That sounds like a good idea. And in that race, Darren Lewis in Hereford 61 picked up a green flag in the first race, so he'll be docked 2 places wherever the lap scorers managed to put him. And we just got the JCB down on the bottom corner that's just checking the fence and just tapping a few posts in. They'll not take a lot of putting in at the moment because it'll be a little bit damp and soft around the bottom of these fields, these posts in these fields. So JCB looks like he's just secured his post, or is he just pulling around to do another one? That just puts his legs down. So the one that were up on the were parked up at that side must have had a tyre or something stuck underneath him, because they've managed to, or he needed a bump start. He's got it under his own steam to go back to the pits. Still waiting for that little bit of track work to be done on that bottom corner in front of the grandstands. Now we've got 3 sponsors for them grandstands. We've got, I think it's PBP Innovations, Eat Well at Dodwell, and M&M Ices that's sponsoring the grandstands, and they're getting a lot of use at the moment because it's rather bad conditions and all these gazebos. We've got plenty of people sitting around out the outside under these gazebos watching this racing and in the grandstand. And then you've got the poor marshals out in the middle that's got no covers over them, and they've just changed shifts not long since, and they've got a new set of marshals out there. And then they'll be changing again a little bit later on, hopefully, keeping them changing different positions. Because it's to be a long day out there in these conditions. Remember, we have got the trade stands all the way around. We've got Jeff Beresford down here, John Gay side by side. They'll build you anything from a rose joint up to a full turnkey car. Liam Evans selling a few tyres. He's got a trade stand down here. And then we've got the Powermax Racing that's down here with their stand. It's got all sorts on. And we've got Dan McKenzie, he's up here as well, down here behind us. With his engines bungees up, and it's 178 that goes straight into the lead. So Tony Staples, and then Russ Victory in Atherstone 7. But Tony Staples has gone straight onto the top corner. He went that in a little bit quick. Russ is closing up on him, but Russ Victory not quite close enough. So it's still Tony Staples in the York 178. Takes him down that side. Russ Victory's closed up onto his boot lid, but Tony can keep. Oh, and Russ has turned it round and facing the wrong direction, brings it back round, and Tony's also turned it round, and he's going round and round and trying to recover that car, but it's going zigzagging up the track. Russ Victory is still there in that Atherstone 7, and he's got that second position, and then we've got the Yorkshire Hereford 182 Richard Williams that's trying to move through into that second position past Tony Staples, but now Russ Victory has got that Atherstone 7 facing in the right direction. He's going to slow it down for that bottom corner when he goes across them grandstands. So slows it down but gets sideways and keeps it going around that corner, but he's going out a little bit wide into that really sloppy stuff on the outside. Can he fetch it out as he disappears behind a post on my corner? But it is still Russ Victory in Atherstone 7 that starts another lap. And then it's the Hereford 182 Richard Williams. Ludlow 47 of Dean Smith. Then it's the Cambridge 201 of Jacob Reek. York 178 Tony Staples, who was set off well, but dropping down the field and driving a little bit too hard, I think, now. And then it's WS 18 of Ollie Downing. And yellow flag with a black cross to tell these drivers they've all got to try and keep them pointing in the right direction for one more lap. Hereford 182 Richard Williams, he's trying to find a way around Russ Victory as they go around that corner. Russ has gone a little bit wide, there's the room on the inside. Now Russ gets the power on and goes down that far side. Stretches 2 or 3 car lengths, getting it longer all the time as they go down that side. And as they slow down for the corner, Richard Williams closes up on Russ Victory, but Russ is trying to keep it nice and tidy. He's got it sideways, he's turning it round. Is Richard Williams going to get him on this final corner as Russ Victory still tries to come back out into that lead position? Looks like he might be doing it, and he gets into that lead position. Checker flag out the ready, and it's going to be Atherstone 7 that takes it from Hereford 182. And then it's the Ludlow 47 of Dean Smith in that third position. And I think that's York 178 of Tony Staples and the Cambridge 201 of Jacob Leake. Just got a couple more to come and finish on this one. And that's WS 18 of Ollie Dowding and the York treble 2 of Graham Slack that we hadn't mentioned on that one. So that's race 2 completed, puts us on to race 3. So race 3 should bring out Lucas Brown in Central Scotland 818, Dave Terry in Sturton 12, Bill Elmsley in IK 98, Nick Taylor in Evesham 100, Mike Lykin in North Shropshire 92, Pete Collins in Yorkshire Dales 110, and Cian Vernals in the Cumdee 76. As the marshals down there, there's 2 marshals down there trying to get a stack of tyres back, but they can't get no traction with their feet. I'm going to say. So we've got a list of all the sponsors. So I've been fishing through the programme for them, and Mickey B says we've got a list here. So we've even got a red flag sponsor. So that's the sponsor of the all the red flags. Oh, and it's a big thanks to Richard North, Jill Firth and Maurice Edgar that's covering matching any red flags I get, which I'm not going to sell, but any red flags that I get this weekend, they're going to cover it and match it, so that'll double up on my costs.
Who tops this red flag job here? Is anybody topping it up? Yeah.
So best turned out saloon, which we've not seen yet, and specialties by Raw Motorsport. We've even got a sponsor for the Water Bowser. Worcester Rentals at near Revving Engines. Bungees up with Wayne Racing. Race 3 of the MJF sponsored. Class 1, it's Dave Terry in Sturton 12 that leads them into that corner. With the IK98, Bill Elmsley. And Bill Elmsley's gone through into that lead as Dave went a little bit wide in Sturton 12. Pick the other numbers up when they come round. I can't see them that far away in good condition, so I ain't got much chance today. But it is, I believe that's the IK98 of Bill Elmsley that leads them this time as they go down here. Dave Terry's looking up on the inside, but both sideways as they go out into that really, really wet stuff on the outside. Yep, it's the IK98 of Bill Elmsley that leads it. Also coming through into second place is the Evesham 100 of Nick Taylor. So Dave Terry just dropping down into that 4th position. I'm not sure who that is. That's North Shropshire. 92 of Michael Aiken that's moved up into that 2nd position as the Evesham 100. Nick Taylor went out on the top corner and Michael Aiken come through on the inside, but away and clear still is Bill Elmsley in the IK98. Still got a couple of laps to go, so it's 20F that's the tail ender that's just coming through. So it's IK98 that leads it. And then North Shropshire 92, Evesham 100, Sturton 12. CS 818, Lucas Brown, the Central Scotland car, he picked a place up as they came up the straight, but he's carrying too much speed and gone right out to the Armco. But back to the leaders as they come around this time. And the leaders come up against what I think is a tail ender and trying to go around the outside of him. So it's IK98 that starts his final lap. Up that corner, down that far straight. It's the 98 of Bill Elmsley. Dave Sterry still in that 4th position, trying to find a way past the Evesham 100 of Nick Taylor, but not managing it. And Michael Aiken in S92, he's still in that 2nd position as the leader goes around that bottom corner. And your leader's coming through for the checkered flag, and it's going to be IK98 of Bill Elmsley. 2nd place is going to go to the North Shropshire 92 of Michael Aiken. Then it's the Evesham 100 and Sturton 12. Evesham 100, Nick Taylor. 12 is Dave Terry. And the others coming through to complete their races. And just wait. We've got one that's looks like it's expired down in front of the grandstand. One that's just coming around the bottom corner to try and collect a few valuable points for racing later on when it's going to be bone dry and nice and sunny. I think that's the Central Scotland 818 of Lucas Brown, so that's 3rd race of the MJF HGV Engineering sponsored men's stock hatch. So going on to the 4th race, and it's Tony Wilson in the York 281. Paul Likely in Yorksdale's 92. Lightning McQueen, as is most commonly known. Paul Likely is the last year's champion. And then we've got Glenn Steele in St. Neots 727. IK 949 of Charlie Eastwood. Jamie Barlow in WS 34. Jack Schaefer in the Solway 91 and Tristan Richardson in IK 117. So that's who should be coming out in this next race.
Can't see the start line.
So we've still got one that's being recovered from down there, and then we'll be away with this stock hatch one. And so I'm going to let you go to Kevin for a minute, and once he's got his phone in gear.
Okay, yeah, we got a few more texts. It says a big shout out for Jacko Miller. Well, Jacko, we'll see you out in a while, won't we? SC66. Not Jacko, Jado. Sorry, Jado. That's thanks very much. Good luck from all the Scunny drivers. To all the Scunny drivers, love Anna and Brian. So there you go. That's a good one, isn't it? What else have we got? Big shout out for WS94, Warren Coles. Have a great weekend from Jason and Tracy. Watching live stream at home. There's a lot of people live streaming at home. I was saying to him yesterday, charge, wants to be charged. So all you look geezers watching it for nothing at home, I'm a big advocate for you having to pay a tenner. What do you reckon?
I think they should as well.
I tell you, I've got one as well. So this was on my bus travels, I say, into Stratford yesterday. And I got squeezed in quite tight because it was a small bus and lots of people on it. But congratulations to Robert and Jackie Townley. 39 years, it's your anniversary. And, you know, they were still holding hands and everything like that. And I did ask them a couple of questions. I said, any tips on how you've been married so long? And he just looked at me, right, with, you know, with a cold expression. He just said, regular action. All right, no, I don't know what that means, but it's obviously worked for them, and that was good. They met down the Dog and Duck. She was a champion darts player, and he was good at dominoes, and you know, and it was just like a match made in heaven, really. You know, so. No, she's not the wrestler. No. That was, you know, that was Susie, wasn't it? Remember that, Susie? God damn, you never got on the wrong side of her. Hey, she got you in that Nelson lock, you know, nearly choked you. Right, I think Mr. Lover Paul Glover's ready to come back onto the mic.
Oh, just turning it off, actually, Mickey. I just thought I'd turn it off. I couldn't see him putting the microphone on. But they're just still doing a little bit of work down there. We'll go through a few more of these sponsors that we've got. All Marshall's Posts, big thank you to Queen's Transport that sponsored all the Marshall's Posts. And the two bends, the top end is sponsored by Altby's Motor Repairs, and the bottom one by FW Graphics. And it's back to Kevin for some more text that's come in.
Dave Ibbott just trying to ring me from Thailand. He is, yeah. He's living in Thailand now. Dave, I can't take your call, mate. Hope you're enjoying watching it, but I've got one of these phones where a foreign phone call costs me about £300 a minute, so not having that, mate. Roy Brown watching from Bainbridge in Yorkshire Dales. It's dry here. We don't want to know if it's dry. We have no interest in it being dry anywhere else. It's absolutely chucking it down here. So if you send me a message telling you it's dry there, I don't want to know. I'll be honestly, I don't. 07966 146 781. There's another one, look. Sarah Woodill, who was Sarah Lancet, member of the Hereford Club. She says it's dry as well. Not interested. Sat in the dry and warm. Loving the commentary, and well done, guys, for keeping it going. She used to... I remember Sarah Lovett. She was a bit of a cracker, mind. She was, yeah. I used to race over 20 years ago in Class 3 and Class 6 and remember trying to race at Evesham Track in the Ladies and Junior Nationals. Whoa, that's a few years ago, Sarah. Anyway, she says she might come and see us tomorrow, so do come over and see us. Sarah sending best wishes to everybody in the Hereford Club.
So Bungie goes round, Marshall goes round, Bungie goes up, and we're away and racing. Race 4, men's stock hatch. Who's going to be the first ones to show? And it's the York 281 from Solway 91, Yorkshire Dales 95, NS34, IK 49, IK 117, and St Neots 727. So they've all got an mention by number. I'm surprised at that one. But Lightning McLean, Paul Likely in Yorkshire Dales 98, last year's champion, having to settle for third place at the moment and coming under pressure for that. But one of the York cars coming through and get that lead position. I'll get his number. think it's York 281 of Tony Watson, but he's gone out wide and he's always in that deep stuff right out near the start line. So it is the Solway 91 of Jack Schaefer that leads it. And then it's the Yorkshire Dales 95 of Paul Likely back up into second place. York 281 of Tony Watson. Then it's the WS 34 of James Barlow. And next one through is going to be IK 117, Tristan Richardson, and then St. Neots 727 of Glen Steel. Not sure that might be Jack. No, not sure who that one was. Might be Charlie Westwood in IK 949. But your leader's coming around that bottom corner. So it's Solway 91 that still leads it. Jack Schaefer up into that lead and he's stretching away from the rest of the field. Second place is the York 281 of Tony Watson. And then Yorkshire Dales 95, Paul Likely. He's back to third place. WS 34 trying to close up on him. That's James Barlow that's looking to move up. So Jamie Barlow trying to move up on Paul Likely as they go down that corner, but hanging on to that third position as the leader brings them round past the grandstands for the penultimate time, because he's going to see the yellow flag with the black cross, which tells the Solway 91 of Jack Schaefer that he's got that one more lap to try and find. He's got amongst all the tail enders, so this could cause him a problem as he tries to go round. 281 of Tony Watson still there in that second place. And then it's the North Shropshire 34 that's now up into that third place. James Barlow, not sure what's happened to Paul Likely. So as they're coming around the bottom, I think the leader's just coming round past the grandstands as Paul Likely comes through in fourth or fifth position. But it is the Solway 91 that takes the checkered flag. IK 117, he's a lap adrift. St. Neots 727, Glen Steel just gone through. Second place is the York 281 of Tony Watson. And then we've got the North Shropshire 34 in that third position. That's Jamie Barlow. And Yorkshire Dales 95, Paul Likely, last year's champion. And I think that's everybody taking the checkered flag, so they've all gone back to the pits. We'll just get the track markers put back into position, and then we'll be underway with the race 5 of the Stock Ash, sponsored by MJF HGE Engineering. And in race 5 we should have Chris Oper in the Pennine 55, Ethan Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 204, Keith Graham in Down Autograss 47, and a substitution, Dean Ollingsworth in the Nottingham Treble 1, Doug Atkinson in SS 40, and then Yorkshire Dales 33, Phil Peake, S64, Scarborough 64, Chris Patterson, and Stuart Powell in Cumdy 95. I don't envy these marshals trying to drag these tyres in these conditions. They've all on to walk, and to try and drag them tyres as well, it's just going to be horrendous. And they've been at it all day. So just let them sort themselves out, get them marshals back to the positions, and the track markers back in the position. I mean, there's a marshal there, he's just picked that up. He can't move it, he's just stuck. So it's back to Mickey B that's got a few bits more information for us.
No, it's really just Paul on the red flag situation. You know, so as we say, we're raising money throughout the whole season for the Alzheimer's charity. Me and Hayley are on 5 at the moment. Kevin and Ian are coming close behind us on 3, but they have got you have got Class 2s to come. Yeah. But I'd just like to say a big thank you to Jenny and Dave, who have put in a white envelope, a £20 donation to go towards the end of season fund. Thank you very much for that. And also Dave Vickers, who got in contact with us and has made a £50 donation for the season. So thank you very much for that. We are trying to raise as much money as we can. Right, back over to the racing.
So it's Bungees Open, we're away on racing. Race 5, Heat 1 of the MJF sponsored Stock Hatchers, and it's Yorkshire Dales 33 and SS 40 side by side, but 40's just got it. Oh, we've got one that's turned it round, and is he going to keep it out in the arm code? Just kisses the arm code. That's the Cumdy 95 of Stuart Powell, but back to the leader, and it is the SS 40 of Doug Atkinson that leads it, with the Yorkshire Dales 33 of Phil Peake recovering after getting all out in line on that top corner and losing a lot of ground. But it is the leader of SS40, Doug Atkinson, that brings him round past the start gate, round that bottom corner. So it's SS40. Phil Peake he's turned it round. He's got it facing in totally the wrong direction. Goes onto the infield, tries to get back on. That's put the Pennow 55, is it? Yeah, Pennow 55 of Chris Hooper up into that second position. Yorkshire Dales 204 goes to complete another lap. That's Ethan Hodgson's. And I think all the work now, he's still got one behind him. It's Nottingham treble 1, the substitution of Dean Hollingsworth, that goes through to complete another lap as the leader. SS40 of Doug Atkinson comes round this bottom corner, laps somebody as he goes round that corner. It's the Cumdy 95 of Stuart Powell who's having awful problems, but it's SS40 that still leads it. See what we've got, if we can catch any numbers on these this time, and it's Scarborough. So that must be Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. Well, Chris Patterson gets it a little bit out of line, but manages to hang on to that second position. The leader's away and gone. He's going around that bottom corner for the penultimate time. That's the FW Graphics corner at the bottom for the penultimate time, because he's going to come around this time. He's going to see the yellow flag with the black cross, tell him he's just got one more lap to do, and if he can keep it first in the right direction, he'll get maximum points. Still a lap adrift is the Cumdy 95 of Stuart Powell's having a horrendous day on this. And we've got red flags on this one for some reason. Not sure why that's come about. So that's my first 10p that's going into Kitty. So we'll just wait until we find out what... Gonna flag any flags? So we've got no confirmation yet on what flags there is, but that's my first rerun, so I'll hang around to try and do that a little bit later on. That means we should be on to reruns of Class 7s. Oh, and it's YD204, and Ethan Hodgson has had a black flag on that one for taking somebody out on the first lap, but it took a while to sort it out, and so we'll have to send them back. And Doug Atkinson has got to do it all over again in that SS40 to try and get that next position. So that's going to be back to Mickey B, I think it is. Is it yours, Mickey, this rerun?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. We are back with the final one of our reruns in the 5s and 7s. It is the 7s. Stevenson's Auto Repairs are sponsors this weekend, and it brings out Heat 1, Race 3. It should be the Callum Ball, Mark Jenkins, Jake Roberts, Paul Johnson, Kieran Geeney, Chaz Edley, Cameron Mills, Darren Hockley. That was the runners and riders first time out. Looking on the screen, we have got one missing. And the difference really with the Nationals, isn't it? Because they are paired. This is pairings I, J, K and L. And they don't get their grids picked for them. They pick them, as we said, the balls out of the bag, and 1 to 8. And if you're lucky, you might have an inside grid, especially this 1, 2, 3 would work for you, wouldn't it? 7, 8, 6 even. Ooh, you know. Yeah, well, again, it can go down to the driver as well. Might like the sloppy stuff. Here we go then. Bungee lifts. We are off and racing down here at the 2023 Men's Nationals. And who's got the best of the start? And I think it's that Edley machine there from Johnson this time there. Oh, it's all got a little bit slow in there. PhD 72. That's Jake Roberts. So you're... get off with your... What the dickens? Right. The boys in here are all having a little glow and a little smile at me because race 3 in the men's super saloons is becoming a bit problematical because because it has gone back red, and that means that we're going to be third time lucky on that. I'm going to have a listen on the radio to see if I can hear any exclusions, but up on the line there's some brown muddy cars, which means that it's another rerun, and it's a rerun of Class 9, and who I think it's Mr. Fay who's going to take you through this one. Good luck, my friend. That's all I'm going to say. Over to Ian.
Well, you said on our way, thank you kindly. And so here we go with, again and again, Heat 1, Race 1 of the 213 Performance sponsored men's Class 9s. We're going to give it a go.
We were promised a cup of tea about that.
Yeah, so here we go. Now we just hope they've cleaned their numbers, because if they haven't cleaned their numbers, we ain't got a prayer. So.
Should we put in our order for lunch tomorrow now?
You can't hear what's going on in here, can you? No, perhaps it's a good idea. Here we go. Right, underway they go. Now then, let's see if we can get this one through. What we got? ARC5 is the first one around. So Phil Cooper, let's say second in the BAStv at the moment, takes that lead. We got the York 6, Russ Ademan runs in second at the present time. So where's Phil to? Red flags on that one. So that one will make a stop. And then we got another one now. We're going to hand you over to Kev. Let's see if Kev got better luck with this one.
Just give me the first three if you cut them. Got no chance of that now. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, we're back on. So this will be race 4. No, I'm lying. Race 2. No, race 4. I'm not lying. It's because somebody turned the page over for me and I never noticed. Thank you. Okay, yeah. See, I'm that useless. They even turned the pages over for me now. Race 4, okay. They're all back in. So, obviously, in the initial decision, there was that Lee Waldron in 4F was black flagged. However, that has been rescinded. So, they're all back in for this rerun.
Last race, SS99 has been black flagged.
Okay, in the race 3, that's Gav Pittman, isn't it? Race 1, Gary Witherick picks up a black flag in that one. Right, let's go racing with men's Class 9 then. First to show, Lee Waldron. Jimmy Smith, Ludlow 80. 95 is there in 4th. But it's, at the moment, Lee Waldron, he's going out to the outfield. So Jimmy Smith, Ludlow 80 then goes through. Waldron's dropped down from 2nd to 3rd to 4th as Jimmy. Oh, and we've got red flags on that one as well. We're going to see a fair few of these as they go back into the rerun lane. We're going to get race 5 come down to the line. We've got time then to read you a couple of these texts then that we're getting. So send us some messages. There we go. What we got? Well done to you all, Lacey. Big shout out for Lacey Cox, or from two Lacey. Lacey watching in the grandstand at last. We've got somebody watching in the grandstand. Anyway, that's from Zoe. So you guys in the grandstand, I reckon you're in the best pits on the gaff, to be honest. That'll do. I don't take sugar, but I've waited so long for it. I'll have it. What else have we got? Here we go, Dave Vickers. I think Dave might be taking the mick a little bit. I'm not sure if he wants to sell us a selection of rudders. Ideal for classes 3, 5, 7, 8, 9 and 10. I reckon the others as well, Dave. Collection only, because it's too wet to deliver. So, thanks, Dave. Good luck to all the Northwestern League drivers from Carl Lowry and Corey Roberts from Tenerife. Get out of it. We don't want to know. Sorry, we can't be there, but we're just about to take a dip in the pool. If anybody else sends me a message saying out there in the sun on the bike. Neil Griffiths, I'll answer you. That's better. Teabag with that's better. Cup of tea for me. Yeah, Neil Griffiths, what do you want, mate?
Okay, so we reckon this is Bat 2, Heat 1, Race 5. Yeah, cheers, Kev, for that. Kev will keep the text coming. Keep your text coming. And that would be great. It's good to hear all from you guys all over the place. But just don't let us know you're in the sun, to be honest. It's just rubbing it in just a bit. So we should down there, we should have Graham Davis, Sean Gallagher. That's Sean 6th in the UK at the moment. Also 6th in the Bath is Adam Robinson in the NS71. Jack Houlihan in the CW9, he goes. Joss Morgan, Mitch Hollandsby, that's another UK driver. 5th in the UK is Mitch. Darren Jones and Kieran Cobb. We haven't heard of anything buddy missing. Let's just look and have a look. There's a truck in the way I can't see. It'll be gone in a minute. So let me say, don't forget all the trade stands down here. They're all around the circuit. Have a look round. And Neil Griffiths is over there somewhere. He just phoned up, Kev. see, Neil's enjoying himself over there. Yeah, that cost you a point in the night, Neil. Thank you for that. And say all the trade stands are about. They're all round. I shan't mention them. There's too many to mention. But if you haven't been around and had a look, have a look. There's also the food stands down around here as well. All the wagons. Good variety of food on here. Got to be said. Always is. There's a carvery over the other end, over the side, just from here. It's I dare say it. It's looking a bit brighter. Shouldn't have said that. So. Believe you me, if it gets a little bit brighter, I haven't got to get too much brighter, and this will start to dry out. Trust me, it will. Yeah, pour around the windows are dry. Yeah. Yeah, they are drying out. I can actually see through them now. So then, just a little bit of track prep going on, I think. They're just towing off a couple of cars. That should be ready to go. The red flags are flying high. The yellow is about to be shown, and here it is. Away we go. So let's get underway with Heat 5, Race 5 of this 213 Performance sponsored Class 9. I got to find a CW9. Jack Houlihan, I reckon, takes him round to start with. The rest of them slithers into the bend. Yeah, 71. Adam Robinson, NS71, we reckon, second. But I still reckon Houlihan's in first as we come round. And he'd gone straight on into the bottom corner. Whoa. Probably put a row of beans down there. He's just going to have a look, see if they're coming on. Round the corner. Here we come. Who we got? About 20 eyes looking at this now. Yeah, it is NS71. So it's Adam Robinson taking that first slot. That is a CW9, so that's Houlihan. So perhaps we got CM47 in first. Perhaps Darren Jones is the one. So there's a wheel off. So M treble 8, I can see Gloucester and District car stuck in the middle there. 31 to Joss Morgan, and it's red flags on that one. So that's all three reruns are rerun again. Mickey B got a big smile on his face now. He's rubbing his hands together. I don't know what that means.
Your prediction was right.
Yeah, I was right about that, yes. So they'll go back in the rerun lane. I think me and Kev is going to be up here all the time. So what we got on the line there? It's saloons. So we got Class 2, so we're up again. So I'll hand you over to Kev.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. We are going to move on for the moment to the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored men's Class 2. First run will feature Aidan O'Neill in Mallow 30, Ricky Julian in Mallow number 2, Jack Bromley in Invicta Kent 130, Dan Broughton in York 52, Adam Pickersgill in Scunthorpe 109, Ryan Smith in PAC 25, Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26, and Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. So that's your drivers in Heat 1, Race 1 of the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored men's Class 2. We're pretty well, we've got one car over there I think that's going to need a lift in these Class 9s. The rest of those, they're back in the rerun lane, waiting to do it all over again. So it won't be long. We'll be racing with this next run of men's Class 2. So got another shout out this time to Dane Coupland and Jamie Thompson, who's large and in charge. Don't get too drunk. Jamie, you wouldn't do that, would you? Look, from Chloe and Connor. Sat at home in North Cowley in front of the log burner. That's all right, we don't mind log burners. I don't want to hear about sunny weather. Who else we got? Massive good luck then to Cambridge 10, and that's of course Dan Godfrey, and that's from Auntie Lynn watching in East Yorkshire. There's a lot of folks watching on Tinternet, isn't there? I bet half of them are sat in their campers here, to be honest. So that Class 9 I think is going to be carted into the infield. And we'll attempt to get through Heat Run Race 1. So difficult these conditions for these Class 2 boys and girls as they come across in front of us for the very first time. So Mallow 30 it is. Oh, 4 cars side by side there as they pile into the top turn for the very first time. And Mallow 30 got the break on everybody. So much closer, these Class 2. So Aidan O'Neill it is that takes them round over there on the far side. Followed by, I think that's Ashley Lillington in that second space spot. Aidan O'Neill really giving it plenty as he goes round that grandstand turn and looks to have the measure of this very difficult track. So your race leader, Mallow 30, keep your head, boy. You're in front and well clear of South Somerset 38 in that second spot. In third, it's the Spalding 26 machine of Jordan Robinson, and Mallow 2, Ricky Houlihan in the 1, 2, 3 and 4. As the rest of the other 4 cars really struggling to get round, but Aidan O'Neill, no problems for him at the moment. Now he's going to be catching up these back markers. York 52 in Victor Kent 130. We've lost one in the middle of the field and he's had to push right wide. Let's hope that doesn't spoil his bit of emotion there, and he manages to keep it going. But Mallow 130 now being reeled in by the Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. These two away and gone as they have a right old ding-dang for first and second. 26 from Jordan Robinson, Spalding 26 in a clear third place, and it looks like we're going to get a new race leaders. Mallow 2 goes through in fourth. So Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38 it is now that takes it up around the grandstand turn once again and starts to come across in front of commentary for, I think it's going to be the penultimate time. It'll be 1 to go for Lillington. 1 to go for Mallow 30, our early race leader. With the York car a lap down in third place with 1 more to go is the Spalding 26 of Jordan Robinson, and then in fourth place is Mallow number 2. I'm not going to attempt to worry about the rest of the cars as I look back to the lead car, and he's just inching round the grandstand turn, gingerly past the back marker for the final time. That's a fine drive and checkered flag. South Somerset 38 then. Ashley Lillington takes a very convincing win in the end, who's just changing direction now. Mallow 30 takes that second place after leading for so long, Aidan O'Neill, but he'll be pleased with that. Third place then, the Spalding 26 of Jordan Robinson. I don't think he's fourth. The Dan Broughton machine in York 52. I think this is your fourth place car. It is Mallow 2, Ricky Houlihan taking that fourth place. I'll be perfectly honest, I forgot about the rest. Just thought, I've got 4 cars, I don't know where they are. That'll do. There you go. Now this one's fifth. Although the other geezer over there on the far side got the checkered flag, he's actually got a lap to go. But anyway, not to worry. Good drive then, good racing. And a good win for Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. No, yes.
So, we've got one race under our belt, I think. So that's 3 now. 3 now. Stop grinning, Ricky. So here we go. Max Power, sponsor of these Evesham Bass. What am I talking about? Evesham Nationals. Grace that right from the grave. So Phil Young Heating Services are our sponsors of the men's Class 2. So we move on to Heat 1, Race 2. So down there we should have Ben Fiddler, Dave Mullins, Dan Owen, Ollie Stevens, Brad Edelson, Ash Farrow, Will Elford and Dave Williams. Dave Evans, sorry Dave. Dave's currently 8th in the UK. Will Edford's 2nd in the Bass. Ash Farrow 3rd in the Bass. And Ollie Stevens 4th in the Bass at the present time. So this is going to be some heat here. So it's not quite a final, but must be getting flipping close to it. So it is. So the red flag's still fluttering. We're looking for some yellows. So I think conditions are getting a little bit better. Has to be said, there's a little bit of a line appearing up in the turn 2, turn 3. Not so much down into 3 and 4. Because there's a bit of a wash across the track. But they're just towing off. And he's come on the hitch now. He won't go far with that one. So he'll have the back up again. So who's your money on this one then? See, Will Elford is the highest position guy in the championships. So let's see if Will can get away in a PAC 81. Cars from all over the country here. We got YD1, Alfriston 124. The North Wales we again go to 151, Lud 51, York 16, S249Y, PAC 81. Yep, a good spread all over the country, so plenty of people to cheer from in this race 2. So just trying to find the hook on the Micra, just get him missing from there. As we said before, Phil Young Heating Services are our sponsors of the men's Class 2 here this afternoon. And conditions still very, very difficult for the drivers and the marshals. And how the lap scores are lap scoring these, I have no idea. We're really struggling, and there's about 5 of us looking up here to try and keep you abreast of hopefully who's winning. We can usually make the first 3, then it goes a bit haywire, to be honest. So, recovery 6 pulls that micro off into the centre. So we're just looking. Yellow flag goes, bungee goes, and we're off racing with race 2, heat 1. Who's the first to show here? Yeah, Lud 15, Ollie Stevens. You know, so he chucks it in sideways. 2 goes completely haywire off into the corner. Off into the grass. Still superb bit of driving from Ollie Stevens out of that corner. He hasn't got the car straight yet, but I'm not sure that ain't too much. It is, so he puts it wide. Commentators curse on him again. Sorry, Ollie. But round the corner we go, and we have a new leader. And red flags on that one. And why not? So then, that's race 2. Back into the rerun lanes they will go. And if you lads could clean off your numbers for us, that would be a big help. Somebody square wheeled off of, where is it to? Oh, just on the sort of apex of turn 2 there. So they will just get themselves cleared away and back into the pits. They slither back into the pits. We are now running with the next run of cars in race 3. So you hand you back to Kev.
Yeah, cheers, Ian. So race 3 will feature Aaron Mullen in York 82, Darren Aitken in North Shropshire 4, Ash Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 222. Down Autograss 43 will be piloted by Adam Cochrane. Phil Badman in Stroud 111 is the next runner. Jack Hodgson will be there in Yorkshire Dales 104. Bradley Thomas in IK 55 and Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227. So those are your drivers about to feature in Heat 1, Race 3 of the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored men's Class 2. Let's see if we can get through this one as the lone car gets pulled into the middle. We're away, and that grid 6 is looking pretty good at the moment. It's coming out of there, so it's IK 55, York 82, North Shropshire, and NS number 4, and IK 55 just drops it back a bit. The North Shropshire car just moves up a place as they go over there on the far side then. The York 82 of Aaron Mullen. Aaron seeming to got the measure of this one at the moment as he comes round the grandstand turn for the first time up the straight in front of commentary for the second time. Aaron it is then, only just so, because North Shropshire 4 says I'll have some of that. There's a great big gap I'm going through. IK 55 and then Scunny 222. Making up a fair bit of ground on that last lap to move through into that 4th place. So your race leader takes him over there on the far side as first and second, perhaps just inch away from 3rd and 4th, who's being reeled in as they come once again round the grandstand turn. Pretty well equidistant now. And again, up in front of commentary for a second or third time of asking. It's still North Shropshire, number 4 from York 82, Invicta Kent 55 and Scarborough 222. Yorkshire Dales 104 now making up ground, as is Scunthorpe 227. So any of those 6 cars could pick up 2nd, 3rd and 4th as the race leader motors on. We're getting a change for that 4th place as I speak. 3 cars side by side over there on the far side, but that's allowed the race leader Darren Eichen just to pull away and inch away as he inches his way to that last lap flag. 1 to go then for North Shropshire. Number 4, he's away and gone. Barring any incident, he should have this one safely in the bag now. As York 82 now comes a strong racer from Yorkshire Dales 104. Scarborough 222 still very much in amongst it. 4 cars vying for the minor places as they go over there on the far side. Eichen it is though. North Shropshire 4 into the grandstand turn. Cheer him round as he comes round for the final time. It's checkered flag that's about to be held aloft, and that's a fine drive and a fine win. NS number 4 then takes the checkered flag and takes the win, maximum points. Who's going to get second? Clear in the end then, York 82 taking that second spot from Yorkshire Dales 184. Can't split 55 and 222 for 4th place. Scunny 227 then crosses the line. That's Chris Hall, and then 2 cars battling away for 7th and 8th. And taking the checkered flag, still picking up valuable points then. Down Autograss 43, Adam Cochrane, and Phil Badman in Stroud 111. So there you go. Good stuff from these Class 2s. They're making it round in very difficult conditions. So a fine race as we look down to the line. We've got to change the marshals. I've got a few more of these mucky texts, but I'll read them out in a minute.
Cheers, Kev. Right, okay. So we got to move on to race 4. I think that is. So we've got a national champ in this one, Craig Conway, also first in the BAS at the present time. We also got guy 3rd place in the UK, which is Corey Paisley, and 9th in the UK. There goes William Drayton in SN 124. Dan Heath also goes. They're already away. Seb Farrell, Shane Smith, and Simon Overy. And here's Scunny 1, Craig Conway, your reigning national champion, running ahead of the pack at the present time, going into turn 2. Superb control, and as you can probably tell, it is drying out a little bit. So They got a damp patch down on the bottom corner, but they're all backing it up just a little bit, just trying to get themselves. Yep, so Seb Farrell then moves up in the second, but they're racing inside, outside. No, he's down in the third now, so second is the Pennine 89 with Gareth Stokes. Yeah, 1-2-4. Will Drayton now moves up to third, but still sailing on is Craig Conway in the Scunny 1. Remember, your reigning national champion in Class 2. Round he goes. Superb control, as you expect. He's not national champion for nothing, is he? So Conway now sets off into the distance. Flag still stays down, and it's still the Pennine car from St Neots 1-2-4. And then the I think it's 1-8. Simon Overton, we reckon, is in fourth place. Beginning to see the numbers just a little bit now. See treble 2, Shane Smith, just I think bringing up the last of the points scoring positions. And it is checkered flag this time for Conway as he runs over that line. He's got 440 yards to go, about the length of a standard running track is this one. Yeah, Pennine over the run. Also, the St Neots 1-2-4, and then the Scunny 11, P11. Also, is it P11? Too many numbers on that one. It could be Radford, could be Seb Farrell. Just lose him just a little bit. We want another couple of dry races, and we'll be there with the numbers, I reckon. But it is checkered flag this time for Craig Conway. He's got to come in, hit them 55 points. He'll say thank you very much for that. That'll get him well on his way to getting into the final. Second place car, very good run for the Pennine 87. And St Neots 1-2-4, Will Drayton home in third. With the other Pennine car, I think Gareth Stokes, come home in third. The others getting a little bit muddy. The Radford 171 but Seb Farrell. And I think that we got one more runner still to come round, but he's got himself bogged down in the turn 3. So that turn 1, we go down to FW Graphics. That's where he got stuck to. And over the line he goes. So we move on to race 4. So I don't know, you think got anything to recover? Whoa, he just rammed it into the barrier up at the top. So we'll hand you over to Kev. We'll take you through the last heat of Class 2s.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, we're getting there then, slowly but surely. These Class 2s making a half-decent job of getting around these very difficult conditions. Right, Heat 1, Race 5 in the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored Men's Class 2. Will feature North Wales 12, Ryan Rowland. Wessex 43, Jordan Barlow. Andrew Jones in Down Autograss number 6. North Wales 171, Andrew Wild. Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93. St Neots 34 is Dan Robbins. Mallow 155, Jack Creven and Jamie Lane in Radford 941. So that's your runners in the men's Class 2, the final run. We're just waiting now for track clearance. A marshal right up there on the top bank. That's what we're waiting for. So they need, obviously, in these conditions to make their way behind the barriers. And we'll crack on very shortly with men's 2s. So here we go, yellow flag goes round, red flag's down, yellow flag goes, bungee goes, and we're racing with the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored men's Class 2s. Who's going to be first to show then? It's the Radford car from Mallow 155. Then the North Wales 171 of Andrew Wild. The Mallow car's gone round, he's facing the wrong way. And that's allowed everybody to go by. So North Wales 171 moves up into second place then. With, I think that's St Neots 34 in third. as they get themselves sorted out. The St Neots car just dropping down, but it's Radford 941 then, your race leader. Jamie Lane from North Wales 171, Andrew Wild. Robbins is back going again in third place. Wessex 43 then, Jordan Barlow. Made up a fair bit of ground on that one. And it looks like we've just got one left, and that's the down Autograss number 6 of Andrew Jones, as the Radford 941, the Jamie Lane, just motors on there, and looks to be pretty safe in this one at the moment. He's finding a bit of traction, finding a little bit of dry wine. It's being carved out by these Class 2s. The race is still on for the minor places. Up in that second spot is still North Wales 171, Andrew Wild. North Wales 2, he's a lap down, I think. It's the St Neots car who has contact there and goes through. So still St Neots there in that third spot. As we look back to the lead car, Jamie Lane then will bring him round this time around in Radford 941 to move on to his last lap. Clear in that first place. That'll be an absolute delight for the local driver, as second place car comes across the line to move on to his last lap. North Wales 171, St Neots 34 is the 1, 2, 3. Then it's is that Jordan Barlow, I think, in fourth, with the North Wales car of Ryan Rowland in fifth place. But it's back to Jamie Lane round the grandstand turn for the final time. It's a mile in front, and this one looks safely in the bag. Had a bit of a flutter getting by the back marker there, but takes the checkered flag. So Radford, cool as you like, 941. Whoa, here comes Robbins through into second. In St Neots 34 then, takes the checkered flag from North Wales 171. Andy Wild, who has to settle for that third place. In fourth place, that goes to the Wessex 43, so that's Jordan Barlow. And then North Wales 12 taking fifth. I think that's it. We've got a stack. Oh, there's one more. Apologies then to the down Autograss number 6 of Andy Jones. And we've got a couple of cars that want removing, so I'll just have time to read out a couple more texts. This one from Rags Racing. All the best to the Invicta Kent drivers competing this weekend. And that's a big all the best from Rags Racing. What have we got? Send us a text 07966 146 781. Put your name on it though, because if you ain't on my contacts list, then I don't know who you are. Another shout out for Jado Millis, Scunny 66. Good luck, mate. And all the Scunny drivers. That's love from Anna and Brian. We've seen Jado out very shortly. Sharpie, you're very quiet. Just the one message all the way from Australia, which we read out earlier. Normally he gets on the phone, you can't get him off. But anyway, not to worry. So, as I said, send us a text 07966 146 781. We're looking here. About 2 hours ago, we ordered a coffee. We got it about an hour and a half ago. No, about an hour ago. And now they got sandwiches next door. We haven't got no sandwiches up here. Hey, I'm very jealous. Now, the lap scoring ladies to the... I don't know how they're doing it. The lap scoring ladies to the right of commentary. Well, they're just... Well, and gents, because old Jason Baker's in there as well. And I think he must want something to do. Mind you, he's got a sandwich, that's why he's in there. But no, the lap scoring ladies are doing an amazing job. They're sort of unsung heroes of Autograss. Anyway, that's enough for me for a minute. We've got a breakdown on the track. That want to be pulled out. So I'm going to hand you back over to Paul, who's going to take you through. I've no idea what stock hatch heat that is, but it's going to be one of them, mate, isn't it?
It's heat 5. I've only got one rerun, so I know which one it is. I can't miss it. Can't get it wrong.
It's got Dougie Atkins in it. I can tell you that.
It's only got one. I've only got one. Yeah, Dougie Atkins at SS40 were leading it by a good substantial amount as they stopped the race. And unfortunate for Dougie, because he got a long way out in front and what a way and gone, and then they had to have a rerun for something that had happened early on in the race. But it should be bringing out Chris Hooper in Pennow number 5. Ethan Hodgson in Yorksdale's 204, who should have been in this, has been black flagged. So we've got Keith Graham in the down Autograss 47. We've got Dean Hollingsworth, who's coming in on a substitution in Nottingham treble 1. And then the Doug Atkinson in SS 40. Phil Peake, Yorksdale's 33. Chris Patterson in the Scarborough 64. And come the 94, Stuart Powell. That's who should be coming out here. Looks like we're having problems getting that Class 2 hooked onto the back of the recovery truck. So we'll do a little bit more publicising. Who do we know about? I'm going to go and have a walk around and see if I can get some more names of these sponsors. But don't forget, also, we have got the beer tent that will be open, I should think, by now. The fair will be open later on. If you go across to the beer tent, they have got the big screen over there showing. I think it's got all the action on looking at it from here. Just have a look at our screen. Yep, looks like they've got this one on their screen over there, so you can go and have a beer and watch the racing, and you may even be able to do it from inside the tent so as you can be in the dry. And then there's all your lovely people that's in the dry down at the grandstand down there, the 3 grandstand sponsors. Big thanks to them. Oh, we're not mentioned on sponsors. Startline D&D Transport, I think I've only mentioned him once. Got most of the others. Trade stands that we should have elite bars that I've just talked about. Dodwell's catering that's spread out around this field, different sorts of catering that they've got. Most of them down the far straight. Mrs B's Animal Feeds that's selling all your different sorts of dog food and animal food and tidbits up there. R&M Motorsport Panels there down here at the bottom. MJA Engineering there at the far side of the field next door to the F600s. Wildcat Photography, they're up at the top end. If you're racing this weekend, you go up and see them at Wildcat. Once they can see numbers, they will try and get a photo for you if you've put your numbers in and name with them. Nigel Morris Trading, not sure what he's doing, but I think he's up near the gate. Beresford Shutters and Components down here. Electric Bike Supermarket at the top of the far straight. Bungees Open and Wayne Racing, race 5, rerun, heat 1. Phil Peake and the SS40 of Doug Atkinson. It's Doug Atkinson that leads it, gets it back into the front. A little bit drier conditions, not a lot, but a bit drier conditions than they had first time round. So Phil Peake in Yorkshire's 33 chasing after Doug Atkinson down that far side. These two got nearly half a straight on the rest of the field as they go down into that bottom corner. So Doug Atkinson, can he hang on to it again this time and keep it in that lead position after he did that first time? He's gone out a little bit wide. Phil Peake's looking up on the inside, and that Yorkshire's 33 goes through and gets that lead position as they go up this straight this time. Third position. Now we're going to get a number off this one, or are we not going to bother? I think that's the Scarborough car. It's Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64.
47.
And then 47, down 47, Keith Graham in 4th position. But the Yorkshire Hills 33 of Phil Peake leads them round that bottom corner. FW Graphics corner around in front of the grandstands. It's still being chased out by Doug Atkinson in SS40. And the 4th place man just turns it round and slides into the tyres at the bottom of the field, so he'll be trying to get extricated from there and come out as the Scarborough 64 of Chris Patterson comes through in 3rd position. So see if we can find a name and a number for this next one through, and it's going to be the Nottingham treble 1 of Dean Hollingsworth. Then we've got the Pennow 55 of Chris Hooper, and then come the 95 of Stuart Powell. But Phil Peake sees the yellow flag with the back cross, tells him one more lap to go, and he's still being chased out by Doug Atkinson. His SS40, but Doug's gone a little bit hard and gone up that banking onto that slippier stuff and lost a lot of ground on that corner. So it's Phil Peake that goes down past the trade stands at the far side of the field in the Yorkshire Hills 33. Doug Atkinson still there in that 2nd place, picking off the tail enders at the. They're just trying to lap as he comes round, but it's checkered flag at the ready this time, and it's going to be Phil Peake in Yorkshire Dales 33 that takes it. 2nd place goes to Dougie Atkinson in the SS40, and then one here coming through that I believe is a lap adrift, and that's the down Autograss. 47 of Keith Graham. Wait for the rest of them to come round. We've got a gaggle of them coming round, but in that third position, that's the Scarborough 64 of Chris Patterson. Phil Peake coming round for a lap of honour. And then Nottingham 111, Cumdy 95. And I think that was Chris Patterson that had come round for another lap in 64, but I'm not certain. So that completes the rerun of race 5, heat 1 of the F600s. The Stockhatchers, sorry. That means we should be moving on to Class 4s, so that should be Tim and Gareth that's taking you through them. And we'll let them take you on to them, and we'll be back there a little bit later on for the Class 1s.
Yeah, thank you very much then, Paul. We are here at the John Wilkin Raceway, and we are making our way through the first round of qualifying. We're on to the Cotswold Coffee Company sponsored men's Class 4, their first race down there on the line. And to take you through the runners and riders in that one, straight over to Tim.
Yes, thank you, Gareth, and afternoon, everybody. And here we are, 2023 Men's Nationals. Weather not quite with us, but hey, that's going to change later on this afternoon. The first race then of the weekend for the Powermax sponsored Men's Class 4s, and it's your former champ then, Adam Henley, who's quickest away in York 777. Oh, Goldie's gone and spun it in turn 1 in North Shropshire, 4:34. As let's see how these Class 4s battle with the conditions, and I think we get the first stoppage of the day, Gareth.
First stoppage of the day and the first 20 pence out of the pocket as well. Gutted I am. But yeah, Class 4 race 1 make their way back just as the rain once again begins to fall ever heavier. But yeah, that's the first one with a rerun down next to it on the paperwork. Race 2 then, down there on the line, should bring out John Fishwick, the Dales representative from Group E. He's been paired all weekend with Warren Coles, the Southern League representative in Wessex 94. He made it through into the national through the NASA ballot that took place just a few days ago, as based on last year's figures, and Southern League didn't originally get an allocation for this year's Nationals. From Group F, we got Richard Williams in Border Counties 25 and Andy Whittingham in Star 50. That Star 50 machine is the one that's going to start in lane number 1. From Group G, we've got Rob Lancaster in Radford 47 and Russ Wallbank in IK 282. And from Group H then, it's Jordan Coupland from Scunthorpe 46 and a man from Tim's part of the world, it's Mike Jones in Hereford 31.
Yeah, so just going back to race 1, and we're hearing over the radio, then Evesham 220 Darren Grasby was the cause of the stoppage, and subsequently will take no further part in the rerun. Black flag for Evesham 220.
Yeah, many people's favourite for the title this weekend. Unfortunately, not starting his weekend with the best manner, but it looks like the Class 4s are back in the pits, and we're away. We're racing with race number 2. Away from the line they come then. That little white clubman from grid number 3 is IK 282. And it's Russ Wallbank, who's got a fair advantage as they go into turn 1. Star 50 from grid 1 then is Andy Whittingham. He goes with him and he follows the chase down that first straight for the first time. The MAP League representative then just losing that third spot to the West Midland League's Hereford 31. That's Mike Jones, who's through now into that third spot, but bringing them round for the first time. And it's that clubman, and he's throwing it sideways. 282 then from number 50.
Yeah, but Whittingham's looking up that inside as they go by us and complete another lap. Whittingham leads the way from the IK 282. Mikey Jones just going through into that third place slot ahead of Richard Williams in Border Counties at 25. Then we go to the Scunny machine, and Jordan Coupland got in reserve, but he's there ahead of Rob Lancaster in Radford 47. Wessex 94, that's going to be Warren Coles, and the race leader then straight into the Armco in SR 50. Somebody follows him as well. The Warren Coles also in trouble as well, so action right the way around the field, and I fear, Gareth, we may be out of pocket yet again, mate, because the red flags have come out.
That's another 20 pence gone. Yeah, Mike Jones there collecting the tail end of the Star 50 machine. Found out yesterday while we were in Stratford that Wessex 94 machine, that was bought at the end of last year from up near Harrogate by Phil Goodenough. And he sold that car then to Warren at the start of the year. A lot of work has gone into that Micra, the Wessex machine, and first nationals, I think, for Warren Coles in the Wessex 94 machine. So we're already 40p down. Let's hope that that's going to stay at 40 now while we progress through the rest of this first round of qualifying. Because I only got 60.
I hope so, mate. I can't afford much more than this.
I've only got 50 pence with me to last the weekend. So yeah, let's hope that we've seen the last of the Reds now then. So race 3 are down there on the line. This one brings out pairs I, J, K and L. Grid 1 is occupied by Jason Miller, and he's been paired with the reserve Ryan Meacham from Radford 36, and they start next to each other down there in grid 1 and 2. Grid 3, I think, is the PAC4 machine of Dan Jones. He starts in lane 3, Berry in 4, Carlo 157 from grid 5, that's Aaron McGrath. And the rest then we'll pick up because they're away from the line. And it is the man then from the Southern Ireland League that's going to lead into turn 1. And already as they pass us for the first time, these class 4s already pretty well spread out. But Aaron McGrath's round in 157, as is Pete Berry in 221. A green flag being picked up there from Marshall Post, number 1. But I think it's Daniel Jones in PAC4 then that leads down that far straight for the first time. And it looks like it's time to go home because it's another 20 pence out of pocket and more red flags on race 3 of your first round of qualifying of the Cotswold Coffee Company sponsored men's class 4s.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is not going to plan, Gareth, honestly, mate, is it? It's we're going to be bankrupt at this rate if this carries on.
But we are doing it for the right reasons.
Absolutely, yeah. All joking apart, all the money, as you probably will be aware, and I heard, I'll go into the Alzheimer's charity in memory of our very dear friend and fellow commentator, then George Capper. But there we go. That's 3 races down, 3 red flags, so 100% record. Yeah. But unfortunately,
can't get better than that.
You can't get better than that. But unfortunately, in the wrong order. So we're going to let's try with race number 4, and race number 4 brings out groups M, N, O, and P. And a bit of a depleted lineup in this one, but Katie Benson should be there in Scarborough 92. Andy Meacham in Radford 38 also takes his place on the grid. Gwaine Whittingham, let's see if we can do better than Andy in SR 61. Lee Paul in Strannon District 71. Bernie Jones in Hereford treble 9, and last but by absolutely no means least, Jamie Williams in Melton 58.
Yeah, Katie Benson, ladies national champion back in 2013. She's down there in Group M. She's paired all weekend with the reserve that gone in from the home league, then the MAP league, Andy Meacham. The only reserve in this spot, but 6 cars will start because there were 2 spots that couldn't be filled in Group N and P after going through all the reserves and what have you. So yeah, we got race 4 down there on the line. We've got Marshall's putting tyres back in position. Other than that, we should pretty much have track clearance because the recovery vehicles are back in the centre of this John Wilkin Raceway, and we are looking, well, like we were getting closer, but possibly getting a little bit further away now. And yeah, give us a wave if you're over there in the grandstand. Let us know that you can hear us, and if you want me to go home. Okay, I'll stay then. Yeah, race 4 of the first round of qualifying then down there on the line. I was talking to Letty Sean, Tier 12, on Thursday night over in the festival area. He wanted to give me 20 quid if I could think of 100 nice things to say about him, but I haven't seen the colour of his money yet, so can't think of anything nice at the moment.
No, there's nothing comes to mind, Gareth, I must admit.
Yeah, we'll see Letty Sean out in race 5. He's in Group S, and unfortunately couldn't get a pair in for Letty Sean. He's coming out to play in race 5. And another depleted lineup for race 5 as well, because Sadie Houseman in Sturton 113 is the only one that's there in pair Q. So yeah, progressing through this first round of qualifying, not getting any results at the moment, but the bungee lifts, and away we go then. Race 4 leaves the line. Oh, Katie Benson already out of shape. Everybody else manages to avoid her. And the rest then go past us for the first time. Stroud District 71 on the inside line. That's Lee Poole. I think he's your current UK Autograss leader. Melton 58 is Jamie Williams, and I think he did that all himself, but that's just a personal viewpoint. But it's the 71 machine that leads down that far straight. The MAP League driver, though, is your new race leader, Andy Meacham, familiar, obviously, with racing on polished surfaces in all conditions. Radford and Evesham tracks both like to polish up when the conditions suit, but he's in the fence and he's kissing the Amco all the way around him.
Yeah, so back round very slowly towards us, but he's still just about got himself back on track then. Ryan Meacham in Radford at 38, Lee Poole in Strandon District at 71, Jamie Williams then just pulls temporarily into the infield, but he gets going and rejoins in that third place. As say, a bit of a race of attrition this one, but we've got Whittingham stranded in SR 61. Jamie Williams also in trouble in SR in Melton 58. Bernie Jones going through in Hereford at treble 9. But where's your race leader? It's down the far side. Lee Poole is temporarily. It takes up the running. Meacham running second in Radford at 38 as they gingerly make their way back round towards us once again. Lee Poole right on that outside line. Meacham on the inside, and I think it's Meacham that's going to lead them on to another lap.
Yeah, it's 38 then that continues to lead from 71. Melton 58, Jamie Williams also out there in the slurry on the wide line. And just having to over-rev that Fiat Uno engine, or is it a Peugeot engine, under the bonnet of the Melton 58 machine. The car back and forth is the Hereford treble 9 machine of Bernie Jones, and he's struggling quite a bit there on the exit of turn number 4. Katie Benson rejoins the pack in between Lee Poole and Jamie Williams.
Yeah, as they come round at this time, it's the last lap flag. And it is the Meacham machine, Radford 38, that's going to lead them on to their final circuit. Lee Poole chasing as hard as he can in Strandon District 71. Jamie Williams now recovering once again back into third place in Melton 58 as they pass Graham Whittingham in the SR 61 machine. As Katie Benson gets it going, but she's a long way down in the Scarborough 92 and going gingerly round the grandstand bend to start his final circuit. That's going to be Bernie Jones in Hereford at treble 9, but it is Meacham that's going to bring him round, check and flag, I think, this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the grandstand turn they go. He's under pressure, though, from Lee Poole, as Lee Poole just put in the pedal to the metal. It's going to be a dash to the line with about 4 or 5 car lengths of an advantage. Meacham takes the win in Radford 38. Lee Poole takes second in Strowden District 31. Jamie Williams takes third in Melton 58. Katie Benson facing the crowd there on the entry to the grandstand turn in Scarborough 92. Bernie Jones in Hereford treble 9 will come across to finish his race in fourth. But most importantly, Tim, we got our first tick of the weekend.
The first tick of the weekend, yeah, a first tick in the box. So, yeah.
You watch it be rerun now about 20 minutes after. Are we being serious? Mickey B is here, listening into the radio, winding us up, telling it that flags pending and all sorts. But yeah, I think we can safely say there's a tick in the box for now, anyway.
I'll call it. That's a definite tick in the box. And if it's rerun, I'm not paying it. So there we are. Right, so Heat 1, Race 5 is already assembled on the line, and Sadie Houseman in Sturton 113 will be there. Joe Bellis in North Shropshire 951, Lee Fairhurst in ARC 34, then Dorian Davis, he's got in as a substitute in Typhy 12, Trev Jones in Nottingham 1, and also getting in as a substitute and taking his place on the Nationals grid, Alistair Griffiths in Radford 43. So that's who we've got down there for the last scheduled race in men's class 4. Cotswold Coffee, of course, your very kind sponsor. And once again, thanks to all the sponsors for this weekend. And I say, very much appreciated all your help. We couldn't do what we do without your help and sponsorship.
Yeah, absolutely. So Graham's Whittingham Star 61 back in the centre of this John Wilkin Raceway. Katie Benson just still struggling to make her way off the circuit over there on the far side of the track. But we've got too many pickups down there on the line. The one is Dorian Lletty-Sean's new mini pickup, and he's going head-to-head with the Martha Mark 1, as she's down there in the capable hands of Trev Jones in Nottingham 1. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go. Again, Heat 1, races of attrition, it needs to be said. Not really going to play too much part in the actual overall result of the weekend, but are we going to start putting money down on when we're going to see the Bowser for the first time today?
Well, I reckon this afternoon, because I reckon we're going to have a scorching heat wave this afternoon, and I reckon that's where it's going to be. Right, get back to serious stuff. Race 5 of men's class 4, and it is right from the middle of the grid then. Joe Bellis in North Shropshire, 953. That's the quickest and the first one to show from the Gloucester Griffiths in Radford 43. Somebody on that outside, I think maybe Sadie Houseman in Sturton 113, or somebody into the barrier. Not the best start for Dorian in Typhy number 12. But we got the house machines there, so leading into the bottom bend, and yellow flags are waving. Joe Bellis in North Shropshire, 953.
Yeah, and Trev Jones decided to just get away from the line because he's seen Lletty-Sean in the fence up there on the top bend. But he is your current back marker. Didn't get very far though, did he? And your race leader's getting ever closer to the Armco on this side. Bang into the passenger side. And we have another 20p to pay up to as the red flags come out once again. 2 cars parked there on this near side straight. And, well, I'm going to have to go to the bank and have a mortgage, I think. Right, so it looks like we're going to leave saloons for now. We're going to go back, I think, to Class 9.
I'm glad we're leaving Class 4. Well, I'm going to ring my bank manager and see if I can extend the loan, I think.
If you don't hear from us now for the rest of the weekend, it's because we have gone home. Yeah, so Class 9's on the line. And it's over to Paul and Ian.
Hi, cheers, Garth. Okay, Class 9 reruns. This is the 3rd attempt at getting this done. So we should have down a Heat 1, Race 1 in the... Yep. 213 Performance Limited sponsored men's Class 9. I'll just take a chair. Okay, so let's see if we can get these Class 9s underway. Down there we should have Sam Pinchins. Not sure whether Gary Retherick's going. He could be. Johnny Barber, Alex Hollinsby, Rush Edelman and Chris Colgate, Phil Cooper and Paul Harden. Oh, right then. Let's have a look. Just one to recover. See, even the 4-wheel drive's struggling to get off of this. But the tractor does the job. Into the centre compound they go. So then. And away they go. They slither out the gate and gone. Now let's see who's going to be first across the line here. It's ARC5, so it's Phil Cooper. As I said before, second in the BAStv at the present time. So he's the first one gone. Archie's back, so we'll know what's what now. And down that back straight into turn 3 we go. Backing it right off, Phil. Cooper then bringing them round yet again. A little bit quicker than last time. I got a feeling it's just starting to dry out. So Cooper then it is. Sets off into the distance with the Afston 23, Johnny Barber. From the Wiltshire League, tucks into second place is Johnny. So these two already, Cooper coming round. Is he going to lap these two back markers? That could be SL20 of Chris Colgate. And the York 6 in fourth at the moment of Russ Addyman. There's Cooper round. Yeah, again for yet another lap. Phil backs it off into the corner, just swags the tail just a little bit. Radford 35 struggling with conditions, got to be said. It is not good for Sam Pinchins. As they're inside the tyres, outside the tyres, trying to find some grip. Trying to find another one. They're going to get a little bit brown. It's getting a little bit easier to see the numbers. But round he comes again. That still looks to me that there could be, well, Phil Kilper again. No, it's York 6. Over the line, Russ Aviman. Cooper again. Backs that car right off on, just as he goes over the start and finish line, to be said. He's now pretty near got a half a lap lead on the second place car. Here he is over now, Johnny Barber. So it's Cooper from Barber. From a brown blob. Right, so Cooper puts it round. But I think he's got it back. So he's had that much time. He spun it out and got it back. York 6. York 6 actually takes that win. So Addyman actually takes that win from ARC, Phil Cooper. Whoa. It's going to be PhD. Could be Phil Harding, probably second. But still difficult. Still we're going to get these numbers. So we reckon it's a Class 7 rerun. We've still got 2 reruns of Class 9 to go. But I think we managed to get one of them under our belt. So, is he going to bother? No, he's not. Or is he? Yeah, he's coming over the line. Yeah, Avelston 35, I think that is, or is it a 5? Only ARC 5. No, we don't want that one. I'm trying to find that number. Radford 35, Sam Pinchins. I reckon that probably is. So, with a Class 7 rerun, we'll hand you over to Mickey.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, we waited a while for this one, but it is third time lucky for Men's Super Saloon. Stevenson Auto Repairs, our weekend sponsors down here at the 2023 Men's Nationals. So it is race 3 then. And it did have, we'll see who comes out, Callum Ball, Mark Jenkins, Jake Roberts, Paul Johnson, Kieran Geeney, Chaz Edley, Cameron Mills and Darren Hockley. They were your original runners and riders. Well, the green lights are on and we are off and racing down the opening straight. Edley's got it a little bit out of shape as Johnson takes up the lead from Edley from Ball. Then it is that Jake Roberts machine as they come around in that turn 1 and 2. Roberts has got it a little bit in the old sloppy stuff. But Chaz Edley then taking up the run-in. Down that opening straight he goes. Slowing it nice and down. Look at him. Curb crawling round turn 3. And can he get round turn 4? It's caught a few out. But doing the right thing. Go slow to go quicker, they say. Don't ask me. I was never this good. Chaz Edley then from Paul Johnson. Johnson doing the same thing, nice and steady. Johnson may have a little look up the inside. And he says, no, Mickey, I'm going to settle for the second place at the moment. I'll let those make the mistake as they come round. And it is Jake Roberts, PhD 72, sat in that third place. Callum Ball. And then looking down on who else could be there. It could be that Breeden Hill 106 Mark Jenkins. It is, yeah, and it is. So that's what we've got. So Chaz Edley then enjoying the sloppy stuff in Scunthorpe 69, leading that way. Jake Roberts, is he still in that second place? No, he's not, because it's Paul Johnson. I think it's Roberts in third place, and he's a lap down as well. Hey, that's not very good, is it, eh? So first and second away with this one, Chaz Edley and Paul Johnson, means that Callum Ball's in third place then in the White Rose 4. And then we go, there's that Jake Roberts there. He's come back on his lap that he was down on there as well. So we are last lap flag to go, and it is Scunthorpe 69 Chaz Edley from Paul Johnson. So there's your 1-2. Oh, we've got a spinner. Oh, he's facing the wrong way up the track. You didn't want to do that, did you? And he said, no, I didn't want to do that, Mickey, but I can't get the thing going. Oh, dear. What a way to go. And the marshals are saying, stop right now, thank you very much. But again, picking up the last lap flag, that is at Jake Roberts' machine. But coming across, there's the ball machine. But it is going to go from last lap to checker flag. It's all a little bit Lionel, isn't it? Yeah, Lionel Messi. So Chaz Edley takes the win. And sideways action. Hey, look at that. And Paul Johnson over in second in the 22 machine. But what we got down here? I think we were going for the... I think we were with Mark Jenkins, was with PhD 106. The funny thing is, though, as Chaz Edley come across that line sideways, he took the wet stuff off, and it looked dry underneath. So Jake Roberts there. Then it's Callum Ball in the number 4 machine, believe it or not. And hey, coming round again. It's Yorkshire Dales 22. So Paul Johnson's come for like a lap of honour, but you only got second. So, but hey, you know. Try and warm the crowd up. Right, so we have got more open wheel special. I think because of the number of reruns in 9s, it's got to be back over to... so it's over to the Silver Fox himself, Kev Erdman.
Cheers, Mickey. Yeah, I think we've got race 4. I'm getting at race 4. What do you reckon, Ian?
Yeah,
race 4. So that will feature Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, Sam Middleton in Scunny 909, Jack Joyce, Wessex 2, Owen Pitt in Hereford 17, Barry Ashmore Spalding 154, Zach Mills in Ludlow 12, Lee Waldron in Forest 4, and Gav Pittman in South Somerset 81. Looking down to the line, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not sure who's not coming out, whether we had an exclusion on that one or not. But anyway, 7 cars in the 213 Performance sponsored men's Class 9. 7 cars ready to do battle to pick up points for this all-important...
Newsflash. Blue sky.
Yeah, we just had a newsflash. It's blue sky over there, but it's still chucking it down the rain over here. I'm looking for me burner phone. There it is. So, Mickey B, shut up. Stop talking about sunshine. We haven't had none yet. This is a nice one. Well done to everybody who've worked so hard to put the meeting on. Wish I was there marshalling. Not really. Now, good luck to all drivers in the awful conditions. Hope to see you on Sunday. So Malvin Allington then, he was a tough old boy, Malvin Allington, Air Chief Marshal here for many years. But he was so good, he was fair to everybody. But if you had a black flag, you knew you had it. He used to get that flag and stick it right where the sun don't shine. He was, I tell you. But a good, fair marshal as well, he was. Callum Coventry... used to do a bit of commentating with us, did Callum. He's just wishing everybody good luck. As we go on then with the 213 Performance Limited sponsored Class 9s. Right, Ashmore from Joyce from Jimmy Smith. That's the 1, 2, 3. Pittman there in 4th as Ashmore just pushes a little bit wide there. And get on your bike. Red flags again. What a shame. That was looking pretty good. I'm not sure what that's for. But what a shame. Oh, there you go. We've got Lee Waldron and parked up to the right. So we're going to go with race 5 next then, which will feature... yeah, another rerun. we'll let you know if there's any exclusions. Right, let's go back to Callum. He was a good old boy and commentated for 5 years. My God. Wishing everybody all the best. So nice to speak to you, Callum. Who else have we got? Well, a bit late for this one, but they've done all right. All the best to Andy and Ryan Meacham racing in Class 4. I think Andy had a rerun and Ryan had a win, if I'm not mistaken. So that was all right. I'm not sure who that's from. You need to send your name, guys, because I don't know who you are. I ain't psychic, I'm afraid. So if you send me a text, send me a name as well. Unless it's a moody one, all right? What else have we got? 07966 146 781. Send us a text and we'll try and give you a mention. Who's this from? Faye and Herdman, aka the Chuckle Brothers, should have their own show on Prime TV. You're having a laugh. Mark Varley, Yorkshire Dales. I do watch a few shows on Prime TV, but we can't talk about them on here. It's Prune TV, not Prime. Prune TV I watch. Look it up, Google it. Tell you, that was a good.
Prune TV?
Yeah.
Is that when you've been in the bath too long?
When you're a bit
Is it one of
shriveled,
those shows?
Yeah, what else have we got?
Look at my wrinkles.
Okay.
I'm like that normally. I don't like getting a bath.
Yeah. Hey, watching. Oh yeah. Hey, watching from Somerset. My dad used to drive grass track in the 1980s. Get in. Remember the greats like Keith Davidge and Richard Ham. Keith Davidge. Do you remember Keith?
No one will.
Yeah.
WS treble 1, Keith Davidge.
Yeah.
Your first one to shook a bike engine in a Class 8.
Yeah. Good old Keith.
Oh, Kawasaki.
So thanks for that.
Yeah, grass cutter they used to call it. That's what I used to do.
Who else have you got? Good luck to CW57. Son, that's Aaron McGrath. So that's from Dad. In Class 4, we've just watched him. I can't remember how he got on. No, he's got a rerun. You'll see him out again in a minute, won't you? And nephew David O'Leary, CW144, also in Class 4. And that's from Doc McGrath, back here in Ireland, watching on Tinternet. Well, you'll see them out again. We had that many reruns in Class 4. We've got Class 9s. I'm going to hand it over to Ian to take you through Race 5. This is the rerun of the rerun of the rerun.
Let's hope there's not another rerun. I'm running out of pages to read it across. Here we go. Guys are away. So, here we go. How many of them is there? 5.
71.
Yeah. Adam Robinson. First to break into that corner. Slithers it around the corner. Yeah, Melton treble 8. Mitch Hollinsby. Mitch currently 5th in the UK, but... and IK75 just trailing around a little bit is Kieran Cobb at the present time, but let's see if he can get it round the corner, which is your first objective. Easy, innit? Up the straight, turn right, up the straight, turn right. These guys will go up the straight, turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right. Who's winning? Somebody tell me. 71, yeah, you were still. Let's get a bucket. Shut up, Faye. Shut up, Robin. Adam Robinson in NS71, we reckon's got this at the present time. And just when you thought it was drying out, it started to rain again. So, yeah, that's a brown blob. Hollinsby written that might be. Gloucester 31. IK 75. Yeah, Norris Rocker 71 we know is 1. All the rest are the right numbers, not necessarily in the right order. So, we actually spotted a patch of blue sky. There is racing going on, but not at the moment. It's taken the lads so long to get round. We got time to read the comic strip in the paper, I think. So here we go, round again. Not a clue. All right. Yeah, we reckon second's coming round now, or is he going to be third? There's lead cars round again, so he's now lapped the second place car. So, NS71, Adam Robinson, we're pretty sure is leading this. Second's down on the other side, we reckon just cast a beer tent. Honestly, I don't know how the lap scores are doing this. There's 5 of us in here staring out the window, and we still don't know. I expect all you spectators and got a better idea of it than this. We're just peering through this horrible glass window. Yep. Winning car's gone over and took the win, so I'm absolutely sure Adam Robinson is currently picking up them 51 points. So he's gone, he's already checkered flag. The second place car we think might be this one. No, he's lapped down. Yeah, we're sure 71 won it. If you're listening at home, this is how long we got to wait to get the second place car over the line. This well could be it. No, that's our leader over again. That's IK75, that's Kieran Cobb. The Reds haven't come out yet, so we don't know when they're finishing the race, but it is 73.60 at the bottom. Can we see the number on the other side as they flip it round? Let's just have a look, see if we can. No, nothing.
What are they?
So then, red flags are out on that one. This car's still slithering out, trying to get off the track. It's Gloucester District 31. I think he's putting a display on the start and finish straight of pirouetting. So good pirouettes, Josh. That's Josh Morgan. He'll be away. So we're on to Class 6s, and I'm going to hand you over to Gareth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ernie. And yeah, straight back onto the programme. Class 6 down there on the line, and Fireman, your sponsors. And race 1 then already poised, ready and waiting down there on the line. As every other class, we get pairs A, B, C and D in race 1, and they're already away from the line. And it is your class sponsor then. That's first away, Matt Manning in Evesham 152. Not sure whether that's going to be Mickey or whether it's Matt, but it's 152 certainly that leads the way into turn 1. Leaves a gap on the inside for Alex Hay in York 24, and already he's opening the gap as they make their way down that far straight. So 24 leads from 152. Then I think it's possibly the White Rose machine, possibly that's slotted into third, or is it SS21? And if so, then it's Martin Honeybun behind the wheel of that one, but it's certainly that Dalo orange machine of Alex Hay that leads the way.
Yeah, Alex Hay then that leads in York 24 from Manning in Evesham 152. Then we go to the Scarborough 76 machine. That's going to be James Armstrong ahead of the CW51 machine. Got in reserve, Nigel Dooley, and Spolin 5, Lewis Clayton, and Jordan Copeland in Scunny 15 then that goes across the line, the former junior champion in the Class 6s, and problems on the Bon and Ben for somebody. South Somerset 21 of Martin Honeybun, and that might be the IK machine of Joe O'Toole, but back round towards it, so all the leaders in trouble. Manning then through in Evesham at 152, James Armstrong running second, Alex Hay still in all sorts of problems in York 24 as the Irish machine comes through. CW41 Alex Hay coming through, and we've got two in Yarmco, that's Lewis Clayton and Coupland in Scunny 15 as Alex Hay gets it pointing the right way once again, but your leader coming down the far side slowly, it does it round the grandstand bend. Mickey Manning, it's the Manning machine, 152.
Yeah, 152 then continues to lead. I think it's the Scarborough 76 machine of James Armstrong that's now leading the chase in that second spot. Then it's the Carlo 51 machine. The reserve from the Southern Ireland League, Nigel Dooley, that is there in third. And certainly if you're over and sat in the grandstand, then these drivers get it up close and personal with you. A lot of entertainment as the cars make their way into turn 3. Alex Hay just looking at going again on this start line straight, but this time round for Tim, they'll see that yellow flag with a black cross.
Yeah, 1 lap to go then for the Class 6 boys as back round towards us they come. It's the, I think it's Matt Manning. If it is, it's good to see Matt back out in the Evesham machine. Had quite a nasty accident in Yorkshire Dales as he comes across the line, and it's checkered flag this time. So he takes the win. Scarborough 76, CW51 rather is third. And totally missed the last lap flag, Gareth, I must admit.
Yeah, I didn't see that either, but yeah, at least one car had it. But yeah, first three cleanly through the checkered flag. Right, coming across the line in that fourth spot is going to be the York 24 machine. That, I reckon, is going to be a lap down when it comes to the official results. And if you're out there listening to us, then don't take any notice of what we say, because, like we say, we can only see what we see, and we haven't got the eyes that the lap scorers have got. So yeah, Spalding 5 crosses the line in that fifth spot. So that's Lewis Clayton. Then from the Fenland League, he finishes his race ahead of the CGTRO representative Jordan Coupland in Scunthorpe 15, and Martin Honeybun in South Somerset 21, just facing the track exit there on the entry to turn 3. So the Evesham Autograss recovery machine goes out to him. But I think we can put another tick in the box.
Another tick in the box. So we're 100% finishing record on Class 6s. Hey, that's got to be good, isn't it?
Shall we quit while we're ahead?
I reckon. Right, that's good night for me.
we will hand you straight over to Mickey B, and we're going to pass you over to Archie as well, is it?
Right, so heat 1, race 2 brings out groups E, F, G and H. Fireman Extinguisher and Safety Services, of course, your very kind sponsor, and that, of course, is Mickey Manning. So this brings out then Ryan Graham in Sydney, it's 4, Jay Colgate in Solway treble 2, Jack Brown in Mallow 182, Andy Wood in Sturton 46. From my part of the world, Richard Jones in Cumdee 279, Matt Jess, away from Ireland in Dan Autograss 77, Matty Schofield in YS 22, and last but by absolutely 100% no means least, Tristan Daniels in Typhy 36. So that's your lineup for race 2. So recovery needed for Alex Hay in York 24. I think there's a tyre stuck under the car. That's why they just need to lift it. So it'll be a moment or so while they get that sorted. But looking at the track, the dare I say it's starting to dry, Gareth?
There's certainly some dry aspects to it, isn't it?
But no, it's you feel for the Evesham club. They put so much into this. It does take a lot of effort to put a good meeting on these days, as many of you know. But I'm sure they will get through it. Experienced crew, experienced team, and as I say, the weather's looking a bit brighter for tomorrow. Yeah. So we just got to survive today. That's all we got to do.
And the funny thing is, if we take 3 steps to the right, it looks a lot clearer out through that window.
It does. So the recovery team move Alex Hayes' car into the centre of the John Wilkins Raceway, and I think we're just putting a few tyres back down around the grandstand bend. Those of you who are watching on the internet, then good afternoon to you. I hope you're enjoying it, but I know it's muddy, but A really should be here. It's an atmosphere like nothing else in Nationals, it's got to be said.
One thing we haven't done, has the grandstand bend got a sponsor? We haven't done the track sponsors, have we?
Good point, actually. I don't know. I'm sure there is a sponsor for the grandstand. We'll get that sorted.
There is Eat Well at Dodwells and M&M Ices, the sponsors for the grandstand. Turn 1, sponsored by Hopebeat Motor Repairs. Turn 2 by FW Graphics. And then all 4 Marshall posts are sponsored by Quinn's Car Rental. So away we go then. Race 2 of your men's Class 6s, sponsored by Fireman. Gets away from the line. Richard Jones sideways, all the way up that start line straight, heading to see the marshals on turn 1. Matty Schofield's heading to spectators on the entry to turn 1, as is Tristan Daniels. He gets collected by, who's that? So I couldn't tell you.
So yeah, red flags once again on that one. What a surprise. I'll tell you what, red used to be my favourite colour. It ain't now, I must admit.
Yeah, and I got rejected by my bank manager to have an extra loan, so yeah, I'll be home after this first round of qualifying, I reckon.
Right, let's see if we can do a little bit better, because I'm getting bankrupt once again in here. Heat 1, race 3 of the Fireman Extinguisher and Safety Services sponsored men's Class 6s. And this one brings out Joe Talbot in ARC 10. John Collington in Scarborough 2:47. Neil Reid in the Mini Traveller in Tyvee 2:21. Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 1:46. Andy Johnson also takes his place at the National, Scarborough 16. Todd Harwood, good to see Todd getting the car repaired after a bit of a roll a few weeks ago, and he takes his place in Sydney. It's 2:63. Darren Thomas in Tyvee 66, and another former champion takes his place. Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41. So that's your lineup for race 3 of men's class 6s. Let's say the current and class 6 champ, of course, Jordan Hampson, and Jordan goes in race 5. So also a new car for Jordan this year. So let's see how he gets along. But there's plenty of former champions in the rest of the field. As I say, Dan Bryan also one of them in the Scarborough 41 machine. But plenty of people to stop him along the way. But I think we just need the JCB over the top part of the circuit to just have a look at the Armco. So yeah, what's the text saying, Gary?
What have we got on the text? We have got David Buckley watching from, where's David Buckley? Oh, come on, Chris Hooper, Pedal 55. Wishing you all the very best. Great racing, loving the live streaming here in Newport Gwent. I bet you it's dry in Newport Gwent as well, because it never rains in Wales, does it?
Well, it does every time I've been there, but there we are.
David Buckley watching. It's cleared up. Same for all drivers. Hope to come down tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. These conditions, nobody can blame the water bowser driver. Nobody can blame anyone but nature. So everybody has the same conditions to battle against. What have we got? Then we got Sharpie in Australia. I was just looking the rules and wrestling honey badgers. Am I safe to read this? You'll be pleased to hear that, as I sent the previous message, it's starting to rain. Yeah, that's being politically correct. Thanks to my sponsors, Quinn's Car Transport and Wilmer Cargo Vehicle Assessments. So that text is done. What else have we got? OnlyFans, what? Chip and Ding Vehicle Repair in Atherton, Lancashire, sending huge cheers to the boss, Lee Buckley. We've seen him in action, Pen 96 in Class 1. Saw him out a little bit earlier on this morning. We've still got, good luck to all the Scarborough crew watching from the Uni House in Leeds. And a little shout out to my sisters Lucy and Sophie Bingham, who are trackside enjoying all the action. Bet they're getting drunk as well. Hope they are behaving themselves. That could be doubtful. And that's a message from Lily Bingham. And have we got any more? Yeah. We have loads. It's a good job I got my reading glasses on. Right then, good luck to all Leeward drivers watching from sunny Greece. You sent that now. Shout out to the F600 stand. They're placed over there on the far side from Mick and Sally. So yeah, if you are interested in taking up a class that's becoming an official part of the National Autograss Sport Association next season, head over there and see the F600s on display.
I told you if we get texts from anybody mentioning sunshine, they're blocked. Good luck to all York members. There's another one from Simon and Lisa at the LSK Catering. Send us a text 07966 146 781. Another one. Congratulations to Helen and Troy Simmons, who got married last week. You fools. And are on honeymoon. Well, we don't need to know about that, do we? Really? Come on.
It should be here.
It should be here, yeah. Lots of love from Sonia, Laurie, Georgia Gray and Lynn. We'll allow that one. Jackie Bow. Send nice message from Jackie Bow. Glad I'm not lap scoring today. I bet you are. They are doing an amazing job, these lap scorers. So thanks, Jackie, for that. You do. I don't know how you do it. Mark Schuker then. I haven't seen Mark for a while. Hi to all the Nationals. Same about the weather. Don't matter about the weather, mate. We're doing all right. Hope John and Melanie Schuker are having a good time while Mark and Dawn sat at home watching in the dry. Mark, you're banned, I tell you. Do not mention weather, sunshine or sitting in the dry. Thanks, Suki.
And I just had a text from my dad, who's at home in Bankerwellin. It's lovely and sunny there.
Well, you're banned as well.
That's just saved me 80 pence I'm going.
Can we suspend the ban till after this weekend?
Yeah. OK, Dan's mum, Paula. Good luck in Class 8. Who do we know it's Dan in Class 8 then? Who's got a mum called Paula? Don't know. But anyway, mum, yeah, there you go. So good luck, Dan, in Class 8. Who's this from? Can you say well done to all the... I'll read this one out. Can you say well done to all the commentators doing an amazing job? I think they must be blind, deaf and dumb.
Put them to favourite count.
Yeah, you didn't mention your name. Actually, no, I sent that one. There's no name on that one.
What are you doing, Kev? Just proofreading them, is it?
Well, yeah, I'm proofreading this. I don't know if... No, I'm not political. Well, not much. I'm not sure about this one. I don't actually get it. Read that one. I'm wondering if that's one of them shifty messages. Anyway, don't read the OnlyFans message, please, will you? Right. Hey. Just while we're at it, I'd like to say a massive thank you to our sponsors and, of course, to our main sponsors, PowerMax, for putting the money up. Don't get a lot for it, really, guys, do you? So a huge thank you to PowerMax, to our main sponsors here this weekend, and, of course, all our class sponsors. Right, I'm going to shut up because we've got Class 6s on the line. Yeah. And these two guys are going to take you through that.
Yeah, just before that, can Douglas Cleland and JP meet Sandy at the back of commentary, please? So just a quick note there from Sandy. Douglas Cleland and JP, can you make your way over and meet Sandy at the back of commentary, please? So, yeah, we're back on track. Well, almost. It looks like there could be just a few more minutes downtime because we've still got marshals out there towards the fence on the entry to turn 1. They're just out of sight. If you're watching the live stream at the moment, you can see the sponsor down there in that bottom left corner. Big thank you, as always. Shouted out to all the sponsors, not just the overall class sponsors, but PowerMax as overall nationals sponsors, and everybody who's either sponsored or put their money in their pockets this weekend to have a trade stand at this renowned John Wilkin Raceway. And
so while I think they're just doing a bit more work on the top part of the circuit, looks like by the Armco. Just a quick reminder then, though, Heat 1, Race 3 of the men's Class 6s. Joe Talbot in ARC 10, John Collinson in ARC 247, Neil Reid in Type 221. Starting right towards the inside of the grid, that's going to be Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146, Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, Todd Harwood then starts in, I think, about grade 2. Then we go to Darren Thomas in Typhy 66 and Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41.
Yeah, somebody was asking earlier on in the week on Facebook when they told him if somebody had come into the Nationals as a reserve and won. I didn't realise until this morning, I think it was 30 years ago, or even more possibly, Wyn Evans, PhD 70 or PAC 70, he made it in as a reserve, won the Nationals, so he was just one. He put it on Facebook, I just happened to see it this morning, and he said that he was going to watch the live stream all weekend. So Wyn and Yvonne, if you're watching at home, then I hope you're both keeping well, and we might see you, as always, at the annual Border Counties event, because I know Wyn really loves that meeting as well as I do. Alex Hayes, York 24 then, managing to make his way back to the pits. That was the fastest he's been all weekend. And while we were in Stratford yesterday, met a couple from York Club, and they said that Rob Farrow's got loads of beer this weekend. So if you are getting thirsty and you want to pick up a can of lager, then apparently Rob Farrow's got loads. I don't know where they're sat, but I'm sure that we can hear them if you keep your ear to the ground.
So, and if you want us to achieve tester for said beer, then we and Gareth will be more than happy to be allocated that job. What do you reckon? I reckon it's a good job, that.
You can have that job this weekend. Signed on officials I'm not going to risk because I can't take a voluntary breath anymore.
So, we're about to go back racing with the serious stuff as the JCB moves into the centre of the Evesham Raceway. And we look down towards the line. They're all assembled. So once again, race 3, Joe Talbot, John Collinson, Neil Reid, Stephen Parsonage, Andy Johnson, Todd Harwood, Darren Thomas and Darren Bryan. So we in groups I, J, K and L in the programme.
Now we got one yellow flag, so that means that one team of marshals are ready. But that looks like quite a healthy lineup down there on paper. Who's your money on?
Yeah,
if you can spare an extra 20p.
Could be anybody. Really. Darren's always quit. Darren Bryan, of course, is another former champ, Scarborough 41. But I tell you what, Stephen Parsons has been flying this year in the 126 machine. But you can't discount Andy Johnson either. Been there, seen it, and done it. But we'll see. The conditions make this a real leveler for everybody. As then we get away from the line. Sixes are away, and from right in the middle of the pack, it's Johnson and in Scarborough 16 that makes the best start. Darren Thomas goes with him in Typhy 6 as he'll slide wide round turn 1 and turn 2. We got Thomas in the fence in the TA 66 machine. Neil Reeds has picked up some ground and through to second in the mini in Typhy 221. Parsonage slotting into third in North Wales 146, but as they come back round sideways as he goes, Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16.
Yeah, so it's Johnson in 16, Reed in 221, albeit quite a way down from your race leader. He's fending off the challenge of Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, and he's there in third just ahead of Stephen Parsonage in the North Wales 146 machine. I think everybody actually have got going again, but it's your race leader that makes his way into the grandstand turn for the third time of asking. Scarborough number 16 then gets ever sideways, full opposite lock on that number 16 machine.
Yeah, Johnson is that leads him on to another lap once again as Darren Thomas gets it going, but to your second place machine, Neil Reed, Typhy 221. Brian's closing as well in Scarborough 41. Parsonage also in there as well, but drifting wide into turn 1, trying to avoid the fence, but down the far side, Andy Johnson making this look dead easy, isn't he? Scarborough 16 as he throws it absolutely sideways in the grandstand bend. Who said you can't get a class 6 sideways? Scarborough 16 on to last lap, then he goes.
Yeah, absolutely, on to the last lap. Darren Thomas just taking a wider line through that grandstand turn. It's going to be Neil Reed who crosses that last lap flag in that second position, but he looks like he's third on track, but he's absolutely nailing it this time in that second spot. Darren Thomas in that TA66 machine is a lap down, so Darren Bryan will go through if he manages to do so on that far straight and hold on to third in the Scarborough machine. But here comes your race leader, and he's about to become your race winner.
Yeah, 55 points on the board then. Andy Johnson, Scarborough 16, takes the win. Neil Reed will, all being well, come through and take second in Typhy 221. Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41 will take third. Then we go to, I think that's Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146 that comes across in fourth, as the rest of the field then will go through. That's I think that's John Collinson in the Scarborough 247 machine, as Andy Johnson already finished, so lap of honour for Andy, and I think the last one to come round, and last two to come round, that will be Todd Harwood in Sydney. It's 263, and last to finish I think will be Darren Thomas in Typhy 66.
Yeah, and Joe Talbot as well in ARC number 10, just making his way into the grandstand turn. Forget the 55 points on the board, it's 20 pence in the pocket. It's another tick on the board.
Absolutely, another big tick goes in the race 3 on the race 3 box. So yeah, damage limitation all done. So we look then to race 4 of the Fireman Extinguisher and Safety Services sponsored men's class 6s. And as we look down towards the line, Anthony Conway in Scarborough 91, Dave Gilder in Radford 61, Martin Phillips in Cumney 47, James Palmer in White Rose 720. As reserve gets in Darren Bayard in Australian District number 90. Then Andy Russell, always quick wherever he goes, Andy, IK 64. Darren Rees in Typhy 95, and last but by absolutely no means least, another quick class 6, Tom Pipe in North Shropshire number 5. So that brings out M, N, O and P if you're following it in your programmes. And once again, as we look down towards the line, all assembled tyres I think just pushed out slightly on turn 1 and turn number 2. So once again, class lineup in men's class 6s.
Yeah, and while the tyre is being put back in place, I've had a few text messages coming through. We've been asked to give Lowry CM6 a big shout out. Didn't realise she was older than me. Apparently she's 40 today. Not sure how true and correct that is, but yeah, probably that is Lowry bach. A gobeithio bod ti'n okay. And it's also bone dry in Cornwall, apparently a message there from Tom Ellis. But what's he doing in Cornwall, I don't know.
There we go, then. Class 6s away from the line there. Russell's quickest away in IK 64 as he leads round turn 1, of course the map champion. And he was the black flagged, of course, in the final last year, but he's looking to make amends this year. IK 64 leads down that far side. Conway just slotted into third as they go into the grandstand bend once again, but bringing them back round already, pulling clear. IK 64, Andy Russell.
Yeah, many people's favourites for this weekend's title, and he's, to be fair, he's showing the rest of the field the way to go in this one. He's racing ahead of the North Shropshire number 5 machine. Tom Pipe leads the chase. I tell you what, I've been to a couple of West Midland League qualifiers and meetings this year, and Cumdy 47 has been flying up until now, but he's there racing mid-pack at the moment. But at the moment it's Russell that once again makes his way through the grandstand turn back towards us to round out another circuit, and everybody else is revving their engines and they're going nowhere, but that sounded as healthy as anything going past this.
Yeah, Pipey running second as Darren Rees drifts wide, and coming through, I think that's Conway and Scunny 91 ahead of the very distinctive machine of James Palmer in White Rose 720. Martin Phillips going through in Carmarthen 47, another quick machine ahead of Dave Gilder in Radford 61, but coming around once again, making this look dead easy in Class 6, isn't he? 1 to go, Andy Russell, IK 64, 1 to go, Tom Pipe, North Shropshire number 5. These two way clear from, I think that's Anthony Conway in Scunny 91 as Armstrong looks up that inside line and takes that third place slot and starts them on another circuit. The rest of the field follow through. Andy Russell then, IK 64, goes into the grandstand bend for the final time.
Absolutely, not sure if it's safe to say follow through when the track looks like that, but your race winner is Andy Russell in IK 64. Tom Pipe takes second in North Shropshire number 5. Oh, picking up a black flag there from the marshals on turn number 1, so not sure what that was for. Certainly second on the track, but he was black flagged for gaining an advantage on the first lap. So black flag there for Tom Pipe in North Shropshire 5. White Rose 720 takes third. Conway takes fourth in Scunthorpe 91, just to make sure he gets his 55 points. Russell just doing that extra lap of honour ahead of, I think that's the Gilder machine, Radford 61, crossing the line, we reckon, in about 5th. And I think this is going to be the Cumdy machine of Martin Phillips to round out this race 4 of the Fireman, Fire Extinguisher and Safety Services sponsored men's Class 6s. 1 race to go as the red flags go up, and I'll hand you straight over to Tim to take you through the runners and riders on this one.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. So, race 5 of the last scheduled race of men's Class 6s. And I'll tell you what, this is a fair lineup. Ben Gasby will be there in Pennine 7, the former champ, of course, second last year. Ryan Palace will be there in Scarborough 78. So will Steve Clark in Scunny 729. Carl Proctor, another former champion, although in the juniors in York 77, will take his place in Group R. Also, Paul Regan will be there, Severn Valley number 5, as well as Phil Olsen, another super quick Class 6 in Carmarthen 47. Martin Canning also takes his place in Evesham 291, alongside and paired this weekend with the champion himself then, Jordan Hampson in Pennine number 70.
Yeah, absolutely. Pair T look absolutely superb, because on paper you've got one of the men that should know these venues as best as anybody else. Martin Canning and the Canning family have been racing around this circuit for many years, and they're going, well, Martin's going head to head with Jordan Hampson in Pennine number 70.
Just a quick announcement, all the league officials, your ladies and juniors passes are up at Max Sport, so if you need to go and collect your ladies and juniors passes from Max Sport, thank you.
There we are, yeah. So everybody that have paid, and ladies and juniors, obviously to get into the field if you're racing, then you will need a pass. So make sure that somebody, doesn't matter who from the committees of the leagues are here this weekend, make sure that you're picking them up from the Maxport trade stand, otherwise Kirsty Godfrey won't be happy. But yeah, race 5 down there on the line. We've said Canning and Hampson go head-to-head, and they're going to go head-to-head all weekend. Paul Regan in Severn Valley 5 and Phil Olsen in CM47. We could have a bit of an interleague duel off this weekend, because obviously from the Severn Valley Club and West Midland League, Paul Regan will represent your league, Tim. Phil Olsen in Command 47 will represent mine. Is that the only West Midland versus South Wales head-to-head? We'll have a look later on. A little bit more sad information if you're actually interested out there in Spectator Land. We've also got Steve Clark in Scunthorpe 729 and Carl Proctor in York 77 and Ryan Pallas in Scarborough 78 and Ben Gadsby in Pennine number 7. So that is your lineup for race 5. Marshals are making their way steadily back to their marshal posts. The track markers on the grandstand turn seem to be back in place. I'm not sure if the marshals are actually discussing whether they're going to put water down on that inside line and keep the drivers off the tyres. What do you reckon?
It could be, yeah. There's a slightly lighter line, shall we say, around the tyres. I think that's maybe the discussion. But
I reckon we will see the bells before the day's through,
we might see the bells before the day's out, you know. But there we are. So, as I say, Fireman Extinguishers and Safety Services, your kind sponsor. Of course, Mickey Manning, the person behind Fireman. And yeah, big thanks, of course, to them for their very kind sponsorship.
We just mentioned to Tom Ellis in Cornwall that he was down in the caravan watching us and that it was dry in Cornwall. He's also tucking into one of my favourite snacks. He's just sent me a picture of a bag of skips. And, yeah.
He's definitely banned.
He is he? Right, hang on, where's the block button? I've never blocked anybody on Facebook before.
So I think JCB needed up the top part into turn 1. I think obviously the arm cover must have got a bit of a tap, so obviously safety is paramount. So those of you who are listening on the interweb and on the internet, then good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying it all. But again, should be here, but if you're not here, then hope you're enjoying it and all the action, everything coming your way.
So we're going to be a few minutes away from racing. So what can we waffle about, Tim? Have we actually mentioned Border Counties this year so far?
I don't think we have, actually.
There we are then. Border Counties Autograss Festival, as always, on the August bank holiday. So yeah, just 4 weekends away, I think. That's happening on the last weekend in August, the weekend before the ladies and juniors. It's also a very, very important birthday on that weekend. The driver of PhD 16 is turning 18, so he'll be having his first drink. And he's out there in Spectator Land. He's learned from the best, shall we say. Gareth Paynes has shown him the ropes as far as it comes to controlling the pint. But yeah, a little bit of celebration for PhD 16 at Border Counties.
Yeah, I must admit, looking forward to the Border Counties 3-dayer, of course, coming up in about 4 weeks' time. And 3 separate days, of course, for Saturday, Sunday and the Monday. And, of course, we can't mention the Border Counties, the 3-dayer, without the absolutely awesome Super Saloon Shootout. I've seen some cracking racing over the years, I must admit.
I just had a message from Lauren Pickering. She said she could listen to me speak all day. And she says, it's making a very wet day in London much more bearable. But I'm not sure whether she's on about herself or the weather.
Steady, Gareth, steady. It's a family show.
Yeah, well.
But no, just going back quickly to the Border Counties, and that's saloon shootout we've done over the years. Sorry, Gareth, I'll let you. But sorry, Gareth, you got the announcement.
Yeah, can Jodie Bentley and Kirsty Godfrey make their way over to commentary, please? Jodie Bentley and Kirsty Godfrey, if you can make your way over to commentary as soon as possible, please. Yeah, so that's all I had to say, really. Looks like the track maintenance team, the fence repair crew up there on the entry to turn 1, and it looks like there's just a few more drops of natural dust repellent being put down on this John Wilkin Raceway. As we look over towards the grandstand, we can see race 5 of this first round of qualifying down there on the line. God help us in the second round of qualifying, unless there's about 40 pressure washers in the pits, because it's going to make interesting reading as we progress through the second round of qualifying. Don't forget, if you're driving and you're out there in Spectator Land, if we can't see your numbers, you won't get any points. So make sure that your numbers are going to be eligible, at least until they get to the start line.
So yeah, more the work still going on the Armco on the entrance to Turn 1. And don't forget, all the trade stands are here this weekend for all your bits and pieces for repairing your car or building a new one or whatever. Loads and loads and loads around the circuit. And as I say, we've got of course DM race engines. Lam McKenzie, of course, just behind us with all the race engine bits. Got Bereford chassis and components here. We've got Neil Griffiths Auto Competition Spares, Muck Junkie, of course John Gay here, XC Works. And a Classic Panel Company. We've got Elite Bar Services here, Mrs. B's Animal Feeds for all your doggy friends to keep them happy this weekend. R&M Motorsport Panels are here, MJA Engineering, Wildcat Photography, give them a shout out, capturing all the action this weekend. And Electric Bike Supermarket as well over the far side, ready for the bike race hopefully later on. Vision Plus are here. No, I don't think it would do, Kev, but Vision Plus are here. And Barnard Motorsport for all your bits and pieces. Max Sport are here, of course, for all your tyres. BP Grassing, always a big fixture in any big Autograss meeting. BP Grassing in the familiar yellow and green tent over to the left of us here in commentary. Elite Transmissions are here. Fairy Tale Paint and Miller Motorsport and everybody else. But we go back to the serious stuff, men's class 6.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's Phil Olsen from grid number 1 then, who's actually going to lead into turn 1. Ball keeps it on the straight and narrow just about, even though he gets out of shape. Points it back in the right direction, and certainly so far in this first round of qualifying, the fastest 6 down that first straight in the CM47 machine, but he needs to just ease off a little because he could overcook it, and he just about gets it back, pointed in the right direction just in time. But yeah, he could be dizzy, Tim. What do you reckon?
Dancing on ice, I reckon. Well done, though, to Phil for holding that second place slot. But Palace has got his nose in front in the Scarborough 78 machine. Phil Olsen, Commander 47. Then we go to Jordan Hampson, your current champ, looking to move through. And through the second he goes down the far side in Pennine at number 70, followed by Ryan Palace now back to third. Regan now running in fourth in Severn Valley, number 5. But back out front, Phil Olsen in Commander 47 keeps it a lot tidier this time as he comes back around towards us. Commander 47 it is as your race leader.
Yeah, absolutely slammed on the brakes there on the entry to the grandstand turn to keep that inside line in the Commander 47 machine, and he's done exactly the same on this top end. So yeah, it's the Commander 47 machine that continues to lead. Scarborough 78 rather, Ryan Palace leads the chase down that back straight, getting ever closer. They're all bunching up behind Olsen. Are they going to actually sit behind him, or are they going to go around the outside? It's going to be interesting to see whether they can actually get the grip through the slurry. Looks like he has, because we got a new race leader as they move on to their last lap.
Yeah, Scarborough 78 then takes up the running for the last time of asking as Phil Olsen goes through in Commander 47. Regan now up to third in Severn Valley 5. Hanson now back in fourth in Pennine 170. Then we go to York 77 and Ben Gasby in Pennine at number 7. Not conditions not to Ben's liking in this one, but back to the leader. And he's going to take 55 points on the board and good control drive as well. But Olsen looking right round the outside, but it's Scarborough 78 that takes it. CM47, Severn Valley 5. Then we go to Jordan Hampson in Pennine at 70. York 77 of Carl Proctor comes across the line and picks up a few points ahead of Ben Gasby in Pennine 7. And so we are cheering then. Phil Olsen picks up the green flag in Commander 47. But just the 2 cars, I think, to come round to finish. That's Steve Clark in Scunthorpe 729. And the last one to finish, we didn't mention him, but we'll give him a shout out. Martin Cannon in Evesham 291.
Yeah, not the result Martin would have wanted in his first round of qualifying. Back of the pack in that lineup of Class 6s, but like I say, these conditions really gonna turn things around. We made 4 ticks out of 5 for the first round of qualifying of men's Class 6s. We'll mention this one, so once again, that was Fireman, Fire Extinguishers and Safety Company. Big thank you to them for their sponsorship of men's Class 6s. We look to the line, we can see Class 2 machinery, and to take you through this next rerun, I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Ian Fay.
Yeah, cheers guys. Nice one. Right. And just as you thought it was drying out, it rains again. So here we go. Right, Class 2s. Sponsor of Class 2 is Phil Young Heating Services. This is a second go at this one, so we're not doing too bad with this. I think we got one Class 9 rerun to go, which will be race 4. And then we got this race 2 of Heat 1 of men's Class 2. That should have out there Ben Fiddler, Dave Mullins, Dan Owen, Ollie Stevens, Brad Ellison, Ash Barrow, Will Elford and Dave Evans. Now this is Dave Evans is 8th in the UK at the moment. Will Elford 2nd in the Bass. Ash Barrow 3rd in the Bass. And Ollie Stevens 4th in the Bass. So this is a good old heat. This is here. We haven't heard of any exclusions on this one, but just one. There's one car missing. Looking at the screen, we can't tell who it is, but there's somebody obviously disappeared. So we'll try and pick these out. Let's hope they've cleaned their numbers off. No, that's right. You say yes. No numbers, no points, guys. So here we go. Good, clean start from the guys. They've kicked it fairly straight up to now. P40, first to show at the present time. So Dave Evans is one leading them round for the time. There's a couple gone. A couple of Turville and Dean impressions down on that turn 1. As the pack just shunts up well sideways into that bend. Can he bring it back? Indeed he does. Gets it. It's like watching Class 6, isn't it? Red flags on that one. So that one will start again. We got a car square wheeled. And surprise, surprise, it then takes off. So I got a feeling he won't be taking any further part in that one. So that one will go back into the rerun lane unless they line him up straight away, which I doubt is not the case. So we'll be back a little bit later to deal with that one. So Phil Young Heating Services will get another mention. What's that, Ken? Rerun of something. 4s? What do you reckon? I think.
One of the many. Race 4 rerun that. Is that on the line?
I think it's a race 1.
So yeah, we got Class 4 rerun down there on the line, and it's going to be a rerun of race 1. Cotswold Coffee Company are sponsors of men's Class 4 here at the Evesham 2023 Men's National Autograss Championships. We heard that Darren Grasby in Evesham 220s had a black flag from the initial run, and certainly he's not there, because if you're watching the live stream then you can see exactly what I can see, and you can see one car all the way out in grid number 8. You can see 4 cars all bunched up in the middle. You can't see the numbers above that start line, so let's hope that Evesham have got a pressure washer out ready for tomorrow, because it all adds to it. And if you're watching the live stream, that it will be good to see the green, the red lights turn green as well, because I'm not sure how well that's working if you're watching the live stream. Certainly we can't see it here that well, but yeah, a little bit more natural dust repellent being put down on the circuit. So yeah. But we'll still definitely see the water bowser by the end of the day. So down there on the line, process of elimination. We're left with Steve Olive in start 99. But I think he's the one that's all the way out in grid number 8. Otis Williams certainly there. He's the one that starts on the inside of the pack in TA13. He starts next to Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. The way Ben Gould's been flying all year, Otis will be happy that unless they both make the final, then this is going to be the last time he's actually going to take on Ben Gould for the rest of the weekend, because obviously as we progress through the second and third rounds of qualifying, then the permutations all change. Next to Ben Gould, I think it's one of the Carlo machines, and if so, it's David O'Leary, and he's quite a bit off the pace, off the line. But it is Ben Gould. 434 then leads into turn 1. Is he going to push on, or is he going to push on? Or is he going to turn in? And he's actually pushed on. He's just given Adam Henley a little bit of a love nudge on the apex of that turn. Adam Henley just a little bit sideways down that far straight in York treble 7. He's the one that certainly leads into the grandstand turn for the first time. Ben Gould goes with him, albeit about 3-4 car lengths down as they actually enter turn 3. And then down there in third, I think that's possibly the Steve Olive machine of start 99 racing ahead of Otis in TA13.
Yeah, Henry it is then that leads them across the line, the former Class 4 champ. Then leading the way, Goldie then running second in the North Shropshire machine, and North Shropshire 434, also a former champion but in Class 6, but Goldie running in second place. Steve Olive in Sturton at 99 racing ahead of Otis Williams in Typhi 13, and the Sturton machine, John Hausman coming through, but once again showing them the way round, finding what grip that is. It's Henley that leads them on to another circuit.
Absolutely, and if your favourite before this weekend wasn't Grasby, then certainly it would have been that man. York Treble 7 making his way once again through that top part of the circuit, opening the gap between himself and Ben Gould, and I'm sure that they're just playing around in this first round of qualifying in these conditions. I'm not sure whether we mentioned the Carlo man at the back of the pack. That's David O'Leary in Carlo 144, who's just struggling quite a bit with these conditions, and he's about to come unstuck as your race leader comes through the start gate turn. Oh, he's pushed on to avoid the contact. Ben Gould also avoiding the contact. He's into the infield. Henley holding on to that race leadership in York Treble 7 as they move on to the last lap from Gould. Houseman a lap down. So Otis in TA 13, he's now up to third. Steve Olive all the way out there in the slurry in Sturton 99. 3 cars safely onto the last lap, but are we going to see the Reds? What do you reckon, Tim?
Let's try and get this one to completion as Adam Henley, for a last time of asking, and into the start, into the grandstand bend, nice and slow. And oh yes, Carol, I think we spoke too soon. Red flags. So yeah. So hopefully the result may stand, but we get that red flag once again. Another 20p in the pot.
We're on about what the count is. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to afford to go now.
I know, I can't extend my bank loan anymore. It's impossible.
Certainly not. And you know how tight I am with money anyway.
If you speak to my missus, mate, I'll tell you what, I reckon I'm ahead of you.
Did you forget to buy those flowers before you came, Tim? Right, now we've got another rerun. You'll never guess it, but yeah, certainly down there on the line, we got a rerun of race 2, bringing out pairs E, F, G and H. Looking at the stream, looking at the camera, this is ever handy, isn't it? It's great. We can see 7 cars down there on the line, so certainly one will have been excluded. And I reckon it's going to be Andy Whittingham in star 50, because I'm sure that he started in grid 1 last time round. So yeah, we reckon we're going to go without Andy Whittingham in grid number 1. In grid 2 then is going to be Russ Wallbank in IK 82. 282, yeah.
Yeah, no, we're going from...
Oh yeah, it's race 2, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We got Rich Wallbank in IK 282 now, and the online streamers have actually made this job a little bit harder now because they've changed the camera angle. Oh, there we are. As if by magic, we're back. So who can we see in grid 3? That looks to me like it could be Warren Coles in Wessex 94. Certainly a silver Micra that's just taken part in a 1 qualifier shootout down in the Southern League this year, and it certainly looks like he's there in the Wessex 94 machine. Mikey Jones in Hereford 31 is going to start in grid number 6 in the very familiar Mini Clubman. He's changed colours this year though, made things a little bit more difficult, but yeah, Hereford 31 still Mikey flying the flag for the Hereford Club and the West Midland League. Who else can we make out on that screen? It's the Scunthorpe machine of Jordan Coupland. He's going to start in grid number 4. Rob Lancaster's there in grid number 5, and if he doesn't get a good result, then at least he can always resort to these famous elite bars. Also down there then, starting towards the outside in grids 7 and 8, I reckon we've got John Fishwick in Yorkshire Dales 88, and we've got Richard Williams in BC 25 on cue almost. We're away, we're racing. Oh, Rob Lancaster just crossing over the front end of the Mike Jones machine, and Hereford 31 just slotting into that 4th spot as they go into turn 1, failing to cut onto the tyres. Your race leader as they went into turn 1, Rich Wallbank, is round. He's facing the crowd there on the apex of that turn. But it is Rob Lancaster in Radford 47 then from the home league, not the host club, but the home league, leading the way into the grandstand turn for the first time. Radford 47 all ready. Oh, we've got red flags once again. You'd never think that Class 4s would be so problematic in these conditions. You'd reckon Class 4 would be one of the classes that could get away with these conditions the best, wouldn't you?
Oh, somebody picking up the black flag as well. That may even be I'm not going to tempt fate, but looks like it was aimed at Rob Lancaster in Radford 47. But again, we'll wait for official confirmation. Say whatever we say, don't take our word for it. We've got to wait for obviously official confirmation. So as I say, certainly looked like for Rob. So another, if it is, and another favourite may have gone by the wayside, along with Darren Grasby and Isham 220. But you never know. 2 good wins tomorrow, or one this afternoon, one tomorrow, may just get you into the final. But yeah, it's just it's one of them, isn't it? It's conditions really aren't nice for everybody, but it is same across the board, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, it's one of them. But there we go, as they go back to the rerun line and cost us another 20p for the Alzheimer's charity. But I know we keep joking about it, but it is such a good and worthwhile charity. I know a lot of people have pledged to match what we put in, and I know there's a lot of people that have put donations in one-offs, and we really do thank you so much. It means so much to everybody, and to so many people, as I say, in memory of one of our friends and colleagues here in commentary and across the board, Mr. George Capper.
Yeah, absolutely. Grandad George always used to joke that he looked after me as if I was his grandchild. He always used to call him Grandad George. And a big shout out as well to Diane and Tonky as well, because they did give us a little key ring of just a little microphone after George's passing last year. And yeah, just hits a little bit home, doesn't it? They had their day yesterday, but yeah, big thank you, Diane. It doesn't actually say that much, but it means absolutely everything.
100%. So away we go then, another rerun of men's class 4 as they get away from the line a bit slow away and sideways up the main straight, but as they go into the top turn, when somebody's in trouble, that's Pete Berry, I think, in IK 221. So is the Carlo Machine and Aaron McGrath in CW 152. As once again down the far side we go. Radford 36. Ryan Meacham smoking at the back of the field, and I think there we get red flags once again. This is bankrupting us, I'll tell you. So somebody picks up the black flag.
Okay, so yeah, we're unofficially hearing that we are going to have a black flag out on that one. Daniel Jones, PAC 4. He's just making his way back to the pits there. He will be unhappy, I'm sure, because I think it's been stopped twice while he's been in front. Dual black flag. Oh, we're hearing then that officially. Pete Berry in IK 221 and Kai Stevens in BC 32 will be excluded from the rerun, so a double black flag on that one as the rest of the field make their way back to the pits. But we got clean cars down there on the line, so it's not a rerun, and we're going open-wheeled Class 8s for the first time. So to take you through those, I'll hand you straight over to Archie Lewis and Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Gareth. Hello, everybody. Russ here, of course, covering Class 8 and 10 this weekend. I'm delighted to be joined by Nationals commentary booth debutant, Archie Lewis. And yeah, so we've got Archie here. It's his debut in the commentary booth at the Nationals. So Archie, are you looking forward to it?
Oh, there's one way to put a bit more pressure on, I suppose. But yeah, no, definitely looking forward to it. Well, we go men's 8s, etc. So never short of a bit of drama. So we all look forward to that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as Gareth said, though, we've got some clean cars down there on the line. They won't be clean for long. We've probably got a difficult task ahead of us now because it's still very tricky conditions, and the Class 8s all look pretty identical once they're that equal shade of brown. So let's see how we go. We're going to go a race at a time so we know who's who. But this is Groups A, B, C and D, the RC Race Fab sponsored Class 8s. Your defending champion is in this lineup, Jack Gibbons, but it's Dan Thomas slicing across the pack there, flicking on the goggles. He's got Daz Mullen and Jack Julian for company into turn 1. Where's your champ? He's stuck in the mud right towards the back. Jack Gibbons in Leewood 17. He's past Drew Butters. Now the work starts. But down the far side for the first time we go. Daz Mullen leading the way in Yorkshire Dales 37. At the moment we can just about identify who's who. Oh, Dan Thomas is round, and it's Dan and Daz who are paired together. So it's working well for one, not for the other. We've seen the other cars struggle with the conditions, and some get it right at the moment. moment. Mullins got it perfectly right. Julian moves up to second place, then West Waterford 358. There's George Bloor, your meeting chairman. He's been busy. He's out there, the 2015 champion, back there and looking good at the moment in third. As we go with next is that Tim Russell, IK65. Oh, a black flag comes out, and that goes to PhD 47. Dan Thomas's Nationals is not going well. Drew Butters goes through. That was for a jump start. Can't quite see the start line so clearly from here, but we can see the flag being shown. And it's Mullen then. He's away and clear. Jack Julian in that second position. West Waterford 358. George Bloor is third. Where's fourth? Here it is. That's Tim Russell in IK65. Yellow flags flying. Somebody's up by the Armco. Coming through is Jack Gibbons, your defending champ. Not going so smoothly at the moment. That's Carl Burns just rejoining in Breeden Hill 18. Mullins got it sideways. Tries to avoid the back marker, Drew Butters. He now makes it through. Whitey 37. 1 lap to go. So this is the first group of the day so far. Daz Mullen is the one navigating it all. Last year he finished second. He said second sucks and he wants to go one better, and so far he's kicking off his account in the best way possible. He's got the final turn, the grandstand bend to get through, and he will see the check. Oh, he's round. Mullen is round backwards up to the Armco in 37. Bang, he gets him back into first, hits the throttle and rejoins, still in that lead position. Let's hope no damage on the back of that car, but he survived. Checkered flag. Daz Mullins, your winner. Yorkshire's 37 looks just about to have got away with that. Second, Jack Julian now. West Waterford 358. John Bloor third. Evesham 112. Who's going to be fourth? Is it still Tim? Yes, it is. Tim Russell looking absolutely plastered in that IK65. Then it's Drew Butters in North Shropshire 14. He's a lap down. Jack Gibbons, a disappointing start to his title defence in very, very difficult conditions. It never really worked for him in that one. And just coming through, that's Breeden Hill 18. Carl Burns, who completes it all on the lead lap. Drew Butters, of course, NS14, 1 lap down. So, unfortunately, Dan Thomas excluded for a jump start in PhD 47. That's one of the favourites who is already in a lot of trouble. So, it looks like Drew Butters is going to come round to take his points. He's been flagged in 1 lap down. So, yeah, he will score his all-important finishing points. And a cheer in the grandstand then for the drivers. That was your first heat of the RC Race Fab Class 8. Archie, who we got for race 2?
Well, we've got your pairings for your E, F, G and H then. So, coming out then, Adam Jones, we are looking for the Border Counties 69. Stu Whitehouse in that White Rose, number 5. One of your reserves then, Lewis Jackson in your Nottingham, number 7. Steve Mills in your Cumdy, number 10. James Bow should be down there in that Pennheim, number 9. Jamie Little, Solway 46. We're looking for him also. North Wales 141, Danny Lawler. And Owen Williams then in your Forest 95, so Mills it is then. It's got the best of starts in your Cumdy number 10 then, so it's a Westmoreland League 1-2 for the moment in time, because Jonesy goes with him in that Border Counties 69, and one of the Nottingham cars there of Lewis Jackson then, who was one of your reserves, one of the Forest cars then. Williams then up into about 5th position, but all the meanwhile slowing it down into turn number 3 then. It is then that Cumdy number 10, Steve Mills, with Jonesy still running back there in second in that Border Counties 69 there, but just pushing on to the slot then is your race leader. Jonesy's going to close up then in 69. Who's that going to be for third? Is it going to be one of your Pennheim number 9? Nope, it's Stu Whitehouse in White Rose number 5. And is that the Bow Machine then back there in that 4th in either the Solway car or it's going to be the Pennheim number 9. But tangling in between turns 1 and 2 is that Forest 95 machine. But we're going to switch back then. We're going to look for your race leader who's just getting stuck behind, or say maybe a bit of confusion. But that's allowed Jonesy up the inside this time around in your Border County 69 as Millsy just pushing on him ever so slightly. But another lap complete then. Border County 69 is now your race leader. Cumdy 10 then runs there in that second. Whitehouse still there in third. third. And I'm going to say that's the Bow Machine. We're trying to make out the number. Forest 95 then this time up to that 5th position. But look at the front then. Steve Mills in out of it just yet. In Cumdee number 10. There's Boulder County 69 then drops back down to 2nd. Stu Whitehouse though still running back there in 3rd. Ready to pick up any pieces thrown down by your leading 2. But Steve Mills then is certainly motoring on in that Cumdee number 10. Is on to his final circuit. This time around, Jonesy's just going to follow there in 2nd and 69. Whitehouse still runs there in 3rd. Can we make that one out? It's going to be the Pennheim number 9. I'm going to say that is. Then comes your Forest 95, Owen Williams. And then we are looking for the reserve, Lewis Jackson, in that Nottingham number 7. So by process of elimination, that should be the Solway 46, or it's going to be the North Wales 141. But Steve Mills, and he spun it then in the grandstand bend. So gifted the lead for Jonesy. So he's going to say thank you very much and take those 55 points. Certainly happy with that one. Stu Whitehouse is going to come through for 2nd. Then we're going to go to your Pennheim number 9 with Owen Williams and Forest 95 going back up to 4th. Mills then dropping all the way back down to 5th. I say done what he needed to do. But it's all important, that last couple of corners, just catching them out. Nottingham 7 and Lewis Jackson is going through. And to round it all out, we're going to say that's the Solway Machine of Jamie Little. So we are going to go Heat 1, Race 3. So it's going to be back over to Russ.
Well, there you go, Archie. Your first official race as a commentator done. Nerves drop now? Slightly. There we go. You soon get into the rhythm of the racing. Quick pace from the 8s, regardless of the conditions. I mean, you can see that line forming on the inside. It's obviously nowhere near dry conditions for them. And with the level of Class 8 competition we have, obviously, at the National Championships, the overall championships, of course, sponsored by PowerMax. Yeah, you're certainly going to get your entry fees worth from the 8s. If it were dry, it'd be stunning, spectacular, all those kind of words we use, obviously, to describe the class. But it's the conditions we've all got, and that's what they're doing, and they're making the best of it. And it has caught a few out, of course, earlier on. In the other classes, a lot of big favourites are really going to be struggling throughout the rest of this weekend, or it could already be over due to flags and other things, just disappointing outcomes to their possible results. But yeah, let's see what happens in Heat 1, Race 3, Groups I, J, K and L. And I know Mickey will be up here watching closely, maybe eyes open, eyes closed, not sure, because his boy is out in this one, Callum Barker. He's paired with Kenny Smith this weekend, and Kenny wins the award for the best hairstyle because he's got it coloured in the same as his car. Half of it is like a goldy yellow, the other is pink. Certainly eye-catching there. But Stroud 41 and Scarborough 50 are paired together. Alex Hall in Radford 411 is paired with Ben Harper, so Radford 411 and Melton Treble 1 make up Group J. Neil Tivey, because I learnt that last night, I was told, it's Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142. He's paired with Connor Jones in North Wales 115. We have a former Junior Specials winner in Cumdee 115, Matt Owen. He's paired with Justin Thomas in North Shropshire 40, who actually substituted for Jeff Beresford, who's sadly not able to compete this weekend. But away we go. Oh, and Owen then across the front of everybody. Will that cause trouble? I don't know. Company 115 leading the way. Tivey goes into second place in the early going into turn 1 as Owen pushes on badly. And it's Alex Hall up the inside. Neil Tivey comes back round. Oh, Owen's in the Armco. His racing going well at the moment. But it's West Waterford 142 down the far side for the first time. Into the turn 3 we go then. Alex Hall back in second. Oh, somebody's gone backwards and there's a wheel damage there. Front suspension, wishbones damaged on board of that one, whoever it may be. But it's not Neil Tivey. West Waterford 142, Radford 411. Tivey hurls the car into turn 1, trying to get it hooked up, turned in, and on his way. Barker's up to 3rd, Scarborough 50, so he's got through the early melee. Matt Owen rejoins in 4th ahead of Ben Harper, so we can nominate who it could be down there. It's not Kenny Smith. No, Justin Thomas. He goes through. Then Kenny Smith. So it must be Connor Jones, North Wales 115, who's stranded going into the track exit bend. But it's Neil Tivey then, a couple laps to go. West Waterford 142, Radford 411, Alex Hall chase. No, we've got cars in trouble up here. The tail ender's right in front of the race leader. Barker goes through in 3rd. He's solid there at the moment in time. And who's next? We've got one meeting up by the start gate. Ben Harper comes through. His goggles, I think, packed in Melton Treble 1. I know what that feels like. It's not pleasant.
front. And here comes Matt Owen in company 115. So I think Kenny Smith has disappeared off somewhere. Somebody else's round. It's all a lottery, this one. Here's Justin Thomas. Neil Tivey still leads. Alex Hall still second. That is without a doubt as they go into the final lap. Callum Barker, very mature driving here from that young man into third. Matt Owens parked up, visiting the spectators at Cumdee Car Club. Then Barker just a little bit out of shape there down the side. Kenny Smith, I think, is a lap down. Ben Harper goes through, but it's Neil Tivey, I think, who's led pretty much from the off, or is he? He's got a bit wide, keeps it absolutely nailed, and just about hangs on. Checkered flag, West Waterford 142 is your winner, Radford 411. Justin Thomas is one lap down. An applause in the commentary box for Callum Barker. He should be pleased with that, a third place, 36 points on the board for his first round of qualifying. Who is next? It's Brown versus Brown car, but it's Ben Harper, Kenny Smith. I think Kenny's a lap down, though, in Stroud 41. Connor Jones is trying to make his way back off. Justin Thomas was also a lap down, but unfortunately, Matt Owen parks up on turn one, facing the spectators. No way to turn around, and Connor Jones' race ended very, very early. Whoa, watch out, we've got a car still circulating. So, that Class 8 race then done. We've got a bit of time before Matt Owen is recovered, unfortunately. Disappointing start to his Nationals. But yes, don't forget, this is the Power Max sponsored 2023 Men's National Autograss Championships, and we've got a cheer down there from the grandstand. It's great the drivers get to drive past there, get their support from the fans over there. But yes, Power Max, our overall sponsor. We thank all our sponsors for this weekend. Everything has been sponsored, hasn't it? From literally the overall meeting to the grandstands, the turns, the Marshall Post, the Water Bowser, which obviously hasn't had much use of its sponsorship so far this weekend. The only thing that hasn't really been sponsored is us up here. So if anybody wants to throw some money towards us to sponsor the commentators, that would be very kind. But at the moment, yeah, we're sort of, yeah, we're scraping along at the moment. But anyway, Matt Owen's going to go back to the pits. We've got a little bit of furniture to reposition with the tyres and the cones, and then we'll go with race 4 of the RC RaceFab sponsored Class 8s.
Indeed, so we are going race 4. We do have then some of the bigger names then coming out in the next couple of races, I'll tell you that. So certainly 2 races to look forward to. Who'll be coming out in this one then? Sean Wright then, he is going to replace your Central Scotland 12, Rob Morgans. He's coming in as, say, the reserve. Dan McKenzie then, your 2017 champion. He's out in this one. Dexter North in your South Somerset 11. Dan Dorman in North Wales 47. Dan Ray in that Scunny 31. Say Dan rolled out the new car for the Nationals, say new colour scheme, etc. all over the social media, and that is a very, very good looking car. Is it going to stay that good looking after this one? We'll certainly see. But Sam Matthews is going to be out there as well in your Cambridge 427. Ash Howard in your PhD 21. And your 2015 Ladies Class 8 champ Emily Gill in that Scunny 20. They are going to be your runners and your riders. Say all of the cones, tyres, marshals are all set, are they? As the yellow flags do look to fly around the circus. Say hopefully the lines come in, so the pace is starting to pick up in your RC RaceFab's Class 8s and bungee list. Who's it going to be this time around? Grid 3 then looks to be the fastest, but Matthews it is in 427 as Dexter North in contact then. Dan McKenzie in the White Rose 11 is the Sean Wright machine then all coming into contact in turn number 1, and oh dear, 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 dear. There is gonna be the first one of the weekend for us. So we'll wait to hear what the outcome of that race is going to be. before we can give you any official confirmation. But that is race 4 done and dusted. Well, not done and dusted, say over as fast as it started. But recovery's out, and is that going to be the Sean Wright car that needs a bit of helping hand?
Yeah, we got a couple of texts here again, so we'll read them out while we've got a little bit of downtime. Sally Langley. Sally sat next to us. Can we say thank you very much to the commentators? You've done it, Sal. This is Geezers in Japan. Alan in Japan just wonders how we're putting all this up together with the worst conditions. There's no roads here, no power, no buildings, and we're getting it all over the world on Tinternet. Wow, it's because it's Autograss, isn't it? So well done, guys. He's just saying thanks very much. Here we go. What have we got? St. Neots 124. Will Drayton, best wishes to you from Portugal. Leslie and Dave, ACA 24, many moons ago. So I probably had that a fair while ago, actually. Ben and Tom watching in for priority parking. Don't want to get wet. Good luck, Andy Ornshaw. Let's have a look. I know we had a couple of messages for James Poltimore to say hello, and James wishing you good luck too. So that's in the Class 10 a little bit later on.
Yeah, thank you, Kev, for those. Keep your messages coming in. Kev feels very popular with all these people texting him in. Don't worry, he will not try and call you in the middle of the night. Right, anyway, next grid of Class 8 go. This is race 5, groups Q, R, S and T, and away we go. Russ Shepherd then quick out the middle of the grid along with Dave Newby. We got Ash Robinson and Evan Curran. Oh, and Evan's gone climbing. He's up the back end of Newby. And into the deeper stuff he goes. Problems also for Shane Julian here up by the Armco. He's getting back online. Somebody else pushing on. But at the moment it's Russ Shepherd. Who's that in second? I think it's Sam Perry in Gloucester in District 8. He's there chasing Shepherd down. And it's all slowed the pace down in the turn. Ash Robinson up to third. I think it's Wells in fourth. Oh, Robinson up the inside of the markers there. That could cause trouble, but he's lost a place anyway as Mitch Wells goes through. In IK 356 then we have Dave Newby who's next through then. Shane Julian recovering ahead of Evan Curran, I think it is, and we've got one stuck down there by the barrier. That's Killian Thompson, I think, in down Autograss 115. Oh, Shepherd's round, Wells is round. Oh, synchronised tango dancing there. And they all look to face the right way, but that lets through Ash Robinson, I think. Spalding 43 takes up the lead. And somebody else is round again. I think Shepherd's gone around a second time. Sam Perry resumes in second place, so he gained nothing but lost nothing. Newby, Wells recovers best of them. Back up to fourth, and then it's Russ Shepherd and Shane Julian. Next comes through, I think it's still Evan Curran. That car certainly coated in that shade of brown. Difficult to see what's going on. Killian Thompson cannot get away from the barrier. He's been like that so far all race long, and he's only done a lap and a half. But here's Robinson then with one to go. Sam Perry then up in second. Dave Newby, Mitch Wells then. So some of the favourites struggling once again. Shane Julian Shepherd's gone back another place in South Somerset 3. And then it's Evan Curran. So apart from Killian Thompson, they're on their final circuit. And it's Ash Robinson then. He's the one who kept it composed in Spalding 43. And he's going to pick up those important 55 points. Takes the win then, your former Class 1 and 2 national champion. Oh, Perry's gone up by the Armco. Can he recover in time? And we've got a dash for third and fourth. Mitch Wells has got past Newby. So Sam Perry second, Mitch Wells third, Dave Newby fourth, Shane Julian fifth, Russ Shepherd a disappointed sixth. And Evan Curran's done another spin down there for the grandstand. And he's going to come through and complete it all because Killian Thompson, a miserable race for him, gave up rather early on. So there we go. Well done, Ash, taking the win in the final run of Class 8. So one rerun to go from your scheduled Class 8, sponsored by RC Race Fab. That will come back later.
I think it is down
now
on the line.
This, I think, is Class 9 for a rerun.
So we will wait for the Budget Waste Management sponsored Class 10s. We'll get them soon. But I think, Kev...
If I'm honest, I do think this is going to be the 8 rerun, because I think that's Ash Howard and Dan McKenzie on the line. Oh, is it? Or am I wrong here?
I think it's Barry Ashmore in the Class 9, but we'll try and ID.
We'll see.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. It is the rerun of men's Class 9, the race 4. So Jimmy Smith once again from Joycey, same order. Ashmore there in third. And North Wales 7, BC 199. That's your running order as Jimmy Smith once again takes them over there on the far side. We've lost one into the top turn and fourth is gone up into second, but we'll just let them sort themselves out as they retakes them round the grandstand turn. Ludlow 80 then. Jimmy Smith, your race leader, looks to be pretty assured in this one at the moment. Oh, and everybody else is pushing wide. Who's this going to pile into the arm cone now? But so going through now up into second place is Sam Middleton in Scunthorpe 909. Barry Ashmore then in that third place, and I think that's Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 17 in fourth. As we look over there round the grandstand turn once again, still Jimmy Smith in a race of his own, an absolute class act in these very difficult conditions. And at the moment, it doesn't look like being caught as he just coasts around the top turn from Border Counties in that second spot. Then South Somerset 81 and Spalding 154. And I think that's the running order, but there's no doubt about the race leader, Ludlow number 80, Jimmy Smith. Moves on to his last lap. Still that battle going on, a bit of a battle going on for second, or is one of these the back markers? Do you know? I have no idea. Jimmy Smith, your race leader. That's your second place car, 309. Is that Ashmore in third there? This guy's a lap down, I think. South Somerset 81. But anyway, back to the lead car, Jimmy Smith, that distinctive white-fronted car of Ludlow 80. He's going to come round, take the checkered flag, and take a convincing win, I think, but crosses the line anyway in that second spot from Border County, Scunthorpe, 909, Sam Middleton. Gav Pittman in South Somerset 81, but it's difficult, very difficult. We got that done and dusted, but this looks like a Class 4 rerun down there on the line. Just 3 cars left in contention now for this one. So we got a bit of downtime. I'll read a couple of texts out and then I'll hand you over to Gareth. So Dave Ibbott says thank you all the way from Thailand. Loving the live stream. He said nothing about the weather. He's missing everybody over here, but enjoying his bit of fun in Thailand. Well done, Dave. Pete Harbour then. Pete Harbour talking about sunshine in Cheltenham. You're banned, Pete. We don't want to know about sunshine. So, but thanks anyway. Jackie Bell then says it's not raining in Redditch, but that ain't a lot of good to us, Jackie, because it's actually just easing off now in Stratford-upon-Avon. So Bill Beanie wants to know if I'm ready to go to the pub. Bill, I'm never going to the pub with you again. I tell you, mate. Okay, what else have we got? I think that's about it for a minute. So send us a text, 07966 146 781. But I'm going to have a cup of tea, so I'm not going to answer any of them for a short while anyway. And I'm going to hand you over to Gareth and Tim to take you through this Class 4 rerun. I think might only need one of you. There's only 3 of them down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not grab yourself a coffee instead of a cup of tea? Because it's sponsored by Cotswold Coffee Company. They're sponsors of Class 4 this weekend. Yeah, we've only got 3 down there on the line. I'm not actually sure whether this is a rerun of race 5. Could be the NS953 machine of Joe Bellis that starts in grid 4. I think then it's the substitution, the ARC 84 machine of Lee Ferris that starts in grid number 5. And towards the inside, that's possibly another substitution the Alistair Griffiths machine in Radford 43, and actually just sat down to actually see what you're seeing at home if you're watching the live stream, and that information on your screen, absolutely bang on. It's giving you the permutations for the heat as well as what's actually happening. So yeah, ARB We Stream doing a fantastic job on making this stream possible, and 3 cars down there on the line. It'll be interesting to see how we get on, because the first of the yellow flags have been shown. One marshal is making his way back over there on the far side of the circuit. So 3 cars coming out to play in this rerun of race number 5 of the Cotswold Coffee Company sponsored men's class 4s. Got a rerun. Oh, that's no surprise to you, I'm sure. We got a rerun of classics to come a little bit later on as well. But yeah, 3 cars remain in this. Well, it's almost a shootout then. 3 cars in class 4, and obviously with 3 cars leaving the line, then a very good chance that these 3 with another set of good results will make the final. So yeah, North Shropshire 953 is the first one away. Already these cars pretty well spread out, and if you're watching the live stream then you can see that as they go through turn 1 and 2. But it's Bellis that leads down that far straight for the first time in 953. Will Griffiths, no, it's not Will Griffiths, it's Alistair Griffiths goes with him in Radford 43, and just out of shape at the tail end of the field, the ARC 84 machine of Lee Ferris, but it's Bellis that leads them towards us.
Yeah, so it's Joe Bellis in North Shropshire 953. That's your clear race leader from the substitute driver, Alistair Griffiths in Radford 43. And getting on going again, and on his way then is Lee Fairhurst in ARC 34 in the lone class 4 mini. But your race leader, and clear race leader as he goes into the grandstand bend, Joe Bellis in the North Shropshire 953 machine, and across the line he goes to start another lap ahead of the Radford 43 machine, Alistair Griffiths. And once again across the line the wheel goes. The field gets really spread out, and last but by no means least, Lee Fairhurst that comes round to start his another lap of the John Wilkin Raceway, and this time it's the last lap flag.
Yeah, that yellow rag then with the black cross about to be made ready for Joe Bellis, who's going to cross the line, start his final circuit. He got a bit further this weekend than he did in race 2 at Hereford last weekend. He looked to have transmission problems behind the wheel or under the bonnet of the North Shropshire machine last weekend, but he's there. He's going to add 55 points to his tally from round 1 of qualifying, as long as nothing drastic goes wrong from Alistair Griffiths in Radford 43 and the Lee Ferris machine in ARC 84. But entering the grandstand turn then for the final time, Joe Bellis it is, and he's going to take 55 points from his first round of qualifying. Alistair Griffiths in Radford 43 will across the line take second, and 45 points towards his tally at the end of the first round of qualifying. We got Tim here, who almost ready to put a big tick in the box of Heat 1 Race 5, just as the 2 first cars cross the line and cross the checkers. Lee Ferris takes third in ARC 34. That then I think brings to a close, does it? The first round of qualifying of Class 4. I don't think we got another rerun of Class 4 to come, have we? Yes, we actually have. We got 2 more reruns of Class 4 to come. Before we move back to specials and back to Archie and Russ, then we need to mention that of the weekend. So yeah, if you're out there in spectator land and as soon as it's going to dry up, then make your way over to the Power Max trade stand here behind us. You can win yourself 2 BTCC hospitality tickets to a round of your choice. Just make your way over, and the Power Max, your main weekend sponsors, have got a raffle going on, and that's going to take you through there all weekend. So yeah, I think we're done for now for Class 4s. We got more clean specials down there on the line. It's Class 10 Heat 1, and it's over to Archie Lewis.
So say we are going with the first run then. No time to take you through who's going to be out there this time, but someone's fast from other inside. Who other than Liam Evans in the North Shropshire 3. Oh, carnage already. Herdman's up to second. Ian Scott in that Attleston number 10 is around that your top 3 already then. I think that's Cusack that's stranded in one of the Mallow 25 cars. Hopefully you can get it going, but we are going to look for your North Shropshire number 3. Oh, red flags once again. on your race number 1 on men's class 10s. So we are going to get treated to that for one more time. And say Cusack gets it going, so he's going to make his way off under his own self-esteem. And what we are hearing is that we might have some track work after this race that we just went, but the next run of your men's class 10s are indeed lining up, so whether they're going to hold them and do the track work before they finish the 10s is...
Right, well, yeah, I don't think I've seen a more chaotic start to a race for a little while. Well, not for an hour or so, but yeah, class 10s, obviously, they've got a lot of power, haven't they, on those cars, and they're as light as can be now. Some of them not much heavier than an 8 or a 9. So, yeah, serious power trying to get through difficult conditions. They are planning, I think, on doing a bit of start line scraping. We heard over the radio, but I think it might be after the 10s have all had an attempt. Anyway, this is Heat 1, Race 2, Budget Waste Management, your very, very kind sponsors. And away we go then. 8 more cars leave the line, or maybe not because they're tangling already. But at the moment, Andy Hornshaw is quick away. Lee Seagreaves in ARC1. Then it's Jamie Lyons in Mallow 35. As round goes Mark Pascal, and we've got Reds again. That's a shame. So that's my first stoppage of the weekend. Well, so far then, we didn't do bad with the 8s. We had 1 stoppage, but the 10s, so far, we haven't got to turn 1 properly before it all went a bit pear-shaped. So Budget Waste Management, you're going to get your money's worth because they're going to have another go at it, aren't they? They're going to hopefully get brought back round pretty quickly because all cars are still mobile. So hopefully we can... resume and get the heats done. Obviously, time's quite important, so hopefully we won't have too many more stoppages and we'll get back on track. But yeah, anyway, 2 attempted, 2 failed miserably. Let's see what we can do with race 3.
Indeed, this one's going to go straight through Russ. You know it, I know it, we all know it. But we are IJK now. That is your parents of this one. And by the seams, we have the JCB out on track. So, indeed they are. So they are indeed on the track work.
Right, so this is the point, Archie, where we have to try and think of something interesting to say. We are not like... in the quality levels of Mickey B with the stories he said.
Yeah.
Gareth did mention about the raffle for Power Max. Obviously, they've got this magnificent stand right behind commentary. They've got a raffle available where you can win prizes to go to a British touring car event. Hospitality tickets first prize, ×2, and then you've got ×2 entry tickets for second, and if you win the third prize, you win a Power Max valeting kit. Go see Power Max does said, well, visit all the trade stands, but Power Max especially, they've got this magnificent setup behind us, and it's very much worth going over and saying hello.
Yeah, just another one as well then. The Electric Bikes Supermarket is located just in, by turn 2, just up into the corner. They have a raffle then for a £6,500 bike for electric KTM mountain bike. The tickets then is £40 number. There's 150 tickets, and they say the draw is tomorrow before the finals. So you go to their trade stand and say you have to pick a number, pay your money, or you can go to Electric Bike Supermarket and they say .co.uk. They're also on the Facebook page, so just search Electric Bike Supermarket, and they say you can pay via bank transfer on their Facebook.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of the trade stands out here have got offers on, and obviously chances to win certain items, which you may not know you even needed. But yeah, visit all the trade stands if you get the time. They basically start with the catering units from the bottom. Well, if you start our side, I mean, you've got trade stands to our right, just by the holding areas, and they move all the way up and around the top end of the circuit and back down that far side. So there's all sorts out there to visit. So many trade stands. Obviously, refreshments are there as well throughout the various catering stalls, and obviously the bar. But obviously, make sure if you are a part of the event, you don't need to be over at the bar just yet. You can wind down later on. Look at the state of some of these chaps who are out there on track as well, marshalling. look like they've been mud wrestling, and but no, they're
like
just
tug of war
working
later.
so hard. Obviously trying to keep this event flowing. We know it's been difficult. Obviously we are behind time with what's going on. We should be obviously well into the second heats by now at this time of day, but unfortunately just conditions slowing things down so much. The guys and girls out there are doing tremendous work, doing everything they possibly can to obviously get this event going through. And you're just going to feel sorry for everybody, haven't you, with the weather that they've endured today. So far, it is okay. I mean, there is a line forming, but it's very slippery, and you get off that line and you're into, obviously, deep stuff, and it's difficult to get back on track. Everybody's just persevering, doing as hard as they can, and hopefully things will start to come back to them throughout the remainder of today and obviously into tomorrow, where hopefully the weather is as promised to be much, much better and we can get on with it. The track overall doesn't look that bad. Obviously, there's just grip levels are non-existent. And it's just challenging when these cars are so lightweight, got so much power on board, and when everybody's setting off together with very little room between them, it's going to happen, these little incidents. But hopefully we'll keep it going, and obviously we'll progress through into the second heats very soon. But no, credit to everybody who's working hard so far with this event, and obviously the drivers as well, trying to entertain, put on a show. But conditions which obviously some are finding it better than others.
Yes, indeed they are, and they say all the favourites, to say, coming into this start of the national champs. 7A, they obviously haven't been on top, some of them struggling, but certainly playing into the hands of others. And they say the weather, even though it has certainly been a wet one, looking towards tomorrow, say towards the finals time, it may be a saving grace with keeping a track in, say, once it dries out, it's certainly going to be fast and ever so fierce throughout all classes, which we're certainly going to look forward to tomorrow and say the business end of the weekend. But we do have to get through today, and to say the JCB's just taking that slop off the corner down the bottom, so that's where mostly the cars are struggling, aren't they? Top turns 1 and 2 is certainly a lot better than the bottom end of the circuit.
Yeah, I think they just want to work the start area for now to try and prevent any further crossovers. As I said, with so much power and so little room between them, these little incidents are going to happen. Here's Michael. Is Callum okay, Mickey, after his heat?
Yeah, he is actually. For a young lad driving in those conditions in the 8, he said it was like going back to his J-Spec days, but like a bit slower, but slow is fast in those conditions. And to be fair, super chuffed with how well he controlled it, really. And that's it. I've got to go and buy him some lunch now, because he doesn't eat before he races, and with it being now 3 o'clock, he's Hank Marvin.
So no, well done to him, and obviously tough heat lineup as well. So. But I've been out and around the site so far, spoken to a few people, and everybody is still as chirpy as can be, regardless of the weather. We're all here in the same boat. They literally floated along with the conditions. We all knew it was going to rain, but it's not really spoiled anybody's day. They're in the spectating areas. They're all still enjoying themselves to the fullest. I mean, I took a walk heading round this way, and just about everybody in the under each gazebo said hello to me. So somebody, at least one person from every gazebo said hello, which was nice. I mean, I didn't have a clue who half of you were, but it was nice that you knew who I was. And just saying a hello and asking if we were all right. It just keeps your little morale up, doesn't it, as we go. And we continue to enjoy the weekend. But if you are watching also anywhere in the world, watching on the live stream on the British Autograss Series YouTube channel, the guy's doing an amazing service there as well, trying to make sure that those who cannot be at the event can obviously still be part of it. It's still in its infancy. It's just into, I think it's third year now of full live streaming. They're still working out. It's going to continue to improve and get better. Will it happen for every Nationals to come? I can't guarantee. But, for now, I hope you're enjoying the coverage that's provided. So look at this, the JCB then with a big steel girder wedged into the bucket, well, clamped in the bucket, just to help scrape an even wider set of area. And I think that start line is going to be a lot different to when you see these next Class 10s blast away from the grid. Obviously, initially, it's still very wet and sticky, but you can see it's going to be much more different. They're going to approach turn 1 at a much higher speed, I think, and that could catch 1 or 2 of them out. But no, I hope you're all enjoying yourselves out there in the world of spectators. As said, visit the trade stands. You don't have to buy anything, but just go and have a conversation with them. Speak to each and everybody if you can, and just share the enjoyment of the Nationals. And yeah, hopefully we'll get back on track very soon. Yeah, I've about run out of things to say now. Anything else to add, Archie?
Not too sure, but yeah, it's certainly going to be different now with the track work that's been done, as Ross said. Is it going to play into the hands of the inside grids, outside grids, or is it going to be the middle? I say throughout the day, the start line, the advantages were, well, start of the day, it was towards the outside grids. Then we started getting in towards the Class 2s, and Grid 1 and Grid 2 started to pull the best. And then recently we've seen the middle grid. So I say what the drivers seen before they got to the line is completely different to how they are on the line. And I say one of the JCBs has made his way off. Are we going to see the second one follow suit? No, he's going to go for another scrape, or is he? No, he is going off. So say the marshals are going to make their way in to sort those cones and tyres out on the bottom end by the grandstand there. And I say turns 1 and 2 is going to be where all the business happens then for your men's Class 10s. But
please let me do a shout out.
so say one shout out then is to Emily Grayson watching on the live stream then in the dry, but say she has got the shout out then. So we are going to go with the 10s for this time of asking. We are going to go through this one. We are going to go race 3, heat number 1. So we are looking down. Who are we going to see? Daryl Sheehan in PAC 22. Wes Tinker, York 40. Chris Ellis, South Somerset number 6. Alex Fretwell in at Pennine 152. With Craig Bartlett in the Central Scotland 43. Mark Griffiths in your Radford number 2. Paul Harris in Carmarthen number 12. And start 84 of Chris Ashwin. So they're who we're expecting to see. And say, by the looks down there, we have all 8 have turned up. So who are we going to go for this one? Say Wes Tinker. Certainly can't write him off, can you? Being fast. Oh yeah, always up the business end of the British Autograss series, etc. Mark Griffiths, Radford number 2. He's a multiple-time champ in many classes and say recent. But we are nearly getting ready as the revs start to rise. But the red flags are still flying then before we can go racing with race number 3. We are just waiting for the last marshal. And don't fall over because we will have to laugh. But he is making it into his designated area. But then Budget Waste Management then is your weekend sponsor for your men's Class 10s. Powered Max is your overall sponsors then for the meeting. And still not quite happy with something. So red flags are still aflight. Has he made his mind up yet, the marshal? Yeah, he has. So he's going to go into turn 1 then. He's going to get the full view of all 8 cars coming at him. And say the red flags then, are they going to drop? Are we going to see race 3? And say certainly being longed out then to see the race number 3 of your men's Class 10s. But we are expecting it to be racing ever so shortly. So not quite sure what the hold-up is before we can go racing. Right, so we do have the 2 reruns of your men's class 10 still to come your way from me and Russ. And regards 8-wise, I believe, is it 2 reruns, Russ, of 8s? I do believe so. You are going to hear us have a little bit more after we get these 10s all complete. Oh no, so it is just the 1 rerun of the 8s to come, say 2 of the 10s. So we are going to fly through these 10s once we get going. And so there is what we was waiting for. The change of marshal once again. So hopefully then all marshals then making their way back in. We're going racing then. Race 3, men's class 10s. Your Budget Waste Management is your weekend sponsor for these. We're looking for Darryl Sheehan, Wes Tinker, Chris Ellis, Alex Fratwell, Craig Bartlett, Mark Griffiths, Paul Harris and Chris Ashwin. They're the ones we look to see. And who's it going to be then this time? Is it Fratwell in the Pennine 152? Indeed it is. And Griffiths is there in Radford 2. Ellis is our spinner into turn number 1. Wes Tinker in York 40. Ashwin's there as well in Star 84. But is that Fratwell that's pushed on, but Sparky is down the far side in Radford number 2. Is got Tinker all for company in York 40. Then Ashwin still runs back there in second. Fratwell is buried in about 4th. He was really racing him. It's Radford 2 that's going to bring him round turn 1 and out of start gate turn. Say the power is certainly showing. Tinker in York 40. Then Star 84 of Ashwin. Ellis is in there in South Somerset number 6. And then comes the Harris machine in Carmarthen 12. And say that maybe the Craig Bartlett machine is it, but is that the Sheehan machine struggling in turn number 1? But someone that's certainly not struggling is Griffiths in Radford 2. But where's Tinker come from? He's certainly going to try the outside line. Oh, he's pushed on and he's into the Armco, and that's a heavy impact. Will the car stay in all one piece? But Griffiths it is. Cool, calm, collected. That's his motto, and that's how he's going. Over on the far side, to say the white helmet, the white overalls, they're certainly staying white at the front. But Star 84 in his arm. Tinker's facing the wrong way, and he's on the infield. Ashwin's up to second then this time around, as Sheehan then is struggling as well in that PAC 22. But 1 lap to go then for Griffiths in Radford number 2. Who's there back in second? We're going to say it is Ashwin in Star 84. As I say, that car is a lap down, but he's got Ellis all for company in South Somerset number 6. Oh, Ellis, I think, may have picked up a black flag, but that is provisional. So we look for your race leader, who's going to become your race winner for the first time. Then we've completed the men's 10s, and going up on top point score is going to be Mark Griffiths in Radford number 2, and certainly done that in fine style, didn't he? Coming through for second, and that is Tinker, but he's going to be a lap down. So second place is going to be Ashwin, as long as he can just gets around the back marker. It's Jagways to line. Oh, that's certainly close Ashwin, I think, just about from Ellis, but that won't matter because the South Somerset machine then picking up a black flag from the marshals, it seems. And to say that is the Central Scotland 43, Craig Bartlett. That is the one struggling just here in front. So, men's 10s, race 3, done, dusted. Budget Waste Management is your weekend sponsor, as we say once again. Then York 40, Wes Tinker, he comes through to finish his race. And I say they've given the checker flag, so we are going through, trying to push on and get through your men's 10s. We've got Heat 1, Race 4 of your men's 10s up next. So to take you through, after they recover that car down there, who are we going to say that is? I'm going to say that's Alex Fratwell in Pennine 152. I didn't see him come through the checkered flag. Yeah, as you say, that's start line then. It seemed to, did it not, the scraping? Well, they all certainly got out there, didn't they? And we certainly completed the race. So something must have out. And we are going to go race 4. So take you through that. It's going to be back over to Russ.
So, yeah, we'll try with race 4 of the Budget Waste Management sponsored Class 10s here at the 2023 Power Maxed Men's National Autograss Championships, here hosted by Evesham Autograss Club at the John Wilkin Raceway. We're going to try with race 4. Word has come in that all of the Class 10, the 2 Class 10 heats which were stopped earlier, all drivers will be back in it. Let's see how we go. We've got 2018 National Champion James Poltimore in this one. Lewis Riley in Scarborough 88 in last year's winning car, which was owned by Nigel Beard, but Beardy Boy not competing this year at the Nationals. We've got the 2016 Ladies Champion down there is in the form of Kelly Bishop. We've got Luke Bennett in North Wales 62, who's been in the trophies before. Sam Burbage in Sturton 40. And then we've got another Scarborough qualifier, Pete Nicholson in Scarborough number 1. Glyn Neville represents Gloucester and District in number 4. And then the 2010 Junior Specials champion is Jack Rawlinson, Scunthorpe 93. So that's the lineup we have. So some former champions in this lineup. A men's champion, a ladies champion, a junior champion. We've had some who's been in the trophies before. Some who are yet to make their name in a national final. But that can all change this year. Somebody just being towed back down there. It's Alex Fretwell in Pennine 152. So let's see how we go. The start line scraping did appear to help as we had a much cleaner break from the grids. Let's see if the same happens in race 4. So, yellow flag pirouettes round, up it goes, Bungee lifts also, and Horsepower Unleashed with Class 10s, and it's a struggling start. Not for Sam Burbage at the minute. Kelly Bishop on the outside, and Yaton Sodby 37. It's Kelly who leads into turn 1. Burbage there in second, bang into the corner. I think that was Glyn Neville going round in Gloucester. Oh, and then he hits Luke Bennett, and that upsets North Wales 62 also. Somebody's going up by the fence. That's Bishop, and it's Sam Burbage then who's comfortably clear at the moment. We've got one car parked. We're trying to get them waving to go, and now they've got it going. So I think we keep the Reds down and we keep racing in some form. Sturton 40 it is, then leads away Sam Burbage. And already 2/3 of a straight clear over James Poltimore in Forest 79. Jack Rawlinson 3rd in Scunthorpe 93. Luke Bennett's moving through. He's up to 4th in North Wales 62 ahead of Pete Nicholson in Scarborough 1. And then we have Kelly Bishop who's tumbled down the order. Such a shame in Yaton Sodby 37 after that strong start. And then I think it's Lewis Riley in Scarborough 88. And then all being well, this is Glenn Neville in Gloucester in District 4. So he goes through. Oh, he's got it sideways. Here comes your leader, Burbage. Rawlinson up the inside of Poltimore. Oh, just a touch. And Poltimore's in the Armco. And he's facing the wrong way. 62 goes past Kelly Bishop then sideways, but she's past Lewis Riley for a recovery position. Poltimore then going to try and turn it around. His Nationals in 2019 was a bit of a miserable affair here. 2023, it's not going any better because he can't even get turned round. But coming through back markers are your race leaders, and Rawlinson has closed right in on Sam Burbage. 1 to go. Sturton 40's come up 93. Gloucester 4 is a lap down. Who's 3rd? It's Pete Nicholson in Scarborough 1. Under pressure now, Luke Bennett right behind. North Wales 62. Kelly Bishop, Lewis Riley. Oh, Riley sideways clips Bishop. And he goes round, but Bishop survives. James Paul. Oh, Rawlinson's on the infield now. Scunthorpe 93, and somebody else is doing donuts. I think that's Glyn Neville, the back marker. But Sam Burbage, a clear winner. Sturton 40 in a very messy race. And who's going to be second? Luke Bennett's gone wide. And it's going to be Pete Nicholson. Scarborough 1 then. Solid second place here. 45 points for him. Who's 3rd? Is it Bishop? Yes, it is. Fantastic recovery there for Kelly in Yaton Sodby 37. Luke Bennett back down to 4th in North Wales 62. And Lewis Riley's going to come through, then Scarborough 88. As your race leader, Sam Burbage then makes sure of his win. Comes through to take another lap. James Poltimore then damage on board, steering gone. In Forest 79, he's flagged in at least 1 lap down. And Glyn Neville had a miserable time. And I think he's given it up in Gloucester 4. So, good win then for Sam Burbage. Led it pretty much all the way. Was challenged, but each challenge faded away and he took top honours. Glyn Neville still trying to get going.
you shouldn't laugh at anybody, but yeah, it was a disappointing race for that man. And he comes through anyway. Gloucester 4 takes the finish. I think he might have even been 2 laps down, but yeah, he wanted to make sure he passed that flag. But anyway, that was Heat 1, Race 4 of the Budget Waste Management sponsored Class 10s. We've got one more to attempt, and they're down on the line.
Yes, indeed they are. So, say race number 5. This brings out your QRS and your lonely parent in your T then. But we're going to go Typhy 747 then, Mark Jones. He should be down there, Cork 10. Cian O'Malley, that's the one we were just trying to work out. So, Richard Morehouse in your Scunny 101. Yorkshire Dales 17 then Gareth Cooper. Gloucester District 28, Gary Morris. Phil Cooper in ARC 33 and Jed Scott in Aston 110. Giles Cooper then is Yorkshire Dales 16. He withdrew then from this year's Nationals. So say there is 39 of your men's Class 10. And out in this one, what name stands out apart from Phil Cooper? And say many decorated man, many trophies and many titles. So certainly going to be one to watch them. As I say, is Gloucester District 28, Gary Morris, always quick and always wide. But Yorkshire Dales 17, then Gareth Cooper also down there. Richard Morehouse, Scunny 101. Cian O'Malley in the Cork 10, as you say. Mark Jones, Typhy 747. So they are your runners, riders for your budget waste management. Men's Class 10, so yellow flags then are all flying in turns 1 and 2. Say your turn 1 then sponsored by Holtby Motor Repairs. And your turn at number 2 is your FW Graphics. And say so many thanks to all sponsors throughout the weekend. Say it certainly helps the club, and say big thanks all the time. So the marshals then are making their way back into their areas. We are going to look to the line at Marshall. Does the pirouette that we all look for. Revs rising, bungee flies. And who's it going to be then? Someone from the middle of the grid then's got a really good start. And it is going to be the Yorkshire Dales 17. Then Cooper runs there in ARC 33. Morris is there in 3rd in that Gloucester District 29 then. But all the meanwhile, Cooper just pushing on in by D17. And say Phil Cooper doesn't need no introduction. And say doesn't need any invitation, we should say. And he says, thank you very much. Takes up the early run in and slows it right down then into the grandstand bend. Then Gary Morris running back there in 2nd in that Gloucester District 28. He's certainly not going to give that up and chase Cooper down hard in that 2nd place. Then it's a gaggle of cars, but looks like it's headed by the Mark Jones and Typhy 747. Scunny 101 then Stuart Morehouse and Cian O'Malley in that Cork 10. With Jed Scott in that 1-1-10 machine then, but your Morehouse and Cian O'Malley and just getting in contact and say just keep it apart out of turn number 2 then, but is that the Jed Scott then just splits the pair over on the far side. So the real race then on the field is going to be for 3rd place because there's about 5 cars all battling for it. I think it's Mark Jones that heads the fair in 3rd place. Cooper's away, so's Morris. Those are looks to be set in 1 and 2, but Jed Scott wants a bit of the action and that's 1-1-10 just leaves the door open this time. Cian O'Malley says thank you very much and up the inside he goes. So what's that, 5th to 3rd, and Morehouse looks to follow suit in Scunny 101 down the far side then, but last lap flag this time Phil Cooper in at ARC 33 and Gary Morris, Gloucester District 28. So there you're 1 and 2, but who's it going to be for 3rd? Then it's the Irish that heads the way for the moment in time in your Cork number 10 of Cian O'Malley. Then we go to Yorkshire Dales 17. He was your early race leader. He was the one that was fast out the grid in Gareth Cooper. With Morehouse in 101 then, but we look for your race leader of that ARC 33 then. He takes the checker flag this time around. Gloucester District 28 will come through for 2nd place. Who's it going to be for 3rd in the end? Oh, someone's fast and head on into the fence. I think that's Morehouse. Cian O'Malley is going to take 3rd in Cork 10. No, it wasn't Morehouse, because Morehouse comes through for 4th. So we're going to say that's Yorkshire 17 and Gareth Cooper. That we think is the one in the fence. So your Budget Waste Management sponsored men's class 10s. And to say the 2 reruns to come your way. But we have had confirmation that all is back out in your men's class 10s for the reruns. Not sure on the 8s, so we can't give you any confirmation on that one. But we'll soon see those very shortly. But men's class 6s, so it's back over to Gareth and Tim. Take you through them.
Yeah, thanks very much, Archie. Yeah, we got a rerun of race 2 down there on the line. You never believe it, but this was the only rerun of the first round of qualifying. So yeah, race 2 down there on the line, bringing out letters E, F, G and H. So somebody just getting a little bit of recovery then towards the outside of this start line straight. We got 6 cars down there on the line. We did originally start with 8. So as we look down that start line straight, if you're watching the live stream, then grid 8 and grid 5 are empty. I'm not going to be able... once again on cue. They're really keen, aren't they? Grid 1 is occupied by the Cumdee machine, Richard Jones in Cumdee 279. I think it's then the Solway Treble 2 machine of Jay Colgate. That's going to start in grid number 2. Could be completely wrong on that one though. Grid number 6 is occupied by Ryan Graham in St Neots number 4 machine. Down Autograss 77. It looks like possibly the ones that start in grid number 3. Grid number 4 then just on his outside looks to be that possibly the YS22, is he there? Matty Schofield, did he get excluded from the first run? Haven't got anything down on the sheets at the moment, but certainly it's just a 6-car lineup down there towards the line.
Yeah, so still a bit of recovery going on down the start straight. So again, it is a bit difficult to pick out the cars from where we are. Even we've got the TV monitor in front of us, so we're seeing exactly what you are seeing at home. So as we look down the start straight, right on cue, yeah, as Gareth said, there is a couple of cars missing, but we'll see as they leave the line. Yeah, it's definitely the Sydney It's 4 machine.
Yeah, starting 46 then. That is Andrew Wood. He unfortunately didn't have the best of rounds of the UK Autograss Championship at Star when he suffered a heavy rollover down the start line straight in the 3rd round of qualifying, and I'm not sure whether it is Matthew Schofield. He for some unknown reason, he told Ken Thomas that he wasn't racing at the Nationals. So last weekend at Hereford, Paul Melly just sent him a little text to make sure that he was coming, and he just replied, "New car, new shell, new stickers, I'm ready." So yeah, it could be Matty Schofield starting in the middle of the grid in the YS22 machine, but if it's not Matthew, then I have no idea who it is. But
we'll soon know soon enough, as the track is looking fairly well clear, and we look for track clearance around this John Wilkin Raceway. And we get underway with a one outstanding rerun of the Fireman Extinguisher and Safety Services sponsored men's class 6s, and it's Mad Mush Richard Jones in 279 that leads the way from Stern 46 in that second place slot. Then we go with Jay Colgate in Solway Treble 2. That makes up your top 3, as the Mallow machine then moves through the second. Third, that's Jack Brown in Mallow 182. But your leader slowly does it round the grandstand bend, and it's the ex-Gawley machine that brings them round then. Richard Jones in Cumdee 279.
Yeah, Andrew Wood and Jay Colgate, Sturton 46 and Solway Treble 2, just having a little bit of a door-to-door contact there that unfortunately Jay Colgate gets off worse off, but red flags once again out on that rerun. So yeah, they'll go back into the rerun lane. We'll have to remember Matty Schofield, a non-starter in round 1 of qualifying in Yeaton Sodbury 22, and also Tristan Daniels, a non-starter. So yeah, the first 6, we'll pop a note on our paperwork. The first 6 down on that list will be out in the rerun, barring any exclusions. I'm sure there will be someone at fault for the race stoppage. But as we look to the line, what have we got? Have we got Class 2 reruns? We have. So we've got Class 2 down there on the line. So for that one, straight over to Mr. Kevin Herdman.
Good job, somebody's awake up here. Right, yeah, Class 2 rerun. Down there on the line. Just having a little nod, I was. So this will be race 2 of the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored Class 2. This is the rerun of the rerun of the rerun of the rerun. So these guys are going to have to finish this one, otherwise I'm going home. Ben, I'm not sure actually who was excluded, but we've just got 6 cars down there on the line, so 2 exclusions. We'll let them come by us and let you know who's who as they come by. So it's a huge thank you to Phil Young Heating Services, our sponsors of Class 2 racing here this weekend at the 2023 Men's Nationals. Right, away we go. And it is a good level break. Ludlow 15, Yorkshire Dales 1 and York 16, the first 3 to show. Ollie Stevens getting round that top corner in some fine style there with the Ludlow 15 machine then just pulling away actual. In fact, then York 16, that's Brett Allison, best of the rest in second place, but already a fair way down on the lead car as they exit that grandstand turn. So it is Ludlow 15, he's away and gone. Who's going to win the battle for second? York 16 and Yorkshire Dales 1. Pano 40 there in 4th place. And then Scarborough just at the back of the field at the moment. Ash Farrow not having the best of runs this time around. Ash back there in 5th. Oh, we've got another one as well. And that's the 124 machine. That'll be Dave Mullins. But look at the lead he's pulling now as they come across in front of us. Ludlow 15. There doesn't look to be any catching Ollie Stevens. Away and gone, still that battle goes on for second. York 16 and Yorkshire Dales 1. Peno 40, second, third and fourth. And they seem to be spreading themselves out a little bit and just getting away from Ash Farrow at the rear of the field as the race leader goes over there on the far side. Is he going to gain the ground round the grandstand turn 2, get past the back marker with 1 to go this time around? It's Ludlow 15, 124, then a lap down. And he's half a lap up now on the second place car. Still the battle goes on for second, but he's York 16 fairly comfortable now entering that top turn, followed by Yorkshire Dales 1 and Peno 40. But going back to your race leader, enters the grandstand turn. He's got time, he don't want to do one, but he's got time for a pirouette, go up and down the straight and let him go because it's checkered flag time, and that's a fine, fine drive then. Ludlow 15, number 15, Ollie Stevens takes the checkered flag, takes the win. He's taken checkered flag, but he has got one more to go there. Second place then will be the York 16 of Brad Ellison. Yorkshire Dales 1, Ben Fiddler. In third, Dave Evans will take 4th. And then Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249 takes the final position there. Oh, there you go. We didn't have to wait too long, only a couple of hours for the Class 2 rerun. I know we've got some 2 or 3 Class 4s down there. We've got some Class 8s and 10 reruns to go as well. So that'll do for me for a short while. I have got a couple of texts to ring out, but we'll read them out in a bit because Tim Jones is going to take you through this Class 4 rerun.
Thank you, Kev. Yeah, so here we go. Another go at race 2 of the Cotswold Coffee sponsored men's Class 4. And a bit of a depleted grid of Class 4 machinery, but IK82 Russ Warbank should be there in the G group number G. Then Jordan Coupland, the reserve in Scunny 46. Mikey Jones was definitely there, because you see that machine down there in Hereford 31. And the other 2 will pick up as they leave the line. I think Richard Williams is certainly one of them, Border County 25. But from that inside red, it's the IK282 machine that leads them into the first turn ahead of the Scunny 46 machine of Jordan Coupland. Mikey Jones then slotting into third in Hereford 31, just ahead of John Fishwick in Yorkshire Dales 88, and Richard Williams rounding out this heat of men's class 4 in Border Counties 25. But back round towards us, it's still the IK machine that leads the way.
Yeah, Russell Bank it is then. He's got about, 20 car lengths of an advantage as he rounds out his first full circuit of this John Wilkin Raceway. The Scunthorpe machine of Jordan Coupland, of course, a league reserve in, and he's there flying the flag for CGTRO in that second position as they make their way down that far straight. Mike Jones, Hereford 31, the mini clubman there in that third spot, fighting off the challenge of fellow league member Richard Williams in BC 25, but it's IK 282 with another lap complete.
Yeah, so Russ Warbank then on to another lap he goes. 282 from Coupland in Scunny 46. Mikey Jones still holding on to third, and in Hereford 31, just ahead of Richard Williams in Border Counties 25. And back down the order, it's still John Fishwick that completes another circuit, Yorkshire Dales 88. But back round towards us once again, it's the flag with a black cross, so one lap to go for Russ Warbank in IK 282. Jordan Coupland comes across the line, started his final circuit in Scunny 46. Mikey Jones still holding on to third in Hereford 31, and Richard Williams in Border Counties 25, and John Fishwick, when he comes round, will start his last lap in Yorkshire Dales 88.
Yeah, but gaining ground on the back of the back marker is your race leader, and he makes his way into the grandstand turn very steadily on that inside line in IK 282. Russ Warbank exits that start gate turn. He takes 55 points from his first round of qualifying. Jordan Coupland in Scunthorpe 46 then takes that second spot. Third place is going to go to Mikey Jones in Hereford 31 from Richard Williams in BC 25. And albeit half a circuit down, he'll still be pleased with 21 points from his first round of qualifying. It's going to be John Fishwick in Yorkshire Dales 88. So that's a tick in race number 2. But this time I think we're going to go back to another Class 4 rerun. And I think it's a rerun of Heat 1, Race 3, because certainly down there on the line we've got Dan Jones in PAC 4. He starts in grid number 3 next to the late reserve Ryan Meacham in Radford 36. Carlo 157, Aaron McGrath is there starting in grid number 5 or 6, and towards his outside then it's going to be, I think it's the IK 956 pickup of Jack Redford. So just the 4 cars coming out to play in this Class 4 rerun. And yeah, grids 6, 5, 3 and 2 are the ones that are occupied. Yellow flags waving on the entry to the top part of the circuit and the exit. We await those marshals on marshal post number 3 to make their way, marshal post number 4 actually, to make their way back to the post. They drop the cones and the yellow flag is raised. We are under starters orders as Joe makes her turn and swirl, and we are away. We are racing then as 4 cars leave the line. Dan Jones, PAC 4, one of the quickest to move towards the inside, but it's the Carlo 157 machine of Aaron McGrath that leads into turn 1. That mini pickup is from the Invicta Kent Club, the Kent League, and that is the Jack Redford machine. He slots into that third spot at the end of the first 3 quarters of a circuit, and making their way down that far straight with the Radford 36 machine of Ryan Meacham at the tail end. But who's it that's bringing them back towards us?
Yeah, so Aaron McGrath it is, CW 157 on his way, and starts another lap ahead of the PAC 4 machine. Daniel Jones holding on to second, third. We've still got the IK machine then, Jack Redford in IK at 956. And just a few problems around the grandstand bend, but he gets it going, and that's Radford 36 of Ryan Meacham. But no problems for your race leader, and round towards us once again, it's the Irish car, Aaron McGrath, making his trip worthwhile, looking to get 55 points on the board. CW 157, PAC 4 of Daniel Jones running in second, and IK 956, and Ryan Meacham will complete it all in Radford 36.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's the man then from the strongest league currently this year in NASA that makes his way into the start gate turn for the penultimate time, because this time it is going to be Aaron McGrath that sees that yellow flag with the black cross. He moves on to his final circuit. Dan Jones trying his utmost to close the gap, and he slides into that top turn, just losing a little bit of momentum as Aaron pulls clear down that far straight from the Jack Redford machine, who's there in third as your your race leader and your current runner-up just unlaps the Radford 36 machine of Ryan Meacham. But as this race draws to a close then, it is Aaron McGrath that takes the win in Carlo 157. Dan Jones takes second, looking back over his shoulder to see how safe his second was. Ryan Meacham in Radford 36 crosses the line on the track in that third spot, but he is a circuit of this John Wilkin Raceway down. So third will go to the IK 956 machine of Jack Redford. And in the points then, it will be Ryan Meacham that has picked up 28 points from Heat 1, Race 3. But I think that then draws to a close the first round of qualifying of Class 4, or have we got one more rerun to go? Okay, if Tim thinks we got one more rerun, we'll go with Tim. But one thing that it is for certain is that it's not Class 4 on the line. So to take you through that one, it's over straight away to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. So Class 8s are back on the line. There's one outstanding rerun from the 8s. They didn't get very far. Unfortunately, the reserve who got through, Sean Wright in White Rose 11, he replaced Rob Morgan in Group M. He's been excluded. The rest go. And away we do go. RC Race Fab, your sponsor, and they're still making hard work of it. But it's Dexter North who leads. He was pirouetting in turn 1 last time out. Oh, somebody's quick into the turn, and that's upset the one behind. Didn't quite catch. Oh, it's Emily Gill facing the wrong way and scum up 20. But at the moment, Sam Matthews sits second. He's got the brightest coloured machine there. I can identify him, and Dan McKenzie, I think it is in third in Cambridge 44. We'll pick the rest up in a moment. Oh, Cone there, but it's Dex North then. South Somerset 11, Sam Matthews in 4:27. Oh, I don't know if that exhaust has broken. They will be listening. Somebody facing the wrong way as Dan Borman goes through. It's Gill who's parked up there on the turn, but down that far side, it's with Dex North, and he's pulled clear over the Cambridge cars. Sam Matthews and Dan McKenzie. Then in that fourth position, I think actually Dan Mac's gone down a place and coming up ahead of him, but it's not South Somerset 11. He's clear. Cambridge 4:27. Cambridge 44, it's Ash Howard, PhD 21. Then it's Dan Ray, your best turned out special this weekend. He's there in that fifth position. Look at them all, nose to tail for second to fifth. But the leader is clear. Coming through now is Scunthorpe 20. Emily Gill then not enjoying it so far today, but very much enjoying himself. South Somerset 11. Dexter Norfolk is on his way. Clear of this squabble, look. 4:27.44. PhD 21, Scunthorpe 31. That's the running order. And then we go back to North Wales 47 and the back marker Scunthorpe 20. But your race leader, and he's going to be a clear race winner. He's been untouchable in this rerun. South Somerset 11. Dexter North wins it. He's pleased with that one. A punch in the air as he crosses the line. Second, who's it going to be? Through the dirt and the mud. It's Sam Matthews. No, Mackenzie's got him. Matthews third. That's coming through. So as the Class 8s then conclude, we just had a bit of a slight distraction. So a slight distraction at the end of that Class 8 race as some billboards came floating past, and that is just signifying what is on the line next, because we have almost gone full circle. We've got back to where we started this morning, and as the billboard said, it said Yaris Cup door. So as they come past, well done. But here we go then. We are back to near where we started. We have got a couple of Class 10 reruns to go, but for the second time today then we have Class 1 machinery on the line, and back then behind the mic, he's been out there, sampled the track conditions, and now he's back on the mic. So Gareth, it's over to you, mate.
Thanks very much, Russ. Yeah, didn't do too well, but we won't talk about that. I'll have my debrief later. So we're on to the Cannons Class 1 then, round 2 of qualifying then. So that brings out then Groups A, E, I and M. And we have got one heat winner then from round 1, and that is your York 1, Mark Watson. So he is there, I believe. He is there, I think, in grid 6. I think I can pick his Yaris out there. So, yes, so he is there. His partner then in Typhy 211 then, Connor Urquhart has been subbed in there. He got a second this morning. So, pair A doing very well then, first and second in that race this morning. Then we've got James Parnell in Spalding 921. He's currently laying 26th with a 6th. We've got Charlie Musto in Breeden Hill 23. He had a 5th this morning. Wayne Stevens is there in Penhouse 75. Scarborough 129 then. Chris Dunwell, he's currently laying 11th. He had a 3rd this morning. Alfie Smith, neither a non-starter or didn't finish in the Ludd 77. And then you've got Ben Gould, who had a 2nd in the North Shropshire 443. So I think this is going to be quite a good heat. We've got a couple of seconds, a winner and a 3rd place. So this could be quite close. The track conditions are definitely different to when they were out this morning. We can see a dry line around those tyres. When I say dry, it was drier than it was earlier. So, yeah, we're just waiting for the marshals to replace the track markers, and then we'll be looking, I say, to go into the second round of qualifying for the Cannings sponsored men's Class 1 here at the Power Maxed Men's National Championships in 2023, and it looks like we have engines revving. We've got yellow flags on the marshals posts and the bungee is up, and who's made the even break? Who's going to get there first? Looks like it's the orange machine from the middle. That's the Penhouse 75 then of Wayne Stevens. He's gone there with Ben Gould in North Shropshire 433, sorry, and then Charlie Musto. Also there in Breeden Hill 23, York 1 and Mark Watson looking to go round the outside of the micro in that Yaris. He's now up into 3rd as they go down the back straight. It's single file into that bottom bend. Who's going to be the bravest on the brakes? And it looks like Mark Watson then's going around the outside in that York 1 machine, and he's looking like he's going to go from 3rd to 1st. So new race leader then. Winner this morning. He's looking to make it 2 out of 2 then for the York 1 machine. Then it's Penhouse 75, North Shropshire 443, Breeden Hill 23. Then we've got a Typhy 211 of Connor Urquhart, Spalding 921 of James Parnell. And then we got the Scarborough 129 of Chris Dunwell. So it looks like Alfie Smith has failed to get to the grid on this one as well. So back to the front then. It's still York 1. New second place then. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443 has made that place his own as he's just pulled away from the early race leader, Wayne Stevens in Penhouse 75. Charlie Musto looking to improve on that 4th place in the Breeden Hill 23. Then it's Connor Urquhart in the Typhy 211. Then it's James Parnell in Spalding 921. Is still at the back of the pack then. Is Chris Dunwell in Scarborough 129. But already then last lap flag for the York man in York 1 of Mark Watson. He's got one more circuit to go. Ben Gould also there in North Shropshire 443, looking to match his 2nd place from this morning. Then it's still Penhouse 75. He's stretched out a little bit from Charlie Musto in Breeden Hill 23. Still Connor Urquhart in Typhy 221, James Parnell. And then last but not least, still there is Chris Dunwell in the Scarborough 129 then. But one more turn to negotiate then for the Yaris. Yaris 1-2 here, and it's going to be York 1 then. He's got 2 wins out of 2 then, so he's top of the shop then. York 1, Mark Watson from Ben Gould, 2 seconds for him in North Shropshire 443. That'll put him up in the points. Connor Urquhart, sorry, not Connor Urquhart. Penhouse 75 then, that's Wayne Stevens. Takes the 3rd. Charlie Musto takes 4th in Breeden Hill 23. Connor Urquhart in Typhy 211. James Parnell in Spalding 921. And then Chris Dunwell in the Scarborough 129. So very well behaved. I don't think we've got any track markers to replace. So I'll hand you over to Mr. Paul Glover.
Thanks, Gareth. So yeah, that's we can still see numbers at end of race. That's a novelty this morning. So starting off, we've got Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. No points this morning. Kane Parnell in the Spalding 129. Got 28 points this morning. Leston Jones in the Typhy 15. Got a 2nd place on 45 points this morning. Then it was Rich Owen in North Wales 51. He's got maximum points, 55 points from a win this morning. Simon Bates in Scunthorpe 117. He had a 5th this morning, 21 points. Paul Addington in Solway 93. He got only managed the 7th this morning. I gave him 10 points. Lewis Walters in CK 98 also got 10 points. And WS 100 of Stuart McKenzie had a 6th place to give him 15 points. And we've only got 5 cars on the line apparently, so we'll because we don't get grid position, we can't tell you who's missing by looking down there. But bungees up and we're away and racing. Race 2, Heat 2 of the Canning Exterior Cleaning Services sponsored men's Class 1s, and it's the Spalding 129 and North Wales 51 side by side as they come up past us. So Rich Owen trying to beat Kane Parnell up into that corner. It's Rich Owen in the North Wales 51, Kane Parnell in that second place, and it's the Typhy 15 of Lestin Jones in that third slot. But North Wales 51, Rich Owen going to try and make it maximum points, just same as Mark Watson has just done in that previous race. So it's North Wales 51 that still leads them round to come and complete this first lap with the Spalding 29. Then it's Typhy 15 trying to go around the outside of Kane Parnell, WS 100, and right out near the Armco, the Scunthorpe 117 of Simon Bates. So Typhy 15 still hangs on to that second place. Lestin Jones still just hanging on to it as the Spalding, moved up into second place as the Spalding 129 of Kane Parnell drops back to third place, but it's still just Lestin Jones in this this North Wales 51 that still leads it. Then it's TA 15 in that second slot. Then it's Spalding 129, WS 100 of Stuart Mackenzie. Just got these 4 cars left running. But North Wales 51 of Rich Owen, he got away into the lead on the first lap and just stretching away from the rest of the field as conditions again a little bit more drivable as we come round this bottom corner. See the yellow flag with the black cross telling us 1 more lap to go. Typhy 15 of Lestin Jones still hangs on, and Kane Parnell in 129, he's going to lose out to the West Waterford with the WS of Stuart Mackenzie. So Stuart Mackenzie trying to go around the outside, that's where the battle on the track is. So it's WS 100 that just gets his nose in front past Kane Parnell in Spalding 129, but back to the leaders, and it's still Rich Owen in North Wales 51 that comes round here, sliding it round this corner, but got it under full control. So it's North Wales 51 that takes the maximum points for the second time this morning. Then it's the TA 15 of Lestin Jones in that second slot. Then we've got the WS 100 of Stuart Mackenzie and Kane Parnell in Spalding 129. Looks like he's got problems on board because he's slowing down, and that's completes race 2, Heat 2 of the men's Class 1s. That means moving on to race 3, so it's back to Gareth.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, so 2 wins out of 2 for 2 drivers then so far. So they're going to go into Sunday morning or overnight. Top of the shot, both of them with 110 points, and that could look the same as in race 3 then in Heat 2. We've got 2 heat winners from this morning, and that brings out C, K, O and S pairings. So I know Sam Appleton didn't make the line this morning, and he's not on the grid by the looks things, as there's a gap there in the position 5. Sean Gallagher is there in Leicester 14. Lee Buckley in Pennine 96. Brandon Glover's there in Scunthorpe 171. And then we've got the reserve Tom Herbert in Stroud 31. He had a third this morning. Then we go on to our 2 heat winners from this morning. Then Jim Bob Johnson in that Mini. The only Mini to take a heat win this morning in Class 1 in the Scarborough 49. And then we move on to Pair S of Cambridge 48, Lee Deegan. He also took a win this morning. And then his partner Carl Lloyd in North Wales 230. So I think they've just pushed that grandstand bend out a little bit. So looking to widen the entry to that to try to scrub a bit more of this lovely, delicious wet mud off, so that it creates a little bit more racing, as we saw in the first race here of Heat 2 of the Class 1s there. Mark Watson actually made it round the outside of 2 of them going around that bend. So there is grip out there. If you are brave enough, shall I say, to go a little bit wider and take yourself off that kind of safety line that's been created through the last of the first heats, probably mainly by the rear-wheel drive, the 10s and the 8s. So it looks like those marshals over there just grabbed a new cone, so that'd be nice and shiny, probably for all of 6 minutes. But we're looking for the track clearance as they've returned to their marshal's post. We'll wait for their yellow flag, and then we'll get the wind-up on post 1, which is going to happen now then. So checking all the marshals are OK. We're looking for the bungee. It's up already. Who's going to get the break then? I can see Jim Bob Johnson's coming out of grid 7, and I think that is Lee Deegan next to him, so he's coming across. But it is your North Wales 230, Carl Lloyd, 5th this morning. He's going to lead this into the first bend. Lee Deegan tucks in behind him in 2nd. And the Scunthorpe 171 there, they've done an amazing cleaning job. It doesn't look like it's been out at all there of Brandon Glover, so top job to his team there. And then Jim Bob Johnson settles into that 4th place going into the grandstand turn. There's the Stroud 31 of Tom Herbert's in the outside of the Pennine 96 machine of Lee Buckley, and then Sean Gallagher there at the back of the pack in the Leicester 14. But it looks like we're going to have a change of leader, and it's going to be the Cambridge 48. Oh, they're both a bit late on the brakes. Have they gone too wide? No, but Jim Bob Johnson has also moved up into 3rd, but Cambridge 48 has already made about 4 or 5 car lengths on his lead from the North Wales 230 of Carl Lloyd. Jim Bob Johnson, though, wants that 2nd place. He would ideally want the win and go in level on top of the points, but 2nd will be just as good in that little mini, and it looks like he's going to make that happen as the North Wales 230 machine of Carl Lloyd's gone a little bit wide. Jim Bob Johnson's looking to tuck up the inside. A little bit of paint swap in there from the Scarborough 49 machine, but he is up into 2nd, demoting the Carl Lloyd in North Wales 230 down to 3rd, as now Jim Bob Johnson goes on to try and catch Lee Deegan in the Cambridge 48, and already these three have been swapping. It's already last lap flag then for Lee Deegan, but Jim Bob Johnson wants that 1st place. He wants another 55 points to add to those 55 this morning, and it is Scarborough 49 then looking up the inside of the Cambridge 48. I apologise to the ones at the back of the pack, but these 3 are away and gone, and this is where it looks like the race is as the other 4 come past us and all on to their last lap then. So 1 more corner to go then for Lee Deegan and Jim Bob Johnson. Which one of them is going to go joint top of the shop? Oh, and Jim Bob Johnson's been put round by the North Wales machine of Carl Lloyd, but that doesn't stop Lee Deegan from taking another 55 points then. Cambridge 48, 100% record. Jim Bob Johnson stays 2nd in Scarborough 49. Then it's North Wales 230 of Carl Lloyd. Stroud 31 of Tom Herbert's going to take the 3rd. Pennine 96 of Lee Buckley then in 5th. Then we've got Leicester 14. Sean Gallagher is next over the line in 6th. And then we just got Brandon Glover over the other side. He's just going to come around, collect his points in the Scunthorpe. No, is he not? In the Scarborough. Sorry, Scunthorpe 171. I think. But that is Heat 2, Race 3 completed. I think. I'm not going to hand back to Paul. We're going to hand back to Kevin Herdman, as that is open wheelers on the line, and I think that is a Class 9 rerun. So, Kevin, it's over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, mate. Race 4 we have down there on the line, but just 5 competitors left in this one. It's always the way. I've got a chicken up here. Neil, I'll call you back. We give you, as you want another plug, I suppose. Neil Griffith's still selling his wares on that top bank, so I expect that's what he's calling for. Wants another plug. Anyway, Class 9, sponsored by 213 Performance Limited. Many thanks to them and to all our sponsors this weekend. I have it on good authority. We're going to keep going for at least another hour or so. We're the club and the board are confident that we can get the 3 heats and the final in by tomorrow afternoon. So at the moment, that's the story. So we're going to keep going as long as we can this evening. I don't mean till 8, 9 o'clock at night or anything silly like that. And but they will carry on as much as they can, and then crack on tomorrow morning with the rest of the heats and the final. So hopefully we can do this exactly as everybody wants. So a little bit of work going on there on the track, so just gives me time to read a few of my texters out. Hello and good luck. This is from all the North Shropshire drivers. Looking forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. That's Tommy and Meg Chadwick. So good. You need to get down here tomorrow, guys, if you're listening at home, because it's going to be a lot drier. We ain't had a bad day of it, really, considering this horrendous weather. So get down here and come and watch the racing actually live. It's far, far better. Question for Mickey B. What's happened to his sidekick, SOS Acker, Danny DeVito? No idea. Nick Henshaw wants to know. Is he all right still? Is he still about? I haven't seen him for a while, but
well,
Nick is here.
you know, it's a little bit sad news, really, but he's still in the Betty Ford clinic. Meat pie addiction has. You know, he just can't get over that steak and kidney. I mean, you know, I've spoke to him. You know, he's in good spirits. You know, he's got a couple of nurses look after him every day. He has a bed bath and stuff like that. You know, so no, I think whilst I'm sure at one point we'll see him back, maybe he might make a guest appearance or whatever. But yeah, he's still got a bit of sense of humour. I'll tell you what, Kev. I was looking back through some old pictures. Me and Soz went up to Auchterarder, Scotland, right? And we commentated up there once. They really treated us, and they made us wear kilts, right?
Did they understand you? Because I've been out to Scotland, mate, and I spent a week in Dundee years and years and years ago, and I just had to keep nodding my head. I couldn't understand a word anyone was saying.
Well, I've got a bit self-conscious since it, because, like, you know, a traditional Scot doesn't wear anything underneath, right? The women laughed at me
all the time. Yeah.
I did say it was cold.
Right, I think we're somewhere near ready. I just had a text asking me if me and Ian are doing the Wurzels tribute in the beer tent tonight. That is a definite no. Especially if Bill Bean is going to be in there. What else have we got then? Just while that truck gets his way, we got Amelia Lilly would like to say a big hello to Donna Tonga and all the crazy bunch at the Cumdee Car Club. So you could just have done. Anyway, we're somewhere near ready to go racing then with this, hopefully this final run of the men's Class 9 rerun. So once again, I think for the third time of asking, Jimmy Smith takes to the front in the Ludlow 80 machine. Barry Ashmore in Spalding 514. Now Barry a lot closer this time around, and looking to challenge for that lead as they come in, about to enter the grandstand turn. So Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, your race leader. For how long? Ashmore very much hot on his tails there in the 514 machine. Joycey in Wessex 2 in that third place, 909 in fourth, and then Gav Pittman in the Severn Valley 81, South Somerset 81 car back at the rear of the field as they get mighty close now. It's anybody's race still. It's Jimmy Smith just hanging on in there, dictating the pace of the race. And Ashmore, oh, he's gone wide. So Barry Ashmore gone from second to fourth as he pushed on a little bit and tried to take a bit of a wider line to get by Jimmy Smith. And that's no mean feat, mind, because Jimmy Smith now coming under strong challenge over there on the far side as he slows it right down around the grandstand turn. But he's dictating the place. He's got his nose in front. They've got to go round the outside if they want to beat him. Ludlow 80, Joycey, Wessex 2. Scunny there in 909, and then Ashmore still there in that fourth place as they look over there on the far side of this time, I think, with 1 to go, is it? Jimmy Smith again slows it right down around the grandstand turn and then puts the power down. Now it's checkered flag this time around. There we go. Jimmy Smith takes it. Ludlow 80. Whoa, Ashmore comes from nowhere to snatch second from Joycey in third. And Gav Pittman takes fourth place. So super stuff then from Barry Ashmore, who really was quite out of it and then managed to get back up into second. So just crossing the line and taking that final position. The Scunthorpe 909 machine. There we go. Piloted by Sam Middleton. That's it. Thank God. I've done all my reruns. I can go home. I get a cup of tea. Looks like Class 10s down there on the line. So over to Archie.
Yeah, cheers, Kev. And say, indeed, budget waste management, men's Class 10s. 2 reruns come your way. and we're going to fly through him, aren't we? That's what we're all hoping we are going to see then. Who are we going to look for this one? Lee Evans in your North Shropshire number 3. He's your 2013 champ, and to say your last year's Class 7 champ. So he was on a flyer before the red flags. He's coming out of grid number 7, and once again there's contact then off the start line. Evans it is though, with Phil Young. We're still racing. Herdman's there in 3rd with your Victor Kent 77. Did we speak too soon? Indeed we did. So they are down for another rerun. That's another 20p in the pot then. But we're gonna go to race 2 by the seams of that, and to tell you who's in that, who's going to do what, and who's going to finish the race in the first place. It's over to Ross.
Yeah, well, actually, this is a part of the Nationals. You do get these odd races where they just do not want to get run. So it looks like you may have picked that one at the minute. You didn't know, but that's usually what happens. So let's try, this one should be race 2 of the Budget Waste Management sponsored Class 10s here at the 2023 Men's National Autograss Championships. Of course, they did say they would all go back in. Mark Pascal, Lee Seagreaves, Jamie Lyons, Marcus Lewis, Tony Jones, Mark Luca, Andy Hornshaw and Vinnie Gibbons. Vinnie substituting for the outgoing champion this weekend, Nigel Beard. Nigel in Gloucester 87 won it last year, sold the car to Lewis Riley, and has been racing in Class 8, but hasn't had a car to obviously defend his title this year in the 10. So I'm sure, hopefully he's here and he'll be watching away. So down there, this group didn't get very far. They barely got to turn 1 before all chaos ensued. So let's see what happens. We've got Lee Seagreaves, a 4-time champion. Andy Hornshaw has won in 8 and 9 in the past. 10 is yet to crack. Away we go though, and oh, it's got messy already. Vinnie's round. Hornshaw, Seagreaves, Jamie Lyons, Tony Jones, and then we have Marcus Lewis and Mark Pascal. And Vinnie is the only one, and now he's got going in Leeward 170. Spun all himself in the pack. But at the moment, they've let the race go, and it's Hornshaw and Seagreaves trying to keep clean. Seagreaves looks to the outside as Hornshaw uncharacteristically tries to slow the pace down on the straight, then guns the throttle. York 7, ARC 1 and Mallow 55. Jamie Lyons then, the joker in the pack, trying to move through. He was a late substitute for the Southern Ireland League, I think it is. And he sits there in 3rd as Vinnie goes through then. That new Chevy sounds glorious, but it's not working for him at the moment. 1, 2 and 3, nose to tail. York 7, ARC 1 and Mallow 55. Now what do you do if you're second? Do you try and go for the win to pick up 10 extra points, or do you protect that second place? Well, at the moment, he's doing neither because he's under attack. He's let Hornshaw get away, and Jamie Lyons is all over the back of him, so protect second it is. Somebody's round, I think it's Marcus Lewis, and he's going to come right across somebody else there. And then the leaders are right there with him. Hornshaw has to take avoiding action. Tony Jones comes through. 1 to go. York 7. Oh, Jamie Lyons has got through to second. Seagreaves down to 3rd. Then it's Marcus Lewis. He's a lap down. Mark Pascal then is 4th. And then Vinnie Gibbons is 5th coming through. So we've got one more coming through. Tony Jones is a long way down. Jamie Lyons looking for a way past Hornshaw, but it's checkered this time. Dash to the line, 1, 2 and 3 together. York 7, Mallow 55, ARC 1. C100, Marcus Lewis is a lap down, so we'll be flagged in there. Mark Pascal then ends up 4th. I think Vinnie, after his dramas, will pick up 5th, but don't quote me on that one. Tony Jones is possibly next then in Pennine 117, and I think it's Marcus Lewis after that. But a bit all over the place there. These the leaders have come round again just to be certain that they have made the finish. And you can't blame them really when you're close. So when obviously the conditions are so tricky, you go round again, but the marshals are wanting them to quickly get back round. But anyway, that is that race complete. So one Class 10 rerun left to go. Hopefully they'll get sorted next time around. From that previous run, though, Athelston 10, Ian Stott, unfortunately, is excluded. So that's from the race before. That's race 1. But we'll see race 1 come back later. And I think that is the only outstanding first heat rerun, but I may be wrong. But anyway, we've got Class 1s back on the line. Thank you to Budget Waste Management for your sponsorship. As the crowd in the grandstands cheer, well done over there for your support of the drivers. But we'll go Class 1s, and it's over to Paul to take you through this next one.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, we're going on to race...
I think that's me done for now.
Race 4 of these men's Class 1s, Canning Exterior Cleaning sponsored men's Class 1s. I'll tell you what, this track is not going to take very long. If we don't get any more rain, it's getting quicker and quicker. Them Class 10s were absolutely flying, and this track is just going to get quicker and quicker. It's still slippy, it's still tricky conditions, but it is going to get quicker and quicker. The only big problem then is that now the track markers are getting moved a lot more, so the marshals have got a lot more work. So we'll just let them get the track markers sorted out, and then we'll be underway with race 4 of the Canning's Exterior Cleaning sponsored men's Class 1s. Heat 2. And coming out on this one, we've got the West Waterford 245 of Malcolm Baldwin. He got 10 points this morning. Then we've got the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. He got a third and 36 points this morning. Then it's Conor Griffiths in TA 16, last year's champion. He got a second and he's on 45 points. We've got Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403, got a black flag this morning, so he's got a big 0. He'll want to get as many points as he can. They'll all want to get as many points as they can. It's nationals, it's all about pride, and it's North Wales 147, Ryan Kemp. He'll be coming out, and he's got a 4th, that's 28 points this morning. Ben McGregor in IK 634, he got a 6th, 15 points. Peter Watson in York 1-2 wanted to fight his way back up the field, and he finished up with the 2nd and got 45 points. And then Dean Smith in Lud 48 got a 4th place and 28 points. So we started to get yellow flags at the top of this field. We've got waiting for post 1 to get their flag up, and we're just waiting for the marshals. I'll tell you what, them three tyres and a cone, dragging them in these conditions, and I noticed that they've dragged the track markers in at the bottom of the track, and looks like we're going to give them a little bit more and try and scrub that inside line, make it a bit wider and give them more chance of racing. And then we'll be underway with this race 4, Heat 2 of the men's Class 1, sponsored by Canning's Exterior Cleaning Services. And it's a big thanks to the Cannings that came around this morning and cleaned us windows up here for us when it were raining. But the problem was, as they cleared it, it got wet again. So, but hopefully, we're not going to get much more rain, if any, and it'll dry out as the day goes on, and they'll get through plenty of racing, and then tomorrow we'll have a nice day, and we'll get some better racing tomorrow. So, the marshals look like we're nearly ready. They're just wrestling with one more set of tyres, but he has to move and stop while he pulls the tyres because he can't walk with them. Gets them back into position, and then we've just got to get that one marshal back behind his barrier. The rest of them are just about there, and then it'll be down to Joe Thompson that's doing the wind-up signal on the first barrier. As soon as she gets clearance from the Chief Marshal, she'll look round, make sure she's got yellow flags, and then let the start line know they can let the cars go. So Joe takes a look at the start line, goes round, yellow flag goes up, bungee goes up, and we're away and racing. I think that's the trickiest part of the race at the moment, getting off that start line and getting onto the racing line. But it's Peter Watson in 1-2-1 that leads it from the Lud 48 in that 2nd position, and that's Dean Smith in Lud 48. But he's gone straight on Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. He's come through into that 2nd position with the TA 16 of Conor Griffiths, your present champion, in that 3rd position. But Peter Watson slides it round that corner, keeps it under control. As I said, these cars going a lot quicker, got a lot more control of them. It's York 121, Evesham 102, TA 16. Ludlow 48, Cambridge 403, North Wales 147. And then we've got a couple that's been struggling on the first corner that's now trying to play catch up. And that is the West Waterford 245 and the IK 634. And the IK 634 is Ben McGregor that's just got around the outside of the Michael Baldwin. But back to the leader, and it's still Peter Watson in York 121 that's leading it from the 102 of Andy Kelsey. And then Cambridge 403 of Kieran McKenzie. Now got that third position as Peter Watson goes out wide, gets in the deep stuff and slows it right down. That's allowed the 102 of Andy Kelsey to come through and get that lead position. Peter Watson get back onto the racing line and starts trying to chase after the leader. But again, he's a little bit wide and he's just on the edge of the slippy stuff, but he's managing to keep it under control. So it's still 102 that's on the last lap now from the York 121. Cambridge 403, Lud 48, TA 16, North Wales 147. So Andy Kelsey, he's got away and clear now that it's, Peter Watson made that mistake on that final lap. He's just got to keep it on that better racing line on the inside to be able to get this checkered flag, as the last lap shown to IK 634 and West Waterford 245. Evesham 102 takes the checkered flag. Second place goes to the York 121. Then we've got Cambridge 6403, Ludlow 48 and Dyfee 16, North Wales 147. Just got a couple more that's trying to get round to complete their race. One of them that's gone out into the slippy stuff but manages to hang on to that position. So it's IK 634 from West Waterford 245, and that completes race 4, Heat 2 of the Canning's Exterior Cleaning sponsored men's class 1s. So we're back to Gareth that's going to take you through the fifth and final race.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So 4 from 4 from class 1s. I've probably cost us 10p now, Paul. Sorry about that. So we're going on then to Heat 2, race 5. Brings out another heat winner from this morning, but it is B, G, L and Q. So we should have Jordan Painter in Scunthorpe 364, Tom Powell in Evesham 82. Heat winner this morning then, Wayne Price in Star 53. So he'll be looking to join the other two on 2 wins out of 2. Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52. Jake Hemsley in IK 611. Central Scotland 116 of Aidan Brown. CK60, Jamie White and Toby Chamberlain free in the Forest 21, but we're away already and it looks like it's an early break for Tom Powell in Evesham 82. And then we've got Wayne Price there in Star 53 and the Yorkshire Dales 52 of Ian Ullathorne is also there, who had a strong showing this morning with the third as the CK60 machine looks to tuck up the inside of I think that's the 21F there of Toby Chamberlain, but he's got a little bit of a smoke on in that white Yaris, but he's still going as they negotiate the grandstand turn for the first time. Then it is still Tom Powell then in Evesham 82 from Wayne Price in Star 53. Then it's Ian Ullathorne, Yorkshire Dales 52, 21F of Toby Chamberlain. Then we've got Jake Hemsley in Invicta Kent 611 CK60 of Jamie White, Central Scotland 116 of Aidan Brown. And it looks like we have lost, I think that is Jordan Painter in the Scunthorpe 364 there by the grandstand. But another lap completed then for your race leader, Evesham 82, Tom Powell. He's got quite a comfortable lead, I think, now on Wayne Price in Star 53. Ian Ullathorne still there in Yorkshire Dales 52. 2/3 for Hendy's Saturday will not be too shabby in these conditions as the Scunthorpe 364 Jordan Painter is a lap down as Toby Chamberlain in the Forest 21 is looking to get past him, but back to the leaders already and they're on to their last lap then. So one more circuit for Tom Powell to add to his 28 points this morning. Is he going to get another 55 in the Evesham 82 from Wayne Price in Star 53 in Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52. Toby Chamberlain in the Forest 21 has got past Jordan Painter, who is, I say, a lap down. Then it's the CK60 of Jamie White. Jake Hemsley in Invicta Kent 611. And then we've also got, I think that's the Central Scotland 116 then, of Aidan Brown. But already your race leader, race winner, Tom Powell, 55 points in Evesham 82. Wayne Price takes that second in Star 53 to add to his first from this morning. So that'll put him up there in the points. Ian Ullathorne takes third, and that'll join his other third from this morning in Yorkshire Dales 52. Fourth, Toby Chamberlain in Forest 21. Then it's Cork 60 of Jamie White. Jordan Painter's a lap down. Then it'll be next over the line be Jake Hemsley in Invicta Kent 6.11. Then we've got the Central Scotland 116 of Aidan Brown. And I think they'll just give the points to the Scunthorpe 364 of Jordan Painter. But 5 from 5. Me and Paul will take that. So that is round 2 of qualifying, completed by the Cannons sponsored men's Class 1s. And I can see Class 3s on the line, so I am going to hand you over to Steve.
Thank you very much, then, Gareth. So, yeah, Steve and Jason. Jason is hot-footing it from lap scoring next door. So you've heard of Arrive and Drive. We do Arrive and Chat. So here comes the man. And I can tell you, in the meantime, Pete Bott Skips, sponsors of men's Class 3 and groups A, E, I and M. It starts getting a bit more complicated now. Coming out for race 1. 2 heat winners from the first time of qualifying. So something's got to happen. Andy Pipe in North Shropshire 205, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1. They're joined, this runs absolutely as per programme, by Adam Henley in York 11. He had an 8th first time round, so a bit to do. Callum Allinson, Jeff Gibbs, Manfred Camshaw, your defending champion Keith Kelly had a 4th in run 1, and Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. So lots and lots to play for. We were expecting 8 cars. We've got 8 cars, so that's good. And it is the North Wales car, so Rupert Lomax and Andy Pipe. So this one running to form at the minute as NW1 and North Shropshire 205 go down the far side and into that grandstand bend. But coming round towards us, it is Rupert Lomax that wants to add another 55 points to his title. Starts to pull away as we get to the end of lap 1.
And indeed, and we've got Andy Pipe. He was another chap who took a first place last time out. He's sitting now looking to put another 45 on the board, but it looks like we've got somebody looking to work their way up the inside line. We've got the Swansea number 9 in the mix as well, Manfred Camshaw there in the mix. Allinson's there as well as the number White Rose 71, Steve Woodruff. He's got a challenge on as well from Jeff Gibbs in the Hereford number 1, but back up to the front, it's still Rupert Lomax that leads.
As they come across the line, Andy Pipe still runs in that second place then. Manfred Camshaw in Swansea 9. Adam Henley having a bit of a baptism of fire in Class 3 in the York 11 car, but you know for a fact, but problems for the race leader, goes very wide on that top bend. Rupert Lomax finds the slow, sloppy stuff, and Andy Pipe says thank you very much. So North Shropshire 205 takes up the running, leads the field into that grandstand bend and back round towards us with 1 lap to go. Andy Pipe, your race leader.
He's taking it a little bit more steady now as he looks to hold on to that race lead. Lomax still in touching distance at the minute. Camshaw is there as well, with Allinson closing in on your top 3 now, looking up the inside in the Yorkshire Dales number 34 machine, looking for a top 3 finish, but Camshaw has something else to say about that, puts his foot down and instead puts himself in contention for a top 2 finish as your leaders head into the top corner for the final time of asking part, taking it very, very slowly, cautiously, a little bit too much maybe. Lomax is on the outside now. In the North Wales number 1, it'll be a dash to the line. Pipe, Rupert Lomax and Manfred Camshaw. Allinson caught up with the lead in 3 again, but not quite enough this time. From Jeff Gibbs in the Hereford number 1. And then a little bit of a way back to your 6th place one, I think it is, of Steve Woodruff in the White Rose 71. Mallow at 247, Keith Kelly down the order as well, with Adam Henley in the York number 11. So that completes then race 1 of your Class 3s. Race 2 prepped up there on the line. So out in this one, should see out Jamie Lee in the Solway number 170. Trevor Mills should also be down there in the Invicta Kent number 6. John Farrer in the Sturton 44. Billy Joe Driver in the Invicta Kent 41. Mick Sumners in the Radford 169. Daniel Maynard in the Cork 375. And Tony Goodser in the Scunthorpe 3:07. So a couple of people that desperately needing the points from the poor John Farrer and Tony Goodser, currently yet to put any points on the board at the minute. Billy Joe Driver sits there with 6 as your race comes off the line, and it's going to be Sumners that makes the best of the breaks. Jamie Lee's going to be the one that goes with him. Goodser's there as well in the Scunthorpe 3:07. Then the man from Ireland, Daniel Maynard, in the Cork 3:75, slotting into 4th place as they head through that top bend. Sumners has it all set in the Radford 169, opening that gap up early on to your 2nd place man, Jamie Lee, in the Solway 170. Tony Goodser keeping in touch as well in the Scunthorpe 3:07 machine is your 1, 2 and 3 just about nose to tail as they come through. Sumner's taking it steady, but he's going to start the next lap as your race leader.
Right, but yeah, good battle going on for 2nd place then. Jamie Lee in Solway at 117. Tony Goodser having a much better run this time round in the 3:07 machine as Daniel Maynard comes through in CK 375. Trevor Mills still not enjoying the conditions in Invicta Kent 6 as Billy Joe Driver comes past in 41. John Farrer looks like he is a non-starter in this one in ST44, but it's getting close amongst these leading 3 with a couple of laps to go, but still leading the way. It is Mickey Sumners.
In 2nd place still Tony Goodser, but he's holding on tight as Jamie Lee looking for a way through, nice and gently on the throttle as he works his way around up the inside. Oh, there's contact in the Goodser's round. He's facing the wrong way. Lee takes full advantage and through into 2nd place he goes, and Goodser now stuck on the tyres as well in this Scunthorpe 3:07, which will allow Daniel Maynard an opportunity to break into the top 3 in the Cork number 375 machine as he does exactly that. And Goodser, his race is done now with the tyre stuck under him. Far from it though for your race leader.
So they're all falling by the wayside a little bit other than Mickey Sumners, but he's not going to mind that lead now. Best part of half a lap from the Solway 170 car of Jamie Lee that runs in 2nd, so that'll be a 4th and a 2nd at the end of day 1. That's not too bad at all. Daniel Maynard in Cork 375 goes through in that 3rd place. Tony Goodser's got it all back going again in the Scunthorpe 3:07 machine. Trevor Mills comes round in IK6, but coming around to take the checkered flag, 55 points. He's going to finish the day in 3 figures on 100 points. Mickey Sumners takes it in Radford at 169. Billy Joe Driver then back down a lap, but will be credited with that position. Jamie Lee in Solway 170 in that 2nd place slot. Coming round in 3rd, it is going to be the Cork man, Daniel Maynard in CK 375. Tony Goodser battled them back up to 4th, I think, in Scunthorpe 3:07. It was looking so much better than that for him, and hopefully Trevor Mills is going to come round and complete. Certainly deserves some points after battling through in the Invicta Kent 6, and he's going to do just that. Big thank you to Quinn's Car Transport, who are the sponsors of all of the Marshall posts here this weekend, or the 4 corner Marshall posts. So big thank you to Quinn's Car Transport for that. Also big thank you to Worcester Rentals, who we haven't had a chance to mention. Not sure this is the best choice of sponsorship this weekend, but we will absolutely mention them. And fingers crossed we get to mention them properly tomorrow. They've sponsored the Water Bowser. So well done to Worcester Rentals. Big thank you for your support and sponsor of the Water Bowser. And this is a new one on me, but hey, ABL Signs, this is one we wish we hadn't mentioned, but we really want to because they are a sponsor. Red Flags sponsor. So there we go. That's a few auxiliary sponsors, but very important sponsors out there. Right, Heat 2, Race 3 of the Pete Bott sponsored Class 3s this is the SOC group, brings out groups C, K, O and S. Yes, it's an anagram of SOC. It's not as good as Begham's, those of you who remember Begham's, but it's the best we've got. So group C, K, O and S. Sean Collin in IK 257, Sam Gould in North Shropshire 343, Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401, Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24, Trevor Cusack in Cork 25, Adrian Joyce in Wessex 22 and Dave Westlake in 123F. Mixed fortunes. We've got to just about every position from the first round of qualifying, from 1st down to 6th. Heat winner was Adrian Joyce in WS22, so he currently sits on 55 points. 2 drivers on 45 points. They picked up seconds in run 1. Sam Gould in North Shropshire 343 and Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 4:01. A third went to Trevor Cusack in CK25, so very handy haul of 36 points from the first round of qualifying. 28 points went to Sean Collin in IK257. He picked up a fourth. Dave Westlake on 21 points picked up a fifth, and Simon Farrer, and he's quicker than this, he picked up a sixth in Yorkdale's 24, so he needs a good run this time round. But it's Sam Gould, the first one to show in North Shropshire 3:43. Unfortunately, I don't think Simon Farrer is going to get a good run this time round. Why don't I think Simon Farrer is going to get a good run? Because he's not out there. So we go in, unfortunately, minus YD24. I think we might go minus somebody else as well, because we've only got 6 cars that I can see. And bringing them round, though, is Adrian Joyce, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. WS22 under strong challenge, though, from Sam Gould.
Indeed, in that second place up, battle on for third place as well. As up comes the inside, that's the cork number 25 of Trevor Cusack sits there from Mackenzie in the Cambridge at 4:01. 2:57 from the Invicta Kent Club is Sean Collin, and it looks like Dave Westlake, the man that's missing in the Forest Dean at 1-2-3 this time round. But Joyce looks to be trying to open that lead up now in the Wessex number 22 over Sam Gould in that second place slot in North Shropshire 3:43.
So conditions not perfect, but so much better than the first run for these Class 3s, and Adrian Joyce absolutely making the best of that in WS22. It's not many people that put that sort of lead on Sam Gould in North Shropshire 3:43, but Sam getting 90 points at the end of day one, that's not bad. That'll be well set for a place towards tomorrow's final, but Adrian Joyce wants to make it 2.
Indeed, and it'll be 110 points on the board for him, and at the minute it's 90 points that'll be sat on the board for North Shropshire. 3:43 of Sam Gould. The battle still on as the man from Cork goes out wide. Once again, a little bit tighter this time out and keeps that position in third place. That's Trevor Cusack at the wheel of that. Aaron McKenzie still sits there in fourth place, ahead of Sean Collin in the Invicta Kent 2:57. But here comes your race leader then, dominant in his first 2 heats, is Adrian Joyce in the Wessex number 2. Sam Gould is going to take the second place slot in North Shropshire 3:43. Sean Collins, I'd say he's crossed the line. He'll take the checker flag a lap down, but third place in the end will go to Trevor Cusack in the Cork at number 25 with Aaron McKenzie in the Cambridge at 4:01, completing the order for us this time round. So there we go, that's 3 out of 3 done. So far, race 4 sat up on the line at this time and should see out a full grid this time. Dave Jones in the Forest Dean 2:67. Ed Lloyd in the Cumdee 85. Vernon McKenzie in Cambridge 4:42.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Sorry.
It's just started to dry up, Steve. Gary Wickham will also be down there in the Spalding at 77. Barry Evans in the North Wales 2:34. Nigel Edwards in the Typhy 11. Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. And Phil Holloway in the Evesham at 34. So a few people in this one that need to add a few more points to the board. We've got 2 people sitting in 7th place last time out. Ed Lloyd, though, the only race winner out this time round in the Cumdee number 85. But Dave Jones and Barry Evans desperately looking to put some more points on the board. 10 points they've got there at the minute, another 55. That are doing very nicely to sit overnight. But bungees up then, and away we go racing with this one. And it looks like we've not quite got everybody, but we've certainly got Ed Lloyd, because he's up there and he's at the front as he looks then to make it 2 out of 2. Vernon McKenzie is the one that goes with him, and up the inside he goes, keeping it nice and tight. Ed's out in the low stuff, and it's McKenzie then that has the first showing. Holloway's trying to get himself around, and the timing machine, Nigel Edwards, just trying to pick his way through the pack as a whole. For the first time, I think, this weekend, Steve, we're seeing out red flags in your Class 3s.
They're not my Class 3s, not if they're having red flags, they're yours.
But we've still done well. I've tried not to mention it, but we have done well so far up until now.
Yeah, we were going very well indeed. So we shall. Who's got the? Oh, Mickey B's got the radio glued to his ear, so he'll keep us informed as to what the infringement was and what happened on that, and indeed what is then going to happen. I think I can say with a fair degree of certainty, one doesn't like to preempt any decisions, but I reckon we're going to be seeing a rerun on that one. Heat 2, race 4. goes to the... I still say goes to the rerun lane. I know we don't have a rerun lane anymore, but yeah, I'm still going to call it a rerun lane, so there we go. Right, Heat 2, Race 5, Groups B, G, L and Q. Not even I can make an anagram out of those, but it's going to make a good race. We should have a full lineup there running as per programme. Oh no, one change, a reserve coming in, Sean Brown in Group B, and he's joined in that group by Pete Bott, one of the sponsor, Pete Bott Skips. That's Stroud 47. Adam Saint should be there in Cambridge 1. Lee Almond in North Wales at 27. Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98. Rich Lee in SC 700. Wayne Hartwright in Radford 125. And Shane Manley in 76F. Right, we're hearing from the previous race. Unfortunately, Dave Jones is going to be excluded from the rerun in 267F. So we'll see the rest of them, but no Dave Jones. But heat winner last time round in this race 5, Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98. So he's currently sat on 55 points. Couple of cars and drivers on 45 points. Lee Almond in North Wales 27. Wayne Hartwright in Radford 125. But there we go. I've got me nose buried in my paper and just had it pointed out to me, those are not Class 3s on the line at all. We've had a little bit of inflation. It's Class 6.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So I don't quite know why we got this on the rerun, but it is as away we go. Yeah, it's the one outstanding rerun of the men's Class 6s, and it's Richard Jones that leads them down the far side at the Solway Treble 2 machine of Jay Colgate in that second place slot as we go to Sturton 46 of Andy Wood in third, but back round towards us for another time of asking. And Mad Mush it is, 279 from Solway Treble 2 from Sturton 46. Then we go to the Irish machine, Jack Brown, who running in fourth head of another Irish car. That's going to be Matt Jess in Dan Autograss 77, and Ryan Graham rounds it all out in Sydney. It's number 4. But once again, down the far side into the grandstand bend we go for another time of asking. Richard Jones it is though, but Colgate a lot closer this time in Solway Treble 2 as they come across the line to complete yet another circuit. 279 Treble 2 from Andy Wood in Sturton 46, from Jack Brown in Mallow 182, and Matt Jess in Dan Autograss 77. So obviously without Matty Schofield and Tristan Daniels, as Ryan Graham comes round and completes another lap. But once again, into the grandstand bend we go. It's Richard Jones that's going to bring him round to see the yellow flag with the black cross. So you know what that means. 1 lap to go. Come D 279, Solway Treble 2 from Sturton 46. As Colgate, though, looks up that inside line going into turn 1. Jones on the outside, Colgate on the inside, but not quite this time around as Jones just shuts the door. So Colgate switches to the outside line into the grandstand bend for the final time. A checker flag at the ready, but Colgate's gone wide into the slushy stuff. But Jones is going to win it. 279 takes the win. Solway Treble 2 of Jay Colgate. Andy Wood finishes a good third in Sturton 46. Then we go a battle of the Irish then from Jack Brown will come across the line and finish in Mallow 182, and Matt Jess in Dan Autograss 77. So that completes all the first round of qualifying for men's Class 6s. So we'll see them a little bit later on, but we're looking down towards the line. We're going back to Class 3, back to Steve and Jason.
Thank you very much. Right, will you listen then, Jason? Who's out in this one? No, so you weren't, were you? So there we go. Quick reminder. Sean Brown, Pete Bott, Adam Saint, Lee Almond, Ryan Power, Rich Lee, Wayne Hartwright and Shane Manley. Those are the 8 cars that we're expecting. So from our view here, though, I can certainly see there is at least one gap on that start line. So not quite sure who's going to be a non-starter. We will try and pick them out as they come past us. This the final race of this second round of qualifying of the Pete Bott Skips sponsored Class 3s. We do have that one race 4 in the rerun lane, of course. So just looking and waiting for track clearance. Keep your eyes on Abby there on the first marshal's post, because she will do a check of the circuit. The yellow flag will go up and the drivers will be let loose from the start line And as they make their way away, it is YD98, Ryan Power looking to make it 2 out of 2. That's the first one to show. PJ, Pete Bott Jr. in that second place slot in stride 47 as Ryan Power, deliberately or otherwise, slows it right down on that top corner. It looks like we're missing 2 cars because we've only got 6 out of the expected 8 out of there. North Wales 27, Lee Almond runs in that third place. I think it's Rich Lee and Sean Brown, the 2 that we're missing, as Ryan Power just goes and carries on a little bit, but still your race leader. YD98 it is.
Indeed, he leads the way now. We've got Lee Almond there in second place. He's going to try the same tactic this time, try and hold the rest of the field up, because Pete Bott's looking for a way through. Adam Saint is there as well in the Cambridge number 1, and right the way around the outside. 76F of Shea Manley, and he's going to make it stick. Look, for the time being, at the very least, he's going to go after Pete Bott now as well. As he looks to, he's certainly had his Weetabix this morning, anti Mr. Manley. As he tries to work his way through. Powers slowing it right down, though, trying to find some of the grip as he comes back through. Your race leader.
Still Ryan Power then, but North Wales 27 and 3 in a row in the battle for third place. Shane Manley still powering right round the outside of Pete Bott. Adam Saint there to pick up any pieces in Cambridge 1, and the only one just a little bit tailed off at the minute, Wayne Hartwright in Radford at 125, but it's a brave man that's going to pick the total race order of this one, as he has all sorts of difficulties with that grandstand bend, Ryan Power, and I think it's going to cost him this time. New race leader, Lee Almond.
Yes, he leads the way. Ryan Powers sits there now in second place. He'll look for a way back. Pete Bott sticking consistent, sticking there in third place at the moment. Saint is down there in fourth place, but just a little error there. Sees Manley with an opportunity to come back up the inside this time as they head down that far side. The race leaders coming into the pit bend for the final time of asking. Power looking like he's trying to work his way through. Oh, he's just made a bit of contact, but he's found a way through at least. In the Orchard Hills 98, out wide, out in the fence in the North Wales machine. So it's Ryan Power that takes it. Pete Bott takes second. Shane Manley clings on to third place from Adam Saint in the Cambridge number 1, ahead of Wayne Hartwright in the Radford 125, and just slowly creeping towards us. Did all the hard work all the way through till the final bend, and hugging the Armco, as whether it's for comfort or need. But he's by hook or by crook, he's going to get those 6th place points, I think it is, in the North Wales 27, and that he has. As it looks like the steering on that isn't necessarily going the way he'd want it to, which leaves him parked up, but the right side of the finish line. So that'll do it, I think, for this time. We have actually got to come back. We've got to remember to come back this time, Steve.
Yeah, that's
for
it.
Class 3s.
It's going to be both of us just in time, isn't it? You're going to be lap scoring, I'm going to be trying to do points, and there'll be a mad rush and scramble up here. But yeah, hey, we'll make it.
Yeah. All right, so they do actually look more like Class 9s this time for the 5th or 6th time of asking. So it's Class 10. So, right, okay, so it's not Class 9. So tell you what, Mickey B's really setting us up here, isn't he? So we'll go over to Class 10s.
So that's going to be over to Archie.
Yeah, so say race 1, heat 1 is what we're going to go for. Someone by the seams has been excluded, and say if memory serves right, we're going to tell you it's Ian Scott in Attleston number 10 who won't be joining us out of this one. This is the one where Liam Evans has had an absolute flyer in both starts of the 10s, and say they both haven't made it round the first corner, but you can certainly see who Liam Evans is, because the front of his car is absolutely spotless if you're watching on BAStv on the live stream. So the Budget Waste Management is your weekend sponsor for your men's Class 10. So rerun of the rerun, so we're looking to do this one, get it all done and dusted. So who are we looking in this one? We're looking Ben Herdman, your Radford at 207. Your Mallow 25, Tyron Cusack is out in this one. Dominic Wade, Scunny 39. Phil Young, Evesham 23. Victor Kent 77 of Darren Cornwell. Say no Ian Scott in this one. Liam Evans then, he's certainly one to watch out for. And Stephen Page in that Cumbie treble 1 is who we're looking for. Say Almond's machine is the one that is being recovered, and say that front left wheel is say pointing one way, and say the other side probably is pointing the other, seeing there's no steering for the Class 3 machinery. But we are just waiting for those two recovery to give him a helping hand off the circuit. What can we say though about the circuit? It's certainly dried out, hasn't it? The dry line is certainly going wider and wider, and in some of the aspects out in the sloppy stuff is still grip. So even if you do get out there, these Class 10s have certainly got the horsepower, haven't they, to pull themselves out of there. And we'll certainly see who's going to pull out of the grid very shortly. So there goes the Class 3 machinery. He's going to go to the centre surely, and then we are going to go racing with race 1, heat 1 to complete all heat 1s, I believe, and I believe this is going to be the last rerun of heat 1. So we're looking for Ben Herdman, Tyrone Cusack, Dominic Wade, Phil Young, Darren Cornwell, Liam Evans and Steve Page. They're who we're looking for. And oh dear, the rain is just starting to fall, but will that affect Liam Evans? No, it will not. In the North Shropshire number 3, Phil Young in Evesham 23 goes with him. Herdman in 207, Corwell in a Victor Kent 77, Cusack as well. Rounds out your top 5 as they go out of turn number 2. Already charging away is that North Shropshire number 3. Phil Young looks to follow suit in Evesham 23. Ben Herdman then Radford 207 is still round out your top 3, but Tyrone Cusack, oh, Herdman's round, oh, Cusack's collected, so's Corwell in 77. But all the meanwhile, it's North Shropshire 3, Evesham 23 is your 1 and 2 for the moment. Who's that then? Herdman it is. Gets it going again, so towards the rest, so well done to those lot. Cusack, though, rounds out your top 4. Then comes your Scunny 39 of Dominic Wade with your Steve Page and Cumdy treble 1. And around all out then it's Cornwell in the 77, but completing another lap though is your North Shropshire number 3, and doing it in fine style. So he hits Horsepower Hill this time in turn number 2. Phil Young is up there as well, running back in second, but got no answer for your leader. Oh, Herdman, is it made a mistake in Grandstand Bend? But out of turn number 4 they come then for another time of asking. No, 207, treble 1, and Dominic Wade in 39. But the yellow with the black cross, he's going to do it. He's going to see it. And there's North Shropshire number 3, Victor Kent 77, and Darren Corwell. He is a lap down this time around with Phil Young in Evesham 23. Running back there in second still. And say for third, we think it's going to be Ben Herdman for the moment in 207 with Steve Page in treble 1 and Scunny 39. But coming to make your race leader, he's going to do it. He's going to make the win. And it's going to be North Shropshire number 3, Liam Evans, who's going to take the win. Evesham 23, then Phil Young's going to come through. Corwell's a lap down in Victor Kent 77. So third then I think it's going to be Cusack in Mallow 25. Oh, he is a lap down. Okay, so Cusack is a lap down. So Ben is for third. So yeah, Herdman then comes through for third in Radford 207. Steve Page will come through for fourth in Cumdy treble 1. And say the way the rest of them are gonna finish, I'm gonna say it's gonna be Dominic Wade is Scunny 39, then Darren Corwell in a Victor Kent 77 with Tyrone Cusack then rounded out your budget waste management Class 10s for Heat 1, Race 1. So they're all neat, done and dusted. What's that down there on the line? Is that another Class 10? Or are we... It's certainly specials, but... Or is this a Class 9? Because is that the Forest 4? Because... well, we're zooming in, so we are Sturton 40, so we're going to have another Class 10, is it? Oh, James Poltimore, there we go. Yeah, thank you very much, then, to camera crew helping us out with that one. We are going to look for James Poltimore then once we find our other sheet of men's Class 10s. But we're looking for Poltimore then in that Forest 79. So yeah, so Mickey, we got another one to add to the tally apparently. So we did think we was on 4, but now we're on 5. So They are off and running now, so we're looking for Polar Moore, Lewis Riley, Kelly Bishop, Luke Bennett, Sam Birdridge, Pete Nicholson, Glenn Neville and Jack Rowlinson. There, who we're looking for. Sturton 40 is Sam Birdridge. I'm sure he took the win on the race previous, but say someone that didn't have the best of luck was Luke Bennett, but he's going to take full advantage of the rerun. He's back up to third, then Polmore's up to second, and could this have to do with the incident with James Polmore then coming in contact and say that definitely affected his race, didn't it, in Forest 79. Oh, he's just coming into contact with Ben, the North Wales 62 then of Luke Bennett, we should say, so they're all spinning down into the bottom end. But we do look then, Kelly Bishop said thank you very much. She's going to take second place away from the rest of them. And is that then the North Wales 62? And so we're trying to pick out who that one car is, but who we do know is Sam Birdridge is the leader in Sturton 40. And then we do look back then for Kelly Bishop in Yates Sudbury 37. And then back there in thirds, Luke Bennett. Then the Forest 79 machine's buried in the pack as well. Unfortunate then, not having the best of luck, is James Polmore. So Bennett's up to third this time around. But Burbridge on an absolute stormer in that 40 machine. And as you say that, he's just overcooked them and kept the motors going and has kept it all alive. Or is it? Because Kelly Bishop, what a mistake that is. She could have been gifted the lead then, but no, pushing on in turn number 3 with Burbridge it is. Sees the last lap flag this time around. Will we go to completion and will we get a result? But Yates Sudbury 37 it is. Then comes Bennett in North Wales 62. Then comes your Scarborough number 1. Then Pete Nicholson. So that is going to round out, what's that, your top 4 for the moment in time. And are we going to say that is the Jack Rowlinson machine in the Scunny car? Possibly, possibly not. And he looks to be battling away with the Forest machine. But your race winner then, Burbridge in Sturton 40. Kelly Bishop is going to come through for a second. So the rerun definitely helped Kelly in gaining a few more points. So did Luke Bennett in North Wales 62. Scarborough 1 then of Pete Nicholson. So then we are going to wait for your Forest 79, James Baltimore. And so Burbridge only come into contact with one of the back markers, so that was certainly unfortunate, wasn't it? And who is that? Is that going to be the Glen Neville in Gloucester District number 4? That's who we're going to have a guess. And Sturton 40 then just coming through. But yeah, Gloucester District number 4, then Glen Neville, it was your spinner. On the bottom end then, so then we are done and dusted, I believe, for all of this open wheelers. Or, well, my open wheelers anyway. And to take you through then, we are going to Class 5, so over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lewis. We're Class 5 in again. It is the Heat 2 Race 1. It's John Wild in the CY7, St Ears 23, Alex Puddipat, York 44, Les Chamon Grice, Adam Brown in Mallow 184, North Wales 3, Alex Foutier, Stuart Deacon in Stroud District 60, PAC 16, Brian Neal, and St Neots 213. Top point scorer in this, by the way, is Adam Brown, had a third in his first run. Les Grice on a black flag did not finish for Alex Foutier and Alex Smith. We had a 7th from John Wild, a 5th from Alex Puddipat, and a couple of 4ths from Stuart Deacon and Brian Neal. So that's how they are. So these guys are coming into this, not a 1 or 2 position amongst them, but that's all going to change as we look to go down. And we've got 2 sets of Heat 2 paperwork with different...
My paperwork doesn't say the same as you, Mickey, but I think yours is right. Because that is Les Grice coming out of Lane 1.
Yes.
I'm looking at mine and going, I'm looking at a different race.
They've just sent 2 sets of paperwork to confuse us. Right, here we go then. We're off and racing down on the 2023 Men's Nationals. Who's got the best of start? Les Grice is up there. Adam Brown goes with there as well. The PhD machine running round in that corner to go. But, Grice has gone round. He's facing the wrong way. Oh, he gets contact from John Wild in that CY7. Les Grice is parked up on the crown of the bend. What are they going to do on this? Are they going to take it red? No, Les gets the car going as we bring it round the corner. Oh, there's more contact. Another one round. All action going on here as we go to Adam Brown leading.
Adam Brownlee it is then that leads them from the St Neots at 2-1-3 of Alex Smith then in that second place. Browning's gone wide. Is that going to allow Smith to come through as they make the way around that turn 2, heading up down the far side of the field? Then it's that Stroud and District 60 of Stuart Deacon then, and we're going to see red flags on that one. Oh dear, Mickey.
Well, that just went red quickly, didn't it? It was all a little bit messy, and unfortunately, Les Grice there just spun it round, facing the wrong way, and a little bit of contact there from John Wild, but Les took himself off the track, and we went red, so that goes to rerun. So we've started off how we did last time, poorly. Right, we're going to go into Heat 2, Race 2. It brings out the Snakes. Jeff Bateman in Stroud and District 45. Evesham 9. Charlie Holloway. PhD 20. That's Mark Yuka. IK 72. Stephen Island. Colin Chill was the man who had the attachment shaved on and most look younger. Ian Lloyd. Graham Steadman. Michael Nans. We are off and racing. 2 winners out of the first one. Charlie Holloway and Mark Yuka. Who's coming out on this one then? And it is Holloway then from Colin Chilvers from Donovan. Evesham 77. Next to show. Graham Steadman. Steadman then coming round, but Jeff Bateman behind him in the Stroud and District 45 machine. As we go down to that lead car, it is Colin Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46, round turn 3, the grandstand turn, and out of that Stargate turn, and round it comes then Colin Chilvers in from Holloway, and then we're up into that Donovan machine.
Colin Chilvers it is then from Donovan as you 1 and 2 now make the way around that sponsor. Mickey, I'm not doing very well every time you pass me the mic. Do we go reds at the, at the minute? I think I'm a bad omen with class 5s in Heat 2s. So that's another one back in to the rerun lane.
Well, that's not how we wanted it. We thought we were going to change it up. We're going to do a lap apiece, and we're going to do the okie cokey in and out as they do. Who misses? Right, Heat 2, Race 3. Right, let's try again, Mickey. Right, Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8. Had a win earlier this morning. Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter a second, as did Patrick Daly in the West Waterford 188. Danny Lodge in Scunthorpe 212. Ben Harper, Melton 11, Wessex 15, Chris Tudgay, North Wales 2-222, Ross Duffy, and Border Counties 33, Jordan Stead. I've got to have a quick shout out to Doris Day, who's tuning in at home. Hello, Doris. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. I got a bit of a family tree going on here. It was Ian Jones, Sue Erdman, Jake Erdman, Cameron Mills, Craig Bagley. It was all going on, eh? Don't ask me for who's related to who, but it was all going on, all action. Right, here we go then. We are going racing. And who's got the best of the starts as they come down this opening straight? Where's that Jaber Smith machine? It's Jaber Smith alongside Lodgy as they go in there. Daly's up there as well. Tudgay machine. Oh, we've got a push out there. And there's a bit of contact as they come round. Where is that Jaber Smith? He's coming through. Jaber Smith then taking up the run in again. It was all a little bit messy going into that first turn, but they sort themselves out. But Jaber Smith again has conceded that lead as they're bringing it up past commentary. And that lead car goes to the Daly machine.
From Jaber Smith, from the Nottingham 45, from that Scunthorpe 212 then of Danny Lodge. Border Counties 33 then of Jordan Stead up there, and then the Melton 11 of Ben Harper. Just coming past us now in commentary is that North Wales 222 of Ross Duffy, and then your back marker on this one is the Wessex 15 of Chris Duggay. But your race leaders coming back round this time for another time. West Waterford 188 it is then.
Daly then still leading it round into that turn 1. Palgetter goes with it. Jaber Smith in this. Lodgy goes into there. The next one to show is that Jordan Stead in Border Counties 33. The highest back front as they start to slow it down. Patrick Daly, West Waterford 180 is then as he brings it round. Where's Lodgy running in 4th place as they come in up past commentary there. Daly still leading from Palgetter from Jaber Smith.
All now heading up and onto their last lap then as you 1, 2, 3 now head up round that Holtby sponsored turn 1 corner. Then it's going to be the Lodge Machine, Scunthorpe 212 from Border Counties 33. We've got a spinner in between that turn 1 and that turn 2. That's allowed a new race leader through. It's the Nottingham 45 then of Baxter Pargeter that takes up the running as your race leader, and he's going to be the one to put the maximum points on the board in this one. Nottingham 45 it is then Baxter Pargeter from the Ludlow number 8 of Jaber Smith as you 1 and 2 in this one. After that earlier spin then it's the West Waterford 188 that comes round in 3rd place from the Border Counties 33 of Jordan Stead. Then it's that Melton 11 of Ben Harper from the Scunthorpe 212 of Danny Lodge from the North Wales 222 of Ross Duffy, and then the one that's still spinning right round on that start line turn coming round to complete the lineup on this one is going to be that Wessex 15 of Chris Tudgay.
Woohoo! We finished one. Well done, Ailey. That's it. That's how we do it. We got that through, and I'll tell you what, Patrick Daly was banging his steering wheel coming across. He picked up 3rd place points, but he knew that if he had held on to that win, he spun it out coming out of turn 2. That would have given him 100 points for the day's work. Right, that switch it up into heat 2, race 4. It brings out Ben Reid, Harvey Donovan, Tom Evans, Lawrence Blaber, Dan Godfrey, Richard Maguire, Gary Wickham and Dazza Gunny. Who's the top point scorer? Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10, came through the sloppy mud earlier this morning to take maximum points. Lawrence Blaber in the Athelston 13 had a second in his first attempt as well. Ben Reid, Breeden Hill 66, seen him a few times this year, especially in the Bass Series. Been quick as well. Picked up a 3rd this morning, so not bad. 36 points to get under your belt. Gary Wickham had a 4th with 28 points. Dazza Gunny a 6, as did Tom Evans in that South Somerset 7. So that is your runners and riders for this MJA Automotive Engineering Limited sponsored Class 5s down here at the 2023 Men's National Championship. And we've got track clearance. Wait for the green lights to show. And here we are off and racing. And who's got the best of the starts? And I think it is that Blamer machine up there. But it's Ben Reid goes up there. Spalding 11, that's Gary Wickham. Wickham, look at them, near enough 4 abreast. Godfrey looking for a cutback up the inside there. But it is Ben Reid then from the Lawrence Play machine, from Wickham, from Godfrey, as they bring it down into turn 2, 3, I should say. It's the grandstand bend. Round the come then. Breeden Hill machine's going to take him up. Ben Reid then. He's going to lead it through. Ben Reid then from the Lawrence Blamer machine.
From that Cambridge number 10 then of Dan Godfrey in that 3rd place position. IK71 then is your 4th place man Harvey Donovan on board in that one from that South Somerset number 7 of Tom Evans then. And then it's the Scarborough 114 of Darren Gunny from the Dowen 999 of Richard Maguire and the Spalding 11. But your race leader's already coming back round.
So it is Wickham then that's kind of taken that through as Reedy then finds a gap up the inside then. Reedy then exits that turn 2 down that opening straight. There's a big gap before we get to the next bunch of cars. Donovan there seems to have a problem on board. He's slowing down there as Godfrey comes up the back of him, as does the Blamer machine. Is that going to cause some problems? Donovan has got a problem on board. Can he keep it going there? Reed round to pick up the last lap flag.
So yeah, your last lap flag for Breeden Hill 66 of Ben Reid then, that's got a good lead on the rest of the field in this one, as these back markers all starting to come into a tangle with this now, because your race leader's already going to come round that start line turn to see that checkered flag with your next place competitors just heading up and onto their last. Ben Reid it is then in the Breeden Hill 66 that takes the win on this one. They? I think these ones are still a lap down on the rest of the field, as your second place then looks to come round at that start line this time is going to be the Athelston 13 of Lawrence Blaber that is going to take the second place points from Dan Godfrey in that 3rd. Then it's the Down 999 that comes across Richard Maguire in that 4th place, I think it was on that one. And then I think the last one to head round and finish is going to be the Dazagunny in the Scarborough 114, because it looks like the rest of them have headed back into the pits. We'll let the lap scorers decide what the outcome is on that one, but that one's run to completion for the time being. Race 5 up on the line then, Mickey.
Yeah, so race 5, the last of the scheduled ones for the men's class 5s. It brings out Typhy 451, Lewis Richards, the Italian stallion, Aaron Mason in Radford 19, Ian Jones, Cumdee 31, Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles, Jenny Shepherd, South Somerset 22, Penny Smith in Gloucester District 112, Riley Diper in the Forest of Dean 255. Oh, the down 999. Richard Maguire says, I want to have another lap. Go on then, my son. You've come across the water. You might as well get your money's worth, wouldn't you? And North Shropshire 1, Ollie Howe is the final runner in this race 5. So John Gaffney's machine, North Shropshire 1, John Gaffney, as we know as Ping Pong. So there we go. We're waiting for track clearance. Maguire just taking his car out of the exit of the track. As soon as that goes, we'll see the yellow flags held aloft, and we'll be back racing. Here we go then, bungee lifts. We are off and racing for the final run of the men's 5s down here at the men's nationals. Who's got the best of the starts? And it is the Italian stallion has gone up there as well. And Riley Diper, there was a bit of contact there, and oh no, the Italian stallion's been bashed. Oh dear. Who's bashed the stallion? But it is Ollie Howe then, North Shropshire 1 then, slowing it right down into that turn 3. Round past the grandstand. Give him a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, not for too long, because it's red flags. Near me. Slow it down, fellas. So, rerun there to on the class 5s. It was a repeat of this morning, really. We've had 3 failures out of 5.
Yes.
Not good. We don't like failures, really. But never mind. We'll see them going back again. Right, we're switching down. Hold on, looking down on the line. Have we got a rerun for one of the boys sat round here? Yeah, they do look like 3s. So, who's on 3s? Is that old Stevie boy? Oh, JB, Jason Baker's coming up here. Donning one of those big kind of like beards. Is that like new modern style that you've got there, Jason? Like a big beard out of control?
What it is I don't want people to realise how much money I've got. So I'll make the homeless look, and everybody thinks I'm poor. Which means, when I go to a beer tent, never have to pay. Oh, bless him.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, we'll tell you what, work's a dream. Right then, so here you go. Steve thought I wasn't going to make it. It's a good job one of us did, because we're going to go with the Class 3s race 4 rerun. So this is now excluding Dave Jones from the Forest of Dean Club, and we're already backing out there. And once again, it's Ed Lloyd that gets the best of the breaks. You've got Vernon McKenzie going with him in the Cambridge 442. You've got the Evesham machine down there as well. That's Phil Holloway in the Evesham 34. And then I think it's Barry Evans in the North Wales 234. So just 4 cars left now. And I'll hand over to Steve, but it'll be very silent for it. So it's Ed Lloyd in the Cumdee 85, followed by Vernon McKenzie. Still holding on to second place, looking for a way through, but these two pulling the gap out now to the third place man of Phil Holloway in the Evesham at number 34. Then I didn't check his number, but I think it's the North Wales machine of Barry Evans down there in 4th place at the moment. But as they head back into the grandstand bend for another time, Ed Lloyd keeping it steady, keeping it planted as he comes back round for another lap completed. It's Cumdee 85. Let's have a few revs. Let's cause a bit of noise. And he carries on his merry way, just opening that gap up a touch now to Vernon McKenzie, who sits there in second place in the Cambridge 442 from Phil Holloway in 3rd place. And I'm looking at him now, all the way down that straight. It's definitely Barry Evans in the North Wales 234 machine, completing your order this time round as they come back through, though. The order looking set now as we go through, but I say that, nothing set this weekend, is it? The way it's going at the moment, one mistake can cost you dearly. As we go on to our final lap, then it's Ed Lloyd that leads them on to it in the Cumdee, number 85, Vernon McKenzie, still keeping with him, waiting for that mistake in the Cambridge 442 machine. Ahead of Phil Holloway, he's just got that little touch of pressure from Barry Evans. He can do just flipping the throttle. I'm still here, Phil. I'm still here in the North Wales 234 machine. But as they go through the top bend for the final time of asking you race leaders, already coming out the pit bend then, and it will go to Ed Lloyd in the Cumdee, number 85 then, that takes the win in this one. 2 out of 2, we'll see him top of the shop overnight, with, I think, Adrian Joyce will be the two that are top of the shop. Vernon McKenzie taking a second place. A third and a second will do him just nicely. Phil Holloway, 2/3, Mr. Consistent in Evesham 34, ahead of Barry Evans in the North Wales 234. So there we go, that completes your Pete Bot Skips sponsored. Oh, crikey, that was more difficult to say than I thought. I'll let Steve do the sponsors in the future. That completes them. It looks like we're going to go Class 7 racing, so I believe that's Hayley and Mickey B. And we'll hand you back over to what I'm going to say is their capable hands anyway.
Yeah, cheers, JB. Stevenson's Auto Repairs Class 7. Right, they're bringing out Heat 2, Race 2, which is Mark Evans, Mike Barrett, Jake Roberts, Paul Johnson, and Nigel McCracken, Andy Jefferson, Jeff Gallagher, and Ali Ashmore. And looking at the points tally, Andy Jefferson enjoyed those muddy conditions. Had to work hard for it, by the way, but 55 points. What a great start to the campaign. Paul Johnson picked up a second place in the Yorkshire Dales 22. Two people on fourth. We've got Ali Ashmore in the Spalding 514 and Mark Evans in the Yayton Sodbury 57. Mike Barrett had exclusion on the first run. Jake Roberts didn't finish. And Nigel McCracken didn't even start. So, they could do with some points, those boys, just to get their nationals back on track. But Andy Jefferson, no doubt, will be focused with a drying track to come and do back-to-back wins and take 110 points. But all to play for as we look for track clearance. Marshall's bringing the cones right in now to the edge of the grass. So plenty of track starting to play for these guys. It's a little bit wet, though, on that inside line. So they're probably looking up there and saying, do you know what, need to be about a car's width in pretty good shape as they climb a little bit of an incline as they head up into Turn 1. I think it is Holt Beers Autos that are sponsoring Turn 1. And we've got a whole range of things. The only sponsor that hasn't actually had their equipment out, so to speak, is the Water Bowser, which is Worcester Rental. So we've given them a mention a couple of times, and so we should, because it hasn't been out at all, has it? No, it's not, you know. The old tanker driver, right, he's got his feet up in there. He's going, this is great, this. Do I get paid for this? He is. He's got Radio 2 on, listening to love songs, you know. Love is in the air. Wes Green, I've seen him holding hands with Alex, you know, running around the track, you know. Oh, it's great young love. I've said to the missus as well, you know, she's doing all right at the moment, Kev, you know, and I've said she carries on like that, she can stay another year. You know. We're on that kind of like yearly contract at the moment, you know. I think it's 30 years for next year.
Mickey, you can't say things like that about Jilly. Our Jilly's lovely.
Yeah, she is nice. Yeah, she's back in the motorhome. That's the only reason I'm being brave and bold, right? She won't hear me. Hey? Right, here we go then. We're ready to go racing. It is the men's Super Saloons. It's race 2 off the line. Where's Andy Jefferson going? Jefferson goes with Barrett in that Yayton Sodbury 57 next to show. Ali Ashmore, though, up into that third place as well. And then I think Johnson pulls into there in that Yorkshire Dales 22. Oh, Jefferson got it wrong and got a smack in the side. Oh, and one up the back rear pipe as well. Oh, I bet that hurt. Misses. What are they going to do on this one then as Jefferson gets the car going? It's all got a little bit messy as they bring it down the back straight.
York 2 then, Michael Barrett is that's leading you up into that turn 2 and that start line turn from Ali Ashmore, from that Yorkshire Dales 22 of Paul Johnson then as you 1, 2, 3. Then it's that LM7 of Jeff Gallagher. Ali Ashmore just gets it all spun round on that start line 10, but it's still York 2 from Yorkshire Dales 22. LM number 7 then as you 1, 2, 3 in this one. We've got cars spinning all over the shop in this one. Definitely You Spin Me Right Round. PhD 72 then of Jake Roberts now past commentary. Ali Ashmore gets herself back running, but's going to have all the work to do from the rear of the field. But back up and at the front then, your race leader's already coming round to see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then.
Yeah, Barrett then takes into that final lap, followed by that Paul Johnson machine. Yorkshire Dales 22, the 2 break away from the pack. And down, Andy Jeffson's having a mare this time round. LM7 next across the line, that's Jeff Gallagher. And then we go down to the PhD 72, Jake Roberts, Yayan Sobri 57 and Mark Evans. And then Ali Ashmore across as they come through. But it's checker flag time. And to take the win, Mike Barrett, York 2, bounces back strongly from that Paul Johnson Yorkshire Dales 22. As who's the next across the line? That third place goes to the LM7, Jeff Gallagher. So puts a third to his 5th place earlier today. 4th is going to go to the PhDs 2, Jake Roberts. Ali Ashmore 5th in Spalding 514. He's come round for a lap of honour. York 2, Mike Barrett. And Paul Johnson says, well, if you're going round, I'm going to go round as well. Come on, lads, we're running out of time. Get yourselves off the track. Andy Jefferson, by the way, had a brilliant first heat. The second one that he'll probably want to write off, by the way, came out of that turn 2 as well, mounted a tyre, and that spun in round as well. And no points, or in the Eurovision Song Contest, nil point. Right, we've got more 7s up on the line. Hayley, who's up there? Can we recognise some of those machines? Right, Steve Langley, you need to come back to commentary as soon as possible. So, Steve Langley, back to commentary as soon as possible, please. So, looking up on the line. And again, they've been out. And look, they've been cleaning the cars as they come across. And we're just waiting for... There's a gap appeared between there. And they're bringing out race 3. So Simon Hawthorne in Radford 176, Phil Barliman in the Pennine 23, Kieran Geeney in the Mallow 868, Chaz Edley, Scunthorpe 69. Chaz had a brilliant win earlier this morning. Andy Graney in the Pennine 8 at a 4th. Bill Bradford did not finish. Dan Harrison had a 6th in the St. Neots 272, and Damien Harris had a strong 2nd in the Radford 140. So, again, Bill Bradford, I think just unfortunate in the conditions this morning, and that cost him points. And Kieran there in the Mallow 868, an exclusion on that as well. So the colour of the flag, not the one that he wanted to see to start off this 2023 Men's Nationals campaign. But hey-ho, that's what happens. Looking over on the exit of, just on the exit of turn 2. One of the recovery vehicles there just looks like he's picking up some debris. Some of the tyres just been rearranged on that very same corner as well. And yeah, I think someone picked up a set of tyres and dragged them round the track. How bad's that, Ailey, eh?
The only thing with these tyres is they're quite heavy to move, so we need those recovery trucks just to help them put back into position. So I certainly wouldn't want to be dragging them around the track anyway, so the marshals, I'm sure, will be pleased if the recovery trucks help moving those tyres around and back into position.
I've seen, like if people all go down to the gym. I've been down to a gym, by the way, Mr. Fay. I've just watched it on TV, and they do like they wrestle tyres, don't they, in the gym? Like they kind of lift them and drop them and lift them and drop them. Apparently, it's good for your biceps, triceps, and biceps. Here we go then. We're off and racing with the Super Saloons again. And it is that Simon Hawthorne machine goes with it. Harris up there, Graney and Bradford, Edley and Barleyman. Oh, Hawthorne's gone out of shape and out of this one, as it is the Harris machine, the Radford 140, taking up the running down into turn 3. Andy Graney goes with him there, slowing it down into that turn 1. Already it's the Harris machine coming round and taking up the running.
He is from that Andrew Graney, pushes it wide. That allows Bill Bradford through in the Border Counties 15 then from Andrew Graney as you won your 2 and 3. Then it's Barliman from Chaz Edley, who's found himself down the rear of the field this time. From the St. Neots 272 then of Dan Harrison. Radford 176 then of Simon Hawthorne's got himself back running, but your race leaders still.
So Damien Harris then starting to pull the ears back on that one as Andy Graney goes with him. Bill Bradford running in that 3rd place from that Barleyman. Pennine 23 from Chaz Edley running in 5th place. Edley looking for the cutback up the inside. Just can't get the grip up there as well from the 272 of Dan Harrison. Simon Hawthorne, and here comes picking up the last lap flag. Radford 140. Damien Harris.
Damien Harris it is then from Andrew Graney in that Pennine number 8 as you 1 and 2. Then it's Bill Bradford in that Border Counties 15 from the Phil Barliman in that Pennine 23 from Chaz Edley in that Scunthorpe 69 then. But your race leader's going to catch this back marker and weave through as he comes around this time to take that checkered flag. Radford 140, Damien Harris it is then that puts a win to his second. Radford 176 still got another lap to go on this one. Andrew Graney's got himself stuck as they both find themselves, and Bill Bradford as they find themselves parked up on that start line 10. But it's Andrew Graney in the Pennine number 8 then that gets himself back running. The two that have had to go wide then. Phil Barliman comes up to take that 3rd place from the Chaz Edley in that Scunthorpe 69. Then it's Bill Bradford in that Border Counties 15 and the St. Neots 272 then of Dan Harris comes across the line as well on this one. A couple of those back markers went past the checkered flag, so I think they'll be put back into those later positions, but we'll leave that up to the lap scoring team to check the points on that one. Up on the line then, we've got another grid coming out to play. Let's just have a little look and see if we can pick out which race it is. No, they're all in the wrong order.
Right, so we're off the line and we're running. It's Holtby takes up the running end in Scunthorpe 61. From the Cambridge 221, that's Mackenzie. Mackenzie in the 7 as well as the 8 to this one. As Holtby, he's put the kettle on there. He's got some steam coming out there as they bring it down into that 1st and 2nd straight. J. Rand Lewis in PAC 47 up there as well and just slowing it down. Holtby then swinging it out of that turn 4. Oh, and hold on, there's a black flag for Holtby. Oh, no. As the Cambridge 221. It's a blue.
It's a blue flag for Holtby.
Oh, right. I'm colourblind. Over to Whaley.
Holtby then just giving him that blue flag because of the little bit of smoke coming out, I think, just to let him know that there's something wrong with his car, but he still leads them up around that grandstand turn and that start line turn for another time of asking then. That 2nd place at the minute is the Cambridge 221 then in that 2nd place position of Dan Mackenzie. From the PAC 157 of Martin Roberts then it's Sam Gold in the North Shropshire 34, but your race leader's already heading up around that grandstand turn. As he comes around this time, he is going to see that yellow flag with the black cross.
Yeah, Holtby then, I thought it was black, it was dark blue flag. Where we are, so Holtby from Mackenzie, there's your 1-2 as they come up there into there where the North Wales machine running from the 157. Then Gouldy's having a little look. PAC 47, J. Rand Lewis is the final marker as they come up there, 157. Martin Roberts looking to make a place up on Gouldy, but round the final turn, it's a push for the line, but it's Andy Holtby takes maximum points from Mackenzie in Cambridge 221. Right, who's coming over in that 3rd place? And it is that West Waterford 202, Nathan Whelan from Gouldy in North Shropshire 34, PAC 47, J. Ran Lewis. And I think it is Martin Roberts that's gone a little bit Strictly Come Dancing down in at turn 3. And that means that he's going to pick up last place points. Oh, get off me tyres and me cones. He says, go on, Marshals, go and have a pick up of them. There you go. Right.
While I just think on of Holtby's, Mickey B, Danielle texted me earlier to say, can we say a big happy birthday because Troy, was 16 yesterday. So happy birthday to Troy for yesterday. Your mum sent that in, so happy birthday from all of us up here as well. Hope you had a fabulous day.
Yeah, well, and I tell you what, he's a character, is Troy, by the way. I remember him coming up to Scarborough once, and he was wearing an apron, and it had some things dangling off it, right, which it really did make your day. It did chuckle. Which reminds me, there's a couple of Scunthorpe lads that have got a competition, and if one wins the final, the other one has to run round this track with less clothes on than the other, and vice versa. So
I'm definitely not commentating that one.
It reminds me of Christmas, jingle bells. That's all. Right, we've got two more Super Saloon races to come, and looking up on the line. They have mixed them round a bit. We're going for race 4, which brings out Colin Reid, Central Scotland 21, Graham Blackburn, Yorkshire Dale 71, Craig Bagley, Cumdee 2, Central Scotland 30, Colin Atkinson, Star 16, Will Barrett, Richie Nugent in the West Waterford 26, Spalding 82, Kerry Pope, and Liam Evans, your reigning national champion, North Shropshire 120. Right, here we go then. We are racing with Super Saloons. Who's got the best to start? Graham Blackburn and Bagley go at it in there. Atkinson there in the Central Scotland 30. Oh, Bagley. Oh, wow. What a pickup from that. I thought he had lost it. Oh, there's a mothers' meeting going on in turn 1 as they all Kerry Pope there saying, come on, move, Colin Reid. Colin Reid says, right, I'm off on me travels as we bring it round to that lead car. It's Craig Bagley then that takes them round onto another lap of asking.
Second place then is that Star number 16 of Will Barrett then, as you 1 and 2 now make their way around that 10-1 and that 10-2. West Waterford 26 then. Richie Nugget up there from Graham Blackburn. Graham Blackburn's going to look up the inside in that Yorkshire Dale 71 then to move up into that 3rd place from the West Waterford 26. Then it's the current defending champ North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans down at the bottom, but Craig Bagley's moved round for another lap as he makes his way. He's just going to have to weave through those back markers. Cumdee 2 it is then that leads from Star 16.
Star 16 and Will Barrett then on that 2nd place. There's a battle going on for 3rd place, and it's Liam Evans up there as well from the West Waterford 26 of Richard Nugent, and then we go into Graham Blackburn territory, and then Bagley there throwing it round that corner. Spalding 82, the Pope machine. Oh no, what's going off up there? It's all got a little bit messy as we bring it round, and it's the Star 16 that's taken up the running in the last lap. Will Barrett then.
Central Scotland 30 then just passing the commentary box, but your race leader's going to come round and see that checkered flag already, and it is going to be in the form of Cumdee number 2. Craig Bagley it is then that takes the win in this one. Second then is going to be the Star 16 of Will Barrett as he's making his way around. I'm saying that. I think Pope was a lap down on Will, so I think that one, it's Star 16, is your second. But if I've got it wrong, don't shout at me. Central Scotland 30 now, we're passing the commentary box then, as they've all been a little bit messy in this one. Central Scotland 21 then, Colin Reid now making his way down past the commentary box, as is the West Waterford 26. Yorkshire Dale 21 and that North Shropshire 120 coming across the line together, that was a little bit messy, but your definite clear winner on that one was that Cumdee number 2 of Craig Bagley.
So 2 wins out of 2 for Craig. That's not a bad day's work, is it? I was predicting earlier that maybe the lowest points to get into the top 8 would probably somewhere be around about 112. So I think just coming out and maybe just finishing may see Bagley book his place into the top 8 for the final tomorrow afternoon. Right, here we go. Who's the top point scorer in this? I'm looking at this final one. And the top point scorer is Darren Hockley, who had a 5th with 21 points. Rhys Griffiths had a 6 in the Radford 216. And the rest of them, 4 of them had the DNF, did not finish. Actually, 5 of them had a DNF, and 1 was excluded. I don't think I've seen a heat like that before coming out into the second heats. So between 8 cars, they've only accumulated 36 points, and that was with 2 cars. You know, so that someone's going to come away from this a lot happier than what they were this morning. That's all I can say. There is a little bit of a gap in the field, so it looks like 1 car may not be coming back out to plays. Cameron Mills is out there, Darren Hockley, Dan Rodder, Dan Johnson, Gareth Matthews, Rhys Griffiths, Sid Lomax, Henry Clamp. So there we go. We're looking for track clearance. We've got that. And let's go racing then. We are back down here. And it is going to be Cameron Mills gets a flying start up there. Johnson goes with him. Griffiths there as well as the Forester Dean 62. Darren Hockley goes with it. Oh, we've got a spinner. Ouch, get out of the way. Oh, they just have as well. Thought there was going to be messy contact. But I tell you what, who's come through. Wessex 3, Henry Clamp, has got himself up in a 3rd place. But there's no mistake, it's Cameron Mills who takes them on to another lap of asking.
We've got one that's pushed out into that wet sticky but gets themselves back running then in that 2nd place position, and that is the Radford 212 of Rhys Griffiths from Dan Johnson then in that Scunthorpe 383. Wessex number 3 from the Forest of Dean 62. Gloucester and District 14 then. Millsy spun it on the top corner. He's got himself parked up, as does Gareth Matthews in the IK 67. That's going to allow Rhys Griffiths then to come through and take up the running as your race leader. No, it's not, because we're going to see red flags on that one. Mickey, we were doing so well, but our final Class 7 race has gone to a rerun.
I know, and do you know what? Rhys Griffiths had actually come past those 2 up the inside. Yellow flags out, so back to the rerun lane. We'll listen on the radio to see who's going to be knocked off the list. But with those completed, we now look up to the line. It's back over to open wheel Class 9s. Better conditions for the boys now. It is Kev Erdman and Mr. Ian Fay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to the Class 9, the 213 Performance Limited sponsored Class 9. I just slide over. So this is Heat 2, Race 1. So don't forget our national sponsor of Power Maxed. I think they've shut up for a bit, but worth a look. But already we're off and running with it and over the line. Slither around that top bend. Somebody puffing a bit of smoke out the back. Round into that turn 3, turn 4 up the start and finish straight. Let's pick out who it is. And it's Radford 35, I think. Yeah, Sam Pinchins. Sam had the 5th position, 21 points last time, but Sam's looking to improve on that. He could do with a few more. This would be great at 55. So we got SS99 runs in 2nd. That's Gary Weatherick. So Gary actually didn't finish at all, I don't think, on the first one. Jimmy Smith, Ludlow 80. Jimmy had a 1st in the first run. So 55 points for that. Now they've all sort of come to a slow.
26 just going through 4th.
Yeah, 26 runs in 4th. That will be. Yeah. Mark Barker on that one. So that's the first 4 now. They had a bit of coming together at the top. Let's see if they're still in the same order. Indeed they are. Radford 35. Got a feeling that's Lud 80, Jimmy Smith. Yeah, they're more or less the same. Still slithering about. Still a little bit difficult to read these numbers, has to be said. On the specials, we got a completely brown one there. And SN3 running right at the back for St. Neots 3 of Ian Robbins. He had a 1st last time out. but not this time for Ian. Rapid 35, your first car over the line, tight the other one, Lud 80. Jimmy Smith takes that second and then backs into the corner. Nah, not too sure about that one. Mark Barker, we think that one was, and then the IK1 of Jamie Ormsby. Missed that one, and St. Neots 3, your previous winner for Ian Robbins. Now we move on to Heat 2. Race 2, and we hand over to Kev.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. So, Class 9, Heat 2, Race 2, sponsored by 213 Performance Limited. Will feature Jay Gallagher in LM13, picked up a third last time out. Martin Jones, Hereford 55, had a seventh. So did Dave Palmer in North Wales 31. Jason Richardson took 6th place points in Pennine 5. Jack Joyce, Wessex 2, took 3rd place. And on start for Alwyn Pitt and Jack Houlihan in Hereford 17 and CW 9. And then atop of the shop in this heat, Adam Robinson, North Shropshire 71. Took the big win, took 55 quality points here at the Powermax sponsored 2023 Nationals. So we're just waiting for track clearance. Marshall's having a bit of a chin wag on this on this top post. And once that's done, then we'll go on with this race 2 of men's Class 9. I think we're going to go certainly do 9s, hopefully stock hatches tonight. But engines revving down there on the line then. And away we go. Who is going to be first to show? They're all out of the gate safely. And it's LM19, LM13, so Jay Gallagher that leads them round. But who's that coming up the inside saying, oh, I'll have some of that, not quite making it stick this time, but goes through in the second with 4 cars piled together on that top turn. 4 cars racing, 4 cars sat having a cup of tea as we come round the grandstand turn. We're still going, no we're not. We've got red flags on that one. So back into the rerun lane now, go then. And we'll have to do that all over again. It was Jack Houlihan that made the move from last to about second on that top turn before we got stopped. A lot of cars need a lot of points and that hate. So bit of clearance work going on. We got time just to ring out a few of these texts. I know some of them have been sent ages ago, but we've actually been busy. We'll read this one out, look, because it's well done to all the commentators. Will and Hannah from a rainy Hereford. Yeah, we know that's horrible, isn't it? Good luck to all the ARC racers. Also, good luck to those who've issued licences in leagues, whatever that is. Yorkshire, East Anglia and SAA. Nice to see those cars on the track anyway. There you go. Rebecca Cosgrove sends her best wishes. Mike Down then. Mike down the road. No, Mike down the road near Gloucester. So nice to hear the roar of engines. Not keen on electric cars, but right, while we work the track, let's see how many memorable races you can think of. I'll start with Pop Gould from Sarah. Oh, Sarah, we're a bit late for that, mate. Sorry. Neil Griffiths ran out of milk. Tough titty, Neil. Go and get some. Neil, go and get some. There's a field full of cows next door. Lee Buckley, Mum and Dave want to send you their best wishes. Pennine 96. Claudette Chater. Hi, Claudette. Hope you're on the mend, girl. Sending us our best wishes. And Dan Lodge, good luck to Dan Lodge in the 5s. Well, you're not going to see him again today, but you'll see him tomorrow. And also hi to the grandkids, Rory, Cody and Dexter sat in the grandstand. You've been a bit quiet. Come on, let's have a bit of noise in that grandstand. Not many of you left. Where you been? Where they gone home for tea? That'll do for a minute, I think. Oh no, we've got Marshall's over there. Well done to CW157, Aaron McGrath for winning his Class 4, and that's from Mum. Well done, live in watching on the Tinternet. Jane Adams wants to wish happy birthday to Andrew Adams. Happy birthday to you, mate, from Mum, Dad, and everybody else who knows you. So enough of the drivel. For now, Heat 2, Race 3 on the line. Back over to Ian.
Okay, so yeah, as Kev said, Heat 2, Race 3 on the line. Who we got here? We got Barry Ashmore with a second in this one. We got Andy Horshaw had a win out last time. So that's the first two high scores. Then we got a couple of thirds. And Mitch Hollinsby and Chris Colgate. York 78. Andy Horshaw first in. He had a win first time out. So they've all gone round. Now somebody's going to cut up the inside here and have a bit of a... Nope, somebody's pulled out the middle. I think he's got away with it. Let's just see who that is. I got a feeling that is still Andy Horshaw on that one. And he goes over that line. That is York 6. Russ Alliman. And we got red flags on that one with 2 parked up on the top bend. So that... Okay, so we now move on to that one back into the rerun lane. We'll now move it on to race 4, and we hand you back to Kev.
Yeah, cheers, Ian. Just to let you know, the sound systems will go down a little bit in a short while. We're going to run on a little bit later than we should, but commentary will be a little bit quieter. So there you go. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're running Class 2s, I think. We're running Class 4s and stock hatches tonight. So we're going to go after 9s, it's stock hatch, and then Class 2, then Class 4. Any reruns from now will be run in the morning. So one of us got to get up early, Ian. And it ain't going to be me. Okay, let's have a look. Who's going to be first to show this time? PhD3 4F. They need the points, that's for sure. Oh, 4F gets his nose in front and it did not start. No points in the first run. Lee Waldron will need maximum points to have any chance of making the final tomorrow afternoon. So 4F now steadies him up and just dictates the pace of the race and then puts the power down. There's your race leader. Who's second? PAC3. Then 3, then ARC 5, Phil Cooper. Phil Cooper, top of the shop in this heat on 55 points, but running there in third at the moment as Waldron motors on. I think that is that Leo Goodman in that second place spot. No doubt about the race leader anyway. He'll come round once again, but needs to keep it together. As I said, nothing short of a win will do him. 4F then takes him round. Oh, who have we lost over there on the far side? It's PhD3, so that's Pete Harden. Then ARC3, Phil Cooper. That's the 1, 2 and 3. I missed 4th. Seagraves, I think then maybe that was in that 4th spot. But we'll have a look again as Waldron brings him round, this time with 1 to go. He's clear. Gone. The battle on the field is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, really. Still winning that battle, but it's mighty close for 2nd place. PAC3 now says Somerset 81's up to 2nd. So Gavin Pittman's come right through nowhere to move through into that 2nd spot. Cooper's there in amongst it as well, but out of the start gate turn and up the straight in front of us for the final time goes Lee Waldron. 4F takes the win. I think it's going to be Gavin Pittman in South Somerset 81 who takes that 2nd spot. Who's going to get 3rd? Is Cooper just... No. Seagrave, sorry, from PhD, from Cooper. Can't quite read that one. And the final finisher then, Kieran Cobb in Invicta Kent 75.
Okay, as Heat 4 moves herself off as the last runner. As the M3 of Leo Goodman just takes the checkered flag, rain for a lap of honour. We move on to race 5. Now down at race 5 we should have there Johnny Barber. Johnny out a second last time out. A DNS for Alex Hollinsby. Graham Moore had an 8th. Serbian Phillips 15th. We had a 3rd for Matt Barnbrook, Andrew Adams, Graham Davis and Sean Gallagher with a 2nd. So, and they've all gone wrong on that bottom corner. As long as they keep going, we'll be good. Yeah, so it's Scunny 45, he reckons that race leader is Matt Barnbrook. Matt got a 3rd. First time out, a first to do his campaign a world of good. He'll be happy with that one. He's straightened it out, got it going. Indeed it is. Scunny 45, L9 runs in 2nd of Sean Gallagher. He's a 2nd next to last time out, and it's red flag's gone up on that one. So so 3 runs have come on 9. They're doing it to us again, the boys. Right. Okay, so we got 5s on the line. I'll dive out the way. I'm going to hand you over to Mickey.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. We're back round to men's class 5s. This is the rerun of Heat 2 Race 1. See Adam Brown up there in that Mallow 184. Excludes, I think, Les Grice. So not the best of Saturdays for Les. Alex Puddipat, John Wild. Should have Alex Foudier, Stuart Deacon, Brian Neal, Alex Smith. But we have got a couple of gaps, haven't we? A couple of cars missing from that one. Looking down, I think I can see the orange Tango machine of Les Grice. So
I was just going to say, Mickey, I think I can see him coming out of that grid 8 position. So I think he must be back out there.
If I lean forward, that's where I can see him. If I lean back, he disappears because there's a bit of a blind spot up here. Although we're elevated up and looking down, I would say though you can see the track starting to take shape, can't you? I know. Fingers crossed. Looking around, we're still surrounded by darkness, but we are off and running then with the MGA Automotive Engineering sponsor, and it is Adam Brown there goes up there with the PhD 16 machine of Brian Neal. Les Shimon Grice goes through it. Oh, it's deja vu. He's spun it around again. John Weil avoids contact as they bring it down the opening straight. Stuart Deacon also round the outside of him, but it's Adam Brown then. He's got understeer and he pushes on. He's left the door open as they bring it out of that turn 4 for the first time of asking. It's going to be between Adam Brown and the Neal machine.
Brian Neal then it is then that takes up the running as your race leader from Adam Brown, and is your 1 and 2 now make the way around that FWG graphics sponsored turn 2 down the far side of the field. The battle's on at the front there. Brownie looks at the inside of Neal as they make their way around that turn 3 in front of the grandstand there. Then the one with all the work to do from the rear of the field there is that York 44 then of Les Grice, but your race leaders are now coming back round for another time of asking.
So that PAC machine, Brian Neal then from Adam Brown. There's your 1-2. The next to shows that Stroud and District Civic, Stuart Deacon. Deacon gets friendly contact there from that John Wild machine, who climbs up the bank and exits that turn 2. Puts the power down. Can he close the gap on that Deacon? Les Grice is curb crawling round in that York 44 machine. But eyes back front as these 2 lead cars are picking up the last lap flag. It's Neal then taking up the running from Brown.
As they both now make their way around that Holtby sponsored turn 1, then into the FW Graphics sponsored turn 2. It's still Neil from Brownie as you 1 and 2 down the far side of the field. John Wild then now looking up the inside of the Stuart Deacon machine, but it's Stuart Deacon on the far side of the field that leads them in that 3rd place position. But your race leader's already heading up round that start line bend. Brownie's round. That's going to allow the gap to open, and the PAC 16 then of Brian Neal to take up the running and take the maximum points on this one. Then it's going to be Carla number 7 John Wild from the St Neots 213, Stroudon District 60 Stuart Deacon, and then that Mallow 184 of Adam Brownie that finds himself right down the rear of the field after that spin on that last bend.
Yeah, Adam Brown there, he'll be kicking himself, won't he? Came out of that turn 3 and then just got himself onto that sloppy stuff and spun him all the way round. Managed to get it going, but finished in 4th place. Right, we're going into Heat 2, Race 2 rerun, surprisingly. I can see Charlie Holloway up there in the Evesham 9 machine. Mark Yuka, Steve Donovan, Colin Chilvers. I think Chilvers was leading it before it got stopped. Ian Lloyd, Graham Stedman and Michael Nance. They are your runners and riders looking on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 missing from this one. And there we go. Track clearance. We are off and running. And who's going to get to the best of the starts on these one? And it is going to be Colin Chilvers, the man who had to tash, but shaved it off to make himself look younger. Climbs up the hill. Holler goes with there. Donovan up the inside. Donovan want to move from 3rd up into that 1st place. And Holloway goes at him as well. Holloway now back into that lead place. Donovan there. Chilvers is struggling on the pace coming down that back straight. But they all around that turn 1 and 2. Coming out though. Holloway then leads it. Donovan's gone out in the sloppy stuff. Ooh, that you don't want to do that. Holloway leads it then.
From Colin Chilvers in that Yorkshire Dales at 46 then, as you 1 and 2 now head up round that 10-1 and that 10-2. Evesham 77 then, Graham Stedman, he picked up a win this morning. There was an issue with some of the points, but he has been given that win, and he's now up into that 3rd place position then. From the Central Scotland number 3 of Michael Nance, but your race leader's already heading up round that start line 10 for another time of asking then. That is the Evesham number 9 of Charlie Holloway then.
Yeah, it's being chased down there by Colin Chilvers. Chilvers throws it in on full chat now. Really close, nearly got contact there. Holloway holds onto it. 3rd is that 3rd place Stedman. Stedman then being chased down by that 50 machine. And Michael Nerns in the Central Scotland 30. One parked up in the mud on turn 4. But last lap flag going to be shown. Look at this battle going on. Holloway then still leads it. But here comes that Yorkshire Dales 46, Colin Chilvers.
So your 2 lead cars now heading round that Holtby sponsored turn 1, and it's going to be Colin Chilvers then that takes up the run, and as your race leader just pushes it wide, gets stuck in that wet stuff. That's going to allow Charlie Holloway in the Evesham number 9 to come back up and take up the run in as your race leader. From that Yorkshire Dales 46, Colin Chilvers as you 1 and 2 now make the way around that grandstand bend and into the start line bend for the final time, because checkered flag is going to be out ready and waiting on this one then. Evesham number 9 it is then of Charlie Holloway that takes maximum points. From that Yorkshire Dales 46 of Colin Chilvers as you 1 and 2. 3rd place then is going to go to that Evesham 77 then of Graham Stedman as he makes his way around that start line bend to take that checkered flag. From the North Wales 50 then of Ian Lloyd, and then the final one I think coming round to complete on this one is going to be that Central Scotland number 3 of Michael Nance in 5th place on this one.
What a horrible day there for IK72. Steve Donovan has DNF twice. That's not what he dreamt of coming down to this men's nationals, but that's how it happens. Right, we're into Heat 2, Race 5, so the 3rd rerun on these men's Class 5s, and it brings out Lewis Richards, the Italian stallion, in Typhy 451, Aaron Mason, Radford 19, Ian Jones, Cumdy 31, Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles, South Somerset 22, Jenny Shepherd, Penny Smith, Gloucester and District 112, Riley Diaper, Forest of Dean 255, and Ollie Howe in North Shropshire 1. They are your runners and riders from the first lineup. Let's have a look down here, Hayley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again. So 2 not featuring in this rerun. Looking down, it looks like the rain is starting to reappear just as the track is starting to pick up that pace and getting some close, fast racing. Let's just hope it's a short, sharp shower. You try saying that after a couple of shandies, eh? So, what can we... Oh, just another donation in. Thank you very much from Tony Goodsir. Has made a £50 donation to our George Capper Alzheimer's charity fund. So thank you very much to Tony Goodsir. That's greatly received, and it will all go. All proceeds will go at the end of the season to Alzheimer's. So the rain starts to get a little bit heavier. Is this going to make it any trickier for these Class 5s? The Italian Stallions ready. We're ready. Looking for track clearance, looking for the marshals. That's all go yellow. We spin, we pirouette, we go. And who's got the best of the starts on this one then? And rain does start to fall down. It's Jenny Shepherd from Ollie Howe. From the Italian Stallion, Typhy 451. Gets a little bit of contact. Can he climb the hill? Jones is looking for grip in the Cumdy 31. 1988 was the last time he picked up a national title. Gets himself up in a third place, but hold on a minute. They're back at him as well, as does the Italian Stallion through and coming up. But it's Ollie Howe, North Shropshire 1. It's the John Gaffney machine, Ping Pong, who leads them out of Stargate turn. And a full lap under the belt. So it is Ollie Howe leading from that Jenny Shepherd machine.
From that Radford 19 then of Aaron Mason in that third place. Then it's that Cumdy 31 of Ian Jones is your fourth. From the Scunthorpe 94 of Barry Miles then, and then it's that Typhy 451 then of Lewis Richards. But your race leader's already heading up round that grandstand turn and that start line for another time of asking as they come round this time then. It is still the North Shropshire number 1 then of Ollie Howell.
Ollie Howell's then, can he be caught? It's getting slippery out there as he climbs into that turn 1. Jenny Shepherd goes with him there. Ian Jones then, Cumdy 31. Radford 19. Aaron Mason running in that fourth place. All slowing it down again, aren't they? Barry Miles in that 94 machine also climbing up the hill. And that is how they are. And look at them. Nice and gingerly. Ollie Howe, North Shropshire 1, as he's going to come round for the penultimate time. Oh, my life. Is that the Italian Stallion? He's gone a little bit out of shape. As we go into the last lap flag, it is still Ollie Howe's leading it from Jones.
Cumdy 31 then, Ian Jones up into that second place position. Going with him then is that Radford 19 of Aaron Mason as your second and third now make their way around that turn 1 and that turn 2. Then it's that Barry Miles machine, Scunthorpe 94 from Jenny Shepherd in the South Somerset 22, but back up and at the front your race leader's already heading around that grandstand turn for the final time because the checkered flag's out ready and waiting on this one then. North Shropshire number 1 it is then of Ollie Howell that takes the win. From the Cumdy 31 then of Ian Jones who takes second place position on this one then. Radford 19 of Aaron Mason in that third place. From the fourth place car of Barry Miles in the Scunthorpe 94. Fifth then is going to go to the South Somerset 22 of Jenny Shepherd. So well done to the MJA Automotive Engineering Limited sponsored men's Class 5s.
Pronto, mamma. The Lewis Richards machine, Typhy 451. He's parked on the grass. He's in tears. He's disappointed that he hasn't been able to get the car around the track, but he'll go back into the pits, contemplate, and that means that we are done with our 5s. The reruns completed. Well done, Hayley. Looking up on the line, I think we are getting ready to go with... are we going stock catching? And is it over to Mr. Lover Paul Glover and Gareth Matthews?
Yep, we're going to have a try at commentating together. I'll let you introduce first race.
Thanks, Paul. So here we are then. We looks like we've only got 7 on our list as the pairing of A isn't complete. So we should have Spalding 51 of Jake Pearce, Hereford 182 of Richard Williams. Then we've got Jacob Leake in the Cambridge 201 machine. And then we've got a Central Scotland 818 of Lucas Brown. Dave Terry there in Sturton 12. York 281 Tony Watson. And then last year's your reigning national champion then, we got Paul Lickley in the Yorkshire Dales 95. So no heat winners here from round 1, but got plenty of seconds, thirds and fourths and fifths there. So this should be quite a lively one, I think, because all to play for. These could go up the positions quite a lot with a win here, Paul, don't you think?
Yep, definitely. They've, as you said, we've got 2 that's got got second places, 1 that's third, 2 fourths and 2 fifths. So yeah, a win in this could really put them up the leaderboard to give them a good chance to get into that final.
So here we are then, we look like the bungee's up, and so who's going to get the break then? It looks like it is your reigning national champion then, Paul Lickley from gate 1, but the 2 AXs in the middle there of Kenzie Wing, as I think he's the A that we were missing then in Scarborough 82, so he's there into third, and the York 281 then is your early race leader of Tony Watson. Dave Terry settles into that 4th place. Then we've got the Central Scotland 818, then we've got the Spalding 51, and I think that's the Cambridge 201 of Jacob Leake, and then at the back of the pack that looks like that is Hereford 182 of Richard Williams then. But as they come round us to complete the first circuit, I think that is still the York man of Tony Watson in the lead, Paul.
Yes, Tony Watson that leads them through in 181. Casey Wing in 82, Scarborough 82 in next place. Paul Likely in Yorkshire Dales 52. Dave Terry in Sturton 12. Then it's the Spalding 51. Jake Pearce. Just behind Jake Pearce, got the Central Scotland, I think it is 818 of Lewis Brown. Get the other 2 names next time they come round, but that York 281 of Tony Watson, he's just leading them round that corner past them grandstands. Casey Wing, I think Casey got a win this morning, a good win, and he's second place at the moment. So it's Y281 that leads them.
And then Scarborough 82 then, is that in their second place? Paul Lickley still there in third. Dave Terry just getting used to the conditions there in Sturton 12 as the other remaining 3, Hereford 182 then of Richard Williams has made up a couple of positions, but he's gone wide and let the Central Scotland 181 up the inside, and it looks like the Spalding 51 of Jake Pearce is looking as well to get his nose into that 5th spot. But again, it is last lap flag this time around then for your York 281 then of Tony Watson. Kenzie Wing, good second to add to his first this morning.
So it's York 281 that starts the last lap with Casey Wing still there in Scarborough 82 in that second position. They're well clear of Paul Likely in that Yorkshire Dales 95. Dave Terry's now got company on board, and he's got that 182 of Richard Williams that's trying to find a way around, but he still hangs on to that, and Hereford car's gone out wide, then he gets tangled up with the Spalding 51 and the Central Scotland 818. So it is this Yorkshire Dales 281 of Tony Watson that's going to come around this time. See the checkered flag getting maximum points to go towards with the 28 that he had this morning. And so it's York 281 from Scarborough 82. Then we've got the Yorkshire Dales 95 who run that 3rd place all that race. Dave Terry in Sturton 12, Hereford 182, Spalding 51, Central Scotland 818, and the Cambridge 201 of Jacob Leake that didn't get a mention in that race. That completes race 1. Heat 2 of the men's Stockhatchers. Looking down to the line, we've got another grid of the Stockhatchers. So it's Graham Slack in York, treble 2. Ludlow 47 of Dean Smith. And then we've got the IK 98, Bill Elmsley, who had a win this morning. And then Evesham 100, Nick Taylor were running well, and he finished up with a 3rd. Centennial 727 of Glenn Steele. IK 949 who's got needs plenty of points because he got a DNF this morning. And then it's Keith Graham in Down Autograss 47. And then Nottingham treble 1 of Dean Hollingsworth. That's the last one on our list. So I'll just wait for this little bit of track clearance. We've got a little bit of wait because they've got 2 marshals that's trying to get the track markers back into position. But them track markers are going to be very heavy and very awkward to move. And once they get into position, I think we should be ready for this one. Race 2, Heat 2 of the MJF HGV engineering sponsored men's Stockhatchers. So we're getting yellow tracks around this field. Yellow flag goes up on the first Marshallsbury. Bungie goes up and we're away and racing. And the first one to show is going to be the Evesham 100 with the Ludlow 47 and then the York treble 2 and the 100. That's Nick Taylor. Nick was, I said, had a good run this morning, finished up with a third, but he's managed to get nose back out in front. Can he keep it there this time with the Ludlow 47 in that second place as they go down that side with the York treble 2. Graham Slack got that third position, but a couple of cars closing up on him, and numbers not very clear on these at the moment, but as they come around this corner, it is the Evesham 100 and Nick Taylor that still leads it as they come up to start the second lap.
And yeah, so Lud 47 there is now being put under pressure from the Invicta Kent 98 of Bill Hemsley as they go into that top bend, and they're bumper to bumper as they go round, as Nick Taylor is just letting them battle. He'll take that and as he moves further away, and York treble 2 and Charlie Eastwood in the Invicta Kent 949 are looking to get involved in this second place battle as well, as Charlie Eastwood moves himself up into third past the Graham Slack machine, but Nick Taylor completed another circuit. I think he's got about 2 more laps to go as Bill Hemsley looks around the outside for that second position.
Yeah, Bill Hemsley looks up on the outside of that Ludlow 47. 47 Dean Smith still tries to hang on the side by side as they win around that corner, but Ludlow 47 I think having to settle for that second position as the Invicta Kent 949 and Chris Eastwood moves up into that second position with the York treble 2 in that fourth place. But as they go down to that bottom corner, penultimate time, they're going to see the yellow flag with the black cross tells them 1 more lap to do, and it's still the Evesham 100 and Nick Taylor that's now got company again as the Invicta Kent car closes up on him.
So then Bill Hemsley is looking to do 1 more circuit. He's closed the gap considerably, so along with Dean Smith there, they're both hot on the heels of Nick Taylor as he looks in the mirror. He must be feeling the pressure as he goes down into the grandstand turn for the final time, as York treble 2 of Graham Slack has made it quite comfortably into fourth. Charlie Eastwood's just dropped off a little bit, and then I think that's the down Autograss 47 of Keith Graham there in fifth place, as, and then Glenn Steele there near the back of the pack. But it's checker flag time then for the Map League man. Evesham 100, Nick Taylor takes the win. Bill Hemsley and Invicta Kent 98 takes second. Lud 47 of Dean Smith there in third. York treble 2 Graham Slack in fourth. Charlie Eastwood in Invicta Kent 949. Then it's the down Autograss 47 of Keith Graham, and then Glenn Steele finding his way at that Nova, pointing it towards a checker flag, and then taking the sixth place in 727. Sorry, seventh place, yeah, and then last but not least, eighth place then, Nottingham treble 1, Dean Hollingsworth. So, yeah, down to 2 down, 3 to go. Who have we got in race 3? So, who have we got? We've got Francis McConneville in down Autograss 8, Dan Ferguson in Cambridge 96, Michael Aiken in North Shropshire 92, Pete Collins, Yorkshire Dales 110, Wessex 34, Jamie Barlow, Jack Schaffer in Solway 91, South Somerset 40, Dougie Atkins, and then Phil Peake in Yorkshire Dales 34. I can only see 7 on the grid, so there was a DNS, or did not start for Pete Collins in Yorkshire Dales 110. So I would feel that he's not going to come out, but we do have 2 heat winners and 3 second places in this heat. So Phil Peake and Jack Schaffer took wins this morning. Michael Aiken, Dougie Atkins and Jamie Barlow all took seconds. So strong showing from the Southern League as we all go in to that first bend then. And it looks like it is the Solway machine then of Jack Schaffer then. He's looking for 2 wins out of 2. Phil Peake in the Yorkshire Dales 33 then tucks into second. I think that's Dan Ferguson next, but Dougie Atkins is saying, you're not having that place, I'm having second as well. Sorry, Phil. As he goes by, gets it a little bit sideways. Maybe a bit of paint swapping, but Dougie Atkins get through, and it looks like Dan Ferguson's going to look to take that second place. But your race leader already stretching his legs. That's Jack Schaffer in the Solway 91.
So Jack Schaffer in Solway 91 starts another lap. Phil Peake's got back into second place. Yorkshire Dales 33, they've got Cambridge 96. That's going all sorts of sideways. And Wessex 34, will it? WS 34 to Jamie Barlow. He's gone about wide as well. That's allowed Dougie Atkins to come back in that SS 40. But away and clear at the moment is that Solway 91. Jack Schaefer, as they come round here. Phil Peake had a win this morning, but he's going to settle for second on this one. But Jack Schaefer's looking to go into tomorrow with maximum points as he starts another lap in Solway 91.
Yeah, and Phil Peake's looking to close that gap though as Jamie Barlow gets going on the other side, but it is the two 106s then that are away and gone. Dougie Atkins settles himself into third in South Somerset 40. And then you've got Dan Ferguson there in the Cambridge machine. And then we haven't given a mention, I think, to NS92 there of Michael Aiken, who took a second this morning, but he's down in fifth as the down Autograss 8. And Jamie Barlow there in Wessex 34 come past us. And as I talk, as I go on to the last lap, Phil Peake is right on the bumper of Jack Schaefer.
Yeah, Jack Schaefer still hangs on to that first place, but Phil Peake's trying everything he can to try and get a bit closer, looking up on the inside as they go around that corner, but he's still having to settle for second place as Jack hangs on to that lead position as they go down that side. Then Cambridge 96 into that third, still in that third position. That's Daniel Ferguson. So Phil Peake looking up on the outside as they go around that bottom corner to go around them stands, but it's side by side as they go around. He's going to be a gash for the line. He's going to be Jack Schaefer or Phil Peake, and it's Phil Peake that's got his nose in front in Yorkshire Dales 33. Solway 91 and Jack Schaefer gets that second position. Them two well clear of the rest of the field as they're just coming around the bottom clear. And I don't think they've seen the checkered flag. I think they were watching each other that closely. But it is the Cambridge 96 in third. Then it's North Shropshire 92, SS 40. And then we've just got to wait for the two tail enders to come through to complete this race, and that's going to be the down Autograss number 8 and WS 34. That completes race 3 of the second heat of the men's stock hatch. That puts us on to race 4. Race 4 will bring out Daniel Peace in Spalding 1, Tom Ireland in WS 6, Ollie Dowding in the WS 18, Alan Hawkins in the 20F, Tristan Richardson in IK 117, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, Stuart Powell in Cumdee 95. So that's the runners and riders that should be coming out in race 4 of the MJF HGV engineer sponsored class stock hatches. The marshals just putting the track markers back into position. And so then we'll be underway with race 4. We're starting to get yellow flags. We've got 3 yellow flags. Look at the first marshal's barrier. Yellow flag goes round, up in the air. Bungee goes up, and we're away and racing. Race 4, heat 2 of the stock hatches. And who's going to be the first one to show? It's going to be the IK 17 and Spalding 1 that's not far off each other. IK 117, Tristan Richards, it is that's leading it, and we got one that's going walkabout on the outside of the track, right out to the Armco, trying to get recovered. Spalding 1 still hangs on to that second place on this one, and that's Daniel Pearce in that, so he's still there, but it's the 117 of Tristan Richards that brings him round past them grandstands, gets it sideways but keeps it under control, gets the power on and comes up the straight, so he's still leading it, that IK 117.
And he's being pursued by Daniel Pearce then in Spalding 1, but Thomas Ireland in Wessex 6 then is also looking to get that a higher position, as this morning's showing for Thomas was a fifth, was a second would give him a good climb in the points as the Cumdee 95 of Stuart Powell, and then I think that's the Scarborough 64 of Chris Patterson all the way down, and it looks like we've lost the Wessex 18 machine of Ollie Dowding on the grandstand bend as Tristan Richardson then comes round to complete another lap. I think he's got about 2 to go, and into second place is that Thomas Ireland of Wessex 6.
So it's IK 117 Tristan Richards that's still leading from that Wessex 6 of Tom Ireland. Then it's the Spalding 1 that's dropped back to third, that's Daniel Pearce. Cumdee 95 of Stuart Powell, and the Scarborough 64 of Chris Patterson. Them's the only ones I think that we've got left running. Oh, we've got one at the back that's struggling a little bit with these conditions, as the IK 117 of Christian Patterson got away to Richardson, got away on the start, and he's just stretching away from the rest of them as he comes round here. We've still got a couple of laps to us, a couple of laps for the Evesham 177 that's finishing his lap.
So then, yellow flag with a black cross then to your race leader. He's led from pretty much the start in the Invicta Ken 117 then, so Tristan Richardson now has to deal with not only the pressure from Thomas Ireland, but also the back marker of Evesham 117, which I don't have a name for on my sheet, but anyway, they go down the back straight. Then Thomas Ireland has just closed the gap up massively as they go into the final turn, as they just go past Ollie Dowding and the back marker, and Tristan Richardson's gone a little bit wide, and Thomas Ireland has gone past him and taken the 55 points then. So Wessex 6 takes the win, Invicta Kent 117 takes second, Evesham 117 of Kyle McDonough. There is a lap down. Third place goes to Daniel Pearce in Spalding 1. And then it's Cumdy 95, Stuart Powell in fourth, Scarborough 64 of Chris Patterson is your next to finish. And I think that we will send the Evesham 117 machine back to the pits. Yeah, and they'll give him his points as he has completed the race. As unfortunately then the Wessex 18 of Ollie Dowding is square wheeled down on the grandstand bend. Just while Ollie is being recovered, got some news about tomorrow. So racing tomorrow, 9 a.m. start, and we will start with the Class 1s. We will have their third heat. Stockhatch will be next up with their third heat. So at least we get done early.
Yeah, we get done, yeah.
So there is that. Then we've got the Class 2s have their third heat. So 1s, Stockhatches and 2s, you will be up first tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. Reruns from today. So I know there is a Class 7 rerun. Something happened in that. I don't know. Was that someone's fault? Someone ran out of talent, I think. But if anyone finds it, I'd like it back. Then we'll move on to 4s, 6s, 8s and 10s for your second heats, and then the third heats from the 3s all the way on till we get those third heats completed, ready for finals time tomorrow. So just while I've given you that, I'll go through this race. So we should have Darren Lewis in Hereford 61, Tony Staples in York 178, Russ Victory in Atherstone 7, Cumberley 76, Kian Vernals, Chris Hooper, Penal 55 in Yorkshire Dales 204, Ethan Hodgson, and it's the York man then in Tony Staples. He takes you into that first corner. And the only man out here with a win is Russ Victory there in that Atherstone 7 as he's looking to go from 5th through to 2nd, but the door's just been shut on him by that, I think it's the 178 of Tony. No, Tony Staples is out in front, so I'm not quite sure who's in second place. But Tony Staples is your man that's leading around. Russ Victory's drifting that AX in A7 there, back in third place. I think he's done it too much. No, he's just about got it right. But your race leader then, Tony Staples, goes on to another lap.
So it's York 178 that leads it from the Yorkshire Dales 204 of Ethan Hodgson, and he's got Russ Victory trying to find a way around. Looks, Russ switches to the inside, gets that second position as the 204 goes out a little bit wide and loses a lot of time on that one. But nobody's got an answer for Tony Staples at the moment as he takes that York 178 down that far side into that grandstand corner. The others will get the numbers up when they come round next time, but it's the York 178 to Tony Staples that's coming out to complete another lap, being chased by the Atherstone 7 of Russ Victory.
Yep, and it's still the Yorkshire Dales 204 of Ethan Hodgson, and then we've got the Cumdy 76, I believe. No, it's Penal 55, then Chris Hooper, then it's Hereford 61, Darren Lewis, then it's the Cumdy 76 of Kian Vernals, and then the Forest 20 is Alan Hawkins there at the back of the pack. So Alan's just getting a little bit sideways, blocking the old back wheels up with the handbrake and carrying on. But going on to his last lap then, it is still that man from York. It is still 178, Tony Staples. Russ Victory, though, is now a bit under pressure for that second place.
Yeah, Tony Staples well clear in that 178, but Russ Victory 7, he's got the Yorkshire Dales 204 of East Hodgson that's trying to get that second place back as they go up into that corner, but Russ just hangs on to it. Then we've got the Penal 55 of Chris Hooper and the Hereford 61 of Darren Lewis, Cumdy 76, and that's Kieran Vernals in that one. And last but not least is the 20F that I don't seem to have on my list. So we'll go back to the leaders, and it's Tony Staples that comes round this corner. Russ Victory is not close enough to make any impression. If Tony keeps it facing in the right direction, it's going to be York 178 that takes the checker flag. Atherstone 7 gets that second position, and then we've got the Yorkshire Dales 204. A little bit of a gap until we get back to the next finisher, and that's going to be the Penal 55. Then it says Hereford 61. This track's getting very slippy again with this drop of rain. And then come the 76. And last but not least, completing the stock hatch is the 20F of Alan Hawkins. So that completes the MJF Heavy Goods Vehicles Engineering sponsored stock hatches. Next time you see them, it'll be first thing in the morning, just after the Class 1s. That's my little bit finished, and I'll be back with you tomorrow morning.
Just a quick one, let you know, quite, I probably expected, tug of war cancelled for tonight, and also the kids' bike race. Obviously, it's a tad wet for it, so hopefully we'll get that in tomorrow before the finals. Right, we've got, thank you mate, Class 2s down there on the line. Sponsored this weekend by Phil Young Heating Services. So race 1 will feature 3 cars that took second place points and 1 that took a win. Darren Eichen, the man that took the win. Aidan O'Neill will be there with Dan Heath and also Aaron Mullen. So let's have a look and let them sort themselves out as they come across the straight in front of us in Corrigan. Then Mallow 30, St Neots 124, North Shropshire 4. First 3 to show, and it's the Mallow 30 car that takes them over there on the far side. Aidan O'Neill took a second place last time out in his very first run of the weekend, and looking pretty good at the moment for another 55 points. We're just discussing here. Look at this race, though. For second place, it looks like they're roped together like the old days when we used to rope 2 cars together. But Mallow 30 motors on. North Shropshire 4. Mallow 2, York 82. And Pennine 89, followed by Yorkshire Dales #1, Ben Fiddler. Ben took a third, so needs them extra points. Then St Neots 124 and Atherstone 124. It is Dave Mullins that's bringing up the rear. But look at the lead. He's pulled now in that first place. Still the battle goes on for second and third. They're right fighting it out. But crossing the line, Mallow 30, Aidan O'Neill. Still there on those 100 points if he keeps this up. North Shropshire 4 and Mallow 2. Mallow 2, of course, Ricky Houlihan and Darren Eichen in the North Shropshire 4 car. They're having a right old battle for second, third. There's 3 cars very much in contention still for that second place spot. But we'll take a look back at the race leader coming around that grandstand turn once again in Heat 2, Race 1 of this Class 2s. And he's still there with a clear lead with 1 to go. So Aidan O'Neill just needs to complete this circuit, but who's going to get second as they come across the line? Will Drayton still, not quite Will Drayton, North Shropshire 4, sorry. Darren Eichen it is that's just extending his lead now with that second place spot as they climb the top bank already. The race leader about to enter the grandstand turn. So round he comes, don't throw it away now, he's led from the start. Aidan O'Neill then in Mallow, number 30, comes across and takes the checkered flag. A win in a second, that'll do nicely. That's got him nearly there. Who's going to get second as they come across the line? Second spot then goes to North Shropshire, number 4, Darren Eichen. In third place, it's York 82. Fourth place is the Pennine car. Fifth goes to Mallow, number 2. Mighty close for that second place spot. Then we've just got 2 more finishes, I think, to go as that rain starts to tip down. And it's York Dales, number 1, Ben Fiddler, with the St Neots 124 and Atherstone 124. Dave Mullins and Dave Mullins in Atherstone 124. Will Drayton in St Neots 124. Your final finishers.
Cheers, Kev. So Heat 2, Race 2 of the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored Class 2. So this one brings together Ollie Stevens with a win. Craig Conway with a win. Craig, our 2022 champ on this one. So Craig has started off defense of this pretty well. Then we got a couple of guys with a couple of with a third. which is Andrew Wild. Next one's back are 21. So Andy Jones with 21 points and Ash Wigglesworth with 21 points. Then we got Adam Coleraine on 10 and Seb Thackrell on 10. And a DNF for Dan Owens. So away we go. Let's see what we can pick out of this one. The rain is still coming down. It was just getting dry as well. Damn and blast, as they say, but straight into the lead. That is, Lud 15. Ollie Stevens win. First time out, shoots himself into another winning position and sets off about another 55 points. Looking good already, has to say. He's got a good 20 yards on the next curve. Oh, what did I say? He's chucked it so. Can he recover it? He did it once. He's recovered it twice. Can he recover it 3 times? The pack's closing in. SC1 shuts that door. Craig Conway's coming. Remember, your reigning Class 2 champion. No, I think takes it up. 151 runs in third, which is Dan Owen. 71, R. Radford. 171 is Seb Thackrell running in fourth as they're all over the place coming into the grandstand turn there. But it's still Lud 15, still Ollie Stevens running them round with Conway still running in second. So you guys with 2 first place are first and second at the present time. We have a rainbow over our shoulder, so if you want to brush out with your shovel, now's the time. I don't know where the other end is. I think one end's in the field behind us. So here we got. Yeah, everything is. We just check again. And Lud 15 still in a win. Scunny 1 second place. Yeah, I think we got 171. Thackrell runs in third, we think. It's beginning to get a little bit browny now. But 3. Yeah. So here we go. Oh, checkered flag goes to LM151, I think. Lud 15 that was. So Ollie Stevens taking that win. There's the second place car. Scunny 1 of Craig Conway. That one's a lap down. I got a feeling that could be Northwell's 151. Bradford 171, Seb Thackrell. And over, now we can see the numbers. What's this? Down Autograss 43 slithers his way over the line. So, Adam Coleraine just sets for home, as that is the second race of Heat 2 over. So there are nothing wrong with that one, I don't think. So we hand it back to Kev for race 3.
Yeah, cheers, Ian. So Heat 2, race 3 of the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored men's class 2. We've got, looks like everybody's down there, so still all to fight for, that's for sure. Scunthorpe 109, Adam Pickersgill. PAC 25 is Ryan Smith. Phil Badman in Stroud District 111. Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104. Pennine 87 is Gareth Stokes. Corey Paisley in Penno number 8. Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93, and Dan Robbins in St Neots 34. Top of the shop in this heat is Dan Robbins in St Neots 34. He took a second. Jack Hodgson then got third place with 36 points. 28 points went to Corey Paisley. 21 to Ryan Smith. 15 Gareth Stokes, and a DNF and a DNS for Graham Holmes and Adam Pickersgill. So they got it all to do. But even with nil point and 55 points in the bag, then it's quite possible with the conditions, the changes, that the losses of cars that we've seen, that 108 points could get you in to the final. I reckon 3/3 is going to get you through to a Class 2 or 2 final today, but we're waiting to see. We've got to, got to be over 100, yeah, that's for sure. But so 3/3 is 108. Could be in with a shout on that one, I tell you. So Ian's staying to help decipher these numbers. It is difficult, I've got to say. I hope you've enjoyed our commentary here today. We've found it as hard to do as you have to listen to. I'll tell you what, at least we're stuck in the dry here. Although I've been here all day. I'm absolutely cream cracking. I've been sat on my jacksie all day long. I need to go and see Bill Beanie, I think, down in the beer tent to get me sorted out. But, it's been hard work, hasn't it, mate? It really has. But we've enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed it too. I think we're going to run these Class 2s. There was talk of Class 4s running as well, but I ain't so sure now. No, I don't think so, mate. So no reruns to come tonight. So we are starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, okay? The stripper in the middle of the field is out at 8:30. Big Busty Bertha, her name is. Certainly worth a visit on a Sunday morning. As we go racing then with the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored Class 2s. Pennine 87 then, and Scunny 109 first to show. As the 87 car takes some round in some fine style round that top turn then, 109. Had a non-finish last time, but looking pretty good at the moment. And Gareth Stokes, as I said, look, they'll mix it up. Gareth just took 15 points this morning. If he can keep this one up, he's going to end up with 70 points in total. Oh, a big win in the next one. Should get him through, 87. Still your race leader then. St Neots now coming through. I think that's the Dan Robbins. Dan, as I said, top of the shop on 45 points. And he'll do all right with another 45 points to give him 90. As they go over the far side, whole gaggle of cars struggling to get round that top turn. But the race on the field at the moment is for second and third as the race leader once again brings them round, mixing it up then. The Pennine 87 machine, Gareth Stokes, away and gone from Robbins in 34. Who's that in second? 8, I think that is. So that'll be Corey Paisley now. Corey took 28 points yesterday. He's fighting hard for another 36, hoping to make that 45. 36 will give him 64 points as he looks to... Oh, we've lost the race leader. Where's he gone? Oh, dear. So, look down on my sheet. We lost the race leaders. That puts up everybody up a place. As now St Neots 34 takes it up. Dan Robbins then looking to make it 100 points. 45 points from earlier on this morning. So he'll be delighted with that if he can keep that going. Your race leader then obviously got problems and water. He's back going again, but in 4th place. So obviously sucked up a drop of water or something. And absolute disappointment for him then, but no disappointment for Dan Robbins. They're all on to the last lap now. It's checkered flag this time around. Who's this in second? Dan Robbins, St Neots, 34, takes a checkered flag, takes a super win then in that second place. No idea who's in second, I've got to say. Sorry about that. 3rd place then goes to Scunthorpe 109 Angerman Pickersgill. Early race leader then takes that 4th place from North Shropshire 93. It was Pennine 8 second, thank you, mate. There you go. So Corey Paisley then, who took 2nd place in the Pennine 8. So he picks up 45. Corey only had 28 in the first run, so that gets him right back in amongst it now with 73 points. There you go, mate. So that one done and dusted. We're going to move on then to race 4. Ian's going to take you through that, so I'll hand the mic straight back over to him.
Cheers, Kev. So who we got? We got a heat winner in Ashley Robinson in this Phil Young Heating Services Class 2. So you don't remember the main sponsor of the meeting is Power Maxed. So they're shut at the moment, but they'll probably be open again tomorrow morning. Worth a look round there. Let's see, Ash Lynton 55 points with a win. Next highest points on this was Jordan Robinson with 36. 28 points is Dan Evans with a 4th. And then we got a 5th from Simon Overtree. Here we go. Good clean start. 3 abreast into that corner. We'll let them sort themselves out a bit because there's pointless really, because they'll be all swapping and changing. But somebody's broke loose in the pink and white micro going down the back straight. Can't quite pick it out from here, but we'll get it as it comes around. Swinging about a bit, but well handled. And again, keeping it nice and tight on that one. Yeah, and Radford 941, I reckon that is. That's Jamie Lane. He's hiding at the bottom of the sheet. So here we go, and the rest of the pack, and miles behind at the moment. It'll got a lot of picking up to do. The Mallow 155 of Jack Craven in the middle of that bunch. As round comes Lane again. Lane's, all you got to do is keep it, you can just slow up just a little bit now, just make sure he's keeping it neat and tidy. Second place car at the moment is P40. That is Dave Evans. And PAC 81 with his Will Edford. Now, Will didn't have a DNF, so 55 points will help him, but unless he wins again, that'll probably put the final just out of reach. Then we got a lot of 2s coming around. A C Trouble 2 of Shane Smith. But it is last lap flag coming through here for most of the pack for the for Lane, just picking up that last lap flag. Haven't got too much to go. Yeah, we reckon second place is probably PAC 81, Will Edford, maybe. I'm beginning to lose the numbers again, guys. Sorry about this. But there's no mistake in Jamie Lane's going to take this win. He's coming over the line in Radford 941. Indeed he is. Over the line, just about a little bit sideways, but then there's a bit of a scrap. So here we go on this one. And that's our second place car, which is, I got a feeling it's the PAC 81 of Will Edford with a DNF and 45 points. He'll be happy with that one. As the rest of the pack slither over, we think back in 4th place is Spalding SB26, which is Jordan Robinson. And then as we find them, the rest of them slither over the line. Someone's locked up a treat coming into that corner. You'll make a break for home. So now we're coming up to the last heat, which is Heat 2, Race 5. This probably is the last run of the day. So have fun this evening, behave, and I hand you over to Kev.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, just a quick announcement. You should, no doubt you all know, but all drivers must sign on tonight, please. So whether you've raced your second heat or not, you all got to sign on tonight. So all drivers out of the beer tent, out of the bars, out of the cafes, out of your caravans, or whatever, you must sign on tonight, okay?
Okay, just if I can very quickly do it. This is a race order for tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. start. You get Class 1, 3rd run, Stock Hatch, 3rd run, Class 2, 3rd run, then all the reruns left over from today. You know who you are. Then Class 4, 2nd run, 6, 2nd run, 8, 2nd run, 10, you get the idea, 10, 2nd run, and 3, 3rd, and then away you go on normal order.
Okay, cheers, Ian. So last race of the day then, before we pack up and go and get some well-earned tucker. And that will feature Jack Bromley, Dan Broughton, Brad Ellison, Ash Farrow, Bradley Thomas, Chris Hall, Ryan Rowland and Jordan Barlow. Top of the shop in this one, Brad Ellison in York 16, 45 points. Then everybody else has got loads to grab for. Jordan Barlow and Bradley Thomas on 28 points. They both picked up 4th. Ash Farrow picked up a 5th. So just 21 points for him. And then Ryan Rowland, Chris Hall and Dan Broughton all on 15 points. But the big win will put them right back at the standings again. So certainly all to fight for. Brad Ellison, favourite, but don't know, we'll wait and see. As the final yellow flag should be raised in just a few moments. The final bungee of the day will be raised in just a few moments. But we got a red flag fluttering over there on the far side for some reason. I'm not sure, can't see anything over there, but then there's a tractor in the way, so obviously must be something over on the far side that's holding up the start of this final race. There you go, it's down. There you go. So we're away with Heat 2, Race 5 of the Phil Young Heating Services sponsored men's Class 2. So it's Scunny 227, Chris Hall first to show, Invicta Kent 55, Bradley Thomas. Oh, I got red flags. Well, that's it. So are they going to put them? No, they're going to put them onto the start line again to do that one again. So round now go onto the start line, and we'll kick off again with that one in just a few moments. That's going to give me time just to tell you about the electric bike supermarket over there on the far side, the raffle. I don't know, there's still tickets for sale on this one. £40 a ticket for a £6,500 electric bike, electric KTM mountain bike. 40 quid a ticket, and the draw will take place before the finals tomorrow. So you can pick a number at the trade stand or online at their website, electricbikesupermarket.co.uk. They're also on Facebook. So for 40 quid, a £6,500 electric mountain bike, that's up for grabs. If you want a ticket, get over there or get onto internet and get and buy one. Okay, that's that. 9 o'clock start in the morning. We're going to run this Class 2 one more time, and then that'll be Charlotte.
Yeah, we'll just run through that race order again for tomorrow morning. So we start off with the third runs for Class 1, Stockhatch, and Class 2. Then we do the reruns left over from today. Then we do the second run for Class 4, 6, 8, and 10. Then we go start on the third run for Class 3s, 5, 7s, etc., etc. So I think Class 2s are back on the line.
There we go then.
So we'll put it back over to Kev.
We're ready to go then. One rag flag to drop on that first marshal's post. And we can go racing then with the final race of what has been a very long day. Well done to all you spectators out there for bearing with us. Been a tough day for everybody, that's for sure. And I think the support everybody's given out for their drivers has been amazing. Let's have a bit more of the same tomorrow when it's going to be dry. Here we go. He's done it last time. He's going to do it again. Scunthorpe 227 then. IK and then York 16. Brad Ellison in the 16 car. Chris Hall is 227. And we've got cars in the barrier over there. Cars facing the wrong way. But no, he's backing out and getting out of it. So we're back racing, and that's your race leader, Scunthorpe 227. Brings them round the grandstand turn for the first time of asking up the straight for the second, and he's well clear now, as just needs to keep it. There's three cars pretty well side by side vying for that second place. Those three cars, North Wales 12, Scunny, Scarborough and York 16. So the North Wales 12 car driven by Ryan Rowland. Now Ryan only picked up 15 points earlier on, so 45 will do his chances no harm whatsoever, and then he'll need a super run tomorrow to get into the final. But it's 227 still. Chris Hall looking very confident. This is the second time he's had to do this, and the second time he's out there in the lead. Big problems then for Invicta Kent 55, but no problems for Ash Farrow. He's up there into second now with the North Wales 12. Ryan Rowland now into third. Missed the fourth place as they went round that top turn, so we'll look back to the race leader. who again comes round the grandstand turn, and this time with 1 to go. Last lap flag then for Scunny, 2:27. Chris Hall, 15 points this morning, 55 will bump him right up the standings there, give him 70 points overall as he goes over there on the far side. He's half a lap up on this second place car of the Scarborough 249 of Ash Farrow. Then North Wales 12, Ryan Rowland, who was in fourth, mate. And Brad Ellison taking that fourth place as the race leader brings him round for the final time. It's checkered flag, and it's a fine win. Scunny 227 then takes the checkered flag. Chris Hall takes a super win. This one's a lap down, York 52. Second place then comes round the start gate turn for the final time. And it's well covered. But he's through. Asfarrow takes second then. York 16, Brad Ellison takes third. And I think that's Ryan Rowland in North Wales 12 taking the fourth place. Not a clue who's in fifth, to be honest. In sixth place, IK 55, Bradley Thomas, and then I think there's one more to go. But good stuff. That's it for us today. We all need to get out the beer tent tonight, I think, and have a bit of a chill out as York 52 completes the lineup. Dan Broughton not the best of weekend so far as Dan, but that's it. As I said, we'll speak to you in the morning. We're back on song at 9 o'clock sharp in the morning. So hope you have a great evening tonight, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.